Chapter 1. The Launch of Pirate Unmatched. On October 20th, 2039, within a modest rental apartment in a city of a certain province in Huaxia, a rather handsome boy with black hair hurried into the room, discarding his umbrella at the entrance. He carefully placed the box he had been holding onto a small bed, brushing off the raindrops that had splashed onto him while retrieving a package. Filled with anticipation, he opened the box he had been eagerly awaiting for over half a year. Inside the black box lay a more exquisite container, distinct from the typical packaging of a delivery. This transparent metallic box bore an imprint of a skull adorned with a straw hat. Gently extracting the metallic box, the boy retrieved a metal ID card from his pocket, his heart racing as he inserted it into the mouth of the skull in the box. Click. Identity of Hall of Fame player detected. Verification successful. A crisp sound accompanied by a system notification echoed, lacking the expected brilliance and fanfare of a grand reveal. The boy chastised himself for being so childish at his age and continued to open the box. Upon removing the lid, he was met with what appeared to be an ordinary motorcycle helmet. Well, at least it resembled one. Silently reassuring himself, he thought that after waiting for so long, it surely wouldn't let him down. The boy's name was Bai Ge, a 16-year-old student at a joint school's middle school division. His parents had divorced in his early years, each forming new families, leaving Bai Ge somewhat superfluous under the care of his grandmother. It wasn't until he was 14 that he began living alone in a rented room not far from his school, following his grandmother's passing. Throughout his somewhat dim childhood, the greatest source of joy for Bai Ge had been reading comics and following anime. Among them, the globally renowned One Piece was a series he never missed every week. Over half a year ago, a shocking announcement reverberated across the internet. The anime One Piece would collaborate with the world-renowned gaming company Argus to develop an entirely new adaptation game titled Pirate Unmatched. This revelation sent shockwaves through both the gaming and anime communities. The reason was simple: Argus had previously crafted the game Sword Art Online, which had successfully brought virtual MMORPGs to life. Argus promised to employ groundbreaking technology to vividly present the magnificent world of pirates, offering players an unparalleled experience. Finally, after a lengthy wait, on October 28th, 2039, just a day before the 40th anniversary of the One Piece anime, the game was officially released. As a prominent figure in the online gaming world, ranking second in the Global Gaming Hall of Fame, Bai Ge eagerly filled out the delivery address upon receiving his invitation. After such a long wait, he had finally acquired the eagerly anticipated gaming terminal. Although it had come via courier, it did nothing to diminish his excitement. All that remained was to wait until the clock struck midnight on the 29th, the day of the 4-year anniversary, when the game would officially launch, a moment certain to be spectacular with players from around the globe sharing a single server. Suppressing the tremors in his hands and the exhilaration swelling within, Bai Ge took out the helmet and began to examine the instructions. Though he had read through the game terminal's usage guide multiple times online over the past few weeks, it was merely a digital document. This was a tangible book. Before he could peruse the instructions again, his phone on the bed rang. Glancing at it, he saw the contact, Sa Pang. He pretended not to see, continuing with the instructions. The other party hung up. Shortly after, the phone rang again. Another glance revealed the same contact, Sa Pang. Once more him, so he feigned ignorance. Before long, the other side hung up again. This time, perhaps aware that Bai Ge would not answer, a super message and advanced version of WeChat arrived. Bai Ge, I know you're preparing to play Pirate Unmatched too. With our skills combined, we're sure to dominate the entire pirate world. Rolling his eyes in resignation, Bai Ge reluctantly set down the helmet and manual, picking up his phone to respond. You fat fool. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. When have I ever been the one doing all the work while you just lay back? How dare you say that? The other side received his message and immediately replied with excitement. Come on, Bai Ge. Take me along. Bai Ge. You glutton. Stop trying to mooch off me. Sa Pang 3. Bai Ge. Sa Pang. On a serious note, with my dad's resources from a Fortune 500 company combined with your prowess as the second-ranked player in the Global Gaming Hall of Fame, I genuinely can't fathom why we can't achieve great things together. Bai Ge. Haha. But will your Fortune 500 dad even invest in you? Bai Ge. Aren't you just trying to freeload? Sa Pang. Don't say that. This time I've arranged everything with my dad in advance. Bai Ge. Weiqi. You actually took action with your dad? Sa Pang. What do you mean by taking action? With my dad's 300-pound physique, how could I possibly take him on? I was merely reasoning with him. Bai Ge. Why are you being so modest about your own 200 pounds? Sa Pang. Oh, just keeping a low profile. Keeping a low profile. Bai Ge. I wasn't complimenting you. Sa Pang. So, can we do this or not? This will determine the strength of our brotherhood. Bai Ge. Fine. The game name should still be the same. Just add me when you log in. Sa Pang. All right. That's the spirit of a good brother. He'll hang up now. See you at midnight. Bye, Gu. See you at midnight. Putting down the phone, Baigu silently rubbed his furrowed brow, sighing at how he had softened and agreed to this troublesome fool. Reflecting on their gaming history, Baigu felt a headache coming on. Since elementary school, the two had been good friends. Despite Sa Pang's affluent background, he was quite easygoing and made friends widely, introducing Baigu into the world of online gaming. Initially, Baigu struggled with game mechanics, but over time, he honed his skills and grew stronger until the level gap between them rendered them unable to play together. It was only after parting ways with Sa Pang that Baigu realized he was considered a high-level player in the eyes of ordinary gamers. Reminiscing about their shared gaming experiences filled with indelible misadventures was a topic better left untouched. Sa Pang was the type of player who, despite being terrible at games, was a champion at spending money. He was a VIP 15 member of the Penguin game New Moon, and you thought he was joking? Returning to the present, Baigu set aside the helmet terminal, set an alarm, and prepared for sleep, as the game would commence promptly at midnight. With nothing else to do at that hour, he could afford to catch a little extra rest. And so, several hours passed. Beep beep, beep beep beep, beep 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 beep. Awakened abruptly by the frantic sound of his alarm, Baigu slowly opened his eyes, propped himself up, and retrieved the helmet from the box, murmuring to himself, "I am coming to the world of One Piece." Chapter 2. Game Launch, The Great Treasure One Piece. After glancing at the message Sa Pang had sent, Baigu replied briefly before setting his phone aside. Sitting on his bed, he connected the power, cradled the helmet in his hands, and took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. Gradually donning the helmet, he lay back on the bed and pressed the power button. A blinding white light enveloped him. After a dazzling display of colors, Baigu opened his eyes to find the environment rapidly transforming. Buildings sprang up around him. The ground morphed into a cobblestone plaza, and a large square began to form amidst the streets, filled with people. Attempting to move his body, he realized he was unable to. Before he could further explore, beams of light began to appear around him, revealing bewildered faces of other players. Those emerging from a light were likely other players, but who were the many who had appeared prior to the refresh? Were they NPCs? Moreover, there were quite a number of them, far too many for an early game scenario. Could it be that this place is? A flash of insight struck Baigu, and he quickly deduced a possibility based on the unfolding scene. Before long, it seemed that the players had finished loading. In the open space before all the players stood a high execution platform. The surrounding players, unable to move, began to exchange greetings in a chaotic manner, with various players from the Zhuan region showcasing their antics, excitedly interacting with others, and switching languages at random. As the execution platform completed its formation, several characters began to materialize atop it. Many players below, frustrated by their inability to move, began cursing, while others, out of boredom, performed all sorts of bizarre actions or attempted to flirt, with hardly anyone paying attention to the figures on the platform. Upon finally seeing the figures on the platform, Baigu confirmed his earlier suspicions. I could see that moment. A melodious female voice floated through the air. "Given your assured demeanor, you must have already guessed where this is." "My arch-nemesis, Bai." The voice. Could it be? Bai turned his head toward the source of the sound, and there stood a charming girl with golden twin tails, arms crossed, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. "Bai, you are the third in the Hall of Fame." The twin-tailed girl. "Indeed. I am the illustrious princess of Jinsokyo, the third genius gaming girl of the Hall of Fame. Of course, if you wish to know my name, I wouldn't mind sharing." "Bai, no, I have absolutely no desire to know." Realizing that she was indeed the amusing character he had imagined, Bai felt a surge of exasperation. Encountering her right off the bat was truly unfortunate. The twin-tailed girl. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? A beautiful girl like me is graciously offering to tell you my name, and shouldn't you be on your knees in gratitude? So hurry up and kneel." "Bai, no, I really don't want to know, so please refrain from telling me. Moreover, you've mistaken your target. I'm not the Bai you think I am." The twin-tailed girl. What are you saying? According to the ranking of the top 10 in the Hall of Fame, we are among the earliest to appear. Aside from that previous fellow, you are the second to appear before me. It's strange if you are not Bai. I just didn't expect you to look quite handsome in real life." Bai felt even more uncomfortable upon hearing her words, so that was how she recognized him. The twin-tailed girl. "Hey, what's your name? Should I just keep calling you Bai? Bai? Well, that's fine, you can call me that." The twin-tailed girl. So casual. "Listen well, I am Eliza Apocalypsis." After proudly announcing her name, she sent a friend request. I was taken aback, but ultimately decided to accept it. "Bai, since this is Rogtown, it must mean we are at the execution site of the pirate King Joel D. Roger." "Eliza, exactly. In a moment, one swift strike will end him. Do you think we should attempt to take his head and see if there are any hidden rewards? Bye. Without putting aside the fact that you can't even move, this is the execution site of the Pirate King. I refuse to believe the Navy wouldn't dispatch an admiral to oversee the execution. Eliza? Oh, what a pity. Ignoring Eliza's musings, I continue to survey the surrounding players and NPCs, perhaps as Eliza suggested. Hall of Fame players indeed possessed an inherent advantage over ordinary players. They were positioned quite favorably within the game, surrounded by many familiar characters from the storyline. Not far ahead stood a boy clad in a white shirt and straw hat. Shanks nearby was a boy with a red nose and a black bandana. Buggy behind them was a figure in a burgundy floral shirt. Hawkeye, who, at this time, appeared quite young and dashing, ready for debut. A few meters away from Hawkeye stood two towering figures. One was the raucous Moria, while the other, dressed rather flamboyantly, was unmistakably Doflamingo. Looking further back, I spotted a man with a peculiar mark on his face, likely Monkey D, Dragon, Luffy's father. Before I could finish his observations, a man clad in a white justice cloak ascended the execution platform. At this point, it must be someone of significant stature within the Navy, not the hero car, but with this attire, glasses, and the seagull on his head, it must be. Eliza! Oh, it's Sengoku. Thou please refrain from interrupting. As Sengoku took the stage to announce Roger's crimes, he posed a question to Roger. Do you have any last words? Before Roger could respond, a particularly foolish player in the audience, bored out of their mind, shouted, Roger, where's your treasure? With his hands shackled in sea-stone cuffs, Roger knelt with his head bowed, obscuring the upper half of his face. However, the broad smile gracing the corners of his mouth made by aware that the moment to unveil the new era was imminent. Roger, want my treasure? If you desire it, you can have it. Seek it in the Grand Line. I have placed everything there. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. The NPCs were thrilled because Roger had confirmed the existence of the great treasure, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The players were left in disbelief, especially the one who had shouted, as they received a hidden achievement, the expectation of the Pirate King for having asked Roger a question at the execution square. This achievement, a limited reward, could only be obtained by those who posed such a question, granting the recipient the ability to learn the skill hockey upon reaching level 15. Moreover, due to completing the hidden achievement, they leveled up twice. Before the game had even begun, they were already 2 levels ahead of all other players, embodying the quintessential protagonist archetype, much to the chagrin of this fortunate player, who reveled in showing off. What was even more outrageous was that this achievement had only been completed by them, leading to a worldwide announcement that played out like a global television broadcast. This player became an instant sensation, basking in the envious gazes of the onlookers, even throwing a few flirtatious glances at some nearby attractive girls. Eliza, hey, is this for real? Am I not the protagonist? That you're overthinking it, you were never the protagonist. Chapter 3. Has the game not yet begun? Starting from 0. With a disgruntled expression, Eliza was infuriated and ready to retort to but upon reflection, it seemed she truly lacked the luck of that character. Could it be that she was really not the protagonist? No, that couldn't be right. Eliza, even if I'm not the male lead, I am still the female lead. After shouting this, she proudly lifted her delicate chin, glaring defiantly at However, the expression of defeat she had envisioned did not manifest on Bai's face. Instead, he regarded her with a peculiar look, causing her to feel uneasy and unable to resist asking, What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? No, I merely did not expect a lady of your stature to have such peculiar tastes. He is the male lead, and you wish to be the female lead? My goodness, the world is progressing far too quickly. Upon hearing Bai's words, Eliza froze, mechanically turning her head to glance at that lucky one from earlier. That countenance was simply extraordinary. Suppressing the urge to retch, Eliza glared at Bai with a dark expression, fiercely shouting, Shut up. I no longer wish to be the female lead. I don't even want it. It's too disgusting. Host. Fang Mian, age, 19 years, height, 2.03 meters, weight, 110 kilograms, permanent skills, Eagle Eye, basic level. Lightning speed, basic level. Skill descriptions, Eagle Eye, basic level can be activated 5 times during each match, with each activation carrying a chance to acquire the skills of the opposing player. Lightning speed, basic level increases the speed of the host's next breakthrough by 5 during the match. At the same time, a new task has appeared on the task interface. Task, complete a match, incomplete. Reward, universal skill fragments x10. Fang Mian was determined to continue the match, not only to fulfill his mission but also to test this new permanent skill. After several rounds, perseverance bore fruit, and Fang Mian finally succeeded in a defensive maneuver. At that moment, Famar was panting heavily. He had already undergone a period of training and then engaged in one-on-one combat with Fang Mian, leaving him somewhat fatigued. In contrast, Fang Mian, after so many rounds, remained invigorated, showing no signs of weariness. As they exchanged offense and defense, Fang Mian maintained possession of the ball beyond the three-point line. In the next instant, without any superfluous movements, he made a direct drive toward the basket, simultaneously activating his skill, lightning speed, basic level. Observing Fang Mian's aggressive advance, Famar opted for his previous strategy, closely adhering to Fang Mian's side while employing minor distractions to create an opportunity for a steal. However, this time, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Fang Mian's speed seemed significantly swifter than before. Just as Famar was puzzled, Fang Mian planted his left elbow firmly, leveraging sheer strength to bulldoze his way toward the basket, using his elbow to clear the path. Famar, already outmatched in raw power, now found himself further disadvantaged by the relentless pressure of Fang Mian's elbow. Staggering backward in disarray, he left a glaring gap in his defense. Fang Mian seized the opportunity to score a layup, finally clinching a victory in that round. However, he subsequently conceded defeat. Fang Mian possesses a commendable quality. He never imposes undue pressure upon himself. When faced with defeat, he acknowledges it without shame. As a key player in the school team, a first-round draft pick, he stands in contrast to my position as merely a waterboy, lingering at the end of the second round. There is no disgrace in losing. In fact, he carries himself with a commendable sense of pride. Fang Mian and Famar sat on the sidelines, taking a moment to rest while admiring the rewards they had earned. Task: complete a match, already accomplished. Reward: Universal Skill Fragments x10. May I inquire if you wish to claim your reward now? Fang Mian silently recited a single phrase, and immediately observed the inventory illuminate. Clearly, the reward had been successfully credited. Universal Skill Fragment, utilized for skill enhancement, not applicable for skill synthesis. Fang Mian gazed at the rewards he had acquired, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had initially believed that the universal skill fragments could be synthesized into skills. Nevertheless, he decided to utilize them for skill enhancement. Conveniently, the skill lightning speed required 10 fragments, so he opted for that. Upon a fleeting thought from Fang Mian, the system instantly displayed a prompt. Should one upgrade to lightning speed? Fang Mian silently recited, feeling a surge of excitement. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings as the system notification announced the successful upgrade. Skill: lightning speed, ordinary 1-star, skill description. During the competition, the host speed for the next breakthrough is increased by 6. Fang Mian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing the system vehemently in his heart. You are undoubtedly a reskin pay-to-win mobile game. The following day, the schedule for the Summer League was released. The Los Angeles Lakers' first match was against the Houston Rockets. During the pregame warm-up, Coach Pollard had already drafted the lineup, and predictably, Fang Mian found himself relegated to the bench. Famar was set as the starting shooting guard, while the small forward position was occupied by Devin Green. Glancing over at the Rockets' side, Fang Mian noted that they were comprised of relatively unknown players. Wait a minute. Fang Mian's eyelid twitched momentarily, and he appeared to behold an extraordinary figure. That elongated silhouette, the abstract visage, and the youthful smile, it was none other than Kevin Durant. Fang Mian once again searched the sidelines and, as expected, discovered a pink backpack. Fang Mian's face involuntarily twitched as he pulled Famar towards him, pointing at Durant and inquiring, Senior, do you recognize that individual? Famar glanced at Durant, appearing utterly perplexed. Of course, that's Kevin Durant from Oak Hill Academy. I've heard he might head to North Carolina this year. ISNT, he's still in high school? Fang Mian breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly ask, but how is he participating in the Summer League? Famar wore an expression that suggested, do you even understand? The Summer League doesn't stipulate that only NBA players can participate. Anyone can join a team as long as they register. Understanding dawned on Fang Mian as he glanced at Durant, then at Devin Green, inwardly amused. This is going to be quite the spectacle. The game commenced. With the Rockets in possession of the ball, Fang Mian observed the unfolding situation from the sidelines, and indeed, the first play was directly entrusted to Durant for an offensive attempt. Positioned beyond the three-point arc, Durant prepared for a one-on-one confrontation. Devin Green advanced to defend against Durant individually. With remarkable agility, Durant executed a series of pronounced directional changes. Such a towering figure possessed the footwork and finesse of a guard, a true testament to his extraordinary talent. Fang Mian sighed inwardly while mentally simulating the scenario, attempting to discern whether he could defend against him. The answer was disheartening, no. Neither Fang Mian off the court nor Devin Green on it stood a chance. Green stumbled clumsily, as if intoxicated, before being effortlessly blown past by Durant. At that moment, Farmar was near the free throw line and hurried over to provide help defense. Durant, unfazed by the additional pressure, pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Farmar leaped with all his might, straining to disrupt the shot, only to despairingly realize his fingertips barely grazed Durant's chin. Helplessly, he watched as the towering Durant released the ball cleanly over him, the swish of the net following like a sweet melody. The next possession saw roles reversed. Farmar dribbled past half-court, surveying his teammates' movements from the top of the arc. Devin Green, positioned at the 45-degree angle on the right wing, demanded the ball, eager to exact revenge on Durant for the previous humiliation. After a brief hesitation, Farmar obliged. Green initiated with a jab step before driving hard to the right. Yet the moment their bodies crossed paths, the ball was suddenly stripped from his grasp, Durant's lightning-quick hands snatching it away. Without missing a beat, Durant sprinted down court in long, effortless strides before elevating for a thunderous dunk. After the slam, Durant displayed no celebration, merely turning and walking back with icy indifference, as if his opponents were beneath his notice. On the sidelines, Fang Mian's mind reeled with awe. He lowered his head, his expression growing increasingly fervent. If I could inherit Durant's skills, would I, too, become invincible? Chapter 4. Fang Mian versus Durant. The subsequent plays saw Durant operating with disinterest, the game's intensity failing to engage him. By halftime, he had amassed 27 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. In stark contrast, Devin Green managed a paltry 2 points alongside 6 turnovers, a performance so dismal it was painful to witness. Farmar, meanwhile, contributed 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. The scoreboard read 56-43 in favor of the Rockets. As the second half commenced, Durant remained on the bench, lounging lazily, his night evidently over. The Lakers, too, subbed out Green, though Fang Mian remained sidelined in favor of another player, Buddy Boeheim. Farmar retained his spot at shooting guard. Fang Mian gazed enviously at the players sprinting across the court, silently cursing the wretched coach in his heart. In the absence of Durant, Farmar had emerged as the most dazzling player on the court, swiftly scoring 7 consecutive points and narrowing the deficit to under 10. As the score threatened to close in, the Rockets called for a timeout, after which Durant made his entrance. The future NBA superstar, facing a group of inexperienced players in the Summer League, was akin to a tiger among sheep. With remarkable ease, he racked up 8 points while simultaneously drawing 2 fouls from Devin Green. Pollard's gaze swept over the bench, contemplating substitutions. Fang Mian hurriedly puffed out his chest, striving to catch Pollard's attention. To his dismay, Pollard's gaze did not linger on him at all. Instead, he swiftly substituted another defender, replacing Devin Green. Pollard preferred to employ a formation with 3 defenders rather than grant Fang Mian even a moment of opportunity. Fang Mian sat despondently on the bench, while Pollard's gaze swept over him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Asian kid, you may as well remain on the sidelines. Devin Green was struggling against Durant, and introducing another guard would only exacerbate the mismatch. With more than half of the third quarter elapsed, the Lakers found themselves trailing by nearly 20 points. Durant was not only dismantling the Lakers on the offensive end but also exhibiting astonishing prowess on defense. Farmar's shooting percentage plummeted under Durant's relentless pressure. As the prospect of a significant defeat loomed in the first game, Pollard's expression grew increasingly grim. When he turned his attention back to Devin Green, signaling for him to prepare to enter the game, the fellow had the audacity to turn away. His confidence had been utterly shattered by Durant. Pollard's demeanor darkened further, and he suddenly pointed at Fang Mian. Fang, get ready to enter. A desperate measure indeed. Regardless of Pollard's disdain for Fang Mian, he had no choice but to put him into the game. Apart from Devin Green, only Fang Mian's size could potentially match up against Durant. A significant loss in the first Summer League game would surely reach the management, and Pollard's coaching career would be in jeopardy. Fang Mian, filled with exhilaration, stepped onto the court. Before him stood Durant, whom he perceived as an embodiment of an extensive skill set. As for the possibility of being outmatched, or the extent of such a defeat, he was entirely indifferent. After all, the reality remained. Durant is a future superstar of the NBA. While he is merely a borderline second-round player, it is only natural to be overwhelmed in such a scenario. As Fang Mian stepped onto the field, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Beep. A new task has been received. Score a point in the Summer League incomplete. Task reward: 10 random skill fragments. Unlike universal fragments, random skill fragments can be synthesized into skills, and they are permanent skills. As Fang Mian takes the court, the Lakers embark on their possession. Once again, it is Farmar who carries the ball past the half-court line. He has now become the linchpin of this Lakers team, orchestrating their offensive plays. Upon reaching the arc, Farmar signals for a pick-and-roll. Fang Mian advanced to provide cover for Farmar, resolutely obstructing the Rockets' guard, allowing Farmar the opportunity to penetrate the paint. The Rockets center, stationed beneath the basket, hurriedly rushed to assist in defense. Seizing the moment, Farmar deftly delivered the basketball directly into the hands of his own center. What followed was a powerful dunk. Not so fast. Out of the corner of his eye, Farmar noticed a hand stealthily reaching in, snatching the basketball away. It was Durant. Durant intercepted Farmar's pass and then surged forward with long strides into the offensive zone. A fast break. At that moment, the closest player to their half was none other than Fang Mian. Despite his frantic sprint, he could only barely keep pace with Durant, utterly unable to impede his progress. Damn it, how could he be so fast? Fang Mian gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength within him. He had anticipated that Durant, with the ball, would not be particularly fast on the fast break. To his astonishment, Durant's speed surpassed even his own frantic sprint without the ball. The two raced ahead, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed half the court, nearing the three-point line. Just a step inside that line, Durant would be able to leap 3 steps and execute a slam dunk. Indeed, he was about to do just that. At that moment, Durant felt invincible, as if no one could thwart him. He intended to shatter the Lakers' spirit with this dunk. The hoop loomed ever closer, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. After this game, he would return home. The Summer League held no value for him. It was merely a collection of mediocre players, unworthy of his efforts. Soaring through the air, Durant beheld the approaching hoop, unable to suppress a laugh. However, in the next instant, that laughter froze upon his face. A figure emerged from the side, exuding an overwhelming force, and forcefully swatted the basketball from Durant's hands. As the figure landed, a thunderous roar erupted. It was Fang Mian. In that final moment, Fang Mian activated his skill, lightning speed, and finally caught up to Durant, delivering an astonishing block. Farmar sprinted towards Fang Mian, and the two leapt simultaneously, colliding with resounding force. Farmar patted Fang Mian's back vigorously, grinning widely. "Junior, it seems you are indeed of some use." Fang Mian smiled faintly, skillfully concealing his sense of triumph as he hastened towards the front court, poised for the next offensive maneuver. Durant glanced at Fang Mian, his smile fading, replaced by a hint of seriousness in his gaze. It seems there is indeed some merit here. As the teams exchanged roles, the Lakers commenced their offensive, with Farmar once again leading the ball past half-court. Farmar established himself at the arc, orchestrating his teammates' movements in an effort to successfully execute their strategy. The participants in the Summer League were primarily fringe players, and their tactical acumen was understandably limited. Despite Farmar's fervent directions, only Fang Mian diligently moved into position, while the others remained stagnant. Farmar, feeling helpless, was fortunate that Fang Mian stepped forward to set a screen, simultaneously passing the ball to him. Fang Mian wore a bewildered expression, exclaiming, "Brother, I am here to provide you with cover. Why have you passed the ball to me? Wasn't it agreed that we would execute a strategy together? Why has it turned into a solo endeavor for me, especially against Durant?" However, upon noticing the encouraging gaze of Farmar, Fang Mian had no choice but to grit his teeth and take charge. After all, Farmar also desired a modicum of ball control. Incessant sprints back and forth would be unbearable for anyone. Chapter 5. Scoring. Fang Mian held the ball, confronting Durant's defense. Durant took a slight step back, not closely guarding Fang Mian, but maintaining a distance of approximately half a meter, with his arms outstretched. Fang Mian did not hasten to launch an offensive. Instead, he quietly activated a skill. The ordinary level skill, Eagle Eye, was initiated. In the next moment, the system's frigid notification echoed. Skill activation failed. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Fang Mian felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he remained largely unfazed, for Eagle Eye did not guarantee a 100% success rate. Moreover, the absence of any notification indicating that the opposing player possessed no skills suggested that Durant still retained inherent abilities. Fang Mian eagerly activated his ability once more, burning with curiosity to uncover what skill Durant possessed. This time, he was not disappointed. In the next instant, an image of a figure mid-shot materialized in Fang Mian's mind, dissolving into a golden radiance that surged into his body. Temporary skill, King of Mid-Range, Rare Tier. For the remainder of this match, all mid-range shooting accuracy increases by 10. A rare tier skill, and an offensive one at that. Fang Mian is acutely aware that in the future NBA Durant's mid-range shot serves as a formidable weapon. His extraordinarily long wingspan allows for a shooting release point that is significantly elevated, rendering most defenders virtually irrelevant, as they are unable to contest his shots effectively. Thus, his mid-range jumper remains nearly indefensible. However, for the time being, this skill set has been temporarily bestowed upon Fang Mian. Despite activating the skill twice, only a mere 2 seconds have elapsed. At this moment, there are still 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Fang Mian faces off against Durant. Fang Mian signaled his teammates to spread out. He intended to take this shot solo. Regardless of whether he would succeed, he felt compelled to give it a try. With his lightning speed and mastery of mid-range shooting, Fang Mian possessed a considerable likelihood of success. Fang Mian, with the ball in hand, first executed a feint step, attempting to disrupt Durant's rhythm. Yet Durant remained utterly unfazed. Fang Mian initiated his dribble with a skillful burst, employing his ability, lightning speed, ordinary level, 1 star, instantly enhancing his velocity by 6. Although his initial step did not match the rapidity of elite guards, it nonetheless caught Durant off guard momentarily, seizing the opportunity as Durant was distracted. Fang Mian used his left elbow to carve a path and surged directly towards the basket. As Durant regained his focus, he leveraged his long legs to closely shadow Fang Mian's movements, simultaneously poised to make a steal. Fang Mian abruptly halted his advance, only to surge forward again, repeatedly altering his offensive rhythm before launching a direct strike. The clang of iron met expectations. Fang Mian shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, it was a successful attempt. The Rockets secured the rebound and initiated their next offensive play. As they retreated on defense, Farmar patted Fang Mian on the back, signaling him not to lose heart and to focus on defending this possession. As the ball crossed half-court, it was promptly delivered into Durant's hands. Durant spread his legs apart, firmly positioning himself at the arc, with his right arm extended back, holding the ball with one hand. Fang Mian lowered his center of gravity, his right hand resting on Durant's shoulder, a look of tension etched upon his face. In the next moment, Durant suddenly surged forward, effortlessly leaping past Fang Mian in a single stride, leaving him behind, and then taking the shot. The hoop tonight resembled an ocean. He smoothly scored 2 points over Fang Mian's head, and the once focused Durant now reverted to a languid demeanor. Initially, Durant had anticipated that Fang Mian's defense would pose some challenge, but it appeared to be utterly feeble. The previous block seemed merely a stroke of luck for Fang Mian. His defensive performance was decidedly subpar. Although his opponent was Durant, he was still merely a young player, not yet the formidable superstar poised to dominate the NBA. Being surpassed by a high school student made Fang Mian's cheeks flush with embarrassment. In the next possession, as soon as they crossed half-court, Fang Mian reached out for the ball, only to be immediately disregarded. Fang Mian is by no means a basketball star. On the court, he possesses no special privileges, merely adhering to the tactical plays. Occasionally, he enjoys a modicum of ball possession, and that is solely due to the influence of Famar. Famar once again signaled his teammates to execute the strategy, yet only Fang Mian responded. The Lakers' strategy, once more, proved unsuccessful, and the ball returned to Famar's hands. There are still 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Fang Mian once again extended his hands for the ball. Famar hesitated for a moment before passing the ball to Fang Mian. There were only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Fang Mian dribbled the ball, his center of gravity leaning forward, poised to break through. Durant took a step back, effectively blocking Fang Mian's path. However, Fang Mian's drive was merely a feint. He retracted the ball, swiftly executed a step back, and launched a shot. The king of mid-range, rare level, was activated. The basketball soared over Durant's head like a cannonball, seamlessly crashing into the hoop. Fang Mian has scored. Fang Mian has scored over Durant. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Fang Mian's mind. Task: score 1 point in the Summer League completed. Would you like to accept the reward now? Fang Mian chose yes, and received 10 random skill fragments. Before he could even assess his rewards, the next round commenced. For Durant, Fang Mian's scoring on him was of little concern, as he had not been diligent in his defense. However, for Fang Mian, Durant's defensive efforts were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had scored, particularly against Durant himself. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 78-60, with the Lakers trailing by 18 points. Throughout the third quarter, Fang Mian managed to earn only 2 points, along with 3 rebounds and 1 block. In contrast, Durant amassed 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist in a single quarter. The disparity between the two was overwhelmingly vast, akin to a chasm. Nonetheless, Fang Mian remained unfazed. After all, his opponent was a future superstar. and losing to him was hardly a source of shame. As the fourth quarter began, Fang Mian remained seated on the bench, not called to play. For Coach Polid, the player in the small forward position was interchangeable, all subjected to Durant's dominance. Polid, who already harbored biases against individuals of East Asian descent, was even less inclined to allow Fang Mian on the court. The entirety of the fourth quarter was spent on the bench, and, as expected, the team suffered a significant defeat. Durant concluded the match with an impressive 40 points, alongside 12 rebounds and 7 assists. Meanwhile, Farmar recorded the highest score for the Lakers with 22 points, as well as 7 rebounds and 6 assists. Fang Mian's statistics were fixed at 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. After the game concluded, he intended to seek out Durant, hoping to make an acquaintance, with the thought that perhaps he could later benefit from his prominence. To his dismay, Durant offered no opportunity, departing without so much as a glance, leaving Fang Mian momentarily despondent. For Fang Mian, Durant represented a future superstar, an immensely significant ally, whereas for Durant, Fang Mian was merely another vanquished opponent, an insignificant figure. Upon returning to his room, Fang Mian promptly accessed the system to review the rewards earned from the recent match, 10 random skill fragments. Fang Mian gazed at the shimmering fragments in his inventory, and with a mere thought, the fragments emitted a brilliant golden light, revealing their true nature. Deathly Entwined Fragment X10. Is this a synthesis skill? Fang Mian's heart stirred with a thought, and he chose yes. The fragments immediately transformed into golden light, infusing into his body. Permanent skill, Death Entwined Common Level. Skill description. When closely guarding the ball holder, the success rate of steals is increased by 5. A defensive skill. Fang Mian once again examined the skills currently at his disposal. Innate talent, superhuman stamina. Permanent skills, Eagle Eye Common Tier, Lightning Speed, Common Tier. 1-star, Death Coil Common Tier. Fang Mian surveyed the array of skills before him and pondered to himself, it seems I must commence my journey as a formidable defender. The swiftness of lightning will serve to pursue and thwart opponents, while the deathly entanglement shall be employed for close-quarters defense. Moreover, the extraordinary stamina will ensure that I can dedicate myself entirely to the defensive front throughout the entire match. Fang Mian, while reflecting, began to browse through the system haphazardly. At that moment, he was taken aback to discover that his attribute panel had undergone some alterations. He could now review his attributes. Chapter 6. Representing the Rockets in battle, the attributes were divided into 3 categories: offense, defense, and physicality, each containing various specific values. Offense, layup, 65, close-range shooting, 62, mid-range shooting, 67, long-range shooting, 67, drawing fouls, 78, free throws, 80, ball handling, 80, passing, 55, offensive rebounds, 33, defense. Defensive rebounds, 48, interior defense, 50, perimeter defense, 80, blocks, 52, steals, 69, shot contest, 72, physicality, speed, 75, acceleration, 82, vertical leap, 79, strength, 63, agility, 74, stamina, 99, endurance, 80, stability, 60. Fang Mian, upon reviewing his attributes, could not help but let out a sigh, feeling that the situation was indeed disheartening. However, he soon comforted himself, acknowledging that at least a few of his attributes were commendable. Stamina stood at 99, undoubtedly a result of his innate talent, super stamina. His perimeter defense was rated at 80, a testament to the effects of deathly entanglement. Acceleration was marked at 82, clearly attributable to the prowess of lightning speed. As for ball control, rated at 80, it was a reflection of his diligent practice. Just as he finished evaluating his attributes, the system suddenly alerted Fang Mian to the emergence of a new task. Fang Mian opened the taskbar, and to his astonishment, 2 tasks were displayed before him. Among them, 1 task shimmered with a golden light. Fang Mian promptly opened the golden quest. Quest chain: achieve the title of MVP in the Summer League Finals. Quest description: assist the team in reaching the Summer League Finals and securing the MVP trophy. Quest rewards: activation of the transformation card system. Furthermore, as this quest is part of a chain system, there will be multiple rewards associated with it. Please refer to the description of each individual task for details. Fang Mian's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of something new. There was a small plus sign on the task chain, which he clicked to reveal the first task. Task 1. Participate in the next match for a full 20 minutes, incomplete. Reward: Universal Fragments X10. In the previous match, Fang Mian only played for a mere 8 minutes. And that was merely due to the team's inability to match up against Durant, resulting in a bit of garbage time. Furthermore, Pollard inherently harbors a bias against individuals of Asian descent, which means that in the next game, Fang Mian might very well find himself languishing on the bench for the entire duration. This predicament is truly troublesome. Should the first task fail, the entire chain of assignments would vanish. However, as long as Pollard remains, it is nearly impossible for Fang Mian to play a full 20 minutes in the next match. Unless, of course, he were to change teams. Fang Mian's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that the Summer League was not an officially sanctioned NBA event, allowing players the freedom to participate as they pleased. If Fang Mian represented another team, he might secure ample playing time. The task merely stipulated that he needed to play a full 20 minutes in the next game, without specifying that it had to be with the Lakers. Fang Mian shared this notion with Fang, who, however, did not offer much in response. He merely indicated that, given Fang Mian's capabilities, it would be challenging to secure consistent playing time with any team. "Senior, your words can be rather hurtful," Fang Mian remarked. Nevertheless, Fang did mention that he could assist by providing a recommendation should any team find themselves in need of a player for the small forward position, allowing Fang Mian an opportunity to showcase his skills. With Fang's assurance, Fang Mian felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, he recalled that there was still a task he had yet to attend to. Fang Mian promptly accessed the task system. Task: activate the task chain system completed. Reward: universal skill fragments x50, attribute points x5. Upon gazing at the task rewards, Fang Mian couldn't help but inhale sharply. The bounty was indeed extraordinary. Merely for activating the task chain, the system generously bestowed such an abundance of fragments, along with 5 attribute points. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Mian allocated all 5 attribute points to his long-range shooting, elevating his attribute from 67 to 72. At least now he possessed a commendable skill set. Subsequently, he exchanged the universal fragments for Death Entwined skill fragments, directly upgrading his skill. Death Entwine advanced from ordinary level to ordinary level 3 stars. Death Entwine, ordinary level 3 stars when closely defending the ball handler, the success rate of steals increases by 8. With a long-range shooting attribute of 72. An outside defense of 80, and Death Entwine at ordinary level 3 stars, Fang Mian felt an overwhelming sense of strength. At the very least, in the Summer League, his prowess should be considered quite remarkable. He glanced at his inventory and noted that 5 universal skill fragments remained unexchanged. He decided to keep them for emergencies. At this moment, Fang Mian also received a call from Fang, informing him that a team was willing to offer him an opportunity. Fang Mian arrived at the designated CAF, where Fang and a tall Caucasian were awaiting him. Fang Mian recognized the individual, who happened to be the head coach of the Rockets Summer League, Rajon Gura. As the three took their seats, Famali ordered 3 cups of coffee and remarked to Fang Mian, "Fang, this is the head coach of the Rockets Summer League, a figure you ought to be familiar with." Fang Mian nodded slightly, and Fang continued, "Coach Gula holds another title." Coach Gula raised his cup of coffee and took a sip, saying, "In fact, I am also an alumnus of UCLA, just like both of you." Noticing Fang Mian's surprise, Fang chuckled and added, "Indeed, in the realm of NCAA, UCLA is a prestigious institution, with numerous alumni engaged in basketball-related professions." Fang Mian quietly acknowledged the truth. As a key player on the UCLA team, Fang undoubtedly had numerous acquaintances and could easily put in a word for Fang Mian. Basketball is not merely a game of physical prowess, but rather a tapestry of human connections and social intricacies. It appears that this principle holds true across all realms. Coach Gula continued in line with Fang's statement, adding, "Moreover, it was not solely for this reason. Kevin also recommended you before his departure." Fang Mian inquired, "Has Kevin left?" Gula nodded. Kevin initially intended to hone his skills by participating in the Summer League. However, it appears the remainder of Gula's statement remained unspoken. Yet Fang Mian understood it well. Durant, possessing a diamond rank, repeatedly dominating in bronze matches certainly lacked excitement. Fang added, "Thus, I recommended you to Coach Gula." "Fang, your block truly astonished us." Coach Gula regarded Fang Mian with eyes full of intensity. Gula's words instantly filled Fang Mian with delight. The fact that Durant had recommended him to the Rockets suggested that his block had indeed left a profound impression. As the trio discussed Durant, Fang asked Gula, "After graduating from National Christian Academy, which university does Kevin plan to attend?" Gula furrowed his brow. "I have inquired about this as well." He mentioned a desire to consider North Carolina, but he has yet to make a decision, as numerous prestigious basketball programs have extended offers to him. Fang Mian took a sip of his coffee and suddenly interjected, "I believe you will undoubtedly choose the University of Texas." Fama and Gula gazed at Fang Mian in astonishment. With Fama inquiring, "What leads you to such a conviction?" Fang Mian speculated that Durant would join the University of Texas, a notion rooted in the memories of a previous life. However, he could not disclose this to the two individuals, instead feigning an air of confidence. Seeing Fang Mian's reluctance to share, Fama did not press further and shifted the conversation. "I have already spoken with Coach Pollard. He has agreed to let you represent the Rockets." Pollard, who harbored a bias against Fang Mian and would have preferred his swift departure, readily acquiesced without a second thought. On the other hand, Gula also assured Fang Mian that his playing time in the upcoming match would not be less than 20 minutes. Their next adversary would be the Boston Celtics. Chapter 7. Bob Sura. In 2006, the Boston Celtics found themselves in a dark period before dawn. Since their championship victory in 1986, they had not tasted the sweetness of glory for 2 decades, not even reaching the finals once. Yet, Fang Mian knew that within a year, the Celtics would forge a formidable trio and triumph over their arch-rivals, the Lakers, reclaiming the championship trophy. Back on the court, the starting lineups for both the Rockets and the Celtics had been confirmed, with Fang Mian prominently included. Alongside him was a familiar figure to Rockets fans, Bob Sura. Sura had helped propel the Rockets into the playoffs last season, but had suffered a severe injury. After a diligent recovery, he was now participating in the Summer League, aiming to gradually regain his form in preparation for the regular season. However, Fang Mian understood that Sura had failed in this endeavor. He would never return to his former self and would eventually retire in disappointment. "Hi, Bob," Fang Mian said, adjusting his mood and approaching Sura. "Hello, Eastern lad," Sura responded, recognizing Fang Mian's origins from that Eastern land, and thus his demeanor was amicable. Apart from Sura, Fang Mian was unfamiliar with the other 3 players occupying positions on the Rockets, who seemed to be free agents. As the game commenced, the centers jumped for possession. The Rockets gained control of the ball. Sura dribbled past half-court and called for a pick. The center moved forward to set a screen, allowing Sura to drive inside. Simultaneously, the center blocked the Celtics' point guard behind him while moving towards the basket, ready to receive Sura's pass. At that moment, due to the Celtics' point guard failing to keep pace, their center chose not to step up for the defense, creating an open lane of nearly 2 meters before Sura. Is this the legendary 2-meter gap? With eyes fixed on the hoop, Sura leaped swiftly, poised to shoot. Just then, the Celtics small forward, who had been guarding Fang Mian, hurriedly lunged at Sura in an attempt to thwart the shot. Sura had anticipated this move. With a deft fake, he delivered the ball securely into Fang Mian's hands. Standing just outside the 3-point line in the corner, Fang Mian received the pass, inhaled deeply, and then leapt, executing his shot. His long-range shooting skill, rated at 70, proved crucial in this moment, allowing the Rockets to score first. 3-0. After the successful shot, Fang Mian was overwhelmed with excitement, celebrating with a hearty chest bump with Sura. In the next possession, the roles reversed, and the Celtics took to the offense. The tactical proficiency of players in the Summer League was generally lacking, as each vied for contracts, often engaging in individualistic play. The basketball found its way to the Celtics small forward, with Fang Mian assigned to defend him. Fang Mian was poised to engage in close combat when an overwhelming stench assailed his senses, nearly causing him to faint. It was the distinctive odor emanating from the man in black. Goodness, it was akin to a biochemical assault. As Fang Mian grumbled to himself, he opened his mouth wide, gasping for fresh air. The man in black seized the ball and charged forward, determined to overpower Fang Mian. Fang persevered through the biochemical assault, employing close defense and incessant minor disruptions. He activated his skill, death entanglement. Under Fang's relentless harassment, the opponent, the black player, inevitably made a mistake, allowing Fang to intercept the basketball with a deft grab. Steal 1. Without a moment's pause after securing the ball, Fang surged forward with remarkable speed. With a burst of lightning-fast agility, he leapt high into the air, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Upon landing, he let out a thunderous roar. In the subsequent offensive possession, Fang did not score. However, during the defensive phase, his exceptional perimeter defense led to another steal, which he then assisted to his teammate for a score. These 2 defensive plays caught Coach Gula's attention. His outstanding footwork and awareness, coupled with a tenacious style, convinced him that Fang possessed the potential to become a formidable defensive player. During a free throw interval, Coach Gula summoned Sula. In the next possession, give the ball to Fang and let him go one-on-one. Sula nodded, understanding that Coach Gula was contemplating a strategy that might involve trading Fang to the Rockets. Once again, it was the Rockets' offensive possession. Sula brought the ball past half-court and directly passed it to Fang, instructing the other players to clear out for Fang's isolation play. Faced with the outstretched arms of the black player, Fang feigned a move, and as the defender momentarily lost focus, he initiated his attack. Lightning speed. As Fang Mian embarked on his initial move, he skillfully maneuvered past his opponent, executing a swift change of direction accompanied by a series of feints. The opposing player was left disoriented, helplessly watching as Fang Mian leaped and released the ball. The opponent barely had time to react. The ball sailed smoothly into the net, granting Fang Mian an additional 2 points. At this moment, his statistics read 5 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 2 steals. In the subsequent offensive possession, Sula held the ball at the top of the arc, surveying the positions of his teammates, while Fang Mian began to move without the ball. The center and power forward provided consecutive screens, finally allowing him to break free into an open space. Seizing the opportunity, Sula delivered the ball with precision to Fang Mian, who struck effortlessly, adding another 3 points to his tally. Coach Gula, observing from the sidelines, nodded slightly, internally appraising Fang Mian. He displayed a willingness to move without the ball, demonstrating a certain level of tactical acumen, an ability to capitalize on scoring opportunities, and, most crucially, an unwavering commitment to tenacious defense. Following a flurry of offensive and defensive exchanges, the first quarter concluded with a score of 22-17 in favor of the Rockets, with Fang Mian contributing a game-high 8 points, along with 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. After a brief respite, the second quarter commenced. With a decisive gesture, Coach Gula reintroduced Fang Mian to the game, while Sula remained on the sidelines. In this quarter, the Rockets centered their strategy around Fang Mian. Here, he fully unleashed the tactical prowess he had honed at UCLA. His movements without the ball, cutting, screening, and even isolation plays when the strategy faltered showcased the zenith of his individual capabilities. Over the course of the quarter, he amassed 10 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. This match proved to be a significant confidence booster for him. This was the essence of true summer league basketball. Although Fang Mian was a late second-round draft pick, many players participating in the summer league struggled to secure even a guaranteed contract. It is evident how much their skill levels may lag. In comparison, Fang Mian's tactical understanding and individual abilities stood head and shoulders above the rest. At halftime, he had accumulated 18 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals, leading all players in personal statistics. Simultaneously, his task reward was credited. Task 1. Play a full 20 minutes in the next game completed. Reward. Universal Fragments x10. Would the host like to claim the reward now? Fang Mian decisively claimed his reward. Originally possessing 5 universal fragments, he had now accumulated a total of 15 fragments with the additional 10 from the reward. This was sufficient to elevate the speed of lightning by another star. However, Fang Mian chose not to upgrade immediately, as he had received a new task, one that belonged to the second link of the quest chain. Chapter 8. Changing to a point guard? During halftime, Fang Mian hurriedly examined the second link of the task. Task 2. Score 20 points in a single game during the Summer League incomplete. Reward. Attribute points x5. How effortlessly can one obtain attribute points? Fang Mian beamed at the prospect of the reward. He already had 18 points, just 2 more were needed. Filled with confidence, he prepared for the second half. As the second half commenced, Coach Gula did not allow Fang Mian to take the court. You didn't rest a minute in the first half. Let's keep you on the bench for now, he said, patting Fang Mian reassuringly. Despite Fang Mian's insistence that he was not fatigued and could play the entire game, Gula firmly kept him seated. Fang, stay here. Sula, seated beside him, reluctantly rose to switch places with Fang Mian. In the Rockets, Yao and McGrady were the undisputed leaders, but here, Sula reigned supreme. Fang, how long have you been in America? Sula inquired. Almost 5 years. I attended high school here before enrolling at UCLA, Fang Mian replied, casually observing the game. Ukla. Huh? That's a powerhouse in the NCAA, Sula remarked with a hint of admiration. And yet, they lost to Florida State this year, Fang Mian countered, aware that Sula was also an alumnus of that esteemed institution. Sula laughed heartily, giving Fang Mian a hearty pat on the back. Fang, you and Yao are from the same country. Do you know him? Sula asked, curiosity evident in his tone regarding the enigmatic figure from the East. Of course I know him. He is a household name in our country, Fang Mian stated proudly, puffing out his chest. Yao is indeed a source of pride for your nation. I hope you can become the next Yao, Sula encouraged as he prepared to take the court. I will not be the next you. I will be the first Fang Mian, Fang Mian murmured quietly, casting an eager glance towards Coach Gula. Fang, take a good rest. We are currently leading, Coach Gula said, sensing Fang Mian's gaze. I will call you when I need you to play. With a sense of resignation. Fang Mian could only sit on the sidelines and watch others play basketball. After observing for a while, he shook his head. The tactical acumen of these players was rather disappointing. Whenever they gained possession, they resorted to individual plays, completely disregarding their teammates. As the third quarter came to a close, Fang Mian had yet to take the court, idly scanning the surroundings. The playing field was expansive, yet the spectators were sparse. Such was the nature of a summer league, devoid of any star players. Fang, come here, Coach Gula beckoned, beginning to devise a strategy. In the fourth quarter, the Rockets continued to revolve around Fang Mian as their focal point, while Sula remained on the bench. The game commenced, and the Rockets secured possession, with the point guard dribbling across half-court, orchestrating the movements of his teammates. Although Fang Mian is the linchpin on the field, he must adhere to the tactical positioning. Only when the strategy falters will the ball be passed to him, allowing him to take on an opponent one-on-one. Fang Mian, a graduate of UCLA, though a benchwarmer with limited playing time, has consistently demonstrated a commendable work ethic during training sessions, exhibiting a profound understanding of the various tactics laid out by the coach. However, despite Fang Mian's tactical acumen, it does not necessarily extend to his teammates. The point guard calls for a pick-and-roll, with the center moving to the three-point line to set a screen, while the point guard attempts to drive to the basket. Unfortunately, before the center effectively sets the screen, he hastily rushes towards the basket, raising his arms to signal for a pass. Thus, the screen proves futile, while the center inadvertently draws the opposing center with him. He fails to adequately obstruct the opposing point guard, leading to the Rockets' point guard being ensnared in a double team. In a fit of frustration, the Rockets' point guard lashes out, realizing he cannot make a pass under such pressure. Stumbling a few steps, he subsequently commits a turnover, sending the ball out of bounds and granting possession to the opposing team. Hey, buddy, is your size just for show? You can't even block anyone? During the transition back on defense, the Rockets' point guard directly berates his own center. If you had passed me the ball earlier, I would have scored. The center, unwilling to back down, retorts, are you blind? I was double-teamed. Do you even understand what that means? The point guard, increasingly exasperated, shoots back. If you can't handle a double team, then even my grandmother could pass better than you. The center, towering and vehement, unleashes a barrage of trash talk, leaving Fang Mian standing nearby, astounded at the exchange. Your grandmother only knows how to pass to your grandfather. The point guard wipes his bald head, his hands slick with sweat and saliva, and, with a fierce yell, charges forward. What the hell? Teammates are fighting each other. The other members of the Rockets rush in to intervene. The point guard and center grapple, exchanging several blows. Fang Mian steps forward, seizing the point guard by the neck and pulling him back forcefully, exclaiming, damn it. If you want to fight, do it against the opponents, you coward. In disbelief at the audacity of a fellow teammate, the point guard's eyes blaze with rage. Just as he is about to teach Fang Mian a lesson, other players pull him away. The head referee ejects both the Rockets' point guard and center, issuing a technical foul to Fang Mian as well, warning that any further disturbances will result in the same fate. What the hell? Faced with the referee's uncompromising stance, Fang Mian, in a moment of desperation, mutters an expletive. What did you just say, Asian kid? The referee casts a sidelong glance at Fang Mian, signaling for him to explain himself. Fang Mian hurriedly explained in English that he was utterly awestruck by the referee's decision, expressing that officiating was one of his dreams. Meanwhile, he did not hesitate to shower the veteran referee with compliments, making him feel quite pleased. After the Houston Rockets point guard and center were ejected, the head referee signaled for the game to resume, allowing the Rockets to make substitutions. The backup center quickly entered the game, but Coach Gula found himself in a quandary regarding the choice for the backup point guard. The primary point guard for the Rockets during the Summer League was Bob Sula, a seasoned player capable of steadying the team, and it was precisely his moment to shine. However, Sula claimed he was unable to play due to a painful heel from a recent mishap. Coach Gula looked at Sula incredulously, while Sula made faces towards Fang Mian. Understanding Sula's implication, Coach Gula contemplated giving Fang Mian a chance at point guard. Bob, Fang is still a player from the Lakers. Gula thought with a hint of resignation. This is beyond my control. I have a rapport with the lad, and besides, he is also your alumnus. Not to mention he hails from the same country as Yao. Sula sprawled in his chair, declaring that no matter how much one might argue, he was not stepping onto the court today. All right, Gula conceded. raising his hands in surrender. Let us give this kid a shot. After all, it is merely a summer league, and with his connection to Yao, the management would likely remain indifferent. Gula mused that this could potentially earn him Yao's favor, possibly enhancing his standing within the team. Chapter 9. Gradually gaining momentum. Fang, you will play point guard. Gula called over Fang Mian, preparing to impart tactical instructions. Coach, have I done something wrong? Is this your way of punishing me? Fang Mian exclaimed, spreading his hands in a dramatic gesture. Relax, Fang. During your time at UCLA, I assume the team must have provided training in this regard? Indeed, many aspired to become the next Elvin. The name Magic sounds remarkably cool, Fang Mian replied. Elvin, of course, referred to Magic Johnson, the superstar of the Lakers in the 1980s and the pioneer of Showtime. Give it a shot. It's just a summer league game. Gula took the tactical board, utilizing the timeout to strategize. As the timeout concluded, the green team initiated their offensive following a turnover by the Rockets. The green team's point guard brought the ball past half-court, only to feel a shadow looming over him. Fang Mian, towering over him, loomed menacingly, a fierce expression on his face. Isn't he supposed to be a small forward? The diminutive point guard was left speechless. The green team's coach, witnessing this interaction, shouted out a reminder to his point guard. He may be taller, but he lacks your speed. Why not use your speed to your advantage? The smaller point guard, displaying remarkable talent, suddenly grasped the situation, immediately accelerating in an attempt to outpace Fang Mian. Fang Mian was acutely aware of his disadvantages and promptly activated his skill, lightning speed. He swiftly closed the distance, relentlessly applying pressure. The diminutive point guard could not shake Fang Mian off with his initial move. Instead, he found himself increasingly flustered by Fang Mian's relentless harassment. In a moment of carelessness, the ball slipped from his grasp, seized by Fang Mian. With the ball now in his possession, Fang Mian surged forward like a wild dog unleashed, racing towards the unguarded basket. He soared into the air, his form reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. With a powerful and emphatic slam dunk, he heralded the onset of the Rockets' offensive assault. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Task 2. Score 20 points in a single game during the Summer League completed. Reward. Attribute points x5. Fang Mian exhibited no hesitation, allocating all attribute points to long-range throwing. The initial score of 72 in long-range throwing surged to 77 in an instant. At this stage, Fang Mian's objective is to first become a competent 3D player. Only by possessing both three-point shooting and defensive prowess can he secure a sufficiently stable amount of playing time. With ample playing time, he can then contemplate other aspirations. As for becoming a playmaking forward, that goal currently resides in the realm of dreams. In the next possession, the Celtics continue their offensive onslaught. The diminutive point guard, with a mischievous grin directed at the Asian player, is determined to show Fang Mian a thing or two. Stepping back a couple of paces, the point guard begins to showcase his skills, dribbling between his legs, performing a front-hand dribble, and executing a behind-the-back maneuver, emphasizing a flair for the dramatic. Fang Mian stood beyond the three-point line, making no superfluous movements, merely preemptively blocking the breakthrough path. I'll quietly observe your performance. The offensive clock ticked down to 6 seconds. The diminutive point guard retreated several steps, mustering his resolve, preparing for a forceful drive. Fang Mian crouched slightly, shifting his center of gravity downward, poised to launch an aggressive challenge at any moment. Only 5 seconds remained. The diminutive point guard continued to dribble the ball. For seconds left. Still, he maintained his dribble. 3 seconds. The small point guard shouted, suddenly springing into action. Here it comes. Fang Mian instinctively took a step back, preparing to close in, intent on executing a tight defense while waiting for the opportune moment to swipe the ball. In the next instant, the point guard abruptly raised his right hand. The basketball shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards a teammate stationed at the three-point line, positioned at a rightward 45-degree angle. The element of surprise was paramount. The teammate, caught off guard, received the pass as if it were a scalding pot, and in a moment of desperation, could only release a shot that barely grazed the rim. The point guard, unfazed, retreated to defend, while his teammate on the opposite side erupted in expletives. Who did he learn that from? Fang Mian stood in stunned silence. The center of the Rockets secured the rebound and passed the ball to Fang Mian, assigning him the responsibility of orchestrating the offense. Fang Mian positioned himself at the apex of the arc, while two interior players settled on either side of the free throw line. The shooting guard and small forward lay in wait at the corners. This was a classic Horns offense. Fang Mian called for a pick, and the center moved forward to provide a screen. The Rockets' backup center was a robust figure, a quintessential meat shield. He stood imposingly, a dark and formidable wall of flesh, effectively blocking two opponents with his sheer presence. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of defenders, Fang Mian made a decisive drive towards the basket. While advancing, he remained vigilant, observing the movements of the other Celtics players, prepared to pass at a moment's notice. As anticipated, upon reaching the paint, the Celtics' power forward rushed in to provide help defense. With a deft flick of his wrist, Fang Mian delivered the basketball into the hands of his own power forward. The Rockets' power forward was an athletic leaper, possessing extraordinary physical attributes, yet regrettably lacking in other essential skills. In his attempt to assist Fang Mian, the Celtics' power forward neglected the agile leaper behind him. Upon receiving the ball, the leaper let out a triumphant roar and soared into the air. With monumental strength and an indomitable spirit, he executed a resounding dunk that shook the rim as if in trepidation of his prowess. The towering figure delivered a spectacular finish. Fang Mian, applauding, shouted encouragement to the leaper, "Great pass, young man from Asia." The leaper and Fang Mian exchanged a passionate chest bump. As the Rockets transitioned to defense, the Celtics initiated their offense. The diminutive point guard, no longer overexerting himself, called for a pick, with the Celtics center stepping up to set a screen at the three-point line. Fang Mian exchanged defensive positions with his center, now facing the formidable center of the Celtics. The diminutive point guard of the Celtics found himself matched up against the Rockets center, a hefty figure clad in dark flesh, whose rotund form quivered with each movement, panting heavily after just a few strides. Confronted by this imposing wall of bulk, the pint-sized point guard felt a surge of confidence return. "Watch me obliterate you," he thought, brimming with self-assurance. With a burst of speed, he launched himself past the hefty giant, leaving him in his wake. Upon surpassing the formidable figure, the point guard was greeted by the sight of an unguarded basket. "Indeed, I am the most dashing of them all," he mused, preparing for a three-step layup. As he soared through the air, he couldn't resist the urge to flaunt his bald head, envisioning a luscious mane billowing in the breeze, captivating the hearts of countless admirers and ascending to the pinnacle of success. However, fate can be cruel. Just as 2 points seemed within his grasp, a figure darted in swiftly from behind. Fang Mian descended upon the scene like a celestial being, delivering a resounding swat that sent the basketball careening away. An electrifying block. The ball landed securely in the hands of the hefty center. The moment Fang Mian touched down, he immediately sprang into action, seizing the ball from the giant's grasp and racing towards the front court, while simultaneously, the jumping man had already crossed the half-court line. The front court lay deserted, as the Celtics players had resigned themselves to the inevitability of their defeat. Fang Mian surged forward with fervor, simultaneously calculating the distance between himself and the leaping man. "Big guy, jump," he shouted as he forcefully launched the ball into the air. The basketball soared across the court like a cannonball. Upon hearing Fang Mian's call, the leaping man hesitated not for a moment, propelling himself upward with vigor. In midair, the ball fell perfectly into his grasp, and seizing the momentum of his descent, he emphatically slammed it through the hoop. Chapter 10. The beautiful intern reporter witnessing the exuberant celebration of Fang Mian and the leaping man. The diminutive point guard from the green team felt tears welling in his eyes. "What kind of person is this?" he thought, bewildered by the fact that a small forward was playing as a point guard. To make matters worse, the skillful ball handling of his opponent was on par with his own. Little did he realize that all of this was the result of Fang Mian's relentless training. At UCLA, Fang Mian understood that his chances of playing were slim, so he poured his sweat into the training facility. Countless days and nights were spent honing his basketball skills. Strength training, shooting drills, dribbling, passing, positioning, each aspect was drenched in perspiration. Thus, when Fang Mian showcased his ball-handling prowess before the diminutive point guard, the latter was left astounded and speechless. "How amusing. It seems everyone possesses their own unique skills," Fang Mian thought disdainfully as he raised his right hand, sending the basketball soaring into the air, landing securely in the hands of his shooting guard. Just as the shooting guard, having utilized the block from the robust big man, found himself in an open position, the ball reached him, and he executed a flawless shot. Tonight, the hoop appeared as boundless as the ocean. With a slight flick of his wrist, he sank the three-pointer. Seizing the moment during the defensive transition, Fang Mian gathered his teammates. "Brothers, let us adhere to the strategy, as long as you find an open position. I assure you the ball will reach your hands." In the ensuing plays, Fang Mian's teammates began to diligently position themselves according to the strategy, though the limited comprehension of the big man often led to inexplicable errors. Although Fang Mian consistently passed the ball, it ultimately led to a series of solo plays. The brothers remained engrossed in their individual endeavors. Fortunately, with Fang Mian orchestrating the game, they managed to secure victory without significant peril. Fang Mian achieved an impressive total of 22 points, complemented by 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 1 block, albeit with 3 turnovers. Such a well-rounded performance indeed hints at the possibility of securing the MVP title for the Summer League. Glancing at the statistics sheet, Fang Mian felt a surge of satisfaction. "Hey Fang, come here," Su La called out near the players' tunnel. Beside Su La stood a tall blonde beauty, smiling as she watched Fang Mian approach. "Fang, this is Claire Jonathan, a reporter for the Honolulu Advertiser," Su La introduced the golden-haired woman. "What?" Fang Mian momentarily struggled to comprehend. "Honolulu Advertiser. What kind of newspaper is that?" "Apologies, Claire, my little brother is a bit slow," Su La said with an apologetic smile towards Claire, then pulled Fang Mian aside. "You fool, you've never heard of the Honolulu Advertiser? It's a major newspaper," Su La exclaimed. Fang Mian turned his head to glance at Claire, whose golden hair and azure eyes complemented her alluring figure. However, he had never heard of this so-called Honolulu Advertiser. He wondered where this newspaper was located, perhaps in Honolulu? These details seemed trivial. What truly mattered was that they were there to interview him. "Young man, seize this opportunity." Su La continuously winked at Fang Mian, leaving him puzzled about what precisely seizing the opportunity entailed. Fang Mian returned to Claire's side, prepared for the interview. However, the ensuing scene left him feeling quite exasperated. Su La unexpectedly took on the role of photographer, brandishing a camera and preparing to film. "Bob, when did you switch careers?" Fang Mian thought this was utterly ridiculous. Noticing Fang Mian's displeasure, Su La pulled him aside. "Fang, to be frank with you, Claire is currently interning at that newspaper, so I brought her here to conduct your interview." Fang Mian comprehended that Claire was eager to secure a permanent position. Today's interview might very well serve as a pivotal opportunity. Fang Mian shrugged, indicating his understanding. "Hello to all our viewers, this is the Honolulu Advertiser, and I am your reporter, Claire Jonathan." Claire faced the camera, her countenance adorned with a sweet smile. "We are currently at the Thomas Mack Center in Las Vegas, where a Summer League match has just concluded. We have the honor of inviting the standout player of this game, Fang Mian from Huagua, for an interview. Fang, please greet everyone." "Hello everyone, I am Fang Mian," he said, looking at the camera with an awkward smile. "Fang, are you satisfied with your performance in this match? Do you believe there are areas for improvement?" Claire posed the question with utmost seriousness. Fang Mian scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss as this was his first interview. "Overall, I am quite satisfied with my performance in this match. If there is room for improvement, it would be to reduce my errors, after all. I had 3 turnovers in the 4th quarter. Fang Mian pondered his words carefully before continuing. "I noticed that in the first 2 quarters, your role on the court was as a finisher and a defensive specialist, but in the 4th quarter, you suddenly switched to playing point guard. Why did Coach Gula make this unexpected change?" The captivating Claire posed another question. "How am I to know what Gula is thinking?" Fang Mian felt a tinge of frustration. "I believe the decision to switch me to point guard was a well-considered one. Gula is an exceptional coach who always knows the right course of action at the right moment," he stated earnestly, pausing before adding, "and, as you know, we simply had no one else to play that position." Su La, holding the camera, silently chuckled. "I noticed that during the 3rd quarter, there was a conflict between 2 of your teammates, and you said a few words to one of them before you were pulled apart. May I ask what you said?" Claire inquired, her tone neutral yet probing. "That question feels a bit pointed," Fang Mian remarked, scratching his head and smiling to mask his embarrassment. "Honestly, I didn't say much, just encouraged him to study hard and improve every day." Fang Mian began to ramble aimlessly. Claire appeared puzzled but chose to remain silent, while Su La looked utterly bewildered. "The point guard was about to confront you, and you think encouraging him to study hard is sufficient?" Claire interrupted Fang Mian's nonsensical chatter, swiftly moving to the next question. "Fang, how is your relationship with Yao and the Rockets?" This time, both Fang Mian and Su La were left speechless. "Well, I am a player for the Lakers," Fang Mian replied, his expression awkward as he nearly dug his toes into the floor. "Goodness. A Lakers player competing for the Rockets. What astonishing news!" Claire exclaimed dramatically, her disbelief palpable. Su La could no longer contain himself. He set down the camera and pulled Claire aside, meticulously explaining the rules of the Summer League and clarifying that Fang Mian could play for any team he chose. Fang Mian observed Claire, who was nodding in realization beside him, and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 11. a bounty of universal fragments after the interview concluded. Sula expressed her desire to treat Fang Mian and Claire to a meal. The trio ventured to a nearby restaurant. Having completed the interview, it was nearly midnight. Yet in Las Vegas, establishments typically operate around the clock. Fang, in your country, do all people truly practice martial arts? Claire inquired curiously, her straw poised in her mouth. Indeed, our children begin training in martial arts from birth, Fang Mian replied with a straight face, spinning a fanciful tale. Is that so? How incredibly cool, Claire exclaimed, imitating a martial arts star from the movies as she rubbed her thumb across her nose, emitting a peculiar sound. While the three enjoyed their meal, Coach Pollard of the Lakers felt quite the contrary. He had just received a call from his chief assistant, Bill Beck, who expressed incredulity regarding Fang Mian's sidelining, particularly after witnessing the Rockets match against the Celtics. However, Bill, this is merely the Summer League. Even if this Asian kid secured the MVP, it proves little. Pollard attempted to justify his decision over the phone. Fred, a second-round pick certainly deserves our attention, but do not forget where he hails from. Beck's voice conveyed a hint of agitation. Where? Just from Huagua, right? Pollard muttered. Fool. Beck's voice rose an octave. Look at the current valuation of the Rockets. Ever since they signed Yo, their worth has multiplied several times over. What does that signify? It translates to a wealth of green bills. Breathing heavily on the other end, Beck struggled to regain his composure. Fred, listen to me. If Fang were merely a black or white player, I wouldn't care less about his fate. But he is of Asian descent, and behind him lies a market of over 1 billion people. Imagine if we could penetrate that market like the Rockets. Pollard could almost envision Beck narrowing his eyes on the other end of the line. I will negotiate with the Rockets to have Fang return to the Lakers for the Summer League. Your task is to design strategy centered around him, ideally making him the MVP of the Summer League. Beck concluded hastily before hanging up. Pollard's expression darkened. He was reluctant to bring Fang Mian back to the Lakers. Yet he understood that while Beck ostensibly held the title of assistant coach, he was, in fact, a trusted ally of general manager Mitch Kupchak. Kupchak and head coach Phil Jackson had always been at odds, with Phil yearning to acquire star players to partner with Kobe in pursuit of a championship, while Mitch remained apathetic, missing several opportunities for reinforcement. Enough with the internal strife. Why should I wade into this murky water? Since Bill has spoken, I shall comply with his directives. Meanwhile, across the ocean, it was daytime in Huagua. In 2006, the internet was not yet fully developed. Nevertheless, due to Yao's influence, Fang Mian garnered a modicum of attention. Wow, 2.03 meters playing point guard. This guy is like magic. Only scored 22 points in the Summer League. And just 2 in the first game, his skill level seems average. A late second-round pick, he'll likely be cut after the league concludes. His school is UCLA. But it appears he hardly played. That's why he is a late second-rounder. In my view, he is just a joke. Public sentiment in Huagua regarding Fang Mian's future was largely pessimistic, though some alternative opinions emerged. From the second game, he showed significant improvement. And based on his performance on the court, his defensive skills are quite solid, demonstrating potential to become a formidable defender. Standing at 2.03 meters. If he plays point guard, that's a considerable advantage. He just needs to minimize turnovers to secure a rotation spot. Discussions about Fang Mian ebbed away like sea foam, as fans fervently continued to debate Yao, the true superstar in their hearts. At that moment, Fang Mian lay on his hotel bed, marveling at the rewards from the system blooming before him. During the fourth quarter yesterday, he had sensed the system's notification chimes echoing in his mind. Yet he had remained focused on the game. Now, it appeared he had accomplished several tasks. Upon entering the system, Fang Mian was suddenly struck by the transformation of the task interface. The previously singular task interface had now been divided into several segments, sequentially labeled as Summer League, Preseason, Regular Season, Playoffs, and Finals. While the taskbar for the Summer League was illuminated, the other 4 segments remained grayed out, indicating that they would only be activated in due course. Fang Mian opened the task panel for the Summer League. Regular tasks: participate in a Summer League match completed. Task reward: Universal Skill Fragment X5. Regular tasks: achieve a total of 10 minutes of play time in a Summer League match completed. Task reward: Universal Skill Fragment X5. Regular tasks: achieve a total of 20 minutes of play time in a Summer League match completed. Task reward: Universal Skill Fragment X7. Regular tasks: achieve a total of 30 minutes of playtime in a Summer League match, not completed. Task reward: Universal Skill Fragment X10. Regular tasks: score in a Summer League match completed. Task reward: Universal Skill Fragment X5. Regular tasks. Score 10 points in a Summer League match completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X7. Regular tasks. Score 20 points in a Summer League match completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X10. Regular tasks. Score 30 points in a Summer League match, not completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X20. Regular tasks. Grab 1 rebound in a Summer League match, completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X5. Regular tasks. Grab 5 rebounds in a Summer League match, completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X10. Regular tasks. Grab 10 rebounds in a Summer League match, not completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X20. Regular tasks. Achieve 1 assist in a Summer League match, completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X5. Regular tasks. Achieve 5 assists in a Summer League match, completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X10. Regular tasks. Achieve 10 assists in a Summer League match, not completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X20. Regular tasks. Complete 1 steal in a Summer League match, completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X10. Regular tasks. Complete 5 steals in a Summer League match, not completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X20. Regular tasks. Complete 1 block in a Summer League match, completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X10. Regular tasks. Complete 5 blocks in a Summer League match, not completed. Task reward. Universal Skill Fragment X20. Chapter 12. Return to the Lakers. Fang Mian gazed at the fragments in his inventory, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. A bountiful harvest, indeed. A profound sense of gratitude surged within him for the system. He felt an overwhelming urge to pay homage to it. With the addition of the 15 unused fragments from before, he now possessed a total of 104 fragments. Alas, there were no skill fragments among them. Otherwise, he could have synthesized yet another skill. Fang Mian sighed in contemplation. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that there were indeed skill fragments available. Contingent upon the completion of another task. Task Chain Level 3. Achieve a 2010 statistic in a Summer League game. Incomplete. Task Reward. Selectable Skill Fragment X10. Upon reading this reward, Fang Mian's eyes glistened with excitement. Selectable skills. Just imagine if he could choose Stephen Curry's three-pointer or Kobe Bryant's mid-range shot. The mere thought filled him with delight. Glancing again at the task requirements, 2010 didn't seem too daunting, especially since he was undeniably the core player on the Rockets. Yet, when Fang Mian received a call from Farmar, his enthusiasm waned. Fang, report to the Lakers tomorrow. You are to rejoin the team for the Summer League. Wait, senior, didn't Fred say he didn't want me? Has he changed his mind? Fang Mian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had been performing well with the Rockets, and both Coach Gula and Sula had shown him considerable trust while striving to nurture his talent. It was Bill Baker's decision, as you know. He is affiliated with Mickey. Fang Mian was undoubtedly aware of who Bill Baker was, the chief assistant of Phil Jackson, an unwavering confidant of Mitch Kupchak, and a pivotal figure in the management. How could such a prominent individual suddenly take an interest in him? Could it be that he was indeed an extraordinary genius? The golden partner of Kobe, a leader destined to guide the Lakers toward revival? Nonsense. Deceiving others is one thing, but to deceive oneself is another. Surely, he was well aware of his own capabilities. Fang Mian was acutely aware that if he were truly a genius, there would be 400 to 500 such prodigies within the NBA league. Moreover, among these talents, some exerted even greater effort than he did. If not due to ability, then it must be attributed to one's background. Fang Mian possesses a rather obscure background, being a mere high school graduate before gaining admission to UCLA. Despite his diligent training, he finds himself perpetually sidelined. If the management is indeed prioritizing his UCLA affiliation, that notion seems utterly absurd. After all, Farmar also hails from UCLA and was a key player on the varsity team. In terms of skill and credentials, he certainly deserves more recognition. So why is it that Baker has chosen to favor him instead? Fang Mian understood that behind Baker stood the management, signifying that his intentions were indeed those of the management. After much contemplation, Fang Mian concluded that only one possibility remained. The management valued their own identity. What identity? You may ask. It is, of course, the identity of being Chinese. What does this identity represent? It embodies a market of over 1 billion individuals. Ever since the Rockets selected Yao Ming, their market value has surged multiple times within just a few years. It is inconceivable to assert that no one harbors jealousy. However, Yao Ming is a singular talent, and being a person deeply rooted in sentiment, he would remain in Houston unless the Rockets chose to trade him. Yet, the scenario has shifted. The league has now witnessed the emergence of a second Chinese player, a genuine representative of the Chinese identity. Although his skills may not be exceptional, his visage is undeniably impeccable, making him an ideal candidate for idolization. The United States, too, possesses a culture of idols. Fang Mian suddenly recalled his previous life. That idol who could sing, dance, and play basketball. Did Senior Fred not oppose this? Fang Mian felt a tinge of concern that Pollard might create obstacles, such as relegating him to the bench for the entire game. No, Bill has clearly informed me to devise strategies centered around you, with the entire team revolving around your role. Famarl's tone carried a hint of envy as he admitted, "To be honest, Junior, I find myself somewhat jealous of you." With this knowledge, Fang Mian felt a renewed sense of confidence. For him, it mattered not the intricacies of tailored strategies. Sufficient playing time was all he desired. With his mind at ease, Fang Mian fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Pollard sought out Devin Green. "Devin, your playing time is about to be reduced," Pollard casually remarked. "Why? Have I done something wrong?" Devin Green gestured dramatically, his palms raised in confusion. "That Asian kid is coming back. He will start at the 3 position. And you will be on the bench." Ideally, a coach would determine the starting lineup without needing to consult the players, yet Pollard chose this moment to approach Devin Green, leaving his true intentions shrouded in mystery. "That yellow-skinned pig." Devin Green clenched his fists, his expression darkening, sensing he had successfully ignited Devin Green's ire. Pollard promptly made an excuse to depart. The following day, Fang Mian did not immediately join the Lakers, but instead visited the Rockets training facility. "Hi, Fang. You're not here to gather intelligence, are you?" Sula exclaimed with a playful punch. "Bob, I can hardly believe I'm returning to the Lakers so soon." Fang Mian had anticipated Sula would be disheartened, but his expression suggested he was already accustomed to such changes. "Fang, you didn't think I would be upset, did you?" Sula exclaimed dramatically. "Bob has been in this league for many years. He has experienced numerous trades and has long since come to terms with it." Coach Gula explained with a warm smile as he approached Fang Mian. "I understand. Business is business. Perhaps I'm just not quite accustomed to it yet." Fang Mian replied in a subdued tone, his spirits somewhat dampened. Although he had only played 1 game with the Rockets, he had genuinely grown fond of the team. Jumping Boy and Big Black Guy gathered around, reluctant to part ways. "Asian kid, I will miss your passes," Jumping Boy said, pulling Fang Mian into a hug and patting his back. "I will miss you all as well." Fang Mian bids farewell to the Rockets and returns to the training facility of the Lakers. "Ah, is that not our little Asian sensation? What brings you back? Did the Rockets deem you a disappointment?" As Fang Mian stepped into the gymnasium, an exaggerated, discordant voice emitted a strange cry. This individual was none other than Devin Green. "Whether or not I am a fraud is uncertain, but it is indeed evident that you are too intimidated to step onto the court against a high school student." Fang Mian would not indulge such a person and retorted sharply. In the first match, Devin Green was thoroughly outperformed by his counterpart, Durant. When Pollard requested him to re-enter the game, he audaciously turned away in refusal, thus granting Fang Mian his first opportunity to take the court. "Damn it. Are you looking for trouble?" This incident was a thorn in Devin Green's side, and now that Fang Mian had publicly reopened the wound, he was naturally infuriated and prepared to retaliate. "If you intend to fight here, you must not wish to remain with the Lakers." A voice resonated from the opposite end of the court. Fang Mian turned to behold his teammate and senior from UCLA, Jordan Farmar. Chapter 13. The value of Fang Mian standing alongside Farmar was another familiar face, the dashing Serbian, Sasha Vujasic. Isn't he Maria Sharapova's boyfriend? Are they still dating? Fang Mian found himself slightly perplexed regarding the timeline. However, one detail remained clear in his mind. After their breakup, Vujasic had once revealed that Sharapova, during intimate moments, resembled a dead frog. While Fang Mian had encountered dead frogs, he had never witnessed a woman resembling one in such contexts. Recalling Sharapova's powerful shrieks on the tennis court with each strike, Fang Mian found it quite astonishing. Upon Vujasic's arrival, Devin Green immediately wilted, and even Pollard's expression shifted to one of shadowy discontent. Vujasic, drafted by the Lakers in 2004, had been with the team for 2 years, thus earning his status as a veteran. Although Vujasic's physical attributes were not exceptional, he relied more on his intellect while playing. Phil Jackson, the Zen master, favored players with high basketball IQs. Could it be that Sasha was sent by Phil? Pollard's demeanor darkened, his thoughts clouded. He was undoubtedly aware of the rumors surrounding the discord between Mitch Kupchak and Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson, renowned for his coaching prowess, had led the Bulls to 2 three-peats and was the architect behind the only three-peat of the 21st century with the dynamic duo of Kobe and Shaq. Such an illustrious record could not confine him to the role of a mere head coach. He harbored greater ambitions. He aspired to become a figure akin to Pat Riley, the shrewd mastermind of the Heat, a godfather-like entity. By sending Vujasic to the Summer League, he aimed to court Fang Mian. For both the Zen Master and Kupchak, Fang Mian was not of paramount importance. Rather, it was the vast Chinese market behind him that held significance. The individual who could successfully introduce the Lakers into the Chinese market would gain considerable influence with the aging bus. Hence, the trade involving Fang Mian was met with unanimous approval from the Zen Master and Kupchak, proceeding with remarkable ease. It was merely a second-round pick, a gamble worth taking. Should it succeed, the Lakers would share the Chinese market with the Rockets. If it failed, they would only incur the loss of a second-round pick. In recent years, while notable second-round talents such as Carlos Boozer and Manu Ginobili had emerged, the odds remained exceedingly slim, negligible even. Although a superstar would eventually arise from the 2014 draft class, that was still 8 years away. Hi, Fang, I am Sasha Vujasic. Have you eaten? Vujasic extended his hand in greeting while showcasing his newly acquired Chinese language skills. Not yet. Care to join me? Fang Mian responded in Chinese, witnessing Vujasic's sheepish expression. Farmar erupted into laughter, fully aware that Vujasic only knew this single phrase, having learned it just the previous night. Hello, Sasha. It's a pleasure to see you. May our friendship endure, Fang Mian teased with a playful smile, before greeting Vujasic in Serbian. Oh my goodness, Fang, you actually speak Serbian. What a delightful surprise, Vujasic exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon hearing the familiar tongue. Farmar, curious about the sudden exchange between Fang Mian and Vujasic, inquired, Fang, what did you say that brought such joy to Sasha? Fang Mian and Vujasic simultaneously displayed a mysterious smile, shaking their heads in unison. Hi, Fred, Vujasic greeted Pollard, alleviating the earlier awkwardness. Pollard, acutely aware of Vujasic's close ties with the Zen Master, felt compelled to show utmost respect, for his continued employment under the Zen Master depended on it. Offending Vujasic could very well mean his exclusion from returning to Los Angeles, with Kupchak unlikely to come to his aid. Throughout the morning's tactical training, Pollard focused on Fang Mian, having realized that he was not someone to be trifled with. Both Kupchak and the Zen Master were vying for Fang Mian's allegiance, leaving Pollard with no choice but to comply, despite his reluctance. While Pollard had resigned himself to this reality, Devin Green harbored a different sentiment. He spent the entire morning fixated on Fang Mian, his gaze rife with resentment. In the afternoon, the Lakers commenced an internal scrimmage, with Fang Mian, Vujasic, and Farmar paired with 2 interior players forming one team, which also constituted the starting lineup for the evening. The opposing team was led by Devin Green. Fang Mian only recently discovered that Wu Jiashiqi was also on the Lakers Summer League roster. From the very beginning, the game was charged with intensity. Devin Green delivered a fierce elbow to Fang Mian while defending, but Fang Mian was not one to back down. He swiftly turned and sank a mid-range jumper over Devin Green. Is that all you've got, softy? Perhaps you should return to your mother's embrace for a feeding, he taunted as he retreated on defense. Throughout his years in America, Fang Mian had come to understand that trash talking is an integral part of NBA culture. For superstars, it is an indispensable skill. You yellow-skinned brat, just wait. Devin Green seethed, his fists clenched tightly. In the next play, Devin Green positioned himself at the free throw line, reaching out for the ball with determination. Damn it, pass me the ball. I'm going to obliterate this yellow-skinned kid, he shouted, glaring at the team as point guard. Cowed by Devin Green's fierce demeanor, the point guard abandoned the prearranged strategy and passed the ball directly to him. With the ball in hand, Devin Green faced Fang Mian's defense and charged forward, delivering an elbow strike to Fang Mian's chest. You think you can take me on, you softy? Fang Mian stood his ground, employing subtle tactics that made it difficult for Devin Green. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, with Devin Green throwing discreet elbows while Fang Mian retaliated with a jab to the corner of Devin Green's mouth. Acting as the referee, Pollard blew the whistle in a timely manner, calling a defensive foul on Fang Mian, which granted Devin Green 2 free throws. With a bruise marking his lips, Devin Green stepped to the line and confidently sank both shots, turning to Fang Mian with a fierce roar. Fang Mian, fueled by his rising frustration, positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, eagerly calling for the ball. He aimed to engage in a one-on-one showdown to overpower Devin Green. Upon receiving the ball, Fang Mian immediately ignited with lightning speed. In his determination to accelerate further, he gritted his teeth and upgraded his skill to a 5-star ordinary level. Lightning speed, 5-star ordinary level in the match. The host's next breakthrough speed is increased by 10. Facing Fang Mian's charge, Devin Green sought to disrupt him with subtle maneuvers. However, he was taken aback as Fang Mian's speed surged beyond his expectations. In the next moment, Fang Mian had already left him in his wake, charging towards the basket. Undeterred by the center rushing to defend, Fang Mian feigned a move that prompted his opponent to leap, then executed a precise pass that landed securely in the hands of his own center. Confronted with an open basket, the center wasted no time, leaping to execute a slam dunk that shook the hoop vigorously. "Softy, even my grandmother is faster than you," Fang Mian taunted as he brushed past Devin Green. Chapter 14. Exploding Green in the subsequent round, Devin Green once again reached for the ball, eager to prove to everyone that he could undoubtedly overwhelm Fang Mian. It was a one-on-one confrontation he was determined to dominate. Grasping the ball, Devin opted for a post-up strategy. "Yellow-skinned kid, let me teach you what an offensive kaleidoscope truly is," he declared, using his hips to carve a path as he forcefully maneuvered towards the basket. Fang Mian exhibited no inclination to yield in the face of Devin Green's assault, retaliating with fervor. "Softy, have you not eaten? Or is all your strength spent on the ladies?" he taunted, undeterred by Green's aggressive maneuvers. Devin Green exerted every ounce of his strength, driving his elbow into Fang Mian's waist with force. WCNM. Fang Mian grimaced in pain, his body retreating slightly. Sensing Fang Mian's backward movement, Green seized the opportunity to pivot and maneuver around him. "Yellow-skinned kid, I'm about to dunk on you, and then I'll stuff this basketball right up your backside." He spat, brimming with vulgarity as he leapt, intent on delivering a slam dunk over Fang Mian. With bloodshot eyes fixed on the hoop, he envisioned not the basketball in his hands, but Fang Mian's head. This dunk, he believed, would utterly humiliate Fang Mian, showcasing to the management who the true star of the Lakers' summer league was. As he approached the rim, a smirk of triumph crept across Green's face. He could almost see Fang Mian kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy. Yet, would reality unfold as he wished? Certainly not, as Devin Green aimed to dunk over him. Fang Mian was resolute in thwarting his intentions. He leapt directly into Green, colliding forcefully against his back and sending him sprawling outward. Green careened through the air, crashing heavily onto the floor. His teammates were left in stunned silence. This was no mere scrimmage. It resembled the intensity of a championship final. Farmar and Vujasic wore expressions of grave concern, while Pollard couldn't suppress a malicious grin. "Heh, Asian kid, just wait for the beating." "I hope Devin goes all out and puts you out of commission," Pollard mused darkly, already envisioning the scene of Fang Mian being carried out of the training facility. Fang Mian forcefully brought Devin Green crashing down from midair, his face contorted with a fierce expression. He understood that he could not show any signs of weakness. Once he faltered, not only would Devin Green dominate him, but Farmar and Vujasic would also look down upon him. Even if he had to feign strength, he had to maintain the image of a tough man. "You may score over me, but do not even think about dunking on me." Devin Green lay on the floor for nearly half a minute, the surroundings enveloped in silence, as no one could predict his next move. In the next moment, this muscular giant surged forward like an enraged bull, roaring towards Fang Mian. Fang Mian showed no signs of fear, his fists clenched tightly, prepared to retaliate at any moment. Fang Mian was acutely aware that these intimidating figures were only cowards who feared power rather than virtue. The more resolute he appeared, the more they would fear him and refrain from bullying him. Devin Green bellowed as he charged towards Fang Mian, while Farmar was poised to intervene between the two, with their teammates anxiously gathering around. Only Pollard wore a triumphant expression, eager to witness Fang Mian endure a beating. Yet, no one anticipated that Devin Green would refrain from an outright brawl. Instead, he pressed his chest against Fang Mian's, exuding a menacing demeanor. "You soft coward. If you wish to fight, I am ready at any moment. If you dare not, then retreat," Fang Mian retorted defiantly, glaring fiercely at Devin Green. Devin Green's eyes burned with fury, his chest heaving, yet he ultimately withheld his fist. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. Fang Mian's formidable stance likely stemmed from the support of a powerful ally, an ally whom even Pollard dared not provoke. If not for such backing, Pollard would not have summoned Fang Mian back to the Lakers. "You cunning little yellow-skinned trickster, you'd best temper your arrogance." In the end, Devin Green succumbed and took 2 steps back. The game resumed, with Devin Green at the free throw line. In the subsequent play, Fang Mian continued to demand the ball, transforming this scrimmage into a one-on-one duel between himself and Devin Green. Fang Mian, with the ball in hand, faced Devin Green, who spread his arms wide to obstruct him. "You little yellow-skinned kid. Even if you sprout wings, I shall bring you down, just as you did moments ago." Devin Green glared fiercely at Fang Mian. "Pathetic. Wait until you can catch up with me before you speak." Fang Mian swiftly activated his speed, executing a sharp turn that left Devin Green trailing behind. In the next instant, a tremendous force surged from behind, realizing he could not defend against Fang Mian's advance. Devin resorted to underhanded tactics and forcefully shoved Fang Mian from behind. Fang Mian stumbled slightly, but deftly controlled the ball, harnessing the momentum to accelerate with fervor. He leapt into the air with vigor. The center guarding the basket, upon witnessing Fang Mian's fierce determination, dared not to challenge him, retreating instead to the sidelines. With an indomitable spirit, Fang Mian forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop, subsequently hanging from the rim. "Softy, I can score over you without resorting to tricks." He taunted Devin Green as he descended, before swiftly returning to the half-court, fully aware that Devin Green would opt for a one-on-one confrontation. Fang Mian had already decided to teach Devin Green an unforgettable lesson this round. As expected, just past the half-court line, Devin Green reached out for the ball. This time, he didn't opt for a post-up play, but instead faced up with the ball in hand. He intended to drive past Fang Mian head-on, repaying him in kind. "Yellow-skinned brat, don't think you're the only one who can break through." Devin Green first feinted a step, then seized the moment when Fang Mian retreated to accelerate past him. "Heh, yellow boy, let us see what dirty tricks you can pull this time." As he successfully blew by Fang Mian, Devin Green didn't forget to elbow him in the chest. Then, just like the previous play, he rose toward the basket. The center had already stepped aside. No one wanted to be posterized. All that remained before Devin Green was the rim. But the next moment, just as he soared toward the hoop, a figure caught up from his side like a god descending from the heavens, swatting both him and the ball down in one brutal motion. Of course, that figure was Fang Mian. Facing Devin Green's drive, Fang Mian deliberately took a step back. Then, once Green had blown past him, closed the gap with lightning speed before delivering a thunderous block. "Soft, did you really think you could get past me? I already told you, my grandma runs faster than you." Fang Mian cast a disdainful glance at Devin Green sprawled on the floor before striding away without a second look. Chapter 15. Rematch with the Celtics. Devin Green lay on the hardwood, utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how Fang Mian had caught up after being left behind, let alone manage to stuff him. From then on, the scrimmage turned into a pure one-on-one duel between Fang Mian and Devin Green. No matter which side was on offense, the moment they crossed half-court, the ball would immediately find its way into one of their hands. After a dozen rounds of isolation plays, even Devin Green, no matter how unwilling, had to admit one thing about Fang Mian. How the hell does this yellow kid have such insane stamina? Bent over, hands on his knees, Devin Green gasped for air, his eyes filled with disbelief as he watched Fang Mian, who showed no signs of fatigue. "Tired already, softy? Need to go suckle some milk before coming back?" Fang Mian's trash talk never let up as he blew past Devin Green with a quick first step before calmly sinking a mid-range jumper. Not just Devin Green, even Farmar, Vujai, and even Pollard were stunned. How does this Asian kid have such ridiculous endurance? Pollard's expression darkened as he watched Devin Green heaving for breath. A flash of resentment crossed his face. "Useless. I was counting on you to take that Asian kid out. Guess I'll have to find another way." Though Pollard couldn't openly defy management, he still schemed to drive Fang Mian out of the Lakers. The next possession, when the ball found Devin Green again, he hesitated, then passed it away. "Where did your strength go, weakling? Did you waste it all on some woman?" Fang Mian hurled insults relentlessly. Devin Green's eyes burned red like an enraged bull, yet for once, he stayed silent. When Fang Mian scored again and roared in his face, the black giant simply walked off the court. This scrimmage had firmly cemented Fang Mian's standing on the team. Night fell quickly, and the Lakers prepared to face their opponents. The arena was sparsely filled, but as Fang Mian entered with the team, he spotted Claire sitting courtside. "Fang, do your best tonight?" Claire formed a heart with her hands toward him as he warmed up. "Heck, kid, not bad. That your girl?" Farmar pulled Fang Mian aside with a sly grin. Fang Mian waved to Claire and said to Farmar, "She is Bob's cousin. We have only known each other for a few days. Bob Sura from the Rockets? I am familiar with him. I saw him on the sidelines during this year's NCAA finals. He was there to cheer for our opponents." Fang Mian smiled wryly and shrugged. After the warm-up, the players took to the court, and Fang Mian gazed at his old acquaintance across the way, grinning broadly. Tonight, their adversaries were none other than the Boston Celtics. As the Celtics starting lineup entered, the diminutive point guard spotted Fang Mian clad in the purple and gold jersey, and his face turned a shade of green. The other Celtics players, upon seeing Fang Mian, also wore expressions of dismay. What a stroke of bad luck. How did I run into him again? The small point guard muttered incessantly, his movements becoming noticeably stiff. The psychological shadow cast by Fang Mian upon him was indeed profound. It was not until the commencement of the first quarter that the diminutive point guard noticed that the defender before him was not Fang Mian, which allowed him to exhale in relief. However, just as he began to relax, the ball in his hands suddenly vanished. Turning around, he saw Wojciechowski had already dribbled down the court, while Fang Mian had crossed half court. With a splendid alley-oop, the Lakers secured the first 2 points. In the subsequent possession, the Celtics initiated their offense. The small point guard, no longer daring to be complacent, opted to call for a pick and roll at the arc. The center moved up to the three-point line to collaborate with the point guard. The Lakers chose to switch defenses, placing their center against the small point guard. Confronted with a sluggish and unresponsive center, the point guard seized the moment to drive past him effortlessly, finding himself with an open path to the basket. Elation surged within him, for it seemed the Celtics' first point was destined to be his. Yet, at that very moment, Fang Mian reappeared before him. Fang Mian was originally defending the Boston Celtics small forward in the corner, but upon witnessing his team's center being effortlessly outmaneuvered, he rushed forward to provide support. The diminutive point guard, confronted by Fang Mian's defense, instinctively shuddered and hastily passed the ball. Inadvertently, it went out of bounds. With a look of dismay, the small point guard retreated, while Fang Mian reflected on his recent performance, suddenly struck by an idea. In the next possession, the Lakers initiated their offense. The dynamics on the court began to shift. Initially, the Lakers had Wojciechowski playing point guard, but now he had unexpectedly crossed half court, leaving Fang Mian to receive the ball. Fang Mian skillfully maneuvered the ball past half court, confronted by a diminutive point guard determined to defend against him. In the face of this challenge, Fang Mian exhibited a casual indifference to breaking through. He merely executed a feint before effortlessly launching a jump shot. The pint-sized defender, towering half a head shorter than Fang Mian, could only stretch out his hand in a futile attempt to contest the shot. The ball gracefully descended through the net, adding another 2 points to Fang Mian's tally. At that moment, he was acutely aware of his undeniable prowess, capable of overwhelming the majority of players in the Summer League. After all, the key players and primary substitutes from various teams were still on vacation, rendering their participation in the Summer League improbable. Moreover, this year's first-round draft picks and many second-round selections deemed the Summer League beneath their notice. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 44-28. With the Lakers enjoying a 16-point lead, Fang Mian achieved 17 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. In the second quarter, Bowler did not send Fang Mian onto the court, opting instead to deploy Devin Green at the small forward position. "Were you always this remarkable?" Claire inquired. Her seat was directly behind the Lakers bench, providing an opportune moment for her and Fang Mian to engage in conversation while he rested. "During my time at UCLA, I was merely a bench warmer, never having the chance to play," Fang Mian candidly admitted, displaying no embarrassment whatsoever. "Bob mentioned to me that UCLA lost to the University of Florida in this year's NCAA Finals," Claire said, a sly smile creeping across her face. Fang Mian remained indifferent, acknowledging that although UCLA is a powerhouse in the NCAA, it cannot possibly secure the championship every year. Similarly, in the NBA, when one mentions dominant teams, the Lakers and the Celtics come to mind, yet it is evident that these two teams do not monopolize the championship title annually. As Fang Mian watched the match, he engaged in casual conversation with Claire. The fragrance of her perfume wafted gently into his nostrils, stirring a restless yearning within him. The dynamics of the second quarter shifted dramatically. The Lakers, now fielding a lineup of mere substitutes, began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the Celtics, with Devin Green committing one blunder after another. This weakling's scoring was eclipsed by his multitude of errors. Fang Mian cast a scornful glance at Devin Green's statistics, his disdain palpable. "Isn't the Celtics point guard someone you faced before?" Wojciechowski pondered aloud. "Indeed, I played against them when I was with the Rockets. During that match, I took on the role of point guard in the fourth quarter, coincidentally matching up against him," Fang Mian replied. Chapter 16. Devin Green's underhanded tactics. Fang. Take a look at his data. Wujia Ciji handed Fang Mian a note that detailed the diminutive point guard's performance in the first and second quarters. In the first quarter, while up against Fang Mian's defense, the small point guard managed only 2 points and 1 assist, with no rebounds, but committed 4 turnovers. By the midway point of the second quarter, however, he had accumulated 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, with no turnovers to his name. Fang. You are now our defensive cornerstone, Famer concluded with a smile. At that moment, Pollard called for a timeout, and Fang Mian entered the game as the substitute point guard, partnering with Famer in the backcourt. The current lineup for the Lakers featured point guard Fang Mian, shooting guard Famer, small forward Devin Green, and both power forward and center comprising lesser-known players. The score stood at 52-46, with the Celtics having unleashed an 18-8 run upon Fang Mian's entrance. The Celtics also substituted their point guard, seemingly intimidated by Fang Mian's presence. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Fang Mian brought the ball across half-court. Aware of Fang Mian's prior experience as a point guard with the Rockets, Pollard entrusted him with the ball, allowing him the freedom to orchestrate the play. Fang Mian stood firm at the arc's apex, commencing to direct his teammates' movements. His companions generally held him in high regard, dutifully adhering to the tactical positioning. However, one individual stood apart from the rest. That individual was, of course, Devin Green. "Hey, yellow-skinned lad, you had better pass me the ball," Devin Green proclaimed. Stationed near the left side at a 45-degree angle, extending his hands towards Fang Mian, demanding the ball. Fang Mian, of course, paid him no heed and directly called for a pick from the center. The pick-and-roll is the most fundamental tactic in basketball. Nearly every possession in a game employs this strategy. The tactical variations following the pick-and-roll are numerous. The Lakers center moved forward to set a screen, and Fang Mian surged forward with the speed of lightning. Ever since he had upgraded his lightning speed ability to a regular 5-star level, he had employed this skill in nearly every possession. Having invested so many versatile skill points, it was only natural to make full use of them. However, the Lakers center displayed a lack of tactical acumen, failing to effectively block anyone and instead running straight to the basket, signaling for Fang Mian to pass the ball. "Pass it, my foot." Fang Mian found himself trapped and, in a moment of carelessness, committed a turnover. The ball went out of bounds, granting possession to the Celtics. "Yellow-skinned kid, do you even know how to play? You should just leave the team." Devin Green immediately mocked Fang Mian upon witnessing the blunder. "You should save that strength for the ladies, soft-shell shrimp. Have you forgotten how weak your legs were this afternoon?" Undeterred, Fang Mian resolved to prove himself. When it was the Celtics' turn to attack, Fang Mian defended against the opposing point guard. The Celtics' backup point guard had never faced Fang Mian before and thus bore no psychological burden, boldly driving straight at him. Fang Mian closely guarded his opponent, his hands engaging in constant, subtle movements. The Celtics' point guard found himself severely challenged by Fang Mian's defense, leading him to pass the ball away in frustration. In the next instant, a figure lunged forward, seizing the ball with determination and swiftly sprinting towards the front court. That individual, of course, was Fang Mian. However, as Fang Mian made his rapid advance, the Celtics had already dispatched players to swiftly return on defense, awaiting his approach. Fang Mian swiftly traversed half the court, contemplating his next move as he beheld the players of the Green Army before him. Should he charge directly, or temper his pace to orchestrate a more strategic attack? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, a figure materialized with remarkable speed, nearly matching his stride. Clad in a yellow jersey, it was Farmar. The two surged towards the Green Army's basket, one on the left and the other on the right, creating a 2-on-1 situation at the front. The defenders of the Green Army appeared flustered, uncertain of whom to guard. After a brief moment of hesitation, they opted to pounce on Fang Mian, recognizing him as the most formidable threat of the Lakers. Upon witnessing the scene, Fang Mian broke into a grin and executed a precise bounce pass. Alas, the Celtics players, upon realizing the situation, hastily turned around, but it was already too late. Farmar received the pass and effortlessly scored with a layup, while Fang Mian recorded an assist. A splendid play. Farmar and Fang Mian celebrated with an exuberant high-five. In the subsequent possession, the Celtics' offensive attempt clanged off the rim, allowing the Lakers center to secure the rebound and deliver a swift pass to Fang Mian. Fang Mian swiftly crossed the halfway line, merely surveying the court situation with a fleeting glance before decisively opting for a personal breakthrough. The Celtics, deeply wary of Fang Mian's penetrating drives, immediately deployed a double-team defense against him. Facing a double team, Fang Mian chose not to recklessly charge forward. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball landed securely in the hands of the open Fammer. Fammer leaped gracefully into the air, executing a flawless mid-range shot. Under the guidance of Fang Mian and Fammer, the Lakers gradually regained their composure. The bench players vociferously cheered for the team, with Claire passionately shouting Fang Mian's name, except for one individual, Devin Green. By this point in the second quarter, Devin Green had only managed a solitary jump shot since entering the game, leaving him with a dismal tally of merely 2 points, devoid of rebounds or assists. In stark contrast, he had committed 3 turnovers, and his shooting accuracy was painfully low at 1 out of 5 attempts. Soft-footed shrimp. Do you believe you are Michael? After yet another missed shot, Fang Mian unleashed a tirade against Devin Green, proclaiming, "Your turnovers will soon rival your shooting percentage." Fang Mian's taunts pierced through Devin Green like daggers, each word landing with precision. "Damn that yellow-skinned brat. You will surely regret this, I swear." Fixating on Fang Mian's retreating figure, Devin Green silently cursed within. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 66-57, with the Lakers leading by 9 points. Fang Mian delivered an outstanding performance with a team-high 25 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals. The initial objective was to achieve a 20-10 stat line. While the 20-point mark had been comfortably surpassed, the 10 remained elusive. Nearly 5 more rebounds or 4 additional assists stood between him and this milestone, a feat that appeared well within reach. During halftime, Coach Pollard offered a few words of encouragement to his players. Witnessing Fang Mian's dominance yet again, Pollard found himself surprisingly indifferent. If he couldn't suppress the young star's brilliance, he might as well embrace it. After all, victory would still reflect well upon his leadership. His gaze shifted from Fang Mian, now surrounded by jubilant teammates, to the solitary figure of Devin Green. A pang of sympathy struck him. Had Fang Mian not emerged, Devin Green would have undoubtedly secured the starting small forward position. Instead, he languished on the bench, his minutes and statistics dwindling into insignificance. This game was no exception, despite Fang Mian playing point guard in the second quarter, thus not encroaching upon Green's playing time. The latter's performance was nothing short of disastrous. A dismal 1-4-6 shooting for 2 points, a single defensive rebound, 0 assists, and a staggering 4 turnovers. Such ineptitude made even Pollard reluctant to keep him on the court. Yet, in the shadows of his resentment, a sinister thought took root in Devin Green's mind. He resolved to eliminate Fang Mian permanently and within this very game. In his twisted logic, removing Fang Mian would restore his rightful place as the Lakers' starting small forward. After all, he posed no threat to Sasha Vuja or Jordan Farmar, who occupied entirely different roles. Green convinced himself that Vuja, too, harbored silent grievances over his diminished role. "Your time is up, you yellow-skinned brat." Chapter 17. The injury. The third quarter commenced with the Lakers fielding their starting lineup. Vuja and Farmar in the backcourt, Fang Mian at small forward, and an unremarkable duo manning the interior. The Celtics countered with their own starters. The Celtics' diminutive point guard had developed a palpable dread of Fang Mian. Merely facing him triggered an involuntary shudder. This apprehension was so obvious that even Pollard, observing from the sidelines, took notice. Seizing the opportunity, Pollard adjusted his strategy, assigning Fang Mian to directly guard the flustered opponent. Overwhelmed and outmatched, the Celtics guard succumbed to frustration, committing 2 quick fouls in rapid succession. With no other recourse, the Celtics coach had no choice but to bench him. By the midway point of the third quarter, the Lakers had stretched their lead to 15 points. Pollard signaled for a substitution. Vuja exited, and Devin Green stepped onto the court. Fang Mian has transitioned to the point guard position, forming a backcourt partnership with his former UCLA teammate, Farmar. Following a timeout, the Lakers resumed their offensive possession. Once again, Fang Mian advanced the ball past half court and called for a pick. However, this time, the screen was set not by his team's center, but by Devin Green. Devin Green executed the pick flawlessly, successfully blocking 2 players from the Celtics with his sheer strength. At this moment, Fang Mian found himself with a brief opportunity of space. Fang Mian, without the slightest hesitation, initiated his move with lightning speed, driving towards the basket with the ball in hand. In contrast to his mid-range shots, he preferred to penetrate towards the hoop, for the elegance of his form during a drive far surpassed that of a mere shot. Fang Mian, like a flash of lightning, surged into the paint. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then he leaped high, executing a splendid layup. The Celtics center, of course, would not stand idly by and allow Fang Mian to score. Abandoning his matchup with the Lakers center, he lunged towards Fang Mian. Indeed, he fell for the ruse. The towering figure was easily deceived. A hint of pride flickered at the corner of Fang Mian's mouth as he deftly flicked the ball into the hands of his own center. With a fierce roar, the center unleashed a thunderous dunk, adding another assist to Fang Mian's tally. However, in the next moment, Fang Mian suddenly collapsed to the ground. A look of anguish etched across his face. The referee promptly halted the game, and Farmar rushed to Fang Mian's side, reaching out to help him up, while Claire, watching from the sidelines, wore an expression of concern. Fang Mian's face was etched with agony, beads of sweat the size of soybeans erupting from his forehead. He declined Famali's assistance, determined to rise on his own. As Fang Mian struggled to rise to his feet, Wujiaxi approached the technical booth to review the replay. The footage revealed that after Fang Mian executed a pick-and-roll with Devin Green, he immediately surged towards the basket, with Devin closely trailing, seemingly intent on assisting Fang Mian's offensive maneuver. Subsequently, as Fang Mian leapt to attempt a layup, the Celtics center moved in to provide defensive support. Fang Mian passed the ball, leading to a thunderous dunk by the Lakers center, everything appearing perfectly normal. However, in the next moment, as Fang Mian prepared to land, an unsuspecting foot appeared in his landing zone. Instantly, Fang Mian crumpled to the floor, clutching his ankle in agony. The culprit was none other than Devin Green. Wujiaxi's expression darkened as he scrutinized the replay. Devin Green had been gazing at the hoop after Fang Mian's jump, clearly poised to secure a rebound. But at the moment Fang Mian descended, his right foot shifted slightly inward. That minuscule distance coincided precisely with Fang Mian's landing spot. At that moment, Devin stood beside Fang Mian, feigning sympathy alongside his teammates. Yet, as Fang Mian was assisted off the court, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Devin Green's face. Damn the yellow-skinned kid, enjoy this minor lesson. Next time, I won't hold back, he thought, his expression malevolent as he watched Fang Mian being escorted to the locker room. Polid observed Fang Mian's departure, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Claire, witnessing Fang Mian's injury and subsequent exit, felt a surge of anxiety. She had intended to accompany Fang Mian into the locker room, but was politely barred by Wujiaxi, as she was not part of the Lakers staff and could not enter uninvited. Although the Summer League was merely organized by the team and not an official league event, the Las Vegas venue was opulent, with a spacious and lavishly appointed locker room. The Lakers' medical staff briefly examined Fang Mian's ankle, assuring him it was merely a sprain that could be treated with ice, but he would not return to the game. Fang, I will report this incident to management. I trust they will impose severe consequences on Devin, the team physician stated before departing. As Wujiaxi prepared to call management, Fang Mian interjected, Wait, Sasha, hold off on that call. I wish to handle this matter personally. Why, Fang? You must understand that Devin's actions will not be tolerated by either Phil or Mitch. After this game, he is likely to be dismissed, and given his despicable behavior, no other teams will want him. You need not take this on yourself. Fang Mian was acutely aware that this match marked the final chapter of Devin Green's NBA career. The team might tolerate the presence of rogues, and even embrace their existence, yet they would never condone the actions of scoundrels who prey upon their own. Perhaps superstars could be an exception, but Devin Green clearly did not meet that standard. It was precisely because this was his last game that Fang Mian felt compelled to handle the situation himself. He removed the ice pack from his ankle, flexed it a few times, and found that the pain had lessened compared to before, while Fang Mian was receiving ice treatment. The game continued with the Lakers shifting their offensive and defensive focus to Farmar. Devin Green initially believed that with Fang Mian off the court, his opportunities would increase. However, Farmar not only refrained from passing to him, but the other 3 teammates also began to isolate him, even when Farmar was surrounded by multiple defenders. And despite Devin Green having no opponent within a 2-meter radius, he still failed to receive the ball. The Celtics soon recognized this predicament and relentlessly double-teamed Farmar, as he was the sole player on the Lakers capable of handling ball possession. Under constant pressure, Farmar's turnovers multiplied and his anxiety escalated, leading him to force shots and suffer a significant drop in shooting percentage. Due to Farmar's solitary efforts, the Lakers' offense stagnated, while the Celtics' attack gained momentum, gradually closing the score gap. Observing the unfolding situation, Pollard felt increasingly anxious. He began to regret not substituting Devin Green earlier. Had Devin been replaced sooner, Fang Mian would not have been injured. If Fang Mian had remained healthy, the game would have remained one-sided. Now, the management valued Fang Mian. Yet he was injured by his own teammate. A single remark from the management about poor management could cost him his job. Chapter 18. The return. By the end of the third quarter, the score was 82-85, with the Celtics leading by 3 points. Since Fang Mian's injury, the Lakers struggled immensely, scoring only 16 points in the entire third quarter, while the Celtics capitalized on the momentum, racking up 28 points and taking the lead. During the break after the third quarter, Pollard observed the dejected players and clapped his hands to motivate them. He understood that devising strategies at this point was futile. The priority was to rejuvenate the after providing cover in the previous play. Fang Mian commenced an assertive off-ball movement, even with his injured ankle, drawing a considerable amount of defensive resources from the Celtics. However, this endeavor came at a significant cost. His ankle throbbed with increasing pain, and sweat poured relentlessly, soon soaking his jersey. Deep down, Fang Mian understood that he need not force himself onto the court. The team would manage his injury. Yet, he could not swallow his pride. He was determined to prove himself. Nietzsche once proclaimed, "What does not kill you makes you stronger." In the next play, Fang Mian actively called for the ball. The basketball settled firmly in his grasp as he faced the hoop, poised to drive forward. The Celtics defenders, wary and unyielding, closely monitored every one of Fang Mian's movements. Fang Mian first took a tentative step, then, seizing the moment when the defender retreated and lowered his center of gravity, he launched a shot. The defender, taken by surprise, albeit slightly delayed, made a valiant effort to contest Fang Mian's attempt. To his astonishment, Fang Mian's shot was merely a feint. As the opposing Celtics player leaped, Fang Mian calmly retracted the ball and smoothly drove towards the basket. Faced with the approaching defender from the Celtics, he raised his right hand, delivering the ball securely into the grasp of his teammate, who stood wide open. With a swift motion, the Lakers secured an additional 2 points, while Fang Mian notched an assist. Before Fang Mian's injury, his statistics stood at 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists. In this quarter, he had already secured 2 additional rebounds, and with the recent assist, his numbers had transformed to 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists. A triple-double seemed within reach. With just 7 minutes remaining in the game, Pollard gazed at the technical statistics in his hand, contemplating whether to substitute Fang Mian. He could see that Fang Mian appeared to be struggling with fatigue. The intense pain radiating from his ankle was steadily draining his stamina. Yet, in the next possession, Fang Mian leaped high to grab another defensive rebound. Despite his waning energy, his innate talent, superior stamina, allowed him to swiftly replenish the lost vigor. His stats soon escalated to 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists. With 3 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock, the Lakers had possession of the ball, and the score was tied at 98-98. Bujasic dribbled past half-court, and Pollard called a timeout, gathering the players together. "Fang, is your injury serious?" Pollard unusually addressed Fang Mian by name, his expression grave. Fang Mian shook his head, indicating that he was completely unconcerned about the minor injury, while Farmer wore a look of apprehension. "Fang, you will lead the offensive in this round. We shall continue with the pick and roll. Gentlemen, make every effort to run. As long as there is an open space, Fang will deliver the ball into your hands," Pollard shouted, encouraging each player, while only Devin Green was excluded. As the brief timeout came to an end, the players from both teams reassembled. Chapter 19. The final tension. With 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the game, the Lakers held possession of the ball. Fang Mian received the ball and positioned himself at the arc's apex, attentively observing his teammates' movements. The pain in his ankle intensified, nearly rendering him unable to stand. Fang Mian began to ponder whether it was truly necessary for him to exert himself so fervently. After all, it was merely a summer league game, and he was already battling through an injury. The score stood at 98-98 with just 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Bujasic tirelessly darted across the court, while his teammates diligently set screens for him. A single screen, followed by a double screen, then a triple screen. Seizing the fleeting opportunity that emerged from the screens, Fang Mian swiftly passed the ball. Bujasic received it and leapt to take his shot. The ball struck the front of the rim with a resounding clang, and the Celtics secured the defensive rebound before calling a timeout. Regrettably, the shot did not go in. Had it succeeded, your assist would have reached double digits. During the timeout, Vujasic wore an expression of remorse. Fang Mian froze for a moment. Then an inexplicable emotion flooded his heart. What am I doing? Everyone is fighting desperately, while I'm just standing at the top of the arc doing nothing. Am I waiting for others to rack up stats for me? Why have I become like this? When did I change? Do I play basketball just for the stats? Isn't it about winning? If it's only for the stats, what's the point of playing? Wouldn't that make me just like that person? Since I chose to stay on the court, shouldn't I give it my all? Fang, what's wrong? Farmar looked at the dazed Fang Mian, his eyes growing increasingly concerned. The next moment, Fang Mian's actions shocked everyone. He lifted his injured right foot and stomped it forcefully onto the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Everyone was stunned. Farmar grabbed Fang Mian and shouted at him, Fang, what are you doing? Do you not care about your right foot anymore? Pain seared through Fang Mian's nerves. Sweat trickling down his face along his hairline. Raising his head in silence, he seemed like a completely different person. Senior, we will not lose this game. The timeout ended, and players from both teams returned to the court. 3 minutes remained, Celtics possession. Following their coach's strategy, the Celtics point guard positioned himself beyond the three-point line, while the 2 big men moved up to either side of the free throw line. The shooting guard and small forward lurked in the corners. A classic horn set. The Celtics point guard called for a pick and roll, their center stepping up to set a screen at the three-point line. The point guard drove past the screen, while the center rolled hard to the basket. Meanwhile, the power forward flared out beyond the arc. The ball quickly found its way to the Celtics power forward, while the Lakers power forward was still near the free throw line, failing to close out on the perimeter. Back in 2006, big men with reliable outside shooting were rare. Dirk Nowitzki, with his exceptional long-range shooting, was even nicknamed the big backcourt forward. Fang Mian gazed at the Celtics' newly substituted white power forward, an ominous premonition flickering through his mind. Sure enough, the very next moment, the white power forward launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. The basketball swished smoothly through the net, producing a melodious sound. Score, 98-101, with the Celtics leading by 3 points. Only 2 minutes and 45 seconds remained, and it was the Lakers' possession. Vujasic dribbled past half-court as Fang Mian extended his hands, demanding the ball. This time, however, Vujasic did not pass it. Instead, following Pollard's instructions, he called for a pick-and-roll with the center. The pick-and-roll is the most classic of plays, and none executed it with more mastery than the Utah Jazz led by their legendary black and white duo. As Vujasic set up the pick-and-roll with the center, Farmar executed an off-ball screen with the power forward, while Fang Mian cut straight toward the basket. Every player was in frenzied motion, weaving through the court. Although Fang Mian was injured, his ability to draw attention remained intact. As he made a cut inward, he deftly attracted the gaze of 2 defenders. Seizing the moment when a Celtics player momentarily lost focus, Vujasic swiftly passed the ball into the hands of Farmar. The Celtics players were relentless. As Farmar struggled to find his footing, an opponent lunged at him. Realizing there was no opening, Farmar promptly returned the ball to Fang Mian. With the tactic failing and only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, there was no time for another play. The only option was to entrust the ball to Fang Mian, allowing him to take on the challenge individually. Fang Mian exhibited no hesitation as he activated his lightning speed, driving straight towards the basket. The Green Army showed no signs of complacency in response to Fang Mian's advance, opting instead for a double team. With only 4 seconds remaining, Fang Mian found himself unable to pass under the pressure of the double team. Faced with this predicament, he resolved to take the shot himself. As Fang Mian leaped into the air, confronting 2 defenders, his body twisted and turned gracefully in midair. With an outstretched arm, he gently tossed the basketball upwards. The ball struck the rim, bouncing once, twice, thrice, before tilting and landing outside the hoop. The shot did not succeed. In the next instant, a figure surged forth from the crowd, seizing the rebound before the green team players could react. With another leap, he forcefully slammed the ball into the net. Roaring with exhilaration, Fang Mian unleashed his emotions with a fierce shout, celebrating his triumph. "Well done, Fang," exclaimed Vujasic and Farmar, rushing over to engage in a spirited chest bump with him. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Fang Mian's mind. Task chain. Stage 3. Achieve a performance of 2010 in a Summer League game completed. Task reward. 10 skill fragments of your choice. Simultaneously, the Stage 4 task was also announced. Task chain. Stage 4. Achieve a triple-double in a Summer League game, not completed. Task reward. 15 attribute points. Shall the reward for task chain, Stage 3 be claimed now? Fang Mian decisively chose yes, and 10 self-selected skill fragments shimmered as they descended into the inventory. Before Fang Mian could fully savor his joy, the green team had already launched an offensive with merely 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the game. The green team opted once more for the Horns offense, employing a pick and roll at the 15-foot mark, with the power forward advancing to the three-point line. This time, however, the Lakers' power forward, displaying experience, also moved to the three-point line to guard against the opposing white forward's potential shot. Yet, this approach left the Lakers' interior vulnerable. The green team's point guard accelerated past the Lakers' center, finding the basket unguarded. Instead of attempting a layup, the point guard chose to take a jump shot from near the free throw line. In an unexpected turn, a figure suddenly emerged within the previously clear visual field. The figure extended an arm, fingers splayed, striving to disrupt the green team's point guard's rhythm. Fortunately, this interference proved effective. The point guard's once certain jump shot veered away from the hoop. The Lakers seized the rebound with 2 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock. The score stood at 100-101, with the Lakers trailing by a single point. Pollard called for a timeout to reconfigure the strategy. Despite having experienced numerous games, Pollard felt a familiar tension in this critical moment. He glanced at his players, noting their intense and focused gazes upon him. Chapter 20. The first triple-double of the Summer League Fellows. At this juncture of the match, it is the will that prevails. The one with the stronger resolve shall claim the ultimate victory. Rather than devising a tactical plan, Pollard opted to inspire his team with motivational words. Fang Mian gazed upon the scene, a faint sense of familiarity washing over him. In his previous life, Doug Rivers, affectionately known to fans as Oldly, had thrived in the NBA, skillfully navigating the league with his motivational prowess. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. With just 2 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the game, and the Lakers in possession of the ball, Fang Mian received the ball and subsequently passed it to Vujasic, who was positioned near the free throw line. Meanwhile, Farmar commenced his off-ball movement. Vujasic settled on the left side of the free throw line as Farmar maneuvered around him, sprinting towards the arc's three-point line, all the while being relentlessly pursued by the Celtics guard. Fang Mian swiftly maneuvered to the left side of the three-point line, collaborating with Farmar to execute an off-ball screen, using his body to obstruct the Green Army's defender. As the opportunity arose, Vujasic promptly delivered the ball to Farmar's hands. Seizing the moment of unguarded space, Farmar received the pass and launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, effortlessly finding its way into the hoop, swishing through the net with a delightful sound. Following the successful shot, Farmar was overwhelmed with excitement, fervently shouting at the Green Army's bench. The score stood at 103-101, with the Lakers taking the lead. With only 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining in the game, the Green Army regained possession. They opted for the Horns offense, initially executing a pick and roll to draw out the Lakers center, then bringing the power forward to the three-point line to attract the Lakers big man, thereby clearing the paint. The Green Army's center, originally setting a screen for the point guard, suddenly moved to the baseline. Meanwhile, the Green Army's shooting guard, stationed at the baseline, sprang into action, coordinating with the center for an off-ball screen before cutting to the basket. Farmar was momentarily impeded by the Green Army's center and failed to keep pace, allowing the quick-thinking point guard to deliver a precise pass to the cutting shooting guard, who finished with a layup. The ball went in, and the score was tied once more. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds remained in the game. Next, the Lakers initiated their offense, with Vujasic directly passing the ball to Fang Mian. Fang Mian did not call for a screen. With a faint step, he shook off his defender and took a shot. The ball swished through the net. The Lakers surged ahead once more. Only 1 minute and 22 seconds remained. In the ensuing possessions, neither team managed to score, maintaining the score at 105-103. As time gradually slipped away, with merely 12 seconds left in the game, a misjudgment by the Lakers forward allowed the Celtics power forward to sink a three-pointer, altering the score dramatically. 105-106, the Lakers now trailed by 1 point. With just 12 seconds remaining, Pollard opted to use his final timeout to orchestrate a last offensive play. "Coach, may I devise the strategy for the final play?" Fang Mian suggested while sipping water. Pollard nodded in agreement and willingly handed the tactical board to Fang Mian. Fang Mian took the tactical board and promptly sketched out strategies while continuously providing explanations. The audience listened intently to his discourse, nodding in agreement, including Bolade. As the pause concluded, both teams returned to the field once more. Fang Mian positioned himself firmly at the 45-degree mark on the left side of the three-point line. His exceptional skill drew considerable attention. Simultaneously, two Lakers players advanced towards the free throw line, standing closely together, leaving only a narrow gap. In an instant, Fang Mian made a swift drive towards the basket, leaving his defender from the Celtics trailing behind. Anticipating this move, the Celtics quickly switched their defense, with the white power forward charging towards Fang Mian. At that moment, Fammer suddenly sprang into action, sprinting towards the free throw line and darting between the two Lakers' big men. As Fammer passed through, the two Lakers began to move towards one another, resembling the closing doors of an elevator, effectively blocking the pursuing Celtics player from following. This maneuver is reminiscent of the elevator doors tactic famously utilized by future Warriors teams. As Fammer navigated through the wall of players, Fang Mian's pass reached him with mere seconds remaining on the clock. Fammer made a slight adjustment to his stance and took his shot, suspended in midair. Fammer felt the tremor in his fingertips, watching the basketball arc gracefully towards the hoop. Both teams' players instinctively raised their heads, anxiously tracking the ball's trajectory. At that moment, their hearts raced. On the sidelines, Claire even covered her eyes. The next instant, two sounds echoed, the timer's buzzer and the swish of the net. The Lakers bench erupted in jubilation, everyone rushing towards Fammer to celebrate wildly. Only Vujasic remained behind, supporting Fang Mian, who could barely stand. His right foot had swollen to the size of a bun, causing excruciating pain with each step. Congratulations, Fang, you achieved a triple-double. Vujasic helped Fang Mian slowly make his way to the bench. The team doctor had already brought a stretcher to carry Fang away. He waved at his teammates as he laid down, contemplating how to best utilize the rewards from his mission. Following the conclusion of the Summer League game, a distant television station in Huagua exceptionally aired news of the event. Although it lasted only 15 seconds, it thrilled many fans back home. Wow, this guy is impressive. He twisted his ankle yet continued playing. His physical prowess is extraordinary. A few years ago, Kobe did something similar. I know. In the finals Game 4, he was injured by Jalen Rose of the Pacers and still scored 28 points. Actually, Kobe got injured in Game 2, sat out Game 3, and then won Game 4 in overtime against the Pacers. This guy is different. He got hurt in the third quarter and returned for the fourth. His athleticism surpasses Kobe's by far. Indeed, I don't think anyone in the league possesses physical attributes that compare to this brother. Injured in the third quarter while trailing, he made a triumphant return in the fourth, leading his team to a narrow victory. He would undoubtedly be the protagonist in any inspirational story. Besides these praises, there were also some sardonic remarks. He probably attended high school in America and might even be a U.S. citizen, so let us not flatter ourselves. Exactly. He might not even care about us Huagua fans. We should just focus on our own lives. He has only played in one Summer League game. Let us see how he performs in the regular season. I fear he might be cut before it even begins. Among these mixed reactions, one comment stood out as particularly absurd. I bet this guy will surpass Larry Bird and become the greatest small forward in history. Bird is irrelevant. He directly surpassed Jordan and be recognized as the greatest of all time, far surpassing that small forward title. Chapter 21. System upgrade. Fang Mian lay upon the hotel bed, overwhelmed with excitement that rendered him incapable of slumber. The prospect of acquiring 10 customizable skill fragments and 15 attribute points promised yet another significant enhancement to his abilities. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed within his mind. Beep, the system is commencing an upgrade. Usage will be suspended during this period. Astonished, Fang Mian exclaimed inwardly. Can the system actually upgrade? To his amazement, the system even simulated a progress bar within his consciousness, and he watched in awe as it steadily advanced from 1 to 100. Beep, the system upgrade is complete, the system informed Fang Mian. Fang Mian focused his mind, eager to explore the new system. Before him, a transparent panel materialized, adorned with 5 golden characters that read Inheritor System. Fang Mian activated the system, discovering that the interface bore a striking resemblance to its previous version, and his talents remained unchanged. However, one skill had undergone a transformation. The original skill, Death Grip, had been altered to Tenacious Defense, with both its name and effects modified. Previously, Death Grip was a standard-level skill with 0 stars, enhancing the success rate of steals by 5 when closely defending the ball carrier. Now, it had transformed into Tenacious Defense, still a standard-level skill with 0 stars. But now it reduced the opponent's success rate of breakthroughs by 5. This adjustment was not merely a minor reduction. It shifted from enabling a steal to merely defending against the opponent's advances. System, I demand a reasonable explanation, Fang Mian implored, gazing at his skills with despair. Beep. The system detected that Death Grip was a signature skill of Kawhi Leonard. Given that Kawhi Leonard had yet to int, Fang Mian learned that this upgrade was intended to align the system more closely with the essence of the word successor. The skills he could now acquire had to be the signature maneuvers of active stars in the league. So what of Curry's three-point shooting? Alas, no. What about the court vision of Coach Jokic? Again, no. And Harden's finesse? Regrettably, no. Frustrated, he demanded, "What do you have then?" The system replied, "The host may utilize custom skill fragments to select appropriate skills." Resigned, he noted that there were still 10 custom skill fragments in his inventory and decided to synthesize them to explore the possibilities. Fang Mian combined 10 fragments, and a skill selection bar promptly materialized on the interface. He scrutinized each option in turn. King of mid-range shots, a skill belonging to Kobe. Master of the backboard, the skill of Duncan. Golden Rooster stands on one leg, a skill attributed to Nowitzki. Lightning speed, the skill of Wade, yet this option appeared in gray, signifying that Fang Mian had already acquired it. Master of court control, a shared skill of Nash and Kidd. As he continued to peruse, Fang Mian discovered that some players possessed more than one skill. Duncan, for instance, held both Master of the Backboard and Iron Wall under the basket. Which skill should I choose? Fang Mian pondered deeply. His original ambition was to become a versatile 3D player, equipped with three-point shooting and defensive prowess, capable of seamlessly integrating into any team and garnering popularity. However, now the D had inexplicably dropped a tier. His once formidable Death Grip had been reduced to Endless Tangle. And with the name change, its prestige had significantly diminished. As for the three-point skill, there was Bullseye, the exclusive skill of Ray Allen. System, if I choose Ray Allen's skill, will I still be able to select other three-point skills in the future? Fang Mian cautiously browsed through the various skills, fearful that a single misstep would leave him bereft of recourse. Beep. Skills of the same category can only be chosen once. If the host selects a three-point skill, Fang Mian understood that if he chose Ray Allen's impeccable shooting skill this time, he would be unable to acquire Stephen Curry's skills once he entered the league. Fang Mian suddenly recalled his relentless pursuit skills, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Beep. In light of the errors caused by this system, a skill conversion card has been generously provided to the host, allowing for the interchange of skills within the same category. A skill conversion card? Fang Mian was momentarily taken aback, but upon grasping the system's explanation, his joy knew no bounds. With this card, his relentless pursuit could be transformed into a deathly entanglement. Couldn't it? A broad smile spread across Fang Mian's face, gratitude swelling within him for the benevolent system. With the skill conversion card in hand, he boldly began to select his skills. In the next moment, he chose the skill he desired, Bullseye. As he aspired to become a 3D player, it was essential to possess a reliable three-point shot in addition to defensive capabilities. Across the league, aside from Ray Allen, who else could claim such a title for their three-point shooting? As a golden light enveloped him, a new skill appeared on Fang Mian's panel. Bullseye, ordinary level upon activation. The host's next three-point shooting success rate increases by 3. Note, this skill can only be used 3 times per game, with increased usage as the skill level rises. Wait, there are restrictions on skill usage? Fang Mian hurriedly opened the skill bar to check his other 2 skills. Lightning speed, ordinary level 5-star in a match. The host's next breakthrough speed increases by 10. Note, this skill can only be used 5 times per game, with increased usage as the skill level rises. Relentless pursuit, ordinary level upon activation. When the host closely guards the ball handler, the opponent's breakthrough success rate decreases by 5. Note, this skill can only be used 3 times per game, with increased usage as the skill level rises. Oh no, it seems that upgrading has resulted in significant losses. Fang Mian shrugged in resignation. Forget it, no matter how formidable, it cannot surpass the system's capabilities. He accepted the reality with an open mind. Next, he needed to contemplate the allocation of his 15 attribute points. 15 attribute points represented a substantial fortune. Fang Mian needed to deliberate carefully on their usage. After much consideration, he decided to invest 10 points into stability, raising it to 70. His shooting range now reached 77, and perimeter defense stood at 80, making him a competent 3D player based solely on attributes. However, this was still insufficient. Consistent performance was essential. Being a 3D player was merely Fang Mian's initial goal. His ultimate ambition was singular, to become a historically significant superstar. Chapter 22. Finals. Utah Jazz following the conclusion of the game against the Green Team. Pollard received a call from Bill Baker. The management swiftly addressed the incident involving Fang Mian being injured by his own team. Devin Green has been removed from the Lakers roster. Baker also informed Pollard that fans in Huagua had begun to take notice of Fang Mian. The upcoming matches must revolve around Fang Mian, with the objective being the Summer League championship. The Lakers management was resolute in their support for Fang Mian. If he could secure the Summer League MVP and garner media attention, he could be sculpted into a future superstar, potentially rivaling the Rockets for market share in Huagua. In the ensuing days, Fang Mian led the Lakers to an impressive winning streak, his personal statistics soaring alongside the team's success, averaging 25, 6 points, 6, 7 rebounds, 7, 2 assists, along with 3 blocks and 8 steals. His performance was remarkably well-rounded. Concurrently, the attention surrounding him intensified, especially among Huagua fans who became increasingly enthusiastic upon learning that Fang Mian was not an American citizen. The Lakers management was particularly delighted by the heightened interest. Having invested merely a second-round draft pick, the returns had exceeded all expectations. If anyone felt disheartened, it was likely Claire. Since the Lakers match against the Green Team, Claire sensed Fang Mian intentionally keeping his distance. In the following days, she attended every Lakers game. Although Fang Mian would greet her each time, there was an unmistakable sense of estrangement. Claire found herself at a loss, uncertain of what had transpired, yet she continued to support Fang Mian at the arena. As the final day of the Summer League approached, the Lakers were set to compete against the Utah Jazz for the championship. The Jazz's Summer League roster was led by Ronnie Brewer, this year's 14th overall pick, a comprehensive player with solid defensive capabilities, who had graduated from the University of Arkansas. "Hi, Ronnie." During warm-ups, Farmar greeted Brewer. "Wow, is that the rising Asian star?" Brewer exclaimed, embracing Farmar while gesturing towards Fang Mian, who was warming up nearby. "Fang, come here." Farmar called out to Fang Mian, pointing at Brewer. "Ronnie, from the University of Arkansas. Your opponent tonight." "Hello, Ronnie," Fang Mian said, exchanging a friendly hug with Brewer. Standing at 2.01 meters, Brewer was slightly shorter than Fang Mian, but appeared more robust due to his complexion. "Come on, Asian kid, let me see your prowess," Brewer said, briefly embracing Fang Mian before returning to his half of the court. The match commenced with a jump ball, and the Lakers took the first offensive possession. Vujasic dribbled past half court, with Fang Mian positioned at the left baseline, while Brewer closely guarded him. The center moved up to the three-point line to set a screen for Vujasic, who drove towards the basket, while the center rolled down, and the power forward moved to the perimeter. Simultaneously, Fang Mian suddenly accelerated, darting toward the free throw line. As Fang Mian swiftly evaded Brewer, the Lakers center and power forward positioned themselves near the free throw line, allowing Fang Mian to slip between them. As Fang Mian navigated through the wall of players, the center and power forward moved towards each other, inadvertently blocking Brewer, who was a step too slow. At that moment, Fang Mian found himself unguarded, with Vujasic's pass perfectly landing in his hands. Another elevator door play was in motion. Fang Mian leapt into action, executing a flawless jump shot. Success. The Lakers surged ahead with the first score, leading 3:00. In the next phase, the Jazz initiated their offense, with Brewer skillfully advancing the ball past half court. Brewer, a versatile swingman, adeptly navigated positions from point guard to small forward, orchestrating the team's attack from the point guard role while preparing to confront the Lakers' pivotal player. Fang Mian, on defense. Under the watchful eye of Vujasic, Brewer signaled for his center to set a screen, then deftly maneuvered his way through. Despite being a rookie, Brewer exhibited a prowess far surpassing that of most players in the Summer League. Following his drive, he executed a sudden stop-and-pop jumper, the ball finding its mark with precision. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams showcased remarkable shooting accuracy, culminating in a high-scoring affair of 27-25 within mere minutes of play. Even with Fang Mian, Vujasic, and Farmar on the Lakers, they maintained only a slender 2-point lead. Conversely, the Jazz, under Brewer's leadership, saw contributions from every player, with Brewer himself garnering a game high of 13 points, along with 3 rebounds and 3 assists. "Sasha, I'll take Ronnie in the next possession," Fang Mian declared, preparing to switch assignments with Vujasic to guard Brewer. The strategy was clear: matched the opponent's most potent scorer with the team's most formidable defender. As Brewer brought the ball past half-court, Fang Mian advanced to apply pressure. Unfazed by Fang Mian's defense, Brewer called for his center to set another screen. As the center stepped forward to provide the pick, Fang Mian remained tightly anchored to Brewer, effectively neutralizing his path toward the basket and compelling him to veer towards the sidelines. Consequently, the center's screen became ineffective, trapping Brewer within a double team. As Brewer attempted to navigate the defense, he sought to pass the ball, but Fang Mian's persistent interference left him with no option but to attempt a contested layup. The ball clanged off the rim, and Fang Mian swiftly seized the rebound. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Mian propelled the ball forward, confronting defenders who had yet to establish their positions. With a slight adjustment of his stance, he launched another shot, another three-pointer, extending the Lakers' lead to 5 points. The Jazz's offense resumed, with Brewer once again in possession of the ball as he crossed half-court. This Asian talent indeed possessed remarkable skills. Calmly assessing Fang Mian's defense, Brewer nonchalantly called for a teammate to receive the ball. After passing, he wasted no time, sprinting forward in an attempt to outpace Fang Mian. Fang Mian relentlessly pursued. The two engaged in a game reminiscent of hide-and-seek, evading and searching for one another amidst a flurry of feints and deceptions that dazzled the onlookers. On one end, Brewer relied on cover to sink a mid-range jumper, while on the other, Fang Mian swiftly countered with a three-pointer. Thanks to the triumvirate of Fang Mian, Vujasic, and Farmar, the Lakers steadily widened their lead. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 42-33, with Fang Mian accumulating 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Vujasic and Farmar contributed 11 and 9 points, respectively. Meanwhile, the Jazz were left to rely solely on Brewer, who had already notched 26 points in the first quarter, struggling to carry the team. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers substituted Vujasic and Farmar, allowing the still vibrant Fang Mian to take the reins as point guard. In contrast, the Jazz benched Brewer, who had exhausted his stamina in the previous quarter. With the absence of Brewer, the Jazz lost their only player capable of containing Fang Mian, rendering their lineup feeble and allowing him to dominate the court like a tiger among sheep. Chapter 23. MVP of the Summer League. The second quarter began with Fang Mian unleashing a thunderous dunk, heralding the Lakers' offensive onslaught. Faced with clearly inferior opponents, he wreaked havoc on the court. In a mere 3 minutes, he scored 7 points, 1 three-pointer and 2 mid-range shots, while also dishing out an assist, propelling the Lakers on a 10-2 run. The Jazz, alarmed, called for a timeout, reinserting Brewer, while Fang Mian took a brief respite. And Vujasic and Farmar returned to form the backcourt duo. The score read 52-35, with the Jazz trailing by 17 points. Given that this was the Summer League championship, the audience was substantial, with even fans from China donning Lakers jerseys and vociferously cheering for Fang Mian. "Bro, Lakers for the championship." Upon hearing the familiar tones of his mother tongue, Fang Mian turned to see 2 Chinese fans clad in Lakers jerseys, fervently cheering from 3 or 4 rows away from the substitutes bench. Noticing Fang Mian's glance, they simultaneously raised their thumbs in approval. Fang Mian flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up to the 2 individuals. "Brothers, let's grab a meal together after the match." The 2 fans were quite familiar with each other. Fang Mian politely declined with a wave of his hand, leaving the 2 fans with expressions of regret. Claire, seated nearby, observed the interaction between Fang Mian and the fans, and for some inexplicable reason, a hint of melancholy stirred within her heart. Once Brewer entered the game, the Jazz finally halted their downward spiral and initiated a counterattack. Apart from Fang Mian, none of the Lakers were able to contain him defensively, despite the presence of 2 NBA-caliber players on their roster. Vujasic and Farmar were both offensively inclined yet defensively deficient, and moreover, both were accustomed to playing the shooting guard position, lacking proficiency in orchestrating plays and controlling the game. Thus, the Lakers' backcourt found themselves ensnared in a peculiar 1-12 predicament. Within the 4 minutes following Brewer's entry, he led the Jazz on a remarkable 14-2 run, narrowing the gap to 5 points. In contrast, the Lakers' backcourt duo continued to struggle, managing just 2 points through free throws. Pollard had no choice but to send Fang Mian back onto the court. As the Jazz initiated their offense, Brewer once again faced Fang Mian's defense and opted to call for a pick. "Fang, ice, ice," Pollard shouted from the sidelines. Fang Mian, fully attuned to the game, effectively curtailed Brewer's path to penetrate the center, compelling him to navigate along the sidelines instead. The Jazz's screen and roll strategy faltered, yet Fang Mian remained steadfastly glued to Brewer. The tenacity of this young Asian player's defense was remarkable. Unable to shake off Fang Mian's relentless pressure, Brewer felt a surge of frustration. In the very next moment, Fang Mian suddenly activated his skill, tireless pursuit, seizing the opportunity when Brewer momentarily lost focus, swiftly snatching the ball from his grasp. A fast break ensued. As Fang Mian initiated the play, Farmar was already sprinting towards the front court. With a precise long pass, Fang Mian set up Farmar, who effortlessly scored with a layup, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. In the subsequent possession, Brewer opted against calling for a screen, instead choosing to resolve the situation through post play. Although back-to-the-basket moves were not Brewer's forte, they sufficed for the Summer League. Positioning himself on the right side of the free throw line, he reached out for the ball, which quickly found its way into his hands. Brewer held the ball with one hand, his body angled towards the hoop. Fang Mian propped his elbow against Brewer's lower back, crouching down with unwavering focus on Brewer's movements. Brewer cast a glance towards the hoop, initially exerting force as he leaned inward, attempting to overpower Fang Mian with sheer strength. Fang Mian exerted all his strength, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, utterly immovable. Brewer made a brief attempt, discovering he could not budge Fang Mian, and subsequently abandoned the notion of overpowering him through sheer force. Instead, he pivoted on his left foot and suddenly turned to break through. Fang Mian had anticipated this move, swiftly sidestepping to the right, poised to intercept. Yet, to his surprise, Brewer executed a deft feint, luring Fang Mian out of position before abruptly gathering the ball. Seizing the momentary advantage created by his footwork, he elevated for a jump shot, a flawless motion culminating in a perfect score. Having triumphed in this one-on-one duel, Brewer roared triumphantly toward the sidelines, his earlier frustration dissipating instantly. The next possession saw the Lakers on the attack. Barely crossing half-court, Fang Mian extended his hand, demanding the ball, determined to reclaim his pride. Sasha Vuja I obliged with the pass, while the rest of the team began their off-ball movements. Fang Mian, positioned at the arc's pinnacle, faced Brewer, opting not to call for a screen. With the ball in hand, his waist straightened and knees slightly bent, he embodied the quintessential triple threat. The term triple threat refers to the ball handler's ability to pose 3 distinct threats to the defender: passing, shooting, and driving. Brewer took a half-step back, wary not of Fang Mian's shooting, but rather his capacity to penetrate. Indeed, as Fang Mian made his move, he drove decisively towards the basket, leveraging his proximity to Brewer. Brewer, closely trailing Fang Mian, sought to force him along the sideline. Unexpectedly, after initiating his first step, Fang Mian executed a swift and pronounced change of direction, surging in from the opposite side. Brewer hastily adjusted his stance, intent on obstructing Fang Mian's path. Fang Mian swiftly executed a change of direction. However, his dribbling technique had yet to reach a level of consummate mastery, and his form had begun to exhibit some distortion. Although Fang Mian's posture had become distorted, Brewer was in an even worse predicament. As Fang Mian made his second change of direction, he had already lost his positioning and was thrown off balance by Fang Mian's maneuver. After toppling Brewer, Fang Mian continued his advance towards the basket. The Jazz's center rushed in to provide assistance. Faced with the towering center, Fang Mian opted against a forceful approach, instead executing a handoff pass to his own center, who concluded the play with a thunderous dunk. In the subsequent exchanges, Fang Mian and Brewer alternated victories, yet for the Jazz, it was still far from sufficient. After all, the Lakers boasted the formidable backcourt duo of Vujacic and Farmar, whom the other Jazz players struggled to contain. During the encounters with Brewer, Fang Mian became increasingly acquainted with his technical characteristics and began to impose some restrictions on him. After several more exchanges, Fang Mian had effectively curtailed Brewer's impact. Once Fang Mian neutralized Brewer's influence, the game turned into a one-sided slaughter. The match swiftly descended into garbage time. As the fourth quarter commenced, Fang Mian, Farmar, and Vujacic remained off the court, while Brewer sat on the sidelines to rest. In what was merely a Summer League championship, the Jazz soon conceded defeat. The Lakers triumphed effortlessly with a score of 106-88, as Fang Mian amassed 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists, along with 2 blocks and 2 steals. Farmar contributed 29 points, while Vujacic added 23. On the other hand, Brewer led the Jazz with 33 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. Unsurprisingly, the MVP award was bestowed upon Fang Mian. Fang Mian has become the first player from China to be awarded the MVP title in the history of the Summer League. Although it is merely a summer league, it has created a tremendous sensation in China. Fang Mian has suddenly gained an overwhelming number of fans. The Lakers' management is beaming with joy, having prepared merchandise in advance. They have reaped substantial profits in an instant. Fang Mian indeed reaped his own rewards. With the system's notification, the first task chain finally concluded. The transformation card system has finally arrived. Chapter 24, The Agent. Just after Fang Mian was honored as the MVP of the Summer League, he was contacted by someone, Bill Duffy. Those familiar with Yao Ming are aware that he had a team of agents in the United States, known as Team Yao. And Bill Duffy is one of its members, serving as Yao's agent in America. Fang Mian's triumph in the Summer League has ignited the fervor of basketball enthusiasts in Huaghua and piqued the interest of Bill Duffy. As Yao Ming's American agent, he possesses a remarkable aptitude for engaging with Chinese players. Furthermore, he is also the agent of Fang Mian's friend, Farmar. However, those matters are to be addressed in due time. At present, the most crucial aspect for Fang Mian is the reward from the mission chain, the transformation card system. At this moment, Fang Mian gazes at the transformation card in the system's inventory, unable to contain his joy. Transformation card, Larry Bird, 1984, duration, 3 minutes. This signifies that upon utilizing this card, Fang Mian will instantaneously acquire all the skills of Larry Bird from 1984, who was the regular season MVP in 1984. Undoubtedly, it was Larry Bird. And who was the MVP of the finals in 1984? Once again, it was Larry Bird. Fang Mian gazed at the transformation card, his mind drifting into a reverie. In his imagination, he and Kobe led the Lakers to the finals, facing a deficit with just 3 minutes remaining in Game 7. Then, he pulled the transformation card from his trousers, rather than from his inventory, akin to bird descending from the heavens, unleashing a flurry of three-point shots, ultimately leading the team to a triumphant comeback and securing the championship. He chuckled to himself, a wide grin spreading across his face, drool threatening to spill from his lips. Suddenly, a sharp ring interrupted his delightful daydream. Fang Mian retrieved his phone. It was a call from Famel. Senior. Fang Mian had always referred to Famel as such. Fang, do you have a moment? Famel's tone on the other end was calm, devoid of any urgency. Following the conclusion of the Summer League, Fang Mian returned to Los Angeles with his team. For the players, the end of the Summer League marked the onset of leisure time, a period to be freely allocated until the commencement of the team's training camp. Typically, at this juncture, star players opt for vacation, as the grueling season often leaves their bodies in need of substantial recuperation. However, there are also those players who do not bask in stardom, perhaps lacking even consistent playing time. They choose to continue training throughout the summer, nurturing hopes of securing a stable position within the rotation for the upcoming season. Fang Mian belongs to the latter category. Although he secured the MVP title in the Summer League, it was merely a competition of lesser stature and did nothing to enhance his standing within the team. Senior, I am currently at the UCLA gymnasium. Though Fang Mian is already an NBA player, he still enjoys unrestricted access to the UCLA facilities. When Famer arrived at the gym, Fang Mian was drenched in sweat from his rigorous practice. Fang, this is Mr. Bill Duffy, my agent, Famer introduced. Bill Duffy? Fang Mian suddenly recalled that he was Yao Ming's American agent. Hello, Mr. Duffy. Fang Mian felt a tinge of nervousness in the presence of this figure from the financial realm. Fang, I have heard Yao speak of you, Bill Duffy said, extending a friendly handshake while scrutinizing the young Asian athlete. You mean Yao has mentioned me? Fang Mian felt a surge of excitement, akin to a fan hearing praise from their idol. Fang, Bill is here today to discuss a contract with you, Famer interjected, cutting through Fang Mian's enthusiasm. A contract? What kind of contract? Fang Mian was utterly bewildered. I would like you to join my roster, or rather, I wish to become your agent and manage your assets. Bill Duffy quickly clarified, noticing Fang Mian's confused expression. Goodness, have I amassed enough assets to warrant an agent? Fang Mian muttered under his breath, glancing at the impeccably dressed Bill Duffy and then at his own sweat-soaked attire, feeling quite embarrassed. I initially intended to invite you to a CAF for this discussion, but it was Bill who insisted on meeting here, Famer explained, sensing Fang Mian's discomfort. It was I who insisted on being brought here by Jordan. I wanted to see why an MVP would choose to train diligently rather than take a vacation. Bill Duffy came to Fammer's aid, subtly complimenting Fang Mian, stating that even an MVP from the Summer League is still an MVP. Bill Duffy's words enveloped Fang Mian like a refreshing breeze, illuminating why numerous prominent athletes choose to have Bill Duffy manage their assets. His skillful flattery leaves one entranced. After the draft concluded, Fang Mian signed a 2-year contract with the Lakers, amounting to a total of $1.2 million. Beyond that, he possessed no other assets. Clearly, Bill Duffy was not merely interested in Fang Mian's contract, but rather in the commercial value that lay beneath. As Yao Ming's representative in America, Bill Duffy could only secure endorsements and engagements within the U.S. for Yao, while having no involvement in business ventures from China, where Yao's commercial worth predominantly resided. It was akin to having a succulent piece of meat within reach, yet remaining unable to savor it. In contrast, Fang Mian lacked a professional team. All his commercial dealings and endorsements required Bill Duffy's management. Particularly following Fang Mian's achievement of the Summer League MVP, the surge in Chinese fans significantly amplified his commercial value. Of these matters, Fang Mian was blissfully unaware, knowing only that many star athletes were clients of Bill Duffy, and more importantly, that Fammer was among them. Fang Mian casually posed a few questions before officially signing the contract. Fang, you are the first client to sign a contract with me in the training facility. As Fang Mian affixed his signature, Bill Duffy wore a contemplative expression, pondering that this youth from the East might indeed achieve remarkable success in the league. In the following days, Fang Mian dedicated himself to the training facility, fully aware that his current skills were insufficient to secure a place in the team's rotation. He needed to work even harder. Time swiftly passed, and by September, the team's training camp was just a week away. The players of the Los Angeles Lakers gradually returned. At 8 in the morning, the Lakers superstar, Kobe Bryant, drove to the Toyota Sports Center. For this training enthusiast, starting practice a week early was nothing out of the ordinary. This was the Lakers' training venue, differing from the Houston Rockets' home ground, Toyota Center, by merely 2 characters. After parking, Kobe made his way to the locker room to change into his training attire. Halfway there, he abruptly halted as an unusual sound reached his ears. Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of a basketball bouncing. Kobe was somewhat astonished. Was there someone who had arrived earlier than him? Chapter 25. An invitation from Kobe. When Kobe finally donned his training gear and arrived on the court, he found Fang Mian already drenched in sweat from practice. Hi, Kobe. Upon seeing the team's superstar in the training facility, Fang Mian felt no surprise. Kobe, this is our new rookie, Fang. He just won MVP at the Summer League. The trainer introduced him. Kobe glanced at the drenched Fang Mian, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, as he nodded slightly before proceeding to the other side to begin his warm-up. The distinction of a superstar was evident, as he trained surrounded by a large entourage. Fang Mian observed the team encircling Kobe with a tinge of envy. Witnessing Kobe's professional training, supported by a dedicated team, contrasted sharply with his own solitary efforts, deepening Fang Mian's sense of desolation. He stepped to the sidelines and pulled out his phone, promptly dialing a number. Senior, the training camp is about to begin. Why haven't you arrived yet? Fang, the training camp doesn't start for another week. It's still early, came the languid voice of Farmar from the other end. Clearly still in bed. Fang Mian felt a pang of disappointment at Farmar's nonchalant attitude. Yet no matter how he pressed, Farmar remained unyielding in his absence. Fang Mian, feeling helpless, could only return to the court to resume his shooting practice. At that moment, someone called out to him. Hey, you, the Asian kid. Come here for a moment. Fang Mian turned his head and saw a tall, imposing figure beckoning him over, clearly expecting his presence. Fang Mian felt a surge of displeasure at such an attitude, particularly given that the man exuded an air of arrogance. As if it were a privilege for Fang Mian to approach him, Fang Mian chose to disregard the towering figure beside him, turning his attention back to his training. Shooting with impeccable precision as if aided by divine intervention, the large man mumbled a few words, seemingly eager to voice his thoughts, but was promptly silenced by those nearby. Glancing at the time, Fang Mian deemed it sufficient and began to gather his equipment, leaving the training facility. Before his departure, the large man continued to mutter, clearly dissatisfied with Fang Mian's demeanor. After a brief post-lunch nap, Fang Mian returned to the training hall around 2 p.m., only to find it deserted. Kobe had evidently already left. Throughout the day, he immersed himself in practice, and with no matches scheduled, the system had not assigned him any tasks. Nevertheless, he noticed a slight enhancement in his attributes. The most notable improvement was in his shooting abilities. His layup skill had risen from 65 to 68. His close-range shooting from 62 to 65, his mid-range shooting from 67 to 70, and his long-range shooting from 77 to 80. This was splendid news for Fang Mian, who had assumed that only rewards from tasks could elevate his attributes. It now appeared that training could yield similar benefits. In truth, this realization was somewhat redundant, as a player's capabilities are inherently developed through training and competition, which is why relentless trainers like Kobe exist. Yet, Fang Mian found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the modest improvements achieved after an entire summer of rigorous practice. On the morning of the second day, at 7 a.m., Fang Mian once again encountered Kobe in the training hall. This time, however, Kobe's attitude seemed to have softened slightly compared to the previous day. The two continued to practice separately, with Fang Mian engaged in a variety of drills while Kobe was surrounded by a crowd of admirers. By the third day, at 6 a.m., when Kobe entered the training hall, Fang Mian was already drenched in sweat from his strenuous efforts. Kobe's gaze towards Fang Mian now held a hint of appreciation. To him, one could be unskilled, but laziness was intolerable. On the fourth day, Kobe arrived at the training facility at 5 a.m., and upon surveying the dimly lit venue, a smile crept onto his lips. At last, he had arrived before that young man. To the obsessive Kobe, there was no allowance for anyone to begin training before him. If someone did, he would ensure to arrive even earlier. At this moment, he had finally triumphed over Fang Mian, reaching the gym first. Breathing out slowly, he welcomed the morning breeze and prepared to change into his training attire. From afar, the sound of footsteps approached, and upon turning, Kobe saw Fang Mian jogging into the gym, greeting him upon arrival. Observing Fang Mian, who was already slightly perspiring, Kobe found it hard to believe that this young man had run all the way here. Once Kobe changed into his training gear and stepped onto the court, he found Fang Mian already warming up. In the vast gym, only the two of them remained, as Kobe had not brought anyone else along. On the court, they maintained their separate practices, but the atmosphere began to shift subtly. After completing his strength and conditioning workouts, Kobe suddenly found himself at a loss. According to his plan, he still needed to engage in offensive and defensive drills, yet since he had chosen not to bring anyone else along to compete against Fang Mian, it became a bit awkward. In truth, for Kobe, the offensive and defensive drills could easily be postponed, but because of his nature, they had to be executed today. This obsessive mindset extended to his training regimen as well. Meanwhile, Fang Mian, having completed his warm-up, commenced shooting practice. Accustomed to training alone, he moved seamlessly from conditioning to strength and then to shooting. After finishing a set of shots, Fang Mian stepped to the sidelines to rest. Casting a glance toward the other half of the court and noticing that Kobe appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze occasionally drifting in his direction. "Do you need assistance?" Fang Mian inquired proactively. Kobe visibly relaxed, admitting that he wished to conduct offensive and defensive drills. "You could have mentioned that earlier. I thought you were just looking for a restroom without any paper," Fang Mian inwardly quipped, preparing to cooperate with Kobe in the drills. For Fang Mian, training alongside Kobe was a golden opportunity to glean knowledge from the superstar. As Kobe held the ball beyond the three-point line, Fang Mian positioned himself to defend. Even in a routine offensive and defensive drill, Kobe was meticulous. Fang Mian barely had time to react before Kobe had already bypassed him and reached the basket. Wow, is this the prowess of a superstar? I didn't even catch a glimpse of his first step. Fang Mian was astounded by Kobe's skill. The ensuing exchanges followed suit, with Fang Mian consistently unable to respond effectively as Kobe effortlessly penetrated the defense. Am I merely a training dummy? Fang Mian felt on the verge of losing his composure, having exerted his utmost effort to defend, yet achieving no results. "Fang, please take this seriously." Kobe expressed his dissatisfaction with Fang Mian's lack of engagement. To Kobe, it seemed that each time he broke through, Fang Mian couldn't even muster the effort to extend his hand, displaying an exceedingly lackadaisical attitude. "Brother, I want to defend properly too, but you're like a flash of lightning. What can I do? I'm at my wit's end." Fang Mian was nearly driven to despair. Chapter 26. The team training camp officially begins. Fang Mian finally comprehended the chasm that lay between him and the superstars. Once a tempestuous force in the summer league, he found himself on the brink of collapse during a mere offensive and defensive training session. However, This experience illuminated the true nature of his abilities. His speed, akin to that of Dwayne Wade, the so-called Flash, surpassed even Kobe's in terms of quickness. Once fully developed, his lightning speed would wholly embody Wade's extraordinary velocity. The mere thought of such prowess was daunting. Furthermore, Fang Mian currently possessed 3 skills, providing comprehensive coverage from speed to offense, and from offense to defense. After several exchanges, Kobe eventually grasped Fang Mian's defensive capabilities and awkwardly conveyed to him that his defense afforded him no enhancement, not even the slightest margin. Fang Mian, feeling helpless, acknowledged his inferior skills. He had initially intended to astonish Kobe with his abilities, yet despite employing his skills, Kobe evaded him effortlessly, as if traversing a quiet morning street. The two exchanged positions, with Fang Mian taking on the offensive role to complement Kobe's defensive practice. Recognizing his defensive shortcomings, he resolved to deliver a modest shock through his offense. With determination, he activated his speed, akin to lightning. To his astonishment, as he took his first step, the ball had vanished from his grasp before he could take a second. He glanced at Kobe, who was skillfully dribbling, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Realizing that breaking through was futile, he opted for a direct shot, comforted by the thought that he possessed an 80 shooting range. Surely, he could make at least one. With self-reassurance, he executed a tentative step and launched the ball from beyond the three-point line. In that fleeting moment of release, darkness engulfed his vision as the hoop vanished, replaced by an outstretched hand, fingers splayed, rushing towards his face. Unsurprisingly, the shot clanged against the rim. After several exchanges, every attempt Fang Mian made resulted in a miss, including one instance where Kobe blocked his shot, further deepening his sense of defeat. Throughout these rounds of practice, Kobe had thoroughly assessed Fang Mian's skills and concluded with a single word: inadequate. However, despite this lack of skill, Kobe recognized Fang Mian's commendable attitude. For Kobe, poor performance was not alarming. What was concerning was a lack of commitment to improvement. Starting tomorrow, we will train together. Kobe formally extended an invitation to Fang Mian. In the ensuing days, Fang Mian practiced daily alongside Kobe, and upon discovering that Fang Mian jogged to the gym each day, Kobe willingly assumed the role of his dedicated chauffeur. In 2006, the public perception of Kobe was far from favorable. He was often labeled as aloof, reclusive, and selfish, and he remained silent amidst these judgments. However, Fang Mian understood that these were mere facades. The true Kobe was a different individual, disciplined, hardworking, and almost self-punishing in his dedication. Yet, for those who mirrored his diligence and tenacity, he was generous with his praise and friendship. Thus, although Fang Mian struggled on the court, he still earned Kobe's camaraderie. On September 27th, as the Lakers training camp commenced, Fang Mian chose not to ride with Kobe, but arrived alongside Farmar. Upon entering the training camp, a sarcastic voice echoed, "Oh, isn't this our Summer League MVP?" Fang Mian turned to see a black man of similar height, arms crossed over his chest, gazing at him intently. Sam McKinnon, who played the small forward position, was briefly introduced by Famar. "Hey, yellow-skinned kid, if you think that winning the Summer League MVP grants you the right to bully others in training camp, you are sorely mistaken." McKinnon glared at Fang Mian, flexing his muscles as if to intimidate him. "This isn't a boxing ring. Your show of strength is futile, you big oaf." In response to McKinnon's provocation, Fang Mian chose to disregard him entirely. "I advise you to withdraw from the training camp sooner rather than later, otherwise you'll regret it." Another black player began to taunt Fang Mian. This man, known as John Dodgy, had also participated in the Summer League. Before Fang Mian could retort, a languid voice interrupted. "What's this? Looking to brawl on the first day of training camp? Do you even know who the boss is around here?" Andrew Bynum sauntered over, towering over Fang Mian, and declared, "If I were you, I would confront them fiercely until they no longer dare to bark." Fang Mian shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, "I am unafraid. Even in a 2-on-1 situation, I could effortlessly shove their behinds into their heads. I have yet to witness such a feat of shoving a behind into a head. Yellow-skinned lad, when might you demonstrate this for me?" Lamar Odom approached with a grin, glancing at the uneasy Bynum beside him. "Andrew, when did you become the leader of the Lakers?" Bynum retorted, all right, I'm not the leader, but neither are you. We both know who the true leader is." He then turned to the anxious McGee and Dudley, encouraging them. "Surely you two aren't afraid of this yellow-skinned lad? 2 against 1, I bet you'll win." The two exchanged glances with Bynum and then looked at Odom, who showed no intention of opposing them. In an instant, they revealed fierce expressions and surrounded Fang Mian. Seeing the situation escalate, Farmar wished to defend Fang Mian, but the next moment, Bynum extinguished that thought with a single remark. What? Do you wish to make things difficult for your brother over this yellow-skinned lad? In America, there exists fierce rivalry among African Americans, yet when conflicts involve other races, unity among them becomes strikingly evident. If Farmar stood up for Fang Mian, he risked defending the entire African American community, jeopardizing his standing in the league. However, Fang Mian was his junior at UCLA, and if this incident were to leak, it would tarnish his reputation. Senior, do not worry, I can handle this myself. Fang Mian, aware of Farmar's predicament, wished not to burden him. Farmar cast a grateful glance at him, though guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Where's Sasha? Farmar pondered, knowing that the only person left who might come to Fang Mian's aid was Vujasic. He was neither American nor African American and maintained a good relationship with management. In the Lakers, apart from Kobe, everyone else had to show him some respect. Yet, Vujasic was conspicuously absent. As a brawl seemed inevitable, a cold voice interjected, Fang, what are you doing? Practice has already commenced. This voice left everyone present momentarily stunned. Bynum and Odom wore expressions of disbelief. Kobe Bryant had appeared at the sidelines and was beckoning Fang Mian. Chapter 27. Practice match. Even on the first day of training camp, Kobe arrived early at the gym. For him, in the absence of games, nothing was more significant than training. Initially, Kobe expected to see Fang Mian at the gym, yet by 8 o'clock, Fang Mian had yet to arrive. Kobe felt dissatisfaction brewing over this lackadaisical attitude. Fang, you are late today, extra practice. The onlookers watched as Kobe pulled Fang Mian aside to commence rigorous training, leaving them momentarily speechless. Good heavens, how did this yellow-skinned lad forge a connection with Kobe? Did they know each other beforehand? Odom and Bynum exchanged glances, their questioning gazes directed at Farmar. Farmar, equally perplexed, was aware that Fang Mian had no prior interactions with Kobe. How had their relationship suddenly grown so close? Moreover, given Fang Mian's character, it seemed unlikely that even Kobe could easily persuade him to comply. Could it be the events of the past few days? A thought flashed through Farmar's mind as he recalled a week ago when Fang Mian had called him to train at the gym. Farmar knew Kobe was a training fanatic. Had they known each other since then and been practicing together all along? Regret flooded Farmar as he slapped his thigh. Had he known he could bond with Kobe, he would have started training a week earlier. As the impending fight dissipated, the crowd dispersed. Only McGee and Dudley remained, exchanging blank stares, unsure of what to do. Since it was the first day of training camp, everyone engaged in simple foundational exercises to acclimate their bodies for the upcoming preseason. Players gathered in small groups, chatting leisurely while stretching their limbs. However, Fang Mian and Kobe were different. They had already commenced training and were now engaged in an intense one-on-one. Kobe was displeased with Fang Mian's tardiness and decided to teach him a lesson. Fang, you soft-shell crab, have you exhausted all your strength on the ladies? Kobe broke through Fang Mian's defense and executed a thunderous dunk, landing and unleashing a barrage of trash talk. Goodness, what has gotten into this guy? He has gone into full-on beast mode. Fang Mian could no longer tolerate the taunts, and his temper flared as he slammed the floor. In the next round, I'll knock the stuffing out of you. Upon finishing his sentence, Kobe darted from the arc, his nimble footwork effortlessly bypassing Fang Mian's defense. The next instant, an immense force struck Kobe from behind, sending him staggering forward, and the basketball slipped from his grasp into Fang Mian's hands. Now it's my turn to attack. Fang Mian charged at Kobe, not intending to find a way past him, but rather to collide directly, employing a method akin to American football. Kobe, undeterred, braced himself and met Fang Mian head-on, the impact resounding with a thud. Observing their fierce confrontation, many players stood in astonishment. This was no mere training camp. It felt more like a pivotal Game 7 in the playoffs. Fang Mian and Kobe trained together for a week. Although he was still easily dominated, he made notable progress, managing to score at least 1 or 2 baskets out of 10 attempts. Kobe, is this truly your prowess? Who is guarding me? Is anyone even attempting to defend me? Fang Mian exclaimed as he sank a mid-range jumper over Kobe, unleashing a torrent of trash talk. Lamar Odom watched in astonishment, wondering how this yellow-skinned lad could be so audacious as to mock Kobe's defense. The one-on-one showdown between Fang Mian and Kobe Bryant attracted an ever-growing audience, even drawing the attention of the coaching staff. Zen Master Phil Jackson and his chief assistant Bill Burke stood nearby, engaged in hushed conversation. The contest concluded with a decisive victory for Kobe, who looked at Fang Mian, drenched yet still brimming with energy, and could not help but be astonished by his stamina. "Fang, why do I feel like your endurance is an endless abyss, seemingly inexhaustible?" Kobe remarked, taking large gulps of water on the sidelines, envious of Fang Mian's vitality. "That's because you're simply too weak, old man," Fang Mian retorted with a hint of pride, reveling in the admiration he garnered from the so-called endurance beast. Hearing Fang Mian's playful jab about his age, Kobe chuckled to himself. At just 28 years old, he was at the pinnacle of his career, excelling in stamina, strength, skill, and all other facets of the game. The 40-minute duel, which had ignited Fang Mian's competitive spirit, devolved into a physical contest, its intensity rivaling that of the playoffs. Yet, even amidst the fervor, Fang Mian remained invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. The Zen master observed the spirited Fang Mian with a contemplative expression. During the training camp's lunch hour, a diverse array of dishes was provided, ample enough to satisfy someone like Fang Mian, who came from humble beginnings. However, for superstars like Kobe, the camp's offerings were far from suitable. Nutritionists crafted meticulously tailored meal plans to ensure their bodies remained in peak condition. The afternoon training mirrored that of the morning, focusing once again on endurance, strength, and shooting drills. Yet, this time, the Zen master unexpectedly decided to initiate an intra-squad scrimmage. One team was composed of the Lakers starters, while the opposing side consisted of substitutes and fringe players. "Luke, I'll take the 3 position this time. You'll handle the 2. Is that all right?" Even after having faced off earlier, Kobe chose to match up against Fang Mian once more, intent on continuing the challenge. Luke Walton dared not voice any objections. Thus, the lineup for the scrimmage was as follows. Point guard, the aptly nicknamed Grim Reaper, Smush Parker. Shooting guard, future Lakers coach, Luke Walton. Small forward, the recently numbered Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. Power forward, Lamar Odom, whose fame eclipsed that of his wife. And center, the #1 draft pick endorsed by the basketball deity, Kwame Brown. As for the lineup on the opposing side, the coaching staff found themselves divided. The cause of their disagreement centered around Fang Mian. Fang Mian secured the MVP title in the Summer League and demonstrated his versatility by playing multiple positions, which significantly enhances the tactical depth and flexibility for the coaching staff. Currently, the coaching team is embroiled in a debate regarding the most suitable position for Fang Mian. "I have grown weary of that fool smash. Furthermore, we possess ample talent on the front line. Phil, let this young man assume the point guard role." The chief assistant coach openly expressed his disdain for Smash Parker, advocating for Fang Mian to take on the role of point guard, hoping he could outshine that counterfeit Grim Reaper during practice matches. Chapter 28. The counterfeit Grim Reaper. The Zen master also concurs with the notion of allowing Fang Mian to play as the point guard and harbors high expectations for the synergy between Fang Mian and Kobe. This young man exhibits the same tenacity as Kobe and appears to have earned his friendship. If they could form a formidable backcourt partnership, it would be advantageous. One of the primary concerns for the Zen master regarding Kobe is his propensity to become overly emotional. The impetuous Black Mamba is easily excitable on the court, often succumbing to isolation plays. While his prowess is undeniable, basketball fundamentally relies on teamwork. Training Fang Mian as a point guard would not only facilitate the trade of that full smash, but more importantly, if Kobe were to lose composure and resort to solitary play, Fang Mian might be able to manage possession and help soothe Kobe's fervor. It appears that matters are progressing positively. Fang Mian's direct teasing of Kobe as an old man surprisingly did not provoke anger from Kobe. This indicates that Kobe has accepted Fang Mian into his circle. In every team, small factions are an unavoidable reality, engaging in subtle rivalries off the court and occasionally undermining each other during play. If a team lacks a definitive leader, it risks rapid disintegration and subsequent rebuilding. The undeniable leader of the Lakers is Kobe, yet he does not exemplify an effective captain. The Zen master finds himself reminiscing about Derek Fisher. Had he remained with the Lakers, he would undoubtedly have been an exceptional leader. "Phil, let us allow Fang to try the point guard position. If it doesn't work out, we can always shift him to the small forward role." Observing the Zen master still in contemplation, Bill Baker cautiously suggested, Perhaps we should initially position him as a small forward. The Zen master, with an impassive expression, dismissed Baker's proposal and turned to take a seat on the sidelines. Although he too wished to give Fang Mian a chance, Baker's suggestion was unacceptable solely because he was a confidant of Kupchak, strategically placed beside the Zen master. Fang Mian truly did not anticipate that the internal strife among the management would extend its repercussions to himself. However, for him, the most comfortable position was undoubtedly the small forward, with his skills and attributes meticulously aligned for that role. The Zen master not only decided to position Fang Mian against Kobe at the small forward spot, but also continued with the Summer League's lineup featuring Pollard, pairing Vujasic and Farmar in the backcourt, while Brian Cook took the power forward position, and the center was entrusted to the promising Andrew Bynum. As the tip-off commenced, the basketball landed directly in Kobe's hands. Upon crossing half-court, both teams exhibited a remarkable understanding, aware that Kobe would inevitably opt for a one-on-one duel with Fang. If you're scared, Fang, perhaps you should plead for mercy quickly. Who knows? I might feel generous enough to let you off with just 20 points. Kobe declared with an air of nonchalance. Old man, you ought to address your chronic weakness. Do not falter as you did this morning, Fang Mian retorted with a grin, displaying an attitude of indifference. Kobe, unfazed by Fang Mian's taunts, executed a feint and effortlessly maneuvered past him to score with a mid-range jumper. As he retreated on defense, Kobe raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, implying that the shot had posed no challenge whatsoever. In the following possession, Vujasic advanced past half-court and promptly passed the ball to Fang Mian, fully aware of the Zen master's intentions. Knowing that Fang Mian was the focal point of assessment in this scrimmage. After gaining possession of the ball, Fang Mian did not immediately launch an offensive, for he was up against Kobe, a superstar who dedicates immense energy to both offense and defense. Fang Mian positioned himself at the arc before calling for a pick. Bainam advanced to the three-point line to set the screen, allowing Fang Mian to exploit the moment when Kobe was momentarily obstructed, propelling himself towards the basket. Odom rushed to provide defensive support, yet Fang Mian executed a precise pass, delivering the ball to Cook, who found himself in a brief moment of openness. However, Cook's reaction was noticeably delayed. In that fleeting instant, the opposing team had successfully completed their switch, leaving Cook matched against Kwame Brown. Fang Mian shook his head and sighed. The previous opportunity had been quite promising, yet regrettably, Cook had failed to seize it. However, one could not entirely place the blame on him, as he was contending against a team composed of the Lakers' starting lineup, whose tactical acumen far surpassed that of the fringe players in the Summer League. Following a tactical mishap, the ball returned to Fang Mian's possession, though this time he faced not Kobe, but Smush Parker. This man, notoriously nicknamed Death, had long held the position of starting point guard for the Lakers, yet his abilities were woefully inadequate. Moreover, hailing from the streets, he had little inclination to distribute the ball, resulting in a lack of camaraderie within the team, particularly failing to integrate into Kobe's close-knit circle. You little yellow boy, watch how I make you regret it, Smush Parker sneered at Fang Mian, his eyes brimming with disdain, and beneath that, a tinge of jealousy. He was undoubtedly envious of Fang Mian, resenting the attention he garnered from the management and the acceptance he received from Kobe. In contrast, Fang Mian harbored a profound contempt for Smush Parker. Not only was he inept at playing, but he also showed a disinterest in training. Most critically, upon entering the game, he began to flaunt the meager skills he had acquired from the streets. Please, this is the NBA, not New York's Rucker Park. Fang Mian faced off against Smash Parker, opting for a direct drive. With merely 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, there was no time to reorganize tactics. Although Smash Parker lacked skill, his physical attributes were formidable. Fang Mian's speed alone could not prevail against him, and Parker possessed a notable advantage in strength. While Parker's physical prowess was evident, his intellect was lacking. Fang Mian executed a sudden stop, feigning a shoulder movement that baited Parker into a jump. Seizing the moment while Parker was airborne, Fang Mian leaned into him, releasing the ball while shouting. Referee Pollard quickly blew his whistle as the basketball grazed the rim several times before tumbling into the net. The basket was counted, accompanied by an additional free throw. Pollard regarded Parker with an impassive expression, internally sighing. His feelings towards Fang Mian were complex. Initially, he had held him in disdain, but due to management's insistence, he had been compelled to utilize Fang Mian during the Summer League. The outcome was that Fang Mian not only secured the MVP title, but also elevated Pollard's own standing within the management. No longer relegated to the fringes of the coaching staff, Smash Parker glared at Pollard with wide eyes, feigning innocence as he protested that he had committed no foul. Pollard dismissed these claims, directing Fang Mian to take his free throw. Individuals with such simplistic minds ought to refrain from basketball. This sport is ill-suited for you, he thought. Fang Mian confidently sank the free throw, then raised 3 fingers towards Parker. Parker, his eyes ablaze with fury, seethed with the desire to physically confront Fang Mian. In his perspective, basketball was inherently a domain for black athletes, and a player like Fang Mian, of Asian descent, had no place competing alongside him. In the ensuing possession, Parker dribbled past half-court, completely disregarding Kobe's gesture for the ball. Instead, he demanded that Kobe switch places with him, intent on isolating Fang Mian. What the hell? Kobe thought, incredulous that such a character dared to issue commands to him. In that moment, Parker resembled an enraged bull, having lost all semblance of reason. He berated Kobe vehemently, his anger intensifying at Kobe's lack of cooperation. Kobe, casting a cold gaze at Parker, contemplated delivering a harsh lesson, but he glanced toward the sidelines to see Zen Master nodding slightly. With a resigned expression, Kobe prepared to comply with the request. Make sure to teach that guy a lesson, ideally with a resounding block, Kobe subtly signaled to Fang Mian. Parker, facing Fang Mian, instructed his teammates to clear out, intent on a one-on-one confrontation. Yellow-skinned boy, you shall regret your actions, Parker sneered, gesturing ominously at his neck. Is that all you can muster, Smash? Shall I teach you how to trash talk? Fang Mian feigned disdain, yet his body was poised defensively. In the next moment, Parker launched forward, dribbling at full speed, aiming to break through Fang Mian's defenses. Fang Mian took small, nimble steps, closely adhering to the body of Smash Parker, all the while making subtle movements in an attempt to seize the opportunity for a steal. Although Smash Parker was an NBA player, he felt immense pressure facing Fang Mian, whose perimeter defense rated an impressive 80. He had initially believed that with his speed and strength, he could easily overpower Fang Mian, but upon engaging, he quickly realized that Fang Mian's defensive prowess was not to be underestimated. Under Fang Mian's relentless interference, Parker's movements became distorted, and seizing the moment, Fang Mian swiftly snatched the basketball from Parker's hands. Having successfully executed the steal, Fang Mian raced towards the front court. Upon reaching the basket, he suddenly turned back, flashing a radiant smile at Smash Parker, before pivoting to execute a thunderous dunk. This moment was dedicated to our esteemed Mr. Smash Parker. Fang Mian raised his arms in triumph, exuberantly shouting around the court's perimeter. Fang Mian's mockery deeply provoked Smash Parker, who felt that had he possessed a firearm, he would have surely discharged it at that yellow-skinned brat. You insufferable fool, I truly cannot fathom why the management would sign you. Witnessing Smash Parker's lamentable skills, Kobe could no longer contain himself. Faced with Kobe's derision, Smash Parker could only endure, yet he found Fang Mian's taunts utterly intolerable. You yellow-skinned punk, I shall obliterate you in the next round. With a venomous remark, Smash Parker turned and strode towards the baseline to receive the ball. Perhaps due to Fang Mian's overly theatrical celebration, Kwame Brown's actions were slightly delayed, prompting a furious reprimand from Smash Parker. You bastard, you better be quicker with that pass. Though Kwame Brown was tall and had a somewhat menacing visage, he was, in truth, a good-hearted soul. After being berated by Smash Parker, he dared not respond with anger and passed the ball to him instead. Damn that yellow-skinned brat. This time I will make sure to annihilate you. Smash Parker advanced the ball into the front court and then spotted Kobe standing beside Fang Mian. Mr. Smash, are you considering swapping positions with Kobe? Fang Mian inquired with an innocent smile. Kobe glared at Smash Parker with a look that suggested he was ready to devour him whole. Despite his brashness, Smash Parker dared not utter another word. Kobe might tolerate Smash Parker's insolence once, but certainly not a second time. Fine, I shall reluctantly grant you another lesson, Sasha. Let us switch defenses. Fang Mian resolved to impart a profound lesson to Smash Parker, ensuring that he would have nightmares upon encountering him in the future. The scrimmage had devolved into a one-on-one contest between Smash Parker and Fang Mian. You yellow-skinned brat, I was careless in the last round. This time I shall smash your skull with this basketball. Smash Parker growled through clenched teeth at Fang Mian. Once more, Smash Parker charged forth, determined to redeem himself. Although Fang Mian incessantly provoked Smash Parker with derogatory remarks, he nonetheless held a deep respect for his prowess. After all, both were NBA players, and even the least skilled would possess considerable talent. A great man once imparted wisdom: strategically belittle your adversary, yet tactically regard them with utmost seriousness. You, foul-mouthed wretch, reeking and putrid, are utterly repugnant. As he closely guarded Smash Parker, Fang Mian's tongue was unrelenting, hurling a barrage of profanities that left Parker fuming with rage. Moreover, Fang Mian employed a clever ruse, deliberately slowing his pace to allow Smash Parker to maneuver past him and drive towards the basket. At that moment, the area beneath the hoop lay vacant. Damn that yellow-skinned brat. How I wish I could clutch your head and stuff it into the hoop. Smash Parker, having successfully evaded Fang Mian, felt a surge of triumph, letting out a low growl as he leapt into the air. Just then, a figure surged from behind, seizing the fleeting moment of Parker's distraction to swat the basketball away with force. It was none other than Fang Mian. This damn block was also delivered to the illustrious Smash Parker. Fang Mian continued to race around the court, brimming with mockery. Damn it, you wretched yellow-skinned fool. Smash Parker, utterly beside himself with rage, let out a furious roar and charged at Fang Mian. Fang Mian deftly absorbed most of the impact, stumbling backward. Referee Pollard swiftly blew his whistle, separating the two. Smash, you are akin to a pile of foul, rotting dog excrement, utterly nauseating. Fang Mian rose and approached Smash Parker, gesturing a middle finger in his direction. Provoked by Fang Mian's taunts, Parker lost all composure, swinging his fists in a furious attempt to confront him, only to be restrained by his teammates before he could reach Fang Mian. Smash, is this truly all you can muster? Are you genuinely a spineless coward? Fang Mian, now fueled by the escalating tension, continued to taunt Smash Parker. The simple-minded Parker bellowed like an enraged bull, turning the practice session into a farcical spectacle. Enough. It is over. The voice of Zen Master resounded from the sidelines, carrying an unmistakable authority. In an instant, Smash Parker regained his composure, panting heavily, yet still glaring furiously at Fang Mian. Today's training has concluded. Disperse. After announcing the end of the session, the Zen Master departed with the coaching staff. Fang, you have made a formidable enemy of Smash Parker. Farmar expressed his concerns, unable to fathom how the once mild-mannered team player had transformed into such a combative individual. Chapter 30. The coaching staff's decision. Following the conclusion of the first day's training, the coaching staff did not leave immediately. Instead, they convened an internal meeting. The Lakers coaching staff comprised 5 individuals: head coach Phil Jackson, along with chief assistant Bill Burtka, offensive coach Eli Sapp, defensive coach Kurt Rambis, and shooting coach Fred Pollard. The focus of their meeting was, of course, the players' performances on the first day, with Fang Mian being the primary subject of discussion. Fang Mian's performance today truly astonished the coaching staff, particularly due to the aggressive display he exhibited. It appears that Fang has already been accepted by Kobe. The trainer had previously informed me that the two had commenced joint training a week ago, Bill Beck casually remarked, while Zen Master remained silent, fully aware of the situation and the competitive spirit that had developed between the two, intensifying each day. Phil, Kobe has long expressed his dissatisfaction with Smash. I maintain my stance. Let Fang attempt to play as a point guard, partnering with Kobe in the backcourt. Beck reiterated his suggestion. Sapp, Rossett, and Pollard refrained from speaking, but they understood that Beck's words actually reflected Kupchak's intentions to expedite Fang's entry onto the court, and he must start alongside Kobe. In Huabwa, there are already numerous Kobe fans, and with Fang being a native, this represents a tremendous allure for the Lakers, who aspire to penetrate the Chinese market. Zen Master was acutely aware of this, yet he felt irked that this proposal should have originated from him, but was instead preemptively voiced by Beck, depriving him of any credit. Consequently, the accolades would likely fall to Kupchak, a prospect Zen Master could hardly tolerate. In an instant, his expression darkened. After all, Smash has been in the league for several years. Hastily relegating him to a backup role, especially to a second-round rookie, might not be prudent. Observing Zen Master's countenance, Sapp cautiously voiced his dissent. In the Lakers coaching staff, aside from Bill Beck, who was placed there by Kupchak, Sapp and Rossett are Zen Master's confidants. While Pollard is somewhat expendable, Eli, let us not forget that Fang earned the MVP at the Summer League, and since Shaq's departure, we have not advanced beyond the second round of the playoffs. Kobe is gradually losing patience. For someone like Sapp, Beck would show no signs of leniency. So, what is our esteemed general manager doing at this moment? If Kobe is indeed losing patience, Should he not hasten the trade process to bring another all-star to the Lakers? The direction of the discussion began to veer, with Sapp being the first to openly criticize the general manager during the internal meeting. Beck's expression darkened as he did not expect Sapp to directly challenge Kupchak. However, Beck found himself unable to refute the claim after trading Shaq. Management had promised Kobe that they would swiftly acquire another all-star. Yet, due to Kupchak's indecisiveness, the Lakers had missed out on numerous talented players, which contributed to Kobe's dissatisfaction with the management. Eli, you are merely an assistant coach. Attend to your own responsibilities. Moreover, this matter is unrelated to the agenda of this meeting. Do not forget your place. Beck was quite incensed by Sapp's remarks, perceiving them as directives from Zen Master. Sapp, caught off guard by Beck's retort, flushed red, rendered speechless by anger. Bill, Eli has a point. Smash is indeed an experienced player. Hastily making him a starter could dishearten others, Rossett interjected, opposing Beck's proposal. Are you suggesting that getting upset is an experience? Hasn't he already acted impulsively last season due to being provoked? Does he truly think he is Kobe? Beck retorted with derision. Clara, you witnessed the scrimmage earlier. You saw Fang's defense against Smash, 1 steal and 1 block. Is that not sufficient? Or do you fail to recognize that young man's defensive potential? An irate Beck showed no mercy towards Rossett, directly questioning his competence. Enough. Clara and Eli are correct. Smash is an experienced player. Carelessly assigning him to the bench will undoubtedly incite his displeasure, potentially disrupting the locker room dynamics. Zen Master interrupted the heated exchange with a stoic demeanor. With the preseason approaching, the starting lineup will remain the same as last season. As for Fang, I will provide him with an opportunity. The authority of the head coach compelled Beck into silence, for Zen Master's position was not one to be easily challenged. Following the conclusion of the coaching staff meeting, Beck dialed Kupchak to report all that had transpired today. Logically, the general manager should have been present on the first day of training camp. However, Kupchak was preoccupied with other matters, leaving him no time to attend. He needed to secure another all-star for the Lakers before Kobe's patience ran out. Bill, how did the first day of training camp go? Is that Asian kid adjusting well? Kupchak inquired upon connecting with Beck, his first question revolving around Fang Mian. After all, Fang Mian represented an opportunity for Kupchak to enhance his reputation. The trade with the Pistons was orchestrated by him, as was the decision to heavily feature Fang in the Summer League. Following Fang's receipt of the Summer League MVP, it was also Kupchak who coordinated media promotions. Beck succinctly relayed the events of the training camp, elaborating on the decisions made during the coaching staff meeting. Bill, to some extent, I concur with Phil's approach. Kupchak pondered on the other end of the line. But Mickey, if Fang starts, wouldn't that grant him greater exposure? Consider the narrative of a late second-round pick rising to become a starter for a prestigious team. That is a truly inspirational tale. Beck was taken aback by Kupchak's reluctance to allow Fang Mian a starting position. Bill, sometimes I wonder whether you are an assistant coach or an operations manager. Perhaps you would be better suited as the president of basketball operations. Kupchak jested lightly before continuing. But dear Bill, people are drawn to the journey of overcoming adversity rather than the outcome. If we were to create an inspirational film, this Asian kid must start from the bench, advance to a starter, then become an all-star, and finally evolve into a superstar. Do you understand? Just like Kobe. Chapter 31. The new team journalist. Regardless of the coaching staff's final decision, Fang Mian's day had already concluded. At this moment, he sat in a restaurant in Los Angeles with Farmar, enjoying their dinner. Fang, your performance today was exceptionally aggressive. That was Smash, the team's starting point guard. Farmar expressed some concern for Fang Mian's situation. It's nothing. It's merely a rite of passage, Fang Mian replied nonchalantly. To him, as long as he clung to Kobe's coattails, everything else would fall into place. What is a rite of passage? Farmar was entirely unfamiliar with this aspect of Hwagwa culture. Well, how should I put it? Fang Mian pondered for a moment before saying, Senior, how do you think Kobe's attitude towards me was today? At the mention of Kobe, Farmar immediately perked up and playfully punched Fang Mian. You rascal, when did you become acquainted with Kobe? Fang Mian peeled the shrimp shell, savoring the succulent meat with evident delight. After a moment, he remarked, I met him a week ago. I even called you then. Indeed, it was that day. And Farmer felt a pang of regret for missing the chance to get closer to Kobe. That day, he had been training alone at the gym when Kobe arrived. It was a grand spectacle, with drums beating, firecrackers popping, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Fang Mian still recalled the arrogant demeanor of that tall figure. Watching Fang Mian exuberantly boast, Fama couldn't help but punch him lightly. Get to the point. All right, the crux is that for the past week, we've been competing to see who arrives at the gym first. And who won? Oh, my brother, have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning? Fang Mian beamed with pride. 4 in the morning? Are you insane? Who trains that early? Fama could hardly believe that anyone would start their training at such an unearthly hour. And that is how you got to know Kobe? Indeed. Especially after he learned I had been training all summer. Fang Mian devoured another large shrimp. You know, Kobe is also a training fanatic. Fama was somewhat speechless. He couldn't fathom the kind of determination required to train daily. Wait, how did you get to the gym? Fama recalled that Fang Mian didn't have a driver's license or a car. Ran, as a warm-up, Fang Mian replied nonchalantly. After all, in the future, there would be a superstar who had a similar experience. Wow, Fama gasped, realizing that Fang Mian lived quite a distance from the gym, requiring about a 20-minute drive. Well, my brother, if that is what it takes to earn Kobe's recognition, I'd rather say let him go to hell. Fama, feeling dejected, poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Senior, did you watch the Lakers games last season? Fang Mian suddenly posed a question to Fama. Fama nodded. I watched nearly every game. What do you think of Smush Parker? Fang Mian continued to probe. He is selfish, prone to overindulgence, and lacks tactical awareness. As a UCLA alumnus, Fama placed great importance on tactical acumen. Not to mention, his skills are subpar. Fang Mian wiped his mouth and added, moreover, when he gets carried away, he doesn't even give Kobe face. Fama nodded. He had seen that during today's practice game. Smush Parker had actually attempted to swap positions with Kobe. Did he really consider himself the leader of the Lakers? You played point guard during the summer league and performed quite well, Fama suddenly realized, which led him to understand why Smush thought there would be competition for his position. Exactly. So I decided to take the initiative. We would inevitably clash sooner or later, and with Kobe backing me, he wouldn't dare challenge me. Fang Mian appeared exceedingly confident. It seems you should secure a starting position in the preseason. Fama was also quite confident in Fang Mian's abilities. After parting ways with Fama, Fang Mian returned home and unexpectedly received a call from Bob Sura. Hi Bob, what made you think of calling me? Are you joining our Lakers? Fang Mian joked with Sura. Fang, what is going on between you and Claire? Why does she always seem so downcast? Sura sounded accusatory, almost as if he were interrogating him. Fang Mian was momentarily taken aback. Since the conclusion of the summer league, he had not seen Claire for over 2 months. Now, with Sula calling him, what could this signify? Bob, I haven't seen Claire in ages. Why are you suddenly asking me about her? Fang Mian was genuinely perplexed. I mean, Claire has been in Los Angeles recently. I assumed you two were together, Sula replied, equally bewildered. Claire had no friends in Los Angeles. And if she wasn't with Fang Mian, who could she possibly be with? After hanging up, Fang Mian felt a growing concern for Claire. In a country where gun ownership was prevalent, it was exceedingly dangerous for a young woman to be alone. However, he had no means to contact her, leaving him in a state of anxious worry. Living alone in the United States and possessing no particular hobbies, Fang Mian tended to retire early each night, which is why he found himself awake at 4 in the morning, gazing at the city of Los Angeles. That night, he drifted in and out of sleep, plagued by nightmares concerning Claire. The following morning, Fang Mian arrived at the gym by 5 o'clock. 5 minutes later, the roaring sound of a car engine approached, signaling Kobe's arrival. Old man, you're late, Fang Mian remarked, increasingly audacious in his banter with Kobe, knowing the veteran would not take offense at such trivialities. If all our team members possessed your determination, the championship would undoubtedly be ours this year, Kobe commented, observing Fang Mian's boundless energy with admiration. All right, old man. Enough with the sighing. We still have 3 hours until 8. Let us get to work. The training camp proceeded as usual, albeit without scrimmages. After being thoroughly humiliated by Fang Mian the previous day, Smash Parker glared at him with a fierce intensity, flanked by his 2 sidekicks, McKinnon and Dodgy. Kupchak also made an appearance at the sidelines, but he was not there to observe the players' training. Instead, he gathered the team together and introduced a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. Gentlemen, this is our new team reporter, Claire Jonathan. Kupchak casually introduced her before departing, as the team's general manager had pressing matters to attend to. The sight of the beautiful Claire sent the Lakers' young men into a frenzy, with cheers and applause resounding throughout the gym. Meanwhile, Fang Mian stood with his mouth agape, captivated by Claire's enchanting smile. "Claire, how did you suddenly become a team reporter?" Fang Mian still found it hard to believe this new reality. Yet upon seeing Claire safe and sound, he felt a degree of relief. "I didn't want to stay in a small town forever, so I thought I would come to Los Angeles and try my luck," Claire replied, curiously surveying the gym. "And then you interviewed for the Lakers team reporter position, and subsequently succeeded?" Fang Mian inquired, following Claire's narrative. At that moment, an exaggerated voice boomed from behind Fang Mian. "Wow, Fang. Isn't this the beautiful girl who watched your games during the summer league?" "Hello, beauty, I'm Sasha Vujasic." Vujasic dramatically tossed his hair and extended his hand to shake Claire's. Upon learning of Claire and Fang Mian's relationship, the other players began to tease them. Only Kobe maintained a solemn silence, his brow furrowed. "Fang, do you realize that players are not allowed to date team staff?" During a break, Kobe pulled Fang Mian aside, his expression serious. Fang Mian was taken aback. He was aware that many companies prohibited office romances, yet he had not anticipated that NBA teams might have similar regulations. "Wait a moment, something seems amiss." With a wry smile, he remarked, "Old man, it is not as you think. Claire and I are merely ordinary friends." I know, just that kind of ordinary friends," Kobe replied, winking with a knowing smile. "This is a disaster. It is becoming increasingly difficult to clarify." After the training session the following day, Fang Mian returned Su-La's call. Upon learning that Claire had become the Lakers' traveling reporter, Su-La was quite astonished and urged Fang Mian to take good care of her. "Evidently, everyone believes that Claire and I are a couple," Fang Mian thought to himself with a bitter smile as he ended the call. As time passed, the preseason drew ever closer, and the relationship between Fang Mian and Smush Parker showed no signs of improvement. 2 days before the preseason, the coaching staff arranged another scrimmage, with the starting lineup remaining unchanged. In the reserve lineup, Fang Mian took on the role of point guard, pairing with his UCLA senior, Farmar, to form the backcourt. Sasha Vujasic filled the small forward position, Brian Cook was at power forward, and Andrew Bynum occupied the center position. After Bill Beck's fervent insistence, the Zen master finally placed Fang Mian at the point guard position. With the jump ball underway, the starters claimed possession. Smush Parker dribbled past half court, glaring at Fang Mian with a ferocious intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Smush, even with that menacing glare, you cannot escape the fate of being humiliated by me," Fang Mian thought, taking a slight step back while exchanging banter. Smush Parker let out a huff. Having experienced Fang Mian's defense, he dared not attempt a quick drive, but instead called for a pick. Kwame Brown stepped up to the three-point line to set a screen for Smush Parker. The moment Kwame obstructed Fang Mian, Smush Parker surged forward, cutting straight into the lane. Vujasic abandoned Walton in front of him and rushed to provide help defense. "Get out of the way," Smush Parker bellowed, attempting to shake off Vujasic's defense as he forcefully drove for a layup. In the brief moment that Walton was unguarded, he shouted at Smush Parker, urging him to pass the ball. Yet, this lone wolf had never fathomed the concept of passing, and he barreled toward the basket, overpowering Vujasic for the shot. Unsurprisingly, the ball clanged off the rim, and Bynum secured the rebound, handing it over to Fang Mian. As Fang Mian advanced into the half-court, he called for a pick and roll. "Fool, let me show you what tactics truly entail." While Bynum blocked Smash Parker, Fang Mian made a decisive move towards the paint. As expected, Walton came to provide support, but this time Fang Mian opted to pass, the ball landing securely in the hands of Vujasic. With a clear shot before him, Vujasic calmly leaped and sent the ball gracefully through the hoop. The substitutes took the lead with a score of 3-0. Someone like you, who is only capable of solitary plays, could never grasp the essence of strategy. On the way back on defense, Fang Mian incessantly mocked Smash Parker. In the next play, as Smash Parker prepared to receive the ball in the backcourt, he saw Kwame Brown raise his hand, sending the basketball soaring past him. "You incompetent fool. Can't even make a pass?" Enraged, Smash Parker realized the ball had conveniently fallen into Kobe's possession, causing his expression to stiffen momentarily. This individual feared no one on the team, except for Kobe. Coldly, Kobe cast a glance at Smash Parker as he advanced the ball to the front court. Once again, Kwame Brown set a screen, always the reliable worker, performing the necessary yet thankless tasks. Kobe initially intended to take on Farmar one-on-one, hoping to impart a memorable lesson to the rookie, but upon noticing Kwame Brown had effectively blocked Farmar behind him, he chose to drive instead. Faced with the combined efforts of Cook and Vujasic, Kobe effortlessly scored. As he retreated on defense, he passed by Smash Parker, letting out a cold snort. Without the proper skills, one should refrain from attempting delicate tasks. Don't you agree, Mr. Smash Parker? Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mian unleashed another barrage of taunts. Smash Parker turned pale. Although he could not comprehend Fang Mian's references to skills and delicate tasks, he sensed they were far from complimentary. In the subsequent round, Fang Mian and Bainam executed another pick and roll. This time, the starting team opted for a switch, with Kwame Brown stepping in to guard Fang Mian. Meanwhile, Bainam had effectively positioned Smash Parker behind him and was moving towards the unguarded basket. With a resounding slam, Bainam emphatically thrust the basketball into the hoop, causing the rim to tremble, as if succumbing to the prowess of the young shark. What a spectacular dunk! Fang Mian exclaimed, his applause echoing. A beautiful pass, Asian lad. Bainam approached Fang Mian, exchanging a hearty high five. Mr. Smash, basketball requires intellect. Regrettably, you seem lacking in that department. Fang Mian's trash talk was relentless. He pounced on any opportunity to berate Smash Parker. This time, however, Smash Parker maintained his composure, merely allowing a hint of malice to flicker in his eyes. After several consecutive plays, the score stood at 12-7, with the starting team in the lead. In this round, the starting team continued their offensive. In previous plays, Smash Parker had been passing the ball to Kobe, but now he resolved to take matters into his own hands. After all, it was merely a practice match, and Kobe had tacitly permitted his actions. With his focus fixed on Fang Mian, a sinister smirk crept across Smash Parker's face as he accelerated, charging directly at Fang Mian. Although Fang Mian had prepared himself for defense, he did not anticipate the sheer audacity of his opponent, who charged directly at him. The two bodies collided with a resounding impact. At that moment, Smash Parker's elbow struck fiercely against Fang Mian's chest and waist multiple times. One particularly brutal blow landed squarely on his chin. Chapter 33. A new nickname. Smash Parker's underhanded tactics were executed with considerable force, causing Fang Mian to experience intense pain in his chest and waist, while the blow to his chin was so severe that it left him spitting blood. Just in time, Leonard blew the whistle, and upon seeing Fang Mian collapse, his teammates rushed over. Smash Parker, with an exaggerated expression, remarked, "My apologies, yellow-skinned kid. I didn't realize you were so weak." Fang Mian felt a sudden roar in his head, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declined his teammates' offer to assist him off the court. "It's fine, let us continue." Fang Mian rose to his feet, swallowing a mouthful of blood, signaling for the match to resume. Bainam initiated the play from the backcourt, and Fang Mian maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, confronting Smash Parker's defense. "You think you can intimidate me, yellow-skinned kid? That was merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come." Smash Parker wore a menacing expression, threatening Fang Mian. Fang Mian smiled faintly and suddenly accelerated his steps, opting for a direct breakthrough. Given the earlier treachery he had employed, Smash Parker instinctively believed that Fang Mian would resort to the same tactic against him, prompting him to hastily retreat 2 paces. Fang Mian seized this opportunity, facing the already unprepared Smash Parker, and executed a flawless mid-range shot. "Mr. Smash Parker, I firmly believe that the outcome between men should be determined through basketball. Regrettably, you do not embody the essence of a man. Silence, you yellow-skinned brat. In the next round, I assure you, you'll be carried off the court." Smash Parker roared ferociously, resembling a beast eager to devour its prey. In subsequent rounds, Smash Parker attempted to resort to underhanded tactics to oust Fang Mian from the game. Fortunately, Fang Mian had anticipated such moves, thwarting his attempts. Nevertheless, Smash Parker managed to score 2 baskets, relishing in his fleeting moment of triumph. "You yellow-skinned brat, this is my true strength. You are not yet worthy to compete with me." Fang Mian observed Smash Parker's audacious boasting in silence, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. As it was merely a scrimmage, Kobe was unconcerned about shot selection. He sought to witness how Fang Mian would respond to such a scenario, understanding that the regular season and playoffs would be far more ruthless. "Fang, unleash your tenacity." In the next round, facing the bulldozing Smash Parker, Fang Mian summoned his strength and charged forward. "You brought this upon yourself, you yellow-skinned brat." Smash Parker sneered, raising his elbow to collide with Fang Mian's chest. A muffled grunt escaped Fang Mian as he staggered back, the impact from Smash Parker's elbow painfully registering. Yet, he retaliated fiercely. leaving Smash Parker with a likely bruise on his waist. Again, Fang Mian roared, maintaining close contact with Smash Parker, the sound of their muscles colliding resonating like drums. Their confrontation ultimately culminated in a turnover by Smash Parker. After successfully stealing the ball, Fang Mian executed a long pass from the backcourt, assisting Farmar in a layup. The coaching staff observed the player's performance in silence. Following Kupchak's remarks, Beck no longer insisted that Zen Master allow Fang Mian to start. If this kid continues to defend like that, it's uncertain whether he will become a defensive powerhouse, but he will soon find himself in foul trouble, Rashid commented, frowning at Fang Mian's display. Phil, should we remind him? Beck inquired. The Zen Master shook his head. Let him resolve it on his own. He should be capable of overcoming this. It is a necessary part of his growth. The scrimmage concluded with a resounding victory for the starting team. However, after several of these practice games, the chemistry between Fang Mian and his teammates had significantly improved, with the young Shaquille Bynum singing praises for Fang Mian's passing. Asian kid, you are far superior to Smash. Why not have a word with the boss, urging him to speak with the old man to let you start? Bynum referred to Kobe as the boss and Zen Master as the old man. Thank you, Andrew. But I believe the coach has his own reasons for not allowing me to start. Fang Mian politely declined Bynum's suggestion. After a day of training, the players returned home, with Fang Mian once again riding in Farmar's car. Damn Smash, he really hits hard, Fang Mian lamented, lifting his shirt to reveal a bruise on his chest. Grimacing in pain. Fang, I thought you were going to get knocked out, Farmar exaggerated, but no one expected you to keep going. What's this? I'm like a cockroach that can't be killed, Fang Mian retorted. What is a cockroach? Farmar asked, intrigued. A creature with remarkable resilience, Fang Mian pondered, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Farmar. Fang, you know many NBA stars have nicknames. Tomorrow, I'll tell them you've got a new one, Cockroach. Don't. I can't have a nickname like that. Since the scrimmage was public, Claire uploaded the footage online, garnering over 10,000 views in just a few days. Other teams' coaches paid little heed to the practice game, finding nothing worthy of analysis. Most views originated from fans in China, primarily focused on Fang Mian. The reactions to Fang Mian's performance sparked a wave of excitement. Isn't he a small forward? Why is he playing point guard now? You don't understand. Fang Mian played point guard during the summer league, and the coaching staff is assessing his suitability for the position. Was Smash Parker really that dirty? Fang Mian was practically spitting blood. Smash Parker should just leave and stop wasting my Kobe's prime. Exactly, what a joke. He's just a wannabe Reaper targeting his own kind. My Kobe is fierce, taking down Iverson and kicking T-Mac. How dare someone without an MVP badge touch our little AI, right? Has he even cleaned up his off-court lawsuits? Don't let any more scandals slip out, haha. Those without championships should be quiet. I'm a Duncan fan. Do I have the right to criticize you? Those without three-peats should also hush. My buddy is a Shark fan. Can we please take out your Kobe? Without the Shark, your Kobe wouldn't even make it past the second round. Your Kobe is headed for another first-round exit this year, huh? The discussion gradually veered into peculiar territory, yet some fans continued to closely follow Fang Mian. Soon, it was the eve of the preseason. With the schedule released, the Los Angeles Lakers would travel to Las Vegas to face the Houston Rockets led by Yao and McGrady. Chapter 34, Preseason Opener, Lakers vs. Rockets. Upon returning to Las Vegas, Fang Mian was filled with nostalgia. Last time he was the team's undeniable core. Now he found himself as a substitute. The management placed great importance on this preseason, with Kupchak commanding the booking of an entire floor at the Four Seasons Hotel. Fang Mian reclined upon the plush bed, yet before he could fully indulge in the comfort, a knock resounded at the door. Claire burst in with fervor, thrusting her laptop before Fang Mian's eyes, urging, Fang, quickly look at the news. Fang Mian cast a brief glance and discovered that it was a report from a prominent Chinese portal website regarding the Lakers' preseason games. The China Player Derby brought a slight smile to Fang Mian's face, for he had already earned the trust of the head coach. Fang Mian gazed at the headline, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. How familiar this style seemed. Yet this time the protagonist was none other than himself. Not only this media outlet, but other sports publications had also crafted pertinent features regarding the preseason, each title more sensational than the last. Astonishingly, a hidden genius lurked within the Los Angeles Lakers. Could the Chinese player outshine the Rockets? Remarkably, Yao Ming conceded that he could not compare to this talent. He was indeed the foremost figure in Chinese basketball. In the rivalry among Chinese players, Who do you favor? A renowned coach has singled out one among them. A prodigious youth joins the Lakers. Which team shall claim the championship this year? The national team has issued a call, and Fang Mian is set to partner with Yao Ming to forge a dynasty for Chinese basketball. The term rivalry was the most frequently employed. These media outlets, Fang Mian, hailing from the future, was well aware of their nature, and with a twist, he sprawled across the bed. Fang, do you truly have so many fans in China? Claire asked, her excitement palpable as she perused the news. There might be some fans, but not to such an extent. Fang Mian had always held these Chinese media in disdain. For the sake of a little traffic, they would utter anything. After a brief conversation, Fang Mian suddenly recalled something. Claire, why don't you go check on Bob? He has been quite worried about you lately. Fang, I am currently the traveling reporter for the Lakers. The Rockets may not allow me access, Claire replied with a smile, and besides, I met with Bob just yesterday. Fang Mian recalled his brief career with the Rockets, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Sula. He glanced at Claire, only to find her gazing back at him, causing him to hurriedly turn his head away, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he was unsure why Claire had become the Lakers beat reporter, he instinctively felt it must be connected to him. Was fortune and love finally smiling upon him? He remembered the commotion among the team when Claire first arrived at the Lakers, excitement bubbling within him. The October weather in Las Vegas remained sweltering, and Claire wore only a white t-shirt, her ample figure evident, making Fang Mian swallow hard. Their eyes met, and Fang Mian's face flushed crimson. Claire giggled, lightly brushing his cheek with her left hand before gently blowing a breath his way. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and he found himself entranced. By the time he regained his senses, Claire had already vanished. On the day of their arrival in Las Vegas, the team had not organized any training, with the game scheduled for the following evening. The next morning, they engaged in a brief practice session, working on some tactics before heading to the arena. By then, the venue was already packed, the lure of the Chinese rivalry attracting numerous fans. Both teams were in their respective locker rooms, with the head coaches seizing the brief moment before the game to discuss strategies. As the players entered the court, the lights dimmed suddenly, and a massive logo appeared on the gigantic display screen above, the emblem of the Houston Rockets. With a 39-year history in the NBA and 2 championship trophies, the Houston Rockets. A roar of applause erupted from the sidelines, for there was no distinction between home and away teams here. Both received tremendous cheers. Following this, the starting point guard of the Rockets, number 12, Rafer Alston, was welcomed. Next came the starting power forward, number 5, Juwan Howard. Then the starting small forward, number 31, Shane Battier. The starting center, number 11, Yao Ming from China, was welcomed next. Finally, the starting shooting guard, number 1, Tracy McGrady. When Yao and McGrady took the court, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with fans shouting in support of the Rockets. In the next moment, the lights went out entirely, and a huge logo occupied the entire screen, Golden Lakers, symbolizing the NBA's elite. With a 59-year history and 14 championship trophies, the Los Angeles Lakers, one of the titans of the NBA. The wave of cheers rose again, surpassing the earlier applause for the Rockets. A spotlight illuminated the Lakers bench, and Smush Parker stood up, bouncing onto the court. Next, the starting point guard, number 1, Smush Parker, was welcomed. As he reached the court, he waved to the fans. The lights shifted once more to the Lakers bench, where Luke Walton waved as he entered. Next, the starting small forward, number 4, Luke Walton, was introduced. Following that was the starting center, number 54, Kwame Brown, and the starting power forward, number 7, Lamar Odom. When the lights once again turned to the Lakers bench, the crowd's cheers threatened to lift the roof off the arena, and Kobe, expressionless, stood up and waved as he stepped onto the court. Next, the starting shooting guard, number 24, Kobe Bryant, was welcomed. After the introductions of both team starters, the arena lights brightened once more, and the players began their warm-ups. As it was merely a preseason game, the players moved freely across the court. Fang Mian approached the Rockets half and found Sula. "Hey Bob, how have you been?" Sula greeted Fang Mian warmly with a hug. "Fang, it's great to see you again, but why aren't you starting? Is it due to a lack of skill?" Sula teased, waving to the players on the court. "Yao, come here. I want to introduce you to a friend." Yao approached the sidelines and extended his hand to Fang Mian first. "Fang, it's wonderful to see you on the NBA stage." "Thank you. I will certainly give it my all." Fang Mian stammered with excitement, shaking Yao's hand vigorously before finally managing to utter those words. This preseason, CCTV unusually sent commentators and reporters to cover the game for Chinese fans. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NBA 2006 to 2007 preseason game, featuring the Los Angeles Lakers against the Houston Rockets. I am your commentator, Yu Xiaojia. Hello, I am your commentator, Su Buchuan. Just as Yu Xiaojia and Su Buchuan were introducing the rosters to the viewers, the warm-up concluded, and Phil Jackson gathered the players to discuss tactical arrangements. Meanwhile, Jeff Van Gundy was making similar preparations. The whistle blew, and both teams entered the court, ready for the tip-off. Chapter 35, the debut of the preseason game. The game officially commenced, with the Lakers gaining possession. Smush Parker brought the ball past half-court and directly passed it to Kobe, who then ran to the corner. Kobe stood at the top of the arc, defended by the Rockets star player, Tracy McGrady. Kobe, let me see what new moves you've learned this summer. As the Rockets ace, the responsibility of defending Kobe naturally fell to McGrady. Tracy, you better be careful then. Before he finished speaking, Kobe suddenly made his move, slipping past McGrady in a single step. McGrady closely shadowed Kobe, taking small steps, poised to attempt to steal. At that moment, Kobe executed a sudden spin, creating half a step of space, and then took a jump shot. The ball swished through the net, and the Lakers led 2-0. In the next round, McGrady established himself just inside the three-point line, receiving a pass from Alston. Kobe stepped back slightly, aware of McGrady's explosive first step. A moment's inattention could see him left behind. As Kobe retreated, McGrady quickly released the ball, sinking a jumper. The score was tied, as it was merely a preseason game. Both teams were not playing at full intensity, and defense was somewhat restrained. McGrady and Kobe traded scores from the perimeter while you dominated the paint against the Lakers. Kwame Brown, the top pick as designated by the basketball deity, could not match his status with corresponding skill, repeatedly conceding points to Yao. When the ball reached Yao, Kwame Brown defended him, but Yao executed a hook shot, easily scoring. In the studio, Yu Xiaojia was explaining the game to the viewers. To defend Yao, you must navigate around him to prevent him from receiving the ball. Once he has it, he can hook it in before you can even jump. Su Buchuan remarked leisurely. Halfway through the first quarter, the score stood at 18-12, with the Rockets in the lead. Fang, get ready to enter the game, Phil Jackson suddenly instructed, signaling a timeout. After the pause, Luke Walton was substituted, and Fang Mian officially made his debut in the preseason. The Chinese fans on the sidelines were ecstatic, finally getting to witness the Chinese rivalry. As Fang Mian took the court, the DJ enthusiastically announced his nickname. From China, Little Strong, number 9, Fang Mian. The American fans at the scene were still cheering, while the Chinese fans appeared bewildered before bursting into laughter. What kind of nickname is that, Little Strong? Is he the one I know? Haha, is this guy a comedian? I'm dying of laughter. It must be him who leaked it. Fang Mian's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a fierce glare at Farmar on the bench, who was giving him a thumbs up, looking rather pleased with himself. The Lakers launched another attack, and the ball eventually found its way into Fang Mian's hands, with the renowned defensive player, Sean Battier, guarding him. Battier had been a player for the Memphis Grizzlies last season and was traded to the Rockets this season, with the main asset being this year's 8th overall pick. Rudy Gay, faced with the defense-oriented Battier, Fang Mian had no intention of challenging him one-on-one. He understood that given his current abilities, a one-on-one duel with Battier would result in a humiliating defeat. As the ball returned to Kobe, Fang Mian suddenly made a quick cut to the basket, attempting to shake off Battier's defense. However, Battier was relentless, sticking to Fang Mian like glue, making him extremely uncomfortable. The possession ended with Kobe's shot clanging off the rim. In the next possession, Yao Ming set a screen for McGrady at the three-point line, allowing McGrady to drive straight to the basket. At that moment, Battier feigned a cut toward the basket, prompting Fang Mian to follow suit, only to realize it was merely a fake, as the ball was already in Battier's hands. Fang Mian was still 2 meters away, watching helplessly as Battier shot and scored a three-pointer. "You're just too impatient," Battier remarked with a smile, highlighting Fang Mian's error. Meanwhile, on a forum in China, viewers watching the live broadcast were in an uproar. The Summer League MVP is hyped so much, and even Battier can't contain him? This is merely the preseason. Come the regular season, he might get utterly humiliated. Previously, they had derided Smash Parker, but now they deemed Fang Mian even worse. I bet he'll be cut after the preseason. In the CCTV studio in China, 2 commentators were striving to defend Fang Mian. After all, the intensity of the preseason is not the same as that of the Summer League, It's natural to feel a bit out of sorts, one commentator remarked, glancing at his colleague. Indeed, many NBA stars struggle with adjustment during their first preseason games, just like Yao Ming, whose performance in his first regular season game was not impressive, the other added, earnestly using Yao Ming as a reference to excuse Fang Mian. At that moment, Fang Mian was oblivious to the commotion on the Chinese forum, as he utilized his superior stamina to keep running on the court. Even if he couldn't score, he aimed to exhaust his opponents. Fang Mian continuously accelerated, embodying the spirit of a long-distance runner. After several possessions, Battier was already panting, showing signs of fatigue. Seizing a brief moment of Battier's weariness, Fang Mian received a pass from Odom and made a decisive cut to the basket, scoring with a layup. Finally, he broke the frustrating scoring drought. Fang Mian exhaled in relief, with only 1 minute and 32 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Preseason task: score 10 points in a game, incomplete. Reward: 10 universal skill shards. Damn system, you finally assign me a task again, Fang Mian thought, relieved. Since the summer league concluded, the system had been silent, and he had almost believed it was broken. It appeared the difficulty of the task had increased, while the rewards remained largely unchanged. During a break in his teammates' free throws, Fang Mian quietly pondered. If the levels of competition were categorized, the finals would be an S, the playoffs an A, the regular season a B, the preseason a C, and the summer league a D. Now, it seemed the task difficulty had risen from D to C, yet the rewards were still about the same. System, please don't let me down. As the free throws concluded, the game resumed. Both teams had substituted in their bench players, with Fang Mian shifted to the point guard position alongside Farmar in the backcourt. With Vujasic at small forward, Brian Cook at power forward, and Bynum at center. The Rockets had also sent in their reserves, with Fang Mian's old acquaintance, Sura, at point guard, Luther Head at shooting guard, Kirk Snyder at small forward, Chuck Hayes at power forward, and the towering Mutombo at center. Chapter 36. Foul troubles. The first quarter ended with a score of 22-26, leaving the Lakers trailing. The Rockets' interior presence was simply too formidable, as Yao Ming alone dominated the paint, scoring 12 points, which was more than the combined total of Kwame Brown and Bynum, who had also accumulated 3 fouls. On the perimeter, Kobe had 12 points, and McGrady contributed 10, with both players evenly matched. As the second quarter commenced, both teams took to the court with their bench lineups, and Fang Mian was tasked with organizing the offense from the point guard position. Let me test the results of your training, Sura said, facing Fang Mian's defense, opting against passing or setting a screen, instead using small steps to inch closer. Sura constantly altered his pace, gradually widening the space between himself and Fang Mian until he was nearly half a body length away, and then suddenly raised his hand. Oh no, the old-timer is going for a shot, Fang Mian thought, startled, as he rushed to contest Sura's shot. Just then, Sura unexpectedly lowered his arm, a sly smile creeping across his face, and then shot while closely adhering to Fang Mian. The referee promptly blew the whistle. Lakers number 9, foul on the hand. Standing at the free throw line, Sura winked at Fang Mian and calmly sank both shots. Still lacking experience, easily fooled, Baker sighed, shaking his head. It seems you were right. Phil, this kid isn't ready for the starting lineup yet. Kid, this is the wisdom of veterans, Sura grinned, his smile growing increasingly mischievous. While Fang Mian perceived it as mockery, the impetuous young man couldn't withstand the provocation and impulsively launched a drive. To his surprise, Sura stumbled backward and fell to the ground, prompting the referee to blow the whistle once more. Lakers number 9, offensive foul. In just 2 possessions, Fang Mian had accumulated 2 fouls. Asian kid, can't you think while you play? Don't be so reckless, Baker shouted from the sidelines. He had previously argued with Phil on Fang Mian's behalf, only to find him utterly ineffective, turning Baker's face a shade of crimson with frustration. At that moment, the Chinese forum was flooded with posts mocking Fang Mian. 2 fouls in 2 possessions? I could do that too. Maybe the Lakers should consider me for just 500,000 RMB a year. Forget about you. Even my grandmother could do it for just 100,000 RMB annually. Wow, the competition is stiff. I don't even want money. I'll pay to play and bring my own lunch. The forum erupted in laughter. The Lakers called a timeout, and Fang Mian returned to the bench, dejected and silent. Yellow-skinned kid, if I were you, I'd just head back home after the game. It's too humiliating to endure. The taunting of Smash Park arrived punctually. Asian kid, if you continue to play like this, you shall find yourself on the bench for some serious reflection, Becker bellowed furiously at his opponent. Bill, calm down. The voice of the Zen master resonated. Fang, come here. Fang Mian lowered his head and approached the Zen master, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Fang, you will recalibrate your state, won't you? The Zen master gazed at Fang Mian through his glasses with a perceptive look. As a renowned coach, his forte lay not in tactics, but in understanding the human heart. Whenever the team encountered difficulties, the Zen master would allow the players to resolve their own issues, fostering their growth more swiftly. Coach, I will readjust my state. Please grant me another chance. Fang Mian's demeanor was exceptionally sincere. The Zen master nodded, and Beck called the players over to reorganize the strategy. With the timeout concluded, the Lakers regained possession of the ball. Fang Mian once again held the ball against Sula. This time, he refrained from acting impulsively and instead opted to call for a screen from Bynum. The robust figure of the little shark effectively obstructed Sula, allowing Fang Mian to penetrate towards the paint. Meanwhile, the other three players began to move incessantly, seeking opportunities to elude their defenders. During his drive, Fang Mian keenly observed the dynamics of the court. After blocking Sula, Bynum turned and sprinted towards the basket, while Hayes vacated the paint in pursuit of Cook, leaving the area unguarded. The Rockets adjusted their strategy. Schneider, who had been marking Vujasic, shifted his focus towards Fang Mian, prompting Mutombo to take over Vujasic's defense. Seizing the moment of the switch between Schneider and Mutombo, Fang Mian swiftly passed the ball to Vujasic, who decisively released the shot, and the basketball smoothly nestled into the hoop. Well done, Sasha, Fang Mian exclaimed, rushing over to high-five Vujasic. With the successful execution of the tactic, Fang Mian's confidence surged as he prepared to face Sula once more. Hey, do you think I'll shoot this time? Sula smirked slyly, teasing Fang Mian. Bob, I won't fall for that this time, Fang Mian replied, maintaining his focus on Sula, striving to reveal no weakness. Sula chuckled, lofting a pass into the paint where the towering Mutombo awaited. Come on, old man, you won't get past me, Bynum growled, his eyes fierce and words menacing. Why should I need to get past you, kid? Mutombo retorted with a grin, casually extending his right hand. At the moment Sula delivered the pass, Hyde suddenly broke free from Farmar, cutting sharply towards the basket just in time to receive Mutombo's feed. Bynum, caught off guard, watched helplessly as Hyde scored right over him. What the hell are you doing? Bynum roared at Farmar. Can't you keep track of your man? Farmar lowered his head, feeling disheartened. The basic tactics of running back, evading, and cutting had somehow eluded him. In the next possession, Fang Mian once again held the ball. Due to the Lakers' severe shortage of guards, the Zen master had decided to let Fang Mian play the point guard position continuously. What if, through practice, you turn into a makeshift Magic Johnson? He mused. Hey Fang, why not try one-on-one with me? You might just win. After all, I'm just an old guy. Sula incessantly lured Fang Mian into a duel. Fang Mian remained utterly unfazed, towering over Sula by half a head, fully aware of his advantages. On the other side, Cook set a screen for Farmar at the left side of the free throw line. Seizing the opportunity as Cook obstructed the defender, Farmar swiftly evaded Hayde and sprinted towards the three-point line, receiving the basketball in the next moment. He adjusted his posture and took a shot, but alas, it did not find the net. What a pity for the senior. Surely next time he will succeed. Fang Mian patted Farmar on the back, offering encouragement. One must wonder about Farmar's capabilities. It felt like a squandered opportunity for Fang Mian's pass. With a name that includes Jordan, he couldn't even make an open shot. How disappointing. If it were Kobe, it would have gone in effortlessly. Discussions on the Huagua forum grew increasingly animated. Teacher Sue, do you think Fang Mian would have a better development if he played as a point guard? In the studio, Yu Xiaojia and Su Buchuan were also engaged in conversation. I believe it ultimately depends on the head coach's arrangements. After all, the head coach is most familiar with Fang Mian's playing style. Yes, it really hinges on the Zen master's decisions. Su Buchuan's comment felt rather superfluous. Chapter 37. Alston with 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter. The Lakers substituted their starters once more, although this time, Kobe and Walton did not take the court. Fang Mian was shifted to the small forward position, while the point guard remained Smush Parker. Hey kid, let me show you how the main team plays. Smush Parker glared at Fang Mian with a menacing demeanor. Meanwhile, the Rockets replaced Sula and Uncle Mu, appointing Alston as the point guard, while Uncle Hua took the 4 spot and Hayes moved to the 5. For a preseason game, neither side intended to overextend their starters. The Lakers held possession. Smush Parker brought the ball past half court, confronting Alston's defense, and charged into the paint, executing a soft floater. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim, with Hayes securing the rebound and passing it to Alston. Ralph Alston, renowned as the king of street ball and likened to the Jordan of that realm, stands as one of the most influential figures in street basketball, second only to the GOAT. Many NBA stars have faced him at Rucker Park, yet none have emerged victorious. However, this street ball king has found his transition into the NBA challenging. In the NBA, basketball is a team sport, necessitating collaboration among 5 players to secure victory, while for Alston, who hails from the streets, it feels more akin to one-on-one duels. Compounding Alston's struggles, many street ball moves, if attempted in the NBA, would undoubtedly result in fouls. Since entering the league, Alston has been searching for his path, from the Bucks to the Raptors, then to the Heat, and back to the Raptors, until last year when he was traded to the Rockets, becoming their starting point guard. Last season, Alston participated in 63 games, all as a starter, averaging 12.1 points, 6.7 assists, and 1.6 steals per game, making him one of the only 8 players to average over 1.5 steals and 1.5 three-pointers. Nonetheless, his shooting percentage stood at a mere 37.9, with a three-point percentage of 32.7, and his free throw shooting lacked consistency, hitting only 69.2 this summer. He diligently practiced, hoping to contribute more to the Rockets' victories in the upcoming season. Smush, care to guess from which side I'll break through? Alston dribbled while bantering with Smush Parker. Old man, no matter which way you try, I won't let you pass. Although Smush Parker was only 5 years Alston's junior, his tone suggested Alston had been in the league for 2 decades. Alston dribbled nonchalantly, his street ball roots evident in his flashy ball handling skills, effortlessly executing between the legs and behind the back dribbles. Old man, go back to your streets. The NBA isn't for you, Smush Parker scoffed. Seizing a moment of relaxation from Smush, Alston flicked his wrist, sending the basketball through Smush Parker's legs before swiftly maneuvering around him, racing towards the basket. This between-the-legs move humiliated Smush, who let out a roar and turned to give chase. Kwame Brown, stationed at the basket, watched Alston closely, ready to provide support. Alston was exhilarated. It had been a while since he executed such a move, and today was the perfect opportunity to practice against the young Smush. He charged towards the basket. With only Kwame Brown defending, Alston leapt gently, preparing for a layup. As expected, upon seeing Alston S-jump, Kwame rushed to defend. Alston pulled back the ball and delivered a swift pass to Hayes, who effortlessly dunked for the score. Wow, was that the between-the-legs move? That was incredibly cool. The Huagua Forum erupted once more. Truly the king of street ball, his moves seem almost effortless. When will I ever master such skills? What a pathetic street ball king. If I were on the court, he would be thoroughly beaten. Wherever you go, there you are. Has Kobe even taken the court? Kid, don't underestimate old-timers like me. Be careful not to get schooled. Alston chuckled as he glanced at Smush Parker while heading back on defense. That old man is infuriating. If he dares to challenge me one-on-one, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget, Smush Parker growled, eyes ablaze, as the Lakers initiated their offense. With Smush Parker dribbling past half-court, although Fang Mian had been tirelessly running back and forth, he remained diligently engaged in executing the tactics. With a swift maneuver, he eluded Schneider and circled around Kwame Brown, who was providing him with a screen, moving to the three-point line, signaling for the ball. In the face of the wide-open Fang Mian, Smush Parker resolutely disregarded him, opting instead to perform a series of crossovers before releasing a shot. The ball clanked against the front of the rim, and Hayes secured the defensive rebound, passing it to Alston. Hey kid, while I may hail from the street ball scene, it seems I am far more suited for the NBA than you. Alston teased Parker with a grin. You don't actually believe you're the next Kobe, do you? Damn you, old man. I'm going to teach you a lesson, Parker growled under his breath, akin to a provoked beast. In the next moment, Schneider set a screen for Alston at the three-point line, allowing Alston to exploit the opportunity and drive toward the basket. According to the coaching strategy, once the Rockets executed a pick and roll, the Lakers players were to be prepared for a defensive switch. At that moment, Parker was blocked by Schneider, leaving Fang Mian responsible for defending Alston's drive. Get out of my way, you yellow-skinned brat. Fang Mian was poised to switch, but Parker had already sprinted back, and if their timing had been slightly better, they could have effectively trapped Alston. Unfortunately, the lack of synergy between Fang Mian and Parker meant that before the trap materialized, Schneider was already wide open. Alston delivered a bounce pass, and Schneider effortlessly sank a jumper. Damn it, Smush, do you even know how to play basketball? With the Rockets scoring consecutively, Fang Mian's frustration boiled over as he unleashed a tirade at Parker. You better defend properly. If you let anyone slip through again, you might as well ask to be subbed out. Parker, consumed by anger, entirely overlooked the coaching strategy. In the next possession, he continued to ignore his teammates, driving toward the basket only to miss his layup. Smush, if you keep playing like this, you're coming out. Beck's roar resonated throughout the court, finally tempering Parker's fervor. However, the calm was short-lived. Provoked by Alston's taunts, Parker fell back into a solo play mentality, missing 5 consecutive shots. The score had now shifted to 40-52, with the Lakers trailing by 12 points. Chapter 38. The indomitable Roach. As the first half concluded, the Lakers found themselves down by 15 points. Beck, his face darkened with displeasure, entered the locker room, where silence reigned except for Kobe and Odom. Smush. I've heard you have a nickname in China, the Grim Reaper. Beck turned expressionlessly towards Parker, then erupted. Are you serious? Are you only here to take down your own team? Beck brandished the statistics sheet, almost thrusting it into Parker's face. Do you even have a brain? Tactics. Tactics. Do you not understand what tactics mean? Beck, already displeased with Parker, was now seething at the sight of his performance statistics, wishing he could twist Parker's head off. Parker lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Once Beck had vented his anger, Zen Master suddenly called over Fang Mian. Can you still run in the second half? Of course. Just ask Kobe if you don't believe me. Though uncertain of Zen Master's intentions, Fang Mian felt confident. Zen Master nodded, saying nothing further, and began to outline the strategy for the second half. During halftime, discussions were fervently unfolding on the Huagua forum regarding the game. The Lakers' point guard position is simply too weak. Smush Parker is utterly unfit to be a starter. In my opinion, it's not about capability. He simply doesn't belong in the NBA. Fang Mian seems to be doing well. At least he can quickly adjust his state. I want to see Kobe play. All day long, he has been overshadowed by our guy McGrady. Yeah, shouldn't he play anymore? It's just a preseason game, and an injury would be a huge loss. Amidst these discussions, one post went unnoticed, stating simply, have you noticed that Fang Mian has been running continuously since he stepped on the court, hardly pausing at all? As the second half commenced, both teams fielded their starting lineups. Despite it being merely a preseason game, neither side could afford to be dismissive. Right from the start, McGrady and Kobe entertained the fans with a series of dunks, as the outcome of the game wouldn't affect their records. So why not put on a show for the paying audience? The coaching staff, having released their frustrations, found Beck idly sitting on the bench. Zen Master suddenly called over Beck. Did you notice? That Asian kid has been running nonstop throughout the first half. I did notice. His running distance is the longest on either team, Beck replied, puzzled by why Zen Master would bring this up. I heard he once made Kobe work hard in practice. Sap chimed in. That's an exaggeration, but Kobe certainly praises the kid's stamina. Zen Master pulled over a tactics board and said to Sap, Isla, you're the offensive coach. Design a play for this kid, a give-and-go strategy. Sap immediately understood that Zen Master intended to leverage Fang Mian's seemingly boundless energy for a give-and-go play. But Phil, I'm not sure how his shooting is. Midway through the third quarter, Fang Mian returned to the court, replacing Walton. This time, the coaching staff kept Odom on the floor and offered a few instructions. Once again, Parker brought the ball up court. This time, Odom positioned himself at the three-point line for a catch. Parker passed the ball to Odom and obediently retreated to the corner. On the other side, Fang Mian embarked on a relentless spree of off-ball movement, cutting, weaving around screens, and doing whatever it took to exhaust himself. Is this kid insane? It's just a preseason game. Does it really need to be like this? Schneider trailed behind Fang Mian, struggling to keep up with his endless running. After a swift change of direction that left Schneider behind, Odom delivered the anticipated pass. Fang Mian caught the ball, adjusted, and took a shot. Clang. Fang Mian's shot ricocheted off the rim. From the sidelines, Beck observed and instead of berating him, continued to encourage, Fang, keep it up, run hard. Although Fang Mian struggled to make his shots, his tactical approach proved successful. As for his shooting percentage, the season is still long, and he will undoubtedly refine his skills over time. In the next round, Fang Mian closely shadowed Schneider, employing every ounce of his energy to disrupt him and prevent easy ball reception. How does this Asian lad train? How can he remain so tireless? Fang Mian clung to Schneider like a stubborn adhesive plaster, gradually wearing him down with irritation. The Zen Master on the sidelines observed Fang Mian and nodded subtly. A player willing to expend such energy on defense is always favored by coaches. With proper cultivation, he is bound to become a formidable defensive force in the future. Fang Mian's efforts have finally borne fruit. The moment Schneider received the pass, Fang Mian decisively made his move, swiftly and cleanly seizing the ball from his grasp. He then initiated a counterattack, launching a fast break with a 2-on-1 advantage in the front court. Fang Mian never anticipated that Odom would sprint with such swiftness. Hayes had yet to retreat to the paint when Odom and Fang Mian surged forward from either side. Hayes, overwhelmed, gritted his teeth and opted to confront Odom, as the latter posed a far greater threat than Fang Mian. "Thank you, Chuck." Fang Mian effortlessly made the layup. Thus far, he had accumulated 4 points, still 6 shy of his target. In the subsequent possession, Alston added another 2 points for the Rockets, which came quite easily, as Smash Parker merely watched him score. "I must inform Mitch to seek another point guard in the free agency market. I am convinced there is no worse point guard in the league than Smash." Baker's expression darkened. From the latter half of the third quarter, Odom took charge of orchestrating the offense. Though termed as organization, it was essentially him distributing the ball from the arc. Could Green possibly be Odom's little admirer? Fang Mian recalled the future Warriors, where the power forward Green held the ball at the top, waiting for Curry or Clay to receive and shoot. "Damn that Asian kid, can't you just stop running?" Schneider was nearly on the verge of collapse from Fang Mian's relentless movement, his lungs gasping like a broken bellows. Rockets coach Van Gundy had long taken note of Fang Mian, deeply astonished by his boundless stamina. Following Zen Master's strategy, everyone except Odom was setting screens for Fang Mian, who persistently ran, maneuvered around screens, and then received the ball to shoot. Skill activated, aiming mastery, ordinary level 0 stars next 3-point shot. Accuracy increased by 3. The basketball soared from Fang Mian's fingertips, tracing a beautiful arc before smoothly entering the hoop, producing a delightful sound. "Splendid!" Fang Mian raised his fist and shouted, while the Chinese fans on the sidelines cheered him on. The indefatigable Fang Mian was finally ready to showcase his prowess. Chapter 39. Van Gundy's response when Fang Mian sank his first three-pointer. Van Gundy did not take it to heart. It was merely a single three-pointer, insignificant for the Rockets, who led by over 10 points. "Kirk, hustle. Don't let that rookie outpace you." Van Gundy yelled at Schneider on the court. "Damn, old man. You give it a try. This Asian kid is simply inhuman." Schneider grumbled while struggling to keep pace with Fang Mian. "Smash, screen, screen. Are you deaf?" Baker simultaneously shouted at Smash Parker, urging him to quickly move to the three-point line to set a pick for Fang Mian. "Yellow-skinned boy, you better not squander this opportunity." Smash Parker swiftly set a screen for Fang Mian, blocking Schneider behind him. Fang Mian, having found space, caught the ball and shot in one fluid motion. Another 3 points. The cutting strategy devised by the Zen master for Fang Mian yielded excellent results, with Fang Mian's relentless stamina and fairly good shooting from open positions. The Lakers steadily closed the gap, as Fang Mian hit 3 consecutive three-pointers in the third quarter, along with 2 points from a fast break, totaling 11 points in the period. Thus, the objective of the first preseason game was accomplished. Beep, preseason task, scored 10 points in a single game completed. Task reward, Universal Skill Fragment X10. Fang Mian unhesitatingly accepted the reward, and at the same time, the second task arrived. Preseason task, score 20 points in a preseason match, not completed. Reward, attribute points X2, Universal Skill Fragments X10. Fang Mian suddenly observed that the task requirements were solely focused on scoring, while there were no corresponding tasks related to rebounds or assists. Fang Mian had the intention to inquire about the system, yet the ongoing match compelled him to set that thought aside for the moment. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 72-80, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. Observing the seemingly tireless Fang Mian, the other Lakers players felt a sense of bewilderment. Did he not feel fatigue? Was he even human? "Kobe, does someone come to mind?" the Zen master inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Kobe replied, his face contorting into an expression of anguish. "That guy Richard is strikingly similar to Fang." Richard, known as Hamilton, was the starting shooting guard for the Pistons. It was said that he had a background in long-distance running, with both parents being athletes. During the 2003 to 2004 NBA Finals, Kobe had first-hand experience of Hamilton's prowess. Whenever Hamilton took the court, he engaged in relentless movement, each possession a testament to his endurance, and he appeared to revel in it. Over the 5 games of the finals, Hamilton became a veritable nightmare for Kobe, whose renowned stamina faltered under Hamilton's incessant running, ultimately contributing to the Pistons' championship victory that year. "Fang, can you continue?" Baker expressed concern for Fang Mian's stamina. "Absolutely, I feel as though I could play all day," Fang Mian responded with unwavering confidence. Very well then. You shall remain on the court for the fourth quarter. Should you tire, I will substitute you out. After 3 quarters of play, players, coaches, and fans alike had taken note of Fang Mian's extraordinary endurance, with Hamilton being the most frequently mentioned comparison. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams exchanged their starters for their substitutes, and Fang Mian assumed the role of the Lakers' primary playmaker. The first possession belonged to the Lakers. After Fang Mian crossed half court, he directly passed the ball to Farmar. Despite being the point guard, Becker insisted that the entire team engage in a passing and cutting strategy, leveraging Fang Mian's inexhaustible stamina to create opportunities. The Rockets' backup point guard, Bob Sura, hampered by a significant injury, could not keep pace with Fang Mian. Fang Mian easily evaded him, received Farmar's pass, and took a shot. Once again, he scored, bringing his total to 15 points in this match. He felt confident he would reach 20 points before the game concluded. The Rockets launched a counterattack, with Sura facing Fang Mian. Hey, kid, how's Claire? Sura casually inquired, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. She's doing well, damn. Fang Mian managed to utter a few words. But as Sura distracted him, Sura executed a quick change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Fang Mian and driving towards the basket. What a slime move. Fang Mian quickly pursued, timely joining Bynum to double-team Sura. If a point guard can calmly distribute the ball under such pressure, they are on the path to becoming an all-star. Unfortunately, Sura was not that player, resulting in a turnover. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Mian sprinted forward, creating a 2-on-1 situation with Farmar, and assisted Farmar for an easy layup. In just 3 brief possessions, the Lakers netted 4 points, narrowing the deficit to 4. The Rockets chose not to call a timeout and continued their offensive. Sura dribbled past half court and directly passed the ball to Schneider, who finally managed to shake off Fang Mian. Schneider exhaled in relief, unleashing his long-held frustrations on Vujasic. After executing 2 quick crossovers to bypass Vujasic, he sank a mid-range jumper. Following his score, Schneider erupted with excitement, directing a furious shout towards the Lakers bench. As the shadow that had loomed over him throughout the match finally lifted, let us mourn for Bob. For it was now his turn to contend with this tireless young player. Schneider gestured a prayer towards Sura. The Lakers continued their offensive strategy centered around Fang Mian, which proved effective. Farmar held the ball at the arc, while others constantly set screens for Fang Mian, allowing him to run free for catch-and-shoot opportunities. However, this time, the Rockets appeared to have a different response. Cook and Fang Mian executed an off-ball screen, with Fang Mian circling around Cook towards the arc. Suddenly, Hayes, who had been defending Cook, abandoned his assignment and lunged towards Fang Mian. In that moment, Hayes and Sura switched defensive roles. Although Sura was no longer behind Fang Mian, Hayes relentlessly pursued him. Unable to shake off the defense, Fang Mian continued his drive towards the paint, where Bynum set a second screen for him. Yet, after Fang Mian maneuvered around Bynum, his defender transformed into Mutombo. As he and Hayes completed another switch, Fang Mian kept darting across the court, with defenders constantly shifting behind him, their sole purpose being to prevent him from receiving the ball in open space. Since you've chosen to play a passing game, I'll counter with infinite switching defense. After all, your individual skills aren't strong enough to overpower defenders one-on-one. Coach Jeff Van Gundy's tactical adjustment immediately put Fang Mian in an uncomfortable position. His 100-step piercing arrow skill had already been exhausted, and he hadn't yet mastered the ability to shoot over tight defense. What was once an unstoppable strategy suddenly lost its effectiveness. Asian kid, let's see if you can still find a way to score under these circumstances. Chapter 40. Fierce battle. Van Gundy's infinite switching defense disrupted the Lakers' passing game, making it significantly harder for Fang Mian to find open shots. Seeing the play break down, Jordan Farmar had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, driving for a layup only to clank it off the rim. At this critical moment, Andrew Bynum finally stepped up, using an elbow to push Dikembe Mutombo aside before slamming in a putback dunk. Landing with a roar, Bynum, though not yet the baby Shaq, was already showing glimpses of his dominance. Just 2 points behind now. The Rockets quickly responded with a substitution. Kirk Snyder out, Shane Battier in. Once again, Bob Sura faced Fang Mian, controlling the tempo with veteran poise, searching for weaknesses in the young guard's defense. Battier flared out to the 3-point line, and Sura dished him the ball to take charge. Though not known as a primary scorer, Battier was more than capable against the Lakers' lackluster defense in this preseason game. A quick spin move left Sasha Vujasic in the dust, followed by a soft floater to extend the lead to 4. Next possession, Fang Mian took control, only to be met by Badier's suffocating defense. Facing the seasoned defensive specialist, Fang Mian couldn't afford even the slightest lapse in focus, prompting him to activate his eagle eye skill. Beep, skill successfully activated. Temporary skill acquired. Hand and face defense, epic 3-star. Hand and face defense, epic 3-star when activated during an opponent's shot, instantly reduces their shooting accuracy by 17. Usable 5 times. Holy shit, a jackpot. Even if it was just a temporary skill, it was still an epic tier ability. Fang Mian passed the ball to Farmar and continued to dart around, seeking an opportunity to evade Badier's defense. However, this time, even though the Rockets did not opt for an endless switch, Fang Mian found himself unable to shake off Badier. The man was exceptionally astute, almost predicting Fang Mian's every move. The moment Fang Mian made the slightest gesture, Badier was already aware of his next step, preemptively blocking his path. Such was Badier's prowess. Realizing that he could not escape Badier's grasp, Farmar abandoned his tactical concerns and, noticing Bynum positioned in the paint, effortlessly passed the ball to him. Come on, young man, let me witness your strength. Don't let me make you cry. Uncle Mu positioned himself against Bynum, elbow pressed against his waist. Old man, I know you were a formidable defender in your youth, but you've grown old, like a tiger without its claws. No one fears you anymore, Bynum declared before spinning around, preparing to leap for a dunk. Prepare to face justice. In the next moment, an arm suddenly reached from behind Bynum, palm meeting the basketball. Bynum felt an overwhelming force, sending both him and the ball crashing to the floor. Even a tiger without claws remains a tiger, not something a mere kitten like you can provoke. Uncle Mu shook his finger, a look of disdain on his face. In 2006, the league still highly valued physicality, and the referees did not call a foul on this play. Uncle Mu, standing in the paint, his muscular form resembling a mountain, watched as Bynum fell to the ground like a docile kitten. Goodness. Uncle Mu is nearly 40 yet still so fierce. He must have been incredible in his youth. Fang Mian marveled as he dashed towards the rolling basketball. Just as Fang Mian was about to seize the ball, a figure lunged in, colliding with him. It was Badier again. Using his physical advantage, Badier snatched the ball and sprinted towards the front court. Fang Mian sprinted alongside him, one-on-one in the front court, faced with Fang Mian clinging to him like a second skin. Badier desperately sought to break free, but Fang Mian shadowed him relentlessly. Damn it, Asian kid. As they approached the three-point line, Badier abruptly halted, shaking off Fang Mian, adjusting his stance, and calmly shooting from beyond the arc. No way you're making that shot. In an instant, Fang Mian activated his skill, the eye-covering technique. In midair, Badier found his vision obscured, the basket vanishing from sight as a palm blocked his view. This kid is incredibly fast. With his target lost, Badier had no choice but to force a shot, which clanged off the rim, and Fang Mian secured the rebound. In the next play, instead of continuing with passes, Fang Mian called for a pick at the top of the arc. Bynum moved to the three-point line to set a screen, then followed Fang Mian as he drove. While Brian Cook drifted towards the three-point line, and Farmar and Vujasic lurked in the corners. After being blocked, Badier opted to switch defenses, assigning Uncle Mu to guard Fang Mian while he closely shadowed Bynum. Confronted by the imposing presence of Uncle Mu, Fang Mian chose to attack fiercely, activating his skill. Lightning speed, once again driving hard. Yet, facing the renowned defender, Fang Mian discovered an awkward truth. No matter how he tried to break through, Uncle Mu always positioned himself between Fang Mian and the basket, the oppressive force of his presence rendering it impossible for Fang Mian to take a shot. Over here. Asian kid. Bynum's voice came from the other side, just as Uncle Mu turned his back to him, unable to assist. An opportunity arose. Bynum, receiving the ball, faced a smaller Badier and opted for a powerful dunk. In the next moment, Badier suddenly wrapped his arms around Bynum, forcefully throwing him to the floor. Foul on number 31 of the Rockets, free throw for number 17 of the Lakers. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Bynum rose from the floor and approached the free throw line, a known weakness for big men. First free throw. Bynum stood at the line, inhaled deeply, and shot. Clang. Missed. Andrew, stay calm. Fang Mian encouraged, slapping palms with Bynum. Second free throw. Perhaps Fang Mian's words had an effect, as Bynum confidently sank the second shot. The score stood at 79-82. The Lakers trailed by just 3 points. Possession to the Rockets. The players on the court revolved entirely around Badier, who received the ball from Sura after crossing half-court. Sasha, switch. Fang Mian knew Vujasic could not match Badier, and seizing the moment, He swiftly completed the switch with Vujasic. Armed with tireless stamina and his temporary skill, Fang Mian felt confident in defending Badier's attack. Old man, receive the pass. Badier. Opting not to isolate against Fang Mian, prioritized teamwork, passing to Uncle Mu in the paint. As soon as the ball left Badier's hands, he commenced a relentless off-ball run, with Fang Mian trailing closely behind, like Badier's shadow. Meanwhile, Uncle Mu engaged Bynum in a battle of pure strength, both exerting their utmost, yet neither gaining the upper hand. Just then, a figure emerged on Uncle Mu's right side, unexpectedly snatching the ball from his grasp. Chapter 41. Victory and defeat. As Uncle Mu and Bynum continued their physical standoff, a figure suddenly intercepted Uncle Mu's possession. It was Vujasic. After switching with Fang Mian, Vujasic, easily keeping pace with the aging Sura, seized the opportunity to double-team Uncle Mu while utilizing a screen with Cook, successfully stealing the ball. As Vujasic made the steal, Fang Mian, ever observant, sprinted towards the front court. Aware of the impending danger, Badier pursued relentlessly. Vujasic delivered a long pass, the basketball traveling from the backcourt straight into Fang Mian's hands. Fang Mian activated his lightning speed, accelerating past Badier, culminating in a spectacular dunk. Well done, Sasha. Fang Mian and Vujasic celebrated with a spirited chest bump. Now, the Lakers trailed by only 1 point, with 10 minutes remaining. Coach Van Gundy called a timeout, substituting Sura for Alston, recognizing that Sura, having suffered a major injury, could no longer keep up. Even in a preseason game, Coach Van Gundy refused to concede easily. Alston brought the ball up, Badier setting a screen for him, while Fang Mian switched defenses with Vujasic. Alston faced Vujasic, dazzling with a series of dribbles before penetrating and opting for a jump shot near the free throw line. The ball smoothly found the net, and he drew a foul on Vujasic. A 2-1. Alston confidently converted the free throw and gestured a gun-shooting sign towards the Lakers bench. The score widened to a 4-point gap once more. Kobe felt increasingly restless, frequently glancing at the Zen Master, yearning for an opportunity to enter the game. The Zen Master sat calmly on the sidelines, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match, and gestured to Kobe with a wave of his hand, signaling him to remain patient. During the Lakers' possession, Fang Mian maintained control of the ball, and as they crossed half-court, he passed it to Vujasic. Vujasic then deftly lobbed the ball into the hands of Bynum in the paint, immediately setting a screen for Fang Mian. This screen was executed with remarkable precision, as Vujasic blocked Alston, creating a clear opportunity for Fang Mian. Simultaneously, Fang Mian sprinted back, shaking off Alston while reaching for the ball. Andrew, over here. Having successfully evaded Alston, Fang Mian found himself in a wide-open position, ready to shoot the moment he received the ball. With an impressive long-range shooting ability of 80, he was confident in making this three-pointer. However, Bynum remained oblivious to the success of the play. He relentlessly pounded the ball into the paint, attempting to take on Uncle Mu in a one-on-one. Old man, last time you were lucky, but not this time. Bynum exerted all his strength, fiercely attacking the interior. Uncle Mu, renowned for being a 4-time DPY recipient, faced Bynum's aggression with composure, opting for a retreating maneuver. Caught off guard, Bynum stumbled and fell to the floor, losing possession of the basketball. Damn it! As Alston swiftly seized the ball, launching a fast break, Fang Mian could only sprint desperately back to his own court, determined to at least attempt to thwart the impending attack. True to his reputation as the king of street ball, Alston maintained his speed while dribbling, effortlessly executing a layup for 2 points. Andrew, what the hell are you doing? Baker shouted from the sidelines, directing his ire at Bynum. Why aren't you following the play? Play? What play? Bynum appeared completely oblivious to Baker's words. For him, the best strategy was merely to have the ball in his hands and go for the solo effort. Fang Mian, with the ball, reorganizes the strategy as they find themselves trailing by 6 points. The Lakers are in urgent need of scoring to halt their downward spiral. Fang Mian continued to pass the ball to Vujasic, while Cook and Bynum positioned themselves on either side of the free throw line, awaiting Fang Mian to weave through them. As Fang Mian maneuvered, Cook and Bynum converged, effectively obstructing the pursuing Alston behind them. Once again, the elevator door tactic was in play. Having eluded Alston, Fang Mian received Vujasic's pass beyond the three-point line, adjusting his stance in preparation for a shot. Asian kid, don't forget about me. Badier relinquished Vujasic, sprinting towards Fang Mian with all his might, determined to thwart the shot, only to realize that Fang Mian had anticipated this, the previous attempt merely a feint. Oh no. Badier watched in disbelief as Fang Mian raised his right hand, delivering the ball directly to Vujasic in the right corner, who executed the shot with precision. effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. This kid is incredibly cunning. The previously irate Baker felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fang Mian's performance in this preseason game could only be deemed exceptional. Phil, if this kid pairs up with Kobe, we might witness the emergence of another all-star backcourt. The Zen master observed the court with a stoic demeanor, yet his mind wandered to different thoughts. As the game progressed through a series of exchanges, the score difference remained within 3 points, time steadily dwindling with just 46 seconds left on the clock. The score stood at 98-101, with the Lakers trailing by 3. Although the intensity of the preseason was not as pronounced as that of the regular season, the players, recently returned to training, were still feeling the strain, especially Battier, who had been tirelessly shadowing Fang Mian and was on the verge of exhaustion. Van Gundy, recognizing the situation, had no choice but to substitute him, bringing Schneider into matchup against Fang Mian. The Lakers' offense continued to revolve around Fang Mian, even as the game remained tightly contested. The key players still resting on the sidelines. Fang Mian had already scored his 19th point of the match, just one shy of fulfilling his objective. With only 34 seconds remaining, if time was managed wisely, the Lakers might find themselves with another opportunity to attack. Artest, who was defending Fang Mian at the arc, was slightly out of breath, astonished like the others at Fang Mian's seemingly inexhaustible stamina. "Kid, if you're tired, just pass the ball to me and take a breather." Artest attempted to coax Fang Mian into feeling fatigued. "Quit the nonsense, Artest. I'm not tired at all. I could even play 2 more overtimes." Fang Mian observed the unfolding situation on the court, mentally strategizing. He still had one use of his lightning speed left, but his precision shooting was spent. Only his grappling and obscuring techniques remained, which would be of no use in this round. Kwame Brown, who had replaced Bynum, proactively set a screen for Fang Mian at the three-point line. Fang Mian activated his lightning speed, charging towards the basket, and before Howard could provide support, he opted for a sudden stop and jump shot. The ball swished through the net. With 22 seconds left, Fang Mian had narrowed the deficit to a single point. The Rockets called for a timeout. The fans on the sidelines erupted into cheers, rallying for their respective teams, while the DJ showcased highlights from the game on the big screen. Both coaches were intensely strategizing, and with 22 seconds remaining, the Rockets theoretically had enough time for one last offensive play. Although they led by just 1 point, the initiative lay with the Rockets, while the Lakers were left with no option but to resort to a foul strategy. Chapter 42, the decisive kill as the timeout concluded. Both teams returned to the court with 22 seconds remaining. The Rockets inbound from the front court, and Artest swiftly maneuvered around the screen to receive the ball by the sideline. With 21 seconds left, Fang Mian committed a foul, sending Artest to the free throw line. As Artest stood at the line, the fans created a deafening cacophony. Hundreds of black and white paper windmills waving to disrupt his focus, while several female fans danced exuberantly behind the basket. The Lakers, as one of the elite teams, managed to create an atmosphere akin to a home game, even in Las Vegas during a preseason match. The disturbance proved effective. Artest's first free throw rimmed out, eliciting a roar of jubilation from the crowd. Sweat trickled down Artest's forehead as he refocused, confidently sinking the second shot. The Lakers had exhausted their final timeout, trailing by 2 points with 21 seconds remaining. For the Lakers, a safer choice would be to aim for a two-pointer to extend the game into overtime. However, to clinch an outright victory, they would have to opt for a three-pointer. The fans fervently urged for the starters to take the court. At that moment, both head coaches were vocally directing their players as the climactic conclusion approached. As the timeout ended, the fans erupted in thunderous applause, and the star players finally took to the floor for the decisive final round. Just before stepping onto the court, Kobe suddenly caught Fang Mian's arm and whispered a few words into his ear. Fang Mian donned the number 9 jersey as he stepped onto the court alongside Kobe. In a decisive moment, the Lakers coaching staff opted to forego Smosh Parker in favor of the more reliable Fang Mian. The fervent Chinese fans on the Lakers bench cheered enthusiastically for him, while Fang Mian, without looking back, coolly signaled an okay with his hand. On the other side, the Rockets did not deploy Yao Ming but instead chose to send in the seasoned Mutombo. Yao had participated in numerous matches for the Chinese national team over the summer and was in dire need of rest. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Odom stood at the sideline, ready to pass. The players on the court began to move frantically. With Fang Mian setting a screen for Kobe on the right side beyond the arc, Kobe successfully received the ball and, facing McGrady's defense, remained composed, managing the clock with care. Among the remaining 4 Lakers players, Odom and Kwame Brown positioned themselves at the free throw line, while Fang Mian and Walton lurked in the corners. As time gradually slipped away, Kobe meticulously adjusted his stance. With just 5 seconds left, Odom suddenly surged to the three-point line to set a screen for Kobe. Kobe swiftly launched himself toward the basket, with McGrady hot on his heels. 4 seconds remained. Kobe executed a sharp change of direction in an attempt to shake off McGrady's relentless defense, but Odom's screen failed to create the necessary separation, allowing McGrady to stay glued to Kobe, preventing a comfortable shot. With 3 seconds on the clock, Kobe, after the swift maneuver, pulled back, leveraging his impressive physical prowess to carve out half a step, preparing to take a contested jumper. Just 2 seconds remained. As Kobe was poised to release the shot, Alston rushed in, attempting to disrupt Kobe's attempt. In the face of the double team, instead of shooting, Kobe skillfully threaded the basketball through the narrow gap. And at that moment, waiting at the corner beyond the arc was none other than Fang Mian. Only 1 second remained. Fang Mian received the pass without a moment's hesitation, leaping to take the shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, and in his mind echoed the words Kobe had spoken during the timeout. Fang, you'll be at the right corner soon. I'll drive in that direction. They will surely choose to double team, and that will create your opportunity. Fang Mian thought. I will not squander this chance, just as Steve never wasted Michael's pass. In the 1997 finals, Steve Kerr received a pass from Michael Jordan and executed a game-winning shot against the Jazz. And today, in a seemingly ordinary preseason game, Fang Mian received Kobe's final pass and launched a decisive shot. As he watched the basketball soar through the air, his mind was blank. His teammates and the cacophony surrounding him seemed to fade away. On this stage, there remained only a single basketball and a boy who cherished the game. As the timer buzzed, the ball gently swished through the hoop, producing a melodious sound. It was a game winner. 103-102, Fang Mian clinched the victory, and the Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Rockets. Until the final whistle, Fang Mian maintained his shooting posture. The Lakers players on the bench rushed over, enveloping him in a frenzy of celebration. Claire stood to the side, smiling and applauding. In her eyes, Fang Mian appeared exceptionally captivating today. Fang, we won. You defeated the Rockets with that shot. We won. Famer frantically tugged at his jersey, shouting hoarsely in Fang Mian's ear. This junior, who had journeyed with him from the NCAA into the league, who had never displayed any remarkable talent, had finally earned his admiration. Fang Mian turned his head in a daze, staring at the frenzied shouts of Famer, feeling as if he were in a dream. Did I truly defeat the Rockets? Is this real? Fang Mian still felt somewhat disoriented, as if he were still lost in slumber. Congratulations, Fang Mian, you've won. Yao Ming approached Fang Mian and shook his hand, with McGrady following behind. After shaking hands with the 2 stars of the Rockets, Fang Mian finally confirmed that he had indeed secured the victory. He leaped onto Famer's back, raising his fists and shouting exuberantly, Senior, we won. We won. Famer, filled with excitement, carried Fang Mian around the court, while the Chinese fans on the sidelines cheered loudly, congratulating Fang Mian. Even upon returning to the locker room, Fang Mian remained in a state of elation. Despite being merely a preseason game, the Lakers players were extremely exhilarated. Vujasic even poured a bucket of Gatorade over Fang Mian's head. Amidst the Lakers' celebration, in a corner of the locker room, Smush Parker glared at Fang Mian with a resentful expression. In the final moments of the game, he had been benched by the coaching staff in favor of Fang Mian, who took the court with other starters. For Smush Parker, this was an utter humiliation, a disgrace more unbearable than death. Damn yellow-skinned kid. I swear this is your last moment of glory. The news of the Chinese youth's game-winning shot against the Rockets spread like wildfire across forums and magazines, heralding the arrival of a potential basketball prodigy. With a remarkable performance of 24 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, he was hailed as the best rookie. From a second-round draft pick to Summer League MVP, and now a preseason hero, Fang Mian's path to success was well documented. Following his victory over the Rockets, numerous forums in China buzzed with heated debates, pitting Fang's supporters against his detractors. The fervent discussions created a lively atmosphere online. Meanwhile, Fang Mian, oblivious to the uproar back in China, remained grounded, recognizing the ordinariness of a player like himself within the vast league, where countless others shared his experience. As for the game-winning shot, it was just a preseason match. Chapter 43, Paris. After the conclusion of the first preseason game, the Lakers set forth to Paris, where they would face their second opponent, the San Antonio Spurs. Following their match against the Rockets, The clock had already approached midnight. Instead of returning to the hotel, the team headed directly to the airport, preparing for a nearly 12-hour flight to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Due to the 9-hour time difference between Las Vegas and Paris, the team landed in Paris at 9 p.m. The players, who had been well-rested on the flight, were surprised to find that night had already fallen upon their arrival. Upon disembarking, the entire team made their way to the Palais de Congrès Hotel, resting only briefly before the next night's game against the Spurs at the nearby Bercy Arena. With their energy renewed, the players quickly unloaded their luggage and excitedly ventured out to explore the vibrant nightlife Paris had to offer. Beyond the iconic Eiffel Tower and the Champs-Élysées, the city was famed for its more colorful locales. From Rue Saint-Denis to Pigalle, and from Porte de Vannes to Rue de la Goutte d'Or, one could see countless alluring individuals. For these energetic and affluent players, visiting such colorful places in Paris felt like an essential part of their journey. Watching his teammates rush off, Fang Mian chuckled wryly, politely declined Famer's invitation, and headed towards the hotel gym. The gym was equipped with various machines, yet it was sparsely populated. Occasionally, a few young women would enter, striking poses on the equipment while others snapped photographs. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mian decided to return to his room. The distractions in the gym had stirred his thoughts, prompting him to change into casual attire and venture back. "Fang, are you heading to practice?" A voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he found Kobe waiting by the elevator. "Seriously? Didn't we just get off the plane?" Fang Mian felt overwhelmed. Running on the treadmill was acceptable, but heading directly to the arena for practice felt excessive. "Aren't you concerned about the time difference? Are there other courts nearby?" Faced with Kobe's eager gaze, Fang Mian found it hard to refuse. After all, his previous impression had led Kobe to see him as a fellow training enthusiast. "Come on, there's a basketball court in this hotel, and it's quite nice." Kobe beckoned Fang Mian into the elevator. The court, located on the basement level, was reportedly built by the hotel owner, a fervent basketball fan. Kobe, having a close relationship with the owner, always borrowed the court during his visits to Paris. It seemed odd that the French were so passionate about basketball. Shouldn't they be more inclined towards soccer? Regardless of the peculiarities, Fang Mian was taken aback when he beheld the indoor basketball court. Designed to NBA standards, it featured everything except for spectator seating, including a locker room, LED displays on the ceiling, a technical table, a timer, and other essential equipment. This venue could easily host an NBA-level match. Kobe, with a hint of pride, remarked to Fang Mian, "It's impressive, isn't it?" "All right, I concede. This court is indeed impressive, but what about practice gear? You can't expect me to start training in my casual clothes." Fang Mian shrugged at Kobe. "Don't worry. We have everything here," Kobe said, opening the locker room door, revealing an array of training and game attire that dazzled Fang Mian. Seeing no way to avoid an intense training session with Kobe, they both changed into training gear and began with warm-ups before diving into practice. The gym lacked a strength training area, so they opted to run laps around the court for conditioning. "Fang, could you help me as a ball boy for a while?" After completing their conditioning, Kobe immediately transitioned into shooting drills. "I thought you invited me for a joint practice, not to pick up your balls." Fang Mian joked as he passed the ball to Kobe. "Don't be like that, Fang. I'll return the favor later." Kobe replied as he received the pass and took a shot from the corner. All shooting drills simulated real game scenarios, with Kobe immediately taking shots after receiving passes from Fang Mian, mimicking the urgency of a last-second play. After 50 consecutive catch-and-shoot attempts, Fang Mian switched to the role of defender, assisting Kobe in practicing contested layups. Following 50 layup attempts, Kobe proceeded to practice a three-point shot after a crossover dribble, with Fang Mian once again playing the defender. The two alternated shooting drills before moving into offensive and defensive practice. Despite Fang Mian's seemingly boundless energy, he was secretly astonished by the intensity of Kobe's training regimen. They had just endured a 12-hour flight and were still adjusting to the time difference. Their training continued until nearly midnight. As Fang Mian emerged from the elevator, drenched in sweat, he coincidentally encountered Bynum returning from a nightclub. "My goodness, Fang, did you just participate in a soccer match? Did Lion invite you tonight?" As Fang Mian gazed at the drenched Bynum, he couldn't help but exclaim dramatically, "No, I merely went for a training session." Fang Mian assisted the evidently inebriated Bynum into the elevator. "Training? What training? Damn it, I can still drink." Bynum waved his arms, entirely oblivious to the somber-faced Kobe lurking in the corner of the elevator. "Oh, the girls in Paris are quite enthusiastic, Fang. It's a pity you didn't join me. The performances there were simply spectacular. Fang Mian guided Bainom back to his room, offering a wry smile as he closed the door behind them. The following morning, Fang Mian rose early to head to the training facility, where the players would gather to commence their practice. Due to the players' indulgence the previous night, the day's session consisted of only light drills, allowing ample time for the athletes to recuperate and restore their states. Observing the lackluster performance of the players, the coaching staff found themselves in a quandary, as it was merely a preseason match, and they were reluctant to impose excessive restrictions on the players. After all, the game was not until tomorrow night, leaving time for adjustments. Throughout the morning, aside from Fang Mian and a few others like Kobe, the rest of the team languished in the aftermath of their hangovers. It was evident that even the most fundamental physical and strength training exercises were unmanageable, signaling a challenging game ahead. With a wry smile, Beck realized that this time, Zen Master was absent from Paris, leaving him to assume the role of interim head coach. He hadn't anticipated such circumstances, which posed a significant headache for him. Chapter 44. A difficult start. At 8 o'clock, the Bercy Sports Palace was filled to capacity, with over 50,000 fans attending the preseason match between the Lakers and the Spurs. "Tony, this should be considered your home court," remarked Manu Ginobili, the Spurs star shooting guard, with an air of relaxation in the locker room. Tony Parker, the Spurs' main point guard, sat on a chair, slowly pulling his long socks up to his calves. As a French player, he relished the feeling of competing on home soil. Meanwhile, the Spurs superstar, Tim Duncan, sat before his locker, nodding his head to the music through his headphones. As a representative of the reserved and enigmatic, the player known as the Big Fundamental showcased a different side of himself in the locker room, contrasting with his calm demeanor on the court. Tony Duncan removed his headphones and, although he was conversing with Parker, instinctively reached out to ruffle Ginobili's hair. "After the game, let us go for a stroll. My wife asked me to bring her a bag. Old man, why don't you join us to pick up a few bottles of fine wine?" Before Parker could respond, Duncan turned to the others. Coach Greg Popovich was sketching strategies on a clipboard nearby. Hearing Duncan's words, he glanced up at the group, then tossed the clipboard aside, muttering, all right, it's just a preseason game." In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the Spurs, the Lakers' locker room was tinged with tension. Beck wore a serious expression as he held the tactical board, outlining strategies for the game. Unlike Zen Master, Beck, although the chief assistant coach, had never led the team on his own. With Zen Master unable to make it to Paris due to unforeseen circumstances, the responsibility fell upon him. Desiring to showcase his approachable side, Beck had surprisingly permitted the players to enjoy themselves upon arriving in Paris. However, aside from Fang Mian and a select few like Kobe, the rest returned thoroughly inebriated, delivering a stark blow to Beck's expectations. Although the players' state did not hinder that evening's game, Beck felt a simmering frustration, which only slightly eased upon seeing Fang Mian and Kobe. When announcing the starting lineup, Beck naturally included Fang Mian, partnering him with Kobe in the backcourt, with Walton at the small forward position, Odom at power forward, and Kwame Brown as center. "Boys, let us teach the Spurs a solid lesson." In the players' tunnel, the team rallied together, shouting their battle cry, "Once and for all, only the Lakers." The Lakers players surged from the tunnel, greeted by a roaring wave of cheers from the fans. Fang Mian noticed many devoted Lakers fans who had traveled from across the ocean to Paris to support them. "Hey, buddy, over here." Fang Mian looked up and noticed two Chinese fans clad in Lakers jerseys emblazoned with the number 8, enthusiastically greeting him with shouts of excitement. "Give me 5. Fang Mian leaped up to exchange high-fives with his teammates before swiftly making his way onto the court to warm up. Meanwhile, the Spurs were also engaged in their final preparations in the player tunnel. Onward, Spurs, onward. As the Spurs took to the arena, the roar of the fans surged to a deafening crescendo, their cheers echoing like a thunderstorm, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the venue. The dashing local player, Tony Parker, basked in the adulation befitting a hero, with exuberant French girls vying for his attention, many unmarried women openly declaring their affection for him. Due to Parker's prominence, the Lakers, considered the visiting team in this match, were introduced first, as per tradition. The lights dimmed, and the DJ's resonant voice filled the air. The starting lineup was announced in sequence: Walton, Kwame Brown, Odom, Fang Mian, and Kobe. The crowd remained relatively subdued for the first 3 players, but when Fang Mian emerged, a thunderous uproar erupted from the stands, a vibrant Chinese flag unfurling majestically. Chinese students studying in France had organized themselves to cheer for their compatriot. At that moment, Fang Mian felt a lump in his throat, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks, not only on the northern side of the stands, but also elsewhere. There were murmurs of excitement and awe. The reason was none other than Fang Mian's striking visage. Perhaps due to his exceptional genes, his face could be deemed flawless. Amidst a sea of tall athletes, he stood as a paragon of beauty, even among Hollywood stars. The French girls in the stands were electrified, with many instantaneously converting into Fang Mian's fervent fans. As the Spurs took the court, the DJ's voice soared to exhilarating heights, brimming with passion. The Pampas Eagle, Ginobili, was the first to make his entrance, still boasting a full head of hair. Following him was the center, Francisco Elson, and then the forward Bruce Bowen, affectionately dubbed Uncle Bao by Chinese fans. The ever-stalwart Tim Duncan followed suit. Finally, Parker, assigned to enter last, dashed onto the court in response to the DJ's spirited call. The crowd's cheers resounding like thunder. Following this was the warm-up period. "Tony, that Asian kid plays point guard too," Ginobili remarked with a mischievous grin, gesturing towards Fang Mian. Parker, glancing at Fang Mian's enviable face, scoffed disdainfully, "Just a second-round draft pick." He quickly added, "Manu, I'm not talking about you." Ginobili, unperturbed by Parker's comment, turned his attention to the Lakers, who were engaged in their pre-game shooting drills, a conspicuous figure among them. "Tim," Ginobili shouted, prompting Duncan, looking bewildered as if just awakened, to glance around at the Lakers players before casually shuffling back to his half of the court. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the imminent start of the game. Kobe and Duncan shared a brief embrace before both retreated to their respective halves to await the jump ball. "Hey, Asian kid, how did you get that face?" A voice called out from beside Fang Mian. Turning, he found Parker standing alongside him, an expression of jealousy on his face. As the game commenced, Kwame Brown secured possession and passed the ball to Fang Mian. Although Kwame Brown's skills were modest, his physical prowess enabled him to win the jump ball. It was precisely because of such physical attributes that the basketball gods had not overlooked him. As Fang Mian skillfully dribbled past the half-court line, he deftly passed the ball to Kobe, positioning himself diligently. A rookie must possess the awareness befitting their status. Unless one is an extraordinary talent, a future superstar cradled by a team from the moment they enter the league. Kobe, confronting Ginobili, executed a swift change of direction, breaking free and charging towards the paint. Beneath the basket, the steadfast anchor of the Spurs, the indomitable Tim Duncan, awaited him with calm anticipation. Chapter 45, Bruce Bowen. In the face of Duncan's defensive support, Kobe did not choose to retreat. After a sudden halt, he delivered a breathtaking fadeaway jumper. The score was 2-0, with the Lakers taking the lead. As the teams transitioned from offense to defense, the Spurs initiated their attack, with Fang Mian guarding Parker. Known for his speed, Parker was aptly nicknamed the French sports car, and his mid-air floaters were his signature move. "Young man, may your skills on the court be as impressive as your visage. Do not disappoint me." When confronted by Fang Mian, Parker harbored a sense of jealousy. Dribbling, pivoting, and maneuvering past his defender, Parker executed a flawless sequence, with Fang Mian closely shadowing him to thwart any comfortable shot. Yet, despite Fang Mian's tight defense, Parker found the space he needed and equalized the score with a deft floater. "Kid, if you just exert a little more effort, your defense could indeed be successful," Parker remarked with a playful grin, offering counsel to Fang Mian. Fang Mian remained silent, acutely aware that his current prowess was insufficient to contain Parker. Grasping the basketball, he swiftly maneuvered to the front court, dutifully passing the ball to Kobe and then diligently positioning himself. Since he could not restrain Parker defensively, he resolved to engage in a tit-for-tat offensive exchange. Parker, known for his offensive might yet defensive frailty, made Fang Mian's strategy rather reasonable. The Spurs opted not to assign Ginobili to guard Kobe. Instead, they swiftly recalibrated their strategy, placing Bowen in the primary defensive role while others remained poised to assist. Bowen, an undrafted player from 1993, spent much of his early career laboring in lower-tier leagues. Upon entering the NBA in 1996, he traversed 3 teams within 5 years, finally finding stability upon joining the Spurs in 2001. Though his offensive repertoire was severely limited, primarily relegated to catching and shooting three-pointers from the corners, his defensive prowess secured his starting position. If one were to encapsulate Bowen's defensive style in a single word, it would be grimy. In 2 words, quite grimy, and in 3 words, extremely grimy. Bowen's defensive tactics were rife with subtle maneuvers, employing every means conceivable, including kicks, elbow strikes, and, at times, unexpectedly delivering a surprise foul to the unsuspecting offensive player. However, what truly instilled fear in his opponents were his infamous tactics of tripping and groin strikes. The relentless tenacity that Fang Mian acquired earlier was undoubtedly inherited from Bruce Bowen. As one of the league's premier perimeter stars, Kobe Bryant was certainly subjected to Bowen's unique brand of defense, enduring countless brutal challenges. However, unlike many of his contemporaries, Kobe found himself invigorated by Bowen's defensive prowess, much like a fierce black mamba raising its head high. The black mamba against the relentless defense. Come on, Kobe. Let's engage in a one-on-one duel. I assure you I will thwart this shot. Are you afraid of me? Bowen taunted without restraint. Initially intending to make a run towards the three-point line, Kwame Brown suddenly noticed Kobe, signaling his intention to isolate and take on Bowen. Observing this, a sly smirk crept across Bowen's face, as if he had concocted a clever scheme. Facing Bowen, Kobe made a decisive move to break toward the right. His steps deliberate and controlled, employing small, quick steps to greet Fang Mian observed the myriad techniques employed by Bowen, his heart racing for Kobe. This was not merely basketball. It seemed more akin to a brawl. Even more astonishing was Bowen's penchant for executing these underhanded tactics out of the referee's sight, avoiding fouls altogether. Of course, Kobe was no novice. Having spent a decade in the league, he was far from the innocent rookie. Seizing the moment when the referee was distracted, he retaliated with a sharp elbow to Bowen's chest. Goodness, it was merely a preseason game. Must it be so ruthless? Fang Mian stood by, utterly flabbergasted. Bowen staggered back from Kobe's elbow, and seizing this opportunity, Kobe swiftly repositioned himself, launching a picturesque fadeaway jumper. Enraged and humiliated, Bowen rushed to intercept Kobe's shot, aiming for his landing spot, and thrust his left foot forward, intent on incapacitating him. Kobe, fully aware of Bowen's cunning ploy, skillfully spread his feet upon descent, narrowly avoiding disaster. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim, and Duncan secured the rebound. While Bowen failed to incapacitate Kobe, it was nonetheless a successful defensive maneuver. Parker swiftly advanced with the ball, and in the face of Fang Mian's relentless pursuit, executed a seamless spin to evade him, culminating in a three-step layup. As Parker poised to score yet again, Fang Mian leapt from behind, colliding with the airborne Parker and sending him crashing to the ground. Get down. Parker fell heavily, and a chorus of boos erupted alongside the referee's whistle. Lakers number 9 was called for a foul, while Spurs number 9 prepared for free throws. The referee, expressionless, signaled the foul against Fang Mian, who shrugged nonchalantly. Heh, this kid suits my taste, Bowen mused, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Fang, splendid work. Do not fear the foul. Unleash your momentum. Momentum. Kobe encouraged, patting Fang Mian on the shoulder and pumping his fist in solidarity. Parker, rising from the floor, gingerly touched his face, relieved not to have sustained any serious injury, though he felt he had lost face before his hometown crowd, a dignity he was determined to reclaim. You wait for me. Parker glared fiercely at Fang Mian as he approached the free throw line. The first shot swished through the net. Duncan stepped forward to high-five Parker, while also tousling Ginobili's hair. The second shot found its mark. With the change of possession, the Lakers regained control of the ball. Fang Mian received the pass from Kwame Brown at the baseline, taking only 2 steps before a cacophony of boos erupted from the stands. It was inevitable. A local player had been fouled by his own teammate, and the fans' jeers were merely a token of their displeasure. Had they truly wished to express their anger, they would have taken to the court in a more confrontational manner. Undeterred by the chorus of disapproval, Fang Mian steadfastly passed the ball to Kobe, adhering to his unwavering belief that the ball should be entrusted to the leader for distribution. Faced with Bowen's defense, Kobe opted against attempting a solo play, instead passing the ball to Odom near the free throw line, allowing him to orchestrate the play. Simultaneously, Kwame Brown emerged from the paint to set a screen for Kobe, while Fang Mian dashed about, seeking to evade Parker's grasp. You're finished, Asian kid. Parker threatened menacingly as he pursued Fang Mian relentlessly. Come on, Tony. You're an NBA player too. Must you be so petty over a mere foul? Fang Mian feigned helplessness, as though he were the one who had been wronged. Seizing the moment of distraction, Fang Mian suddenly executed a backdoor cut, successfully shaking off Parker and swiftly penetrating towards the paint in search of a passing opportunity. Hey, Lamar. Over here. Fang Mian called out, finding himself unguarded as he cut to the baseline, preparing himself to receive the ball. Without a glance back, Odom raised his left hand, sending the basketball soaring directly towards Fang Mian. What a splendid no-look pass. Fang Mian caught the ball and rose for a layup. Chapter 46. A new mission. Fang Mian received a pass from Odom and immediately leaped to make a layup, securing an additional 2 points for the Lakers. However, in the next moment, a powerful force surged from behind, crashing into Fang Mian with tremendous impact. Caught off guard, he was sent sprawling sideways, crashing onto the floor. The Spurs' number 12 was called for a foul, resulting in a free throw opportunity for the Lakers' number 9. Fang Mian struggled to rise from the floor, his back throbbing with pain. He cast a glance at the culprit, Bowen, who was innocently explaining something to the referee. "Damn, that guy is ruthless," Fang Mian gasped, wincing in agony. Standing at the free throw line, he still felt a dull ache in his back, yet he persevered through the discomfort and sank both free throws. The score was tied at 4-4. As the Spurs mounted their offense, Fang Mian suddenly saw a blur before him as Parker transformed into Bowen. "Heh, Asian kid. You pique my interest. Let me show you some real lessons," Bowen sneered, his gaze on Fang Mian reminiscent of a man ogling a beautiful woman. At this moment, the defender on Parker had shifted to Walton. Parker executed a smooth spin move, effortlessly getting past Walton, then forcefully drove inside, scoring over Kwame Brown. In the next possession, Odom received a pass from Kobe and delivered a deft jump shot over Duncan, netting 2 points. The teams exchanged blows, and halfway through the first quarter, the score reached 14-15, with the Lakers trailing by a point. In this half, aside from the initial free throws, Fang Mian had made no contributions, with rebounds and assists remaining at 0. Despite the lack of statistical success, Fang Mian's performance in other areas was commendable. Specifically, he had endured approximately 3 elbows, 2 kicks, and 1 low blow from Bowen. Of course, Fang Mian did not merely take hits. During this time, he also delivered 5 solid elbows and 1 slap to Bowen. Observers unfamiliar with the game might mistake their clash for a mixed martial arts bout. On the sidelines, however, Coach Beck grew increasingly satisfied with Fang Mian's display. Kobe needed someone like him, a menacing figure capable of instilling fear in opponents. Moreover, this intimidating figure possessed a strikingly handsome face, adding to his deceptive allure. Everyone despised Bruce Bowen yet secretly yearned for someone like him. Fang Mian was the Lakers' version of Bruce Bowen. After half the quarter had elapsed, the Lakers called a timeout, allowing Fang Mian and Bowen, who had been tightly entangled, to separate and head toward the bench. "Good job, everyone. Keep it up. Fang, keep a close watch on Bruce. Don't let him get a chance to target Kobe," Beck encouraged the players from the sidelines, while Sapp and Rashid nervously strategized. Meanwhile, on the Spurs bench, Ginobili conversed with Bowen. "That Asian kid has potential. He is persistent, but he still lacks a certain ruthlessness." Bowen wiped the sweat from his brow and called out to Popovich, "Greg, perhaps we should consider trading for that kid. I believe he is the only one in the league capable of inheriting my legacy." As the timeout concluded and both teams resumed play, Fang Mian decided to forego the ball entirely, directly engaging Bowen in a tussle. "Asian kid, if you wish to become my disciple, I might consider it," Bowen declared, thrusting his elbow forcefully into Fang Mian's chest. "Old man, you should first contemplate how to survive this game," Fang Mian retorted, pulling Bowen's arm sharply in the opposite direction while the referee's attention was diverted. At that moment, a notification chimed in Fang Mian's mind, announcing a new task: special mission, protect Kobe. Task details: Bruce Bowen is eyeing Kobe with malicious intent. Ensure our player remains unharmed. Mission requirements: Kobe must not suffer more than 2 fouls from Bowen throughout the game. Rewards: attribute points x10, selectable skill fragments x10. Note: player must be on the court for over 25 minutes. The rewards appeared exceptionally generous, leaving Fang Mian nearly incredulous. Setting aside the selectable skill fragments, merely acquiring 10 attribute points was enough to leave him salivating. Should he secure the rewards from this special task, combined with the previous 2 attribute points, he could enhance his shooting ability to an impressive 92. His shooting prowess would rival that of a budget version of Curry. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Even if I score nothing today, I must keep Bowen in check. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Parker controlled the ball against Walton, launching forward once more, seamlessly maneuvering past Walton. Despite Walton's best efforts to defend, he could not match Parker's renowned speed. Walton could only exert himself to keep up, attempting to disrupt Parker's rhythm. "Useless, Luke, you can't keep up with my speed," Parker taunted, preparing to shoot. In the next instant, a pair of large hands suddenly obstructed Parker's line of sight, causing his previously assured shot to miss the mark. "Damn it, why are you here again, Asian kid?" Shouldn't you be tangled up with Bruce? Parker fumed after his missed shot. Fang Mian shrugged and turned to sprint towards the front court. Having completely relinquished possession of the ball, Kobe advanced with the dribble, and Bowen proactively switched to defend against him. Old man, your opponent is right here. Fang Mian positioned himself in front of Bowen, denying him any opportunity to commit a foul against Kobe. The two had been entangled for most of the quarter, and Bowen's stamina was beginning to wane. Faced with the still vibrant Fang Mian, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. What on earth is this Asian kid made of? Is he flesh or iron? How can he show no signs of fatigue? After all, Bowen was nearly 35 years old. And after such prolonged engagement, weariness was inevitable. Old man, stop dawdling and catch up. Fang Mian accelerated suddenly, then swiftly reversed his direction, shaking off Bowen before receiving the pass and executing a seamless shot. If you're tired, just sit down. Don't let others clean up your mess. Fang Mian taunted Bowen after scoring. Damn kid, don't get cocky after one basket. Luck won't favor you again. Bowen gritted his teeth, striving to keep pace with Fang Mian. Hooked. Fang Mian felt a surge of delight in his eyes. If he could exhaust Bowen to the point of inaction, his chances of success would significantly increase. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams substituted in their bench players, and Fang Mian was replaced by Smush Parker, taking a moment to rest on the sidelines. Well done, Fang. That's how it's done. Show Bruce what you're capable of. Beck expressed his satisfaction with Fang Mian's performance, giving him a supportive pat on the shoulder. Fang Mian, however, had no time to spare for other matters. It suddenly dawned on him that he had yet to claim the reward from his previous task. In Chapter 47, titled The Stone Buddha, the first quarter of the match concluded with the Lakers trailing by 2 points at 28-30. Fang Mian had scored 4 points, while his other statistics remained blank. At the outset of the second quarter, both teams continued to field their substitutes, allowing the starters to rest. Among the Spurs' reserves was Michael Finley, one of the triumvirate from the Mavericks' glory days. Though he was now a seasoned 33-year-old veteran, he effortlessly exploited the Lakers' feeble bench, consistently scoring and widening the gap. In desperation, Coach Baker was compelled to bring the starters back onto the court, reintroducing Odom. The Spurs, too, responded by deploying Duncan. The unassuming Stone Buddha, Duncan, had only managed 4 points and 3 rebounds in the first quarter, yet under his defensive prowess, Odom and Kwame Brown combined to hit just one of their 7 attempts. He was indeed the stabilizing force in the paint. With just over 2 minutes into the second quarter, the Spurs initiated their offense, with 24-year-old guard Bino Udrih bringing the ball past half-court. Duncan advanced to the free throw line to set a screen for Udrih. Many renowned interior stars disdained setting screens for perimeter players, perceiving it as a degradation of their status. However, Duncan was different. He was willing to undertake any dirty work for the sake of victory, regardless of whether it showcased in the statistics. In a previous life, Fang Mian often mused about the potential shockwaves if Kobe and Duncan were to team up. Duncan effectively blocked out Smush Parker, allowing Udrih to penetrate towards the basket. Odom switched onto Parker, closely tailing Udrih, while Vujasic, who was guarding Finley, was poised for help defense. In his drive, Udrih astutely surveyed his options and passed the ball to Duncan, who was stationed near the free throw line, with Parker, a head shorter, attempting to defend him. It was a classic case of big versus small. Duncan received the ball, rose, and shot. The leaping Parker, exerting all his effort, could barely reach Duncan's wrist. The Lakers' number 1 committed a foul, and the Spurs' number 21 scored, earning an additional free throw. The whistle blew. Parker had fouled Duncan by striking his arm. Blast it. I didn't foul. He was just acting. Are your eyes blind? Parker fumed, pursuing the referee to demand an explanation. The referee, expressionless, signaled a technical foul against Parker for his complaints. You fool, stop your foolish antics. Baker yelled from the sidelines at Parker. You're no superstar, Don't dare chase the referee for complaints. They want to indulge you. In the subsequent play, having incurred a technical foul, Parker lost his composure. When Bynum came to set a screen for him, he bellowed for Bynum to get lost, intent on single-handedly overpowering Udrih. Observing Parker's reckless behavior, Baker's face turned a shade darker. He had initially intended to substitute Fang Mian in, but decided to wait just a bit longer. As anticipated, Parker's isolation attempt resulted in a turnover, which the Spurs capitalized on to initiate a fast break, swiftly extending the lead to 32-40, with the Lakers now trailing by 8 points. At last, Baker could no longer tolerate the situation and summoned Fang Mian to replace Parker. You fool. Sit on the bench and calm down. Baker seethed at the simple-minded player. Fang Mian once again took to the court, facing off against the Spurs point guard Udry. Hailing from Slovenia, Udry differed from most guards in the league with his unremarkable physical attributes, relying predominantly on his basketball intellect to navigate the game. Confronted by Fang Mian's superior height and strength, Udry instinctively passed the ball to Duncan. Entrusting the ball to the most formidable player, what could be more tactical than that? Receiving the pass, Duncan found himself closely guarded by Odom and opted for a post-up play, despite Odom's relentless defensive efforts. He was gradually overpowered by Duncan's sheer strength and impeccable technique, forced into retreat. With a swift pivot and a bank shot off the glass, the ball found its way into the hoop. No flashy dribbling, no adrenaline-pumping displays of power, just pure, unembellished fundamentals. Truly befitting the moniker the Big Fundamental. As Duncan humbly retreated on defense, Odom could only wear an expression of resignation. He had given his all, yet Duncan remained unstoppable. The next possession saw Fang Mian, sprinting tirelessly off screens, receive a pass from Farmar and drain a three-pointer. Yet when the Spurs regained possession, it was Duncan again, another bank shot from outside the key. This time drawing a foul on Odom, who now carried 2 personal fouls. On the following play, Fang Mian advanced the ball past half-court, finding Odom at the free-throw line. A left-handed virtuoso nicknamed the left-handed magician for his versatile scoring and playmaking, Odom chose to attack from his dominant left side against the stoic Duncan. With a sudden upward flick, his signature raise-the-sky move, he attempted a forceful finish. But in an instant, a towering figure erupted, swatting the ball cleanly off the backboard. The deflected rock landed squarely in Fang Mian's hands. Seizing the moment while Duncan was still landing, Fang Mian exploded toward the rim with lightning speed. Old man Duncan, prepare yourself. Soaring through the air, Fang Mian hurled the ball toward the basket like a cannonball. Envisioning himself posterizing the legendary Duncan, a player he'd often seen become others' highlight reels in his past life. Yet before the dunk could materialize, a sinewy arm abruptly intervened, snatching the ball mid-flight and yanking Fang Mian down with brutal force. His back slammed against the hardwood once more as the whistle pierced the air, accompanied by Duncan's thunderous roar reverberating across the arena. Foul on Spurs 21. Free throws for Lakers 9. Even the reserved Duncan harbored his own pride. He would never permit an unknown upstart to dunk over him. Fang Mian lay on the ground for a while, having already fallen on his back once earlier. Now, as he encountered another fall, the sudden surge of excruciating pain rendered him nearly unable to rise. After striking the floor with his fists in frustration, Fang Mian painstakingly got to his feet and approached the free throw line, ready to take his shot. Fang Mian took a deep breath to steady his emotions, confidently sinking the first free throw. Famer and Vujasic approached him for a celebratory high-five. The second free throw was successful. As the Lakers initiated their offensive play, Baker hastily called a timeout, intending to substitute Fang Mian out. The players from both teams made their way to their respective benches, and as Duncan passed by Fang Mian, he unexpectedly offered a friendly pat on the head, followed by a light tap on the shoulder. Fang Mian was taken aback. He was well aware of Duncan's formidable prowess. The once majestic pampas eagle, adorned with a full head of hair, had been transformed into a bald vulture by Duncan's hands. Chapter 48, for the fans. As Fang Mian took to the field, a sudden cheer and uproar erupted from the stands on the north side, where the fervent fans of Huagua rallied in support, offering their heartfelt blessings. Fang Mian smiled and waved at the stands before quietly taking his seat, a towel draped over his head, his expression impassive as he observed the game. After a timeout, both teams fielded their full strength. Due to back pain, Fang Mian remained sidelined, with the point guard position taken over by Smush Parker. As he watched Bowen re-enter the game, a pang of anxiety struck Fang Mian. He was unable to take the court, and should Kobe match up against Bowen, it was almost a certainty that Bowen would commit a foul against him. Bowen, the Spurs' defensive stalwart on the perimeter, would undoubtedly be tasked with guarding the opposing team's star. As Kobe prepared to attack with the ball, Bowen positioned one of his legs between Kobe's feet, ready to trip him at the slightest movement. Poised to deliver a vicious foul, Kobe, aware of Bowen's underhanded tactics, pivoted on his right foot and drove towards the basket. Bowen let out a curse, closely shadowing Kobe while engaging in a series of subtle manipulations, pushing, pulling, and grabbing at every opportunity. After faking Bowen out, Kobe sank a mid-range jumper and gestured mockingly at the furious Bowen. For heaven's sake, don't provoke him. Fang Mian cried out from the bench, clearly noticing Bowen's demeanor darkened further. In the next possession, Ginobili received a pass from Parker and executed a brilliant Eurostep for a layup. The Spurs backcourt duo, Parker and Ginobili, thrived on their ability to penetrate, one relying on blistering speed, the other on an unpredictable rhythm. Although Kobe was also a formidable defender for the Lakers, he could only guard one of them at a time, leaving the other free to score. Not to mention, there was the formidable Duncan in the paint. While the Lakers had Odom, who could handle less skilled players, engaging in a physical battle with elite big men would prove challenging for him. Kobe was in dire need of assistance, both offensively and defensively, and although Fang Mian might not be the best option, he appeared to be the only one on the Lakers with such potential. Yet, Fang Mian was relegated to the bench due to 2 falls on his back. At that moment, the Lakers team physician was massaging Fang Mian's back, helping to alleviate the tension. Watching Kobe struggle repeatedly to penetrate the defense, maneuvering among 2 or 3 defenders before finally attempting a shot, Fang Mian felt a surge of urgency. Several times, Bowen had strategically moved his foot to set a trap for Kobe, hoping to deliver a memorable foul. Fortunately, Kobe's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade danger just in time. Nonetheless, Fang Mian was drenched in cold sweat, anxiously thinking that this could not continue. I need to get on the court in the 3rd quarter. Once again, it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Kobe positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the right side within the 3-point line, while Smush Parker controlled the ball at the top of the arc. Kwame Brown and Walton stood firm on either side of the free throw line, with Odom stationed deep on the left baseline. Kobe, if you're a man, take the ball and challenge me, Bowen taunted, sticking closely to Kobe, his antics relentless as he spewed trash talk. With a scowl, Kobe continued to wrestle with Bowen, then, seizing an opportunity while the referee was distracted, he pushed Bowen forcefully. As Bowen stumbled back, Kobe accelerated toward the left 45-degree angle, with Brown and Walton providing a double screen. Having shaken off Bowen, Kobe smoothly moved to the left side of the 3-point line, received a pass from Smush Parker, and promptly took a shot. The ball swished through the net, bringing the Lakers within 2 points. However, despite scoring on that possession, Kobe's next trip down the court saw a turnover from Kwame Brown, leading to an easy layup for Duncan and a foul on Odom. The ebb and flow of the game saw the point gap widen. As halftime concluded, the score stood at 52-65, with the Lakers trailing by 13 points. Silent and seething, Kobe returned to the locker room, throwing his towel forcefully to the ground, visibly displeased with his teammates' performance. Even in a preseason game, he demanded nothing less than total commitment, especially against formidable opponents like the Spurs. "Coach, let me play in the second half," Fang Mian said, stretching his back, feeling it was no longer a significant issue. "Fang, it's just a preseason game. There is no need to push yourself," Baker replied, reluctant to let Fang Mian back on the court. It was merely a preseason match, and a loss was inconsequential. The priority was to avoid any injuries. Especially with the regular season yet to commence, the team could not afford such risks. It appeared Baker was resolute not only about Fang Mian but also towards the other starters. Bruce Bowen was nothing short of a menace, constantly attempting to trip Kobe throughout the first half, causing Baker to sweat profusely from the sidelines. Yet, soon enough, they would have their own Bruce Bowen, Baker thought, glancing at Fang Mian with a sense of relief. Throughout the first half, Fang Mian played approximately 14 minutes, scoring 2 points on 1-for-2 shooting, along with 4 free throws for a total of 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. Kobe, on the other hand, logged 18 minutes with 4 for 11 shooting and 5 free throws, totaling 13 points, a somewhat inefficient performance, but it was an unavoidable reality. Among the Lakers, only Kobe could absorb significant ball dominance. He would need to be on the court for another 7 minutes. Fang Mian calculated that if he could enter the game while Bowen was resting, he might complete his task. The objective merely stated that Kobe needed to play 25 minutes without specifying others' time on the court. "Bill, I want to play in the second half," Kobe declared, fixing his gaze on Baker with an unyielding expression. "Why? It's just a preseason game. The outcome doesn't affect our record," Baker replied. "The fans are here to see me, Lamar, Tim, Tony, and Manu, not just anyone else." Kobe bit his lip and continued, "While this may be unfair to others, it is nevertheless the truth. Some fans have saved for a long time just to attend an NBA game, and I, at the very least, do not wish to disappoint them." Rising, Kobe opened the locker room door, the cacophony from the court spilling in, where he could faintly hear fans chanting his name. No, not just his name, but also Duncan's, Parker's, and others. Fang Mian also heard his native language amidst these voices. They were calling out their names, yearning to take the court in the second half. "Coach, let us play. My back is fully healed." Everyone turned to look at Baker. Even Smush Parker's eyes reflected a resolute determination. All right, guys, let us once again chant our slogan. A palm extended, another hand layered atop. And soon a dozen hands were stacked together. Unified and resolute, only the Lakers. Chapter 49. Conflict. As the second half commenced, the Lakers' main players took to the court. Fang Mian paired with Kobe in the backcourt, with Walton as small forward, Odom as power forward, and Kwame Brown as center. On the opposing side, the Spurs fielded their full-strength lineup as well, with Parker and Ginobili in the backcourt, Bowen as small forward, Duncan as power forward, and Elson as center. Although Ginobili had consistently played as the sixth man during the regular season, Coach Popovich surprisingly included him in the starting lineup for this preseason game. From the outset, Fang Mian actively sought out Bowen, entangling himself with him. I may not score or take a shot, but you shall not lay a finger on Kobe. With Fang Mian preoccupying Bowen, Kobe's pressure considerably diminished, allowing him to exploit the Spurs' backcourt at will. Meanwhile, Duncan wreaked havoc in the Lakers' interior. With Odom already burdened by 4 fouls and Kwame Brown with 3, the Lakers' interior defense found itself in dire straits. Beyond the paint, the Lakers' perimeter also faced challenges. Aside from Kobe, there were no other significant threats from the outside, which permitted the Spurs to double-team Kobe without hesitation. To prevent Bowen from attacking Kobe, Fang Mian relentlessly clung to Bowen, leaving no opportunity for a shot during their offensive possessions. Walton on the wing was equally ineffective, missing all 5 of his 3-point attempts and squandering numerous passes from Kobe, with the Twin Towers unable to contain Duncan, Kobe being double-teamed. And the cold shooting Walton along with Fang Mian's relentless pursuit of Bowen, the Lakers' hopes of a comeback seemed bleak. On the sidelines, Baker was compelled to call a timeout to recalibrate their strategy. Fang, do you still have energy? A glimmer of hope shone in Baker's eyes. Of course. I could play for another hour. Fang Mian held immense confidence in his stamina, especially with the system at his disposal. All right. I need you to set screens for Kobe on the offensive end. Luke, take a breather. Smush, you take over ball handling. Baker began reassigning roles, then reiterated, guys, stick to the strategy. No one is allowed to freelance. Understood? The final remark was clearly directed at Smush Parker. Back on the court, Smush Parker controlled the ball at the arc, while Fang Mian and Kobe positioned themselves on either side of the free throw line. Odom was stationed at a 45-degree angle within the three-point line, and Kwame Brown settled near the baseline. As the play unfolded, Odom sprinted left, with Fang Mian setting a screen that slightly delayed Duncan's movement. Odom reached the left 45-degree area within the three-point line, momentarily unguarded due to Fang Mian's obstruction of Duncan. At that moment, Smush Parker prepared to pass to Odom. However, the closest defender to Odom was Bowen, who hesitated before choosing to close out on Odom, recognizing the greater threat he posed compared to Fang Mian. Meanwhile, Duncan, having been blocked by Fang Mian, arrived just in time, creating a scenario where Bowen and Duncan converged on Odom. This miscommunication among the Spurs resulted in Fang Mian becoming the open man. With both Fang Mian and Kobe near the free throw line, only Ginobili remained to defend them. It was evidently impossible for one defender to cover 2 players. Suddenly, Smush Parker altered his passing trajectory, sending the ball directly to Kobe. Without a moment's hesitation, Kobe seized the opportunity, driving towards the basket as Ginobili faltered for just an instant. With a swift move, Kobe bypassed him, leaving Ginobili momentarily stunned and trailing behind. As Kobe barreled toward the basket, only Elson remained in the paint, with Kwame Brown lurking behind him. Another localized 2-on-1 situation unfolded. Elson hesitated briefly before lunging at Kobe in an attempt to thwart his layup. Faced with Elson's defense, Kobe opted not to force the shot. Instead, he lofted the ball high above the rim. In the next moment, a figure soared upward, catching Kobe's pass and decisively slamming it down through the hoop. With the rim shaking in response, Kwame Brown landed, letting out a thunderous roar. It was a splendid alley-oop. Beneath the basket, Kobe and Kwame Brown celebrated with a fervent chest bump. On the sidelines, Baker was equally exhilarated, pumping his fist in the air. Thanks to this strategy, the Lakers surged on a run of 8-0, narrowing the deficit to just 5 points. 3 minutes into the third quarter, Kobe had played for 21 minutes. With 4 minutes remaining, Fang Mian was close to completing his task. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A Spurs turnover led to the ball going out of bounds. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Bowen, who had been defending Fang Mian, suddenly darted in front of Kobe and kicked him forcefully in the groin. Kobe collapsed instantly, curling up like a shrimp, cold sweat cascading down his body. Fang Mian was the first to charge forward, rather than assisting Kobe. He directed a punch straight at Bowen's head. Unwilling to back down, Bowen retaliated with a punch aimed at Fang Mian, initiating a fierce counterattack. In the ensuing chaos, players from both the Lakers and Spurs joined the fray, resulting in a scene of utter disorder. Amidst the turmoil, Fang Mian lost count of the blows he received. Yet he remained resolute in his intention to relentlessly pummel Bowen. Originally, Fang Mian had merely 4 minutes left to fulfill his task. But Bowen's actions had completely thwarted those efforts. With Kobe injured to such a degree, it was evident that he would be unable to continue in the game. And the thought of all their hard work being rendered futile ignited a profound frustration within Fang Mian. By the time the players were separated, both Fang Mian and Bowen, at the heart of the conflict, had sustained injuries that drew blood. Fang Mian fared relatively well. After all, he is still a newcomer and harbors no enmity with the other Spurs players, who did not resort to excessive aggression against him. In stark contrast, Bowen, notorious as the dirtiest player in the league, has accumulated numerous adversaries over time. This time, nearly every Lakers player who took a shot aimed their fists at him. Following this chaotic skirmish, though Fang Mian sustained some bloodshed, he emerged largely unscathed, with merely a few bruises and still able to stand. Bowen, however, suffered a far worse fate. Not only was he covered in bruises, but he also fractured 3 ribs and was ultimately carried off the court on a stretcher. Fang Mian was also expelled by the referee and returned to the locker room. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands, witnessing such a brawl, could not help but express their exhilaration, deeming the ticket worthwhile. Back in the locker room, Fang Mian felt profoundly dejected. Sitting alone on a chair with a towel draped over his head, lost in thought. The shouts and screams from the stands incessantly filtered into the locker room. Yet the match no longer belonged to Fang Mian. He found the cacophony irritating and distressing. Chapter 50, a heroic rescue. Listening to the thunderous cheers emanating from the arena, Fang Mian realized that his teammates were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Was it unwise of him to have thrown that punch? Had he acted too impulsively? Fang Mian began to analyze his actions. The injury to Kobe had hindered his ability to fulfill his responsibilities, prompting him to unleash that furious blow. However, the injury to Kobe was now a reality. Regardless of his actions, it remained an undeniable fact. Although he had vented his frustration by striking Bowen, it ultimately bore no benefit for the team. If he had remained on the field, he could have provided assistance to his teammates. While victory was not guaranteed, it would certainly be preferable to languishing in the locker room, awaiting the bitter taste of defeat. Fang Mian felt a profound sense of guilt for the team's predicament, engulfed by deep self-doubt. As the door to the locker room swung open, Baker led the players inside. To Fang Mian's surprise, he did not observe any traces of disappointment on the players' faces. Instead, each one regarded him with an oddly peculiar gaze. "Coach, did we win?" Fang Mian inquired, a flicker of hope igniting within him, for if the team had triumphed, perhaps his feelings of guilt would diminish. "We lost." Baker's response extinguished the flickering hope that had just arisen within Fang Mian. "Coach, I apologize. I should not have been so impulsive." Lowering his head, he braced himself for Baker's ire. "No, Fang, you did nothing wrong. There is no need for self-reproach." The next moment, Baker's words left Fang Mian momentarily speechless. "You must remember why you threw that punch. It was to safeguard your teammates from harm. In the heat of battle, they are your comrades. Each of us is a part of the Lakers, and we all fight for one another. This is not mere impulsiveness, it is a responsibility, a steadfast commitment to protect our teammates. If you were to fall on the court today, I believe they would rush to your defense. Not just Kobe, but also Lamar, Andrew, Sasha. Each person here would fight to protect you." Fang Mian finally comprehended the significance of his teammates' gazes. It denoted that, deep within their hearts, they had truly accepted him as one of their own. If, in the past, his acceptance by the team was primarily due to his association with Kobe and the coaching staff, at that moment, when he swung his fist, he had garnered the recognition of all. Even Smash Parker, who had always harbored grievances against Fang Mian, acknowledged him at that instant. Although they had lost the match, there remained the possibility of victory again. "Come on, guys, let us give it another go. United we stand, only the Lakers." As Fang Mian exited the arena, it was already the early hours of the morning. Aside from the lights surrounding the stadium, the rest of the world lay enveloped in darkness. Fang was preparing to board the vehicle to return to the hotel when Farmar beckoned him to get in. Fang Mian responded with a slight acknowledgement and turned to head towards the team bus. However, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. As the night breeze swept by, Fang Mian abruptly halted, turning back to gaze at the shadowy street. He faintly perceived a cry for help. "Fang, what's wrong?" Fammer inquired as he approached, noticing Fang Mian's sudden pause. Fang Mian raised a finger, signaling for Fammer to be silent, while at the same time, the cries for help distinctly reached the ears of others. Fang Mian's complexion changed dramatically as he recognized the language of the distress call. It was his mother tongue. A compatriot was in peril. In an instant, Fang Mian instinctively employed the skills honed on the field, propelled by an electrifying swiftness that transformed him into a formidable leopard dashing into the darkness. Fammer followed closely behind, while the others hurriedly disembarked from the bus. Having also heard the cries for help, the urgent pleas emanated from a narrow alleyway, and Fang Mian surged ahead into the passage, only to be confronted by a scene that ignited his fury. A drunken man was atop a Chinese girl, poised to commit an act of violence. "Stop!" Fang Mian roared in righteous anger, lunging forward to hurl the assailant away from the girl, following up with a powerful punch. The drunkard let out a harrowing scream, shielding his head with his hands as he braced for Fang Mian's wrath. "Fang, cease. Someone could die." Fammer intervened, pulling the enraged Fang Mian away, while the drunken man lay motionless on the ground. The girl, seeing her savior, was overwhelmed with panic and fled wildly, only to let out a piercing scream a moment later, as if gripped by sheer terror. Fang Mian and Fammer hurried to the alleyway, where they found a girl shivering in fear, confronted by several imposing black men. It turned out that the other members of the Lakers had arrived. The girl turned around and, among the crowd, her gaze fell first upon Fang Mian, who bore the features of an Asian. This sight afforded her a modicum of reassurance. Upon recognizing the Lakers' coaching staff that followed, she finally felt at ease, her body slackening as she fainted. Unacquainted with the girl's name, Fang Mian carried her onto the bus back to the hotel, requesting Claire to look after her. Upon seeing that Fang Mian had brought back a Chinese girl, Claire's eyes were filled with a hint of resentment. After Fang Mian offered a brief explanation and enlisted Fammer as a witness, Claire begrudgingly consented. Once the matter was resolved, Fang Mian intended to visit Kobe, only to discover that Kobe had flown back home overnight, rendering him unable to participate in the subsequent match in Italy. Returning to his room, he found it nearing 2 in the morning. As he lay in bed, unable to find slumber, he decided to check the system to assess the completion of his previous tasks. Special mission, protect Kobe. Failed, mission details. The rogue Bruce Bowen has been eyeing Kobe with malicious intent. Safeguard our player from harm. Mission requirements. Kobe must endure no more than 2 fouls from Bowen during the entire game. Mission rewards. Attribute points x10, selectable skill fragments x10. Note, player's court time must exceed 25 minutes. The mission status had turned gray, signifying its failure, and thus the rewards of 10 attribute points and 10 selectable skill fragments were irrevocably forfeited. Fang Mian wore a gloomy expression, still troubled by the failure of his mission. Fang Mian once again opened the attribute panel and noticed that there were still 7 attribute points remaining. He decided to allocate them all to his outside shooting ability, elevating the value from 80 to 87 in one fell swoop. In his inventory, there were also 14 universal skill fragments and 1 bird transformation card. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mian upgraded his bullseye skill by 1 star, transforming it into a regular level 1 star. With Kobe sitting out the next match, he knew he would have to shoulder a portion of the offensive responsibilities, as relying solely on Odom would not suffice to handle the volume of possessions. 2 days later, the Lakers would travel to Rome, Italy, to face the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors had just secured the first overall pick in this year's draft, selecting the Italian interior player Andrea Bargnani. Moreover, the league had ulterior motives. Fang Mian was aware that Kobe had lived in Italy for 7 years, where he had garnered a substantial fan base. Unfortunately, this time, the Italian fans of Kobe would be left disappointed. Chapter 51. Italy. As the next game was scheduled for 3 days later, the coaching staff did not organize any training for the players today, allowing them to unwind and relax fully. Fang Mian, having rarely indulged in a leisurely slumber, found himself enjoying a bit more rest despite not feeling fatigued from the previous night's struggle with Baowen. By the time he arose and completed his morning rituals, the girl from Huagua had already been taken away by her companions, leaving no opportunity for a farewell. "I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I gave her your phone number. She should reach out to you," Claire remarked with a knowing smile, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. A true hero saving a damsel in distress. Fang Mian felt his cheeks flush under Claire's gaze and hastily shifted the topic. "What about the others?" he inquired. They've all gone out for a stroll. Only you remain asleep, Claire replied, handing him a newspaper. Take a look at this. A photograph dominated the majority of the page, depicting Fang Mian fiercely striking Bowen, accompanied by a shocking headline: "The villain from Huagua, Kobe's blade-wielding guardian." What is all this? Did you do this? Fang Mian asked, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief as he held the newspaper up to Claire. This is the Parisian newspaper. I lack the influence to have an article published there, Claire replied nonchalantly. You've gained notoriety in Paris. Be cautious when you venture out. As Claire recalled another matter, she retrieved a ticket from her pocket and handed it to Fang Mian. Your flight to Italy is at 4 p.m. Don't be late. In the hotel restaurant. Fang Mian perused the Parisian newspaper while having breakfast. The previous night's match occupied 2 full pages, featuring not only the large photograph but also detailed commentary. No one anticipated that a rookie would dare to so brazenly insult a veteran. The opening line of the article made Fang Mian's heart race with unease, prompting him to glance around cautiously. Fortunately, there were not many people nearby. No one seemed to notice him in the corner. Fang Mian continued reading the article, which carried a strongly critical tone, accusing him of disrespecting veterans, lacking sportsmanship, and sneak-attacking Bowen. It even cited Fang Mian's statistics to prove his poor basketball skills. Even his face became a subject of condemnation in the author's words. The article concluded by stating that Fang Mian was utterly unfit for the NBA and called on the league office to expel him. Just a routine on-court scuffle. Was all this really necessary? Fang Mian was visibly furious. He downed his coffee in one gulp and rustled the newspaper aggressively. Just then, his phone rang. He pulled it out absent-mindedly and saw an unfamiliar number. Did Farmar change his number? Muttering to himself, he answered in fluent English. Hello, this is Fang. There was a brief pause on the other end before a timid voice responded in Mandarin. Hello, is this Mr. Fang Mian? It was a woman's voice, and a Chinese one at that. Fang Mian immediately recalled the girl from last night. Upon inquiry, it turned out to be the very girl he had rescued. Her name was Lin Xiaona, a Chinese exchange student. She had arranged to watch the Lakers versus Spurs game with friends the previous night but got separated in the crowd afterward, leading to Fang Mian's heroic intervention. Mr. Fang Mian, I'd like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Lin Xiaona's voice came through the phone, proposing a meal to properly thank him. Fang Mian, with a hint of regret, informed Lin Xiaona that he would be departing for Italy at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to prepare for the final preseason match. Subsequently, Lin Xiaona and Fang Mian arranged to meet again in Los Angeles. Fang Mian paid little heed to this, returning to his room to pack his belongings, awaiting Famader's return so they could head straight to the airport together. On the flight to Italy, Becker had already learned of the league's disciplinary actions regarding the recent altercation. Bruce Bowen was fined $50,000, as was Fang Mian. Initially, a 1-game suspension was to be imposed. However, considering it was merely a preseason game, the league office decided to show leniency, opting for fines instead. Fang Mian emitted a mournful wail, lamenting that his salary had yet to be received, and he was instead required to invest a staggering sum of $50,000. Oh God, I haven't even begun to earn. Fang Mian clutched his head, his expression one of deep discontent. Fang, Kobe has spoken with me over the phone. He will cover this amount for you, Baker remarked, observing Fang Mian with a bemused expression. At 6 in the evening, the Lakers arrived in Rome, the capital of Italy, and the entire team checked into the castle on the Tiber, located near the Olympic Stadium. Gentlemen, the match is scheduled for the night after tomorrow. Tonight you may explore at your leisure, but overnight absences are strictly prohibited, Baker announced, and after a chorus of cheers, the players dispersed. Fang Mian harbored no interest in the nightlife of Rome. After dining with Famar, he returned to the hotel. For 2 consecutive days, Fang Mian devoted himself to rigorous training in the gym and spent his remaining hours in the hotel fitness center. Although Kobe was absent, Fang Mian maintained his high standards for himself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the entire team gathered to head towards the Olympic Stadium, where the match was set to commence in 2 hours. In the locker room, the coaching staff was engaged in the final tactical arrangements before the game. With Kobe's absence, Fang Mian was required to take on a greater offensive role, managing the ball more actively. At 9:30, the players exited the locker room, appearing in the players' tunnel. A deafening roar greeted them as they clustered together, vocally rallying their chants. United in spirit, they shouted, "Only the Lakers." Smash Parker was the first to sprint out from the players' tunnel as the overhead screen began showcasing his various highlights, while the arena DJ passionately introduced him to the audience. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to that of Paris. Fang Mian felt the ardor of the fans, reminiscing about the DJ's piercing voice at the Bercy Arena. Kobe had lived in Italy for 7 years, and for the fans here, both Kobe and Andrea were akin to their own children. One by one, the Lakers players dashed out of the tunnel, until the DJ, hoarsely announcing, proclaimed, "Next, let us welcome Fang Mian from Huagua." A thunderous cheer nearly lifted the roof off the arena, as the LED screen played a montage of Fang Mian's impressive plays against Bowen. Fang Mian swiftly exited the tunnel, waving to the exuberant fans. Fang Mian's exploits in Paris have garnered him immense admiration from Italian fans, and coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, he has elicited numerous cheers. That wretched fellow is certainly quite popular. Meanwhile, in the players' tunnel, the Toronto Raptors star Chris Bosh wore an expression of discontent. He cast a backward glance at this year's first overall pick, Andrea Bargnani, who stood aloof on the opposite side, distancing himself from his teammates. "What is the matter with this white kid? Is he preparing to draw a line between us?" The Raptors' small forward, Anthony Parker, shot a disapproving glance at Bargnani. At that moment, the players from the Lakers had all taken the court, and it was soon time for the Raptors to follow suit. Chapter 52. The outcast rookie. The last player to emerge for the Raptors was Bargnani. Originally, the final entry was meant to be their star player. But in consideration of the home crowd sentiments, the Raptors deliberately arranged for Bargnani to make the last entrance. A tremendous cheer resounded throughout the arena. Much like Parker's reception in Paris, Bargnani was regarded as a hero by the Italian fans. The players commenced their warm-up, and Fang Mian received a task from the system. Task: who is the most accurate rookie? Incomplete. Task details: this year's first overall pick, Andrea Bargnani, possesses exquisite offensive skills, with a shooting range extending from the paint to beyond the three-point line. As the last pick of the draft, are you willing to challenge him from the three-point arc? Task requirement: score more three-pointers than Andrea Bargnani in this game. Task reward: attribute points x5, selectable skill fragments x5. This time, the task's reward was half compared to the previous one, and correspondingly, the difficulty was reduced. With an 87 in long-range shooting and exceptional accuracy, Fang Mian felt quite confident about this challenge. As the game commenced, the LED screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Fang Mian was still the starting point guard for the Lakers, as Baker's disdain for Smush Parker had become public knowledge. In Kobe's absence, Jordan Farmar filled in as the starting shooting guard, sharing a measure of chemistry with Fang Mian from their time at UCLA. The small forward position remained occupied by Luke Walton, who had performed poorly in the last match, hitting only 2 of 10 attempts. Hopes were high for his resurgence tonight. The Lakers' starting front court comprised Lamar Odom and Kwame Brown, who collectively committed 10 fouls in their last game against the Spurs superstar, Duncan, resulting in a complete breakdown of their interior defense. For the Raptors, the starting lineup included point guard T.J. Ford, shooting guard Juan Dixon, small forward Anthony Parker, power forward Chris Bosh, and center Andrea Bargnani. As the centers prepared for the jump ball, the commentators highlighted the match's most significant storyline. The 2006 first overall pick would face off against the 2001 first overall pick, while the fourth pick of 2003 would go head-to-head with the fourth pick of 1999. During the jump ball, Kwame Brown deliberately showcased his leaping ability, exerting all his strength to tip the ball to Fang Mian, while Bargnani merely leaped symbolically before turning to retreat to the backcourt. As Fang Mian advanced the ball to the frontcourt, he noticed that Bargnani was positioned nearly 2 bodies away from Kwame Brown. Without hesitation, he lofted the ball into the paint, delivering it to Kwame Brown. "Kwame, give this kid a good lesson," shouted Odom, who was fiercely battling for position against Bosh. Upon receiving the pass, Kwame Brown observed that Bargnani showed no intention of defending him, and with a swift turn, he executed a powerful dunk, putting the Lakers on the scoreboard with their first 2 points. "What on earth are you doing? Why aren't you defending?" Bosh erupted at Bargnani. In response, Bargnani merely shook his head, silently sprinting down the court, while Bosh shot him a furious glare at his retreating figure. This young man appeared to be somewhat of an outcast. Witnessing this unfold, Fang Mian pulled Kwame Brown aside and exchanged a few words with him. Following the brawl in the previous game, the Lakers had begun to place some trust in Fang Mian, and Kwame Brown nodded repeatedly while keeping an eye on Bargnani's back. In the next possession, T.J. Ford fed the ball to Bosh in the post, adhering to the unspoken rule that the first shot should be taken by the team's leader. Bosh received the ball and, facing Odom's defense, prepared to create shooting space with his footwork. Unexpectedly, Kwame Brown chose to abandon Bargnani and double-team Bosch alongside Odom. Looking up, Bosch saw that Bargnani had drifted beyond the three-point line, showing no inclination to support him. Consequently, Bosch's forced shot ended in a miss. This time, it was evident not just to Fang Mian but to others as well that the rookie seemed to possess a certain aversion to physical play in the paint. Furthermore, it appeared that Bargnani struggled to communicate effectively with his teammates. In several consecutive possessions, Fang Mian opted to direct the ball into the post for Odom to orchestrate. With Kobe absent from the game, Odom naturally assumed the mantle of team leader. After successfully isolating Bargnani, Kwame Brown drew fouls from both Bosch and Anthony Parker. Although he converted only 2 of 4 free throws, it was enough to make Bosch start feeling constrained. On the sidelines, Raptors head coach Sam Mitchell furrowed his brow, regretting his decision to exclude Bargnani from the Summer League. Furthermore, prior to the team's training camp, Bargnani had been training alone in Italy, without any collaborative practice with teammates. Coupled with a language barrier, these factors indicated that the newly crowned rookie had yet to integrate into the team. And one could argue that he had not adapted to the NBA. In 2006, the interior game was predominantly physical, particularly with dominant players like Shaquille O'Neal, who seemed to require at least 2 defenders to make a dunk appear formidable. In contrast, most shots taken by the more perimeter-oriented Dirk Nowitzki had earned him the label of being soft. Similarly, Bargnani, hailing from Europe, now appeared to be even more averse to physical confrontation than his white predecessors. During one Raptors possession, Anthony Parker set a screen for Bargnani, who, upon receiving the pass from TJ Ford, did not shoot immediately but instead stepped inside the three-point line before opting to take the shot. Although the basket was made, Bosch was visibly infuriated. "I've had enough of this pretty boy. Can you please substitute him?" Bosch shouted angrily at Mitchell during a timeout. At this stage, Bosch had not yet developed the perimeter-oriented style he would later embrace, having been selected for the Eastern Conference All-Star team the previous season. He looked down upon Bargnani's tendency to float around the three-point line. 2 points are, of course, more valuable the closer one is to the basket. In the subsequent possession, Fang Mian utilized Kwame Brown's screen to cut to the interior, receiving a pass from Odom and successfully completing a layup. "You idiot, can't you switch on defense?" "Switch. Do you understand, you fool?" Bosch fumed. Yet Bargnani remained bewildered, unable to comprehend Bosch's words and believing he had committed no error. "My defensive assignment is that big black guy. What does that Asian kid scoring have to do with me?" Mitchell sighed deeply on the sidelines, displaying a look of resignation. This kid's defensive habits are far too poor. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 24-16, with the Lakers holding an 8-point lead. Kwame Brown had tallied 8 points and 6 rebounds, while Bargnani's defense had allowed Kwame to dominate like Shaquille O'Neal. Fang Mian recorded 5 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Making 1 out of 2 attempts from beyond the arc, Odom contributed with 6 points and 3 rebounds. On the Raptors side, Bosch achieved 9 points and 6 rebounds, while TJ Ford added 3 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. The first overall pick, Bargnani, managed to score 2 points but did not register any rebounds or assists. At this juncture, both team starters exited the game, giving way to the substitutes for a renewed competition. Chapter 53. The final preseason game concludes as the substitute lineups took the court. A spirited exchange ensued, with the Lakers maintaining their lead without significantly increasing the score gap, while the Raptors were unable to close in. The first quarter concluded with a score of 32-24, leaving the Lakers ahead by 8 points. As the second quarter commenced, Baker deployed Fang Mian to spearhead the second unit, while the Raptors continued with their entirely substitute lineup. Although Fang Mian primarily plays as a point guard, his role is largely limited to advancing the ball past half-court before relinquishing it to his teammates, while he himself engages in relentless movement. This particular strategy is characteristic of Fang Mian. After all, few possess such exceptional stamina, managing to run the entire game without the slightest hint of fatigue. Of course, this tactic is predicated on the necessity of outstanding shooting ability, and Fang Mian's proficiency in three-point shooting is indeed his forte. An extraordinary level of endurance, keen awareness, and exceptional shooting skills are all indispensable. Within the first minute of the second quarter, Fang Mian executed this strategy by capitalizing on a pass from Vujacic to sink 2 three-pointers in quick succession, significantly widening the score. In response, Mitchell promptly called for a timeout and substituted in TJ Ford to closely guard Fang Mian. Although TJ Ford's defensive skills leave much to be desired, He at least possesses the speed to keep pace with Fang Mian. Under Ford's scrutiny, Fang Mian's scoring momentum finally began to wane. For minutes into the second quarter, both teams reintroduced their starters. During a possession for the Raptors, TJ Ford and Bargnani executed a pick-and-roll, prompting the Lakers to decisively switch defenses, with Fang Mian assigned to guard Bargnani. This marked the first time the two faced off in this game. One, a highly touted first overall pick, and the other, merely a late second-round selection. Bargnani received the ball beyond the three-point arc, without any feints, and took a direct shot. Standing against the 13-meter Bargnani, Fang Mian's leap was insufficient to create any significant interference, allowing the basketball to glide effortlessly through the hoop. On the sidelines, Mitchell's eyes lit up. It seemed he had discovered the optimal way to utilize Bargnani. In the subsequent possession, the Raptors once again opted for the pick-and-roll with TJ Ford and Bargnani. This time, the Lakers chose not to switch defenses. TJ Ford penetrated the paint, executing a fake shot that turned into a pass, assisting Bosh in a thunderous dunk. After tasting success, the Raptors resolutely continued to employ the pick-and-roll, coupled with Bosh's assertiveness in the paint, steadily narrowing the score gap. The Lakers, left with no choice, called for a timeout. Following adjustments, Bayless replaced Kwame Brown, stepping into the center position. Bayless, being 5 years younger than Brown, exhibited greater speed and agility, prompting Coach Beck to give him a chance. In the next possession, Fang Mian received the ball and cut into the paint, collaborating with Bayless to assist him in scoring. The Raptors persisted with the pick-and-roll strategy, and Bargnani quickly moved to the three-point line to set a screen for TJ Ford's drive. Prompted by Bayless, Fang Mian suddenly advanced, tightly marking TJ Ford while deftly navigating around Bargnani's screen, and discreetly delivered a sharp elbow to Bargnani when the referee was not watching. Bargnani let out a pained cry. Stumbling backward and seizing the moment of chaos within the Raptors' rhythm, Fang Mian swiftly snatched the ball from TJ Ford's grasp. A counterattack. Fast break. The young shark raced alongside Fang Mian toward the front court, with the two charging towards the Raptors' basket, one on the left and the other on the right. Fang Mian was astonished to discover that Bainham's speed when running without the ball was remarkably comparable to his own. After evading the pursuit of TJ Ford, Fang Mian casually tossed the basketball, and Bainham swiftly dashed towards the free throw line, leaping with vigor to seize the ball and forcefully slam it into the hoop. The arena erupted in a frenzy, as a spectacular alley-oop always incites exuberant cheers from the crowd, regardless of the team. Upon returning to his half of the court, Fang Mian noticed Bargnani still conversing animatedly with the referee, gesturing towards himself. The referee glanced at Fang Mian, reviewed the video at the technical table, and subsequently issued a technical foul. Goodness, is it really necessary? Fang Mian chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of acceptance. Learning from this incident, Bargnani deliberately distanced himself from Fang Mian, inadvertently creating a gap in their coordination. Whenever TJ Ford and Bargnani executed a pick-and-roll, Fang Mian consistently seized the opportunity to slip past the screen, disrupting the Raptors' strategy. Consequently, the Raptors were compelled to recalibrate their tactics, entrusting the ball to Bosh for execution. Thankfully, Bosh, being an all-star power forward, managed to repeatedly score against Odom in the paint, preventing the score differential from widening further. As halftime concluded, the score stood at 58-46, with the Lakers leading by 12 points. In the locker room, both teams' coaches were adjusting their strategies when suddenly, a tremendous cheer erupted from the direction of the court. The colossal LED screen above the arena displayed Kobe's image, as he connected remotely from Los Angeles to extend his greetings to the fans in Italy. With the resumption of play, both team starters took to the court once again. Fang Mian glanced at the statistics and noted that he had successfully made 4 three-pointers, accumulating 14 points in the first half. In contrast, Bargnani had managed only 1 three-pointer, with the rest being long 2-point attempts. If this momentum continued, Fang Mian should be able to accomplish his objective smoothly. In the second half, the Raptors altered their tactics, positioning Bosh near the free throw line rather than driving into the paint. After receiving the ball, he executed a pick-and-roll with Bargnani, one attacking the basket while the other remained at a high position, ready to catch and shoot. The Lakers' 2 big men were not particularly adept at defense, especially Kwame Brown, who consistently fell victim to Bosh's fakes after switching to guard him. The Raptors seized this opportunity to begin narrowing the score gap. Meanwhile, the Lakers relied on Odom to dictate the play, whether to execute a one-on-one or follow a set strategy. If Odom struggled to penetrate the paint, the Lakers would resort to an elevator play, passing the ball to Walton, while Odom and Kwame Brown screened for Fang Mian, who would then catch the ball and shoot. This tactic had proven effective during the preseason. Both teams' shooting percentages in the third quarter approached 70. As the latter part of the third quarter unfolded, both sides substituted in their bench players, with the Lakers having established an 18-point lead. Fang Mian sank 2 3-pointers in the third quarter, accumulating a total of 20 points. 4 rebounds and 5 assists. Although Bargnani contributed 15 points, he only managed to hit 2 3-pointers. His synergy with teammates remained somewhat unrefined, leading to limited shooting opportunities. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 83-63, with the Lakers enjoying a 20-point lead. The onset of the fourth quarter marked the beginning of garbage time. Coach Beck refrained from sending Fang Mian back onto the court, as he regarded Fang Mian as an indispensable cornerstone of the team. With the system task successfully accomplished, the Lakers ultimately triumphed in their final preseason game with a score of 108-92. Fang Mian beamed with delight at the prospect of acquiring 5 attribute points and 5 customizable skill shards. The team planned to rest for 2 days in Italy before returning to Los Angeles to prepare for the regular season. The league had announced the schedule for the season, and on the day of the opener, the Lakers would host the Phoenix Suns. With merely 5 days remaining until the commencement of the regular season, Fang Mian was brimming with anticipation. Chapter 54. The regular season opener. The Lakers returned to Los Angeles on the afternoon of the second day, gearing up for the opener scheduled in 3 days. The schedule had been released, and they were set to face the Phoenix Suns at home. The Suns had achieved an impressive record of 54 wins and 28 losses the previous season, with their star player, Steve Nash, earning the title of Most Valuable Player for 2 consecutive years. Remarkably, during the first round of the playoffs, they staged a comeback from a 1-3 deficit to win 3 consecutive games, sending the Los Angeles Lakers packing. Furthermore, the previously injured sensation, Amare Stoudemire, was poised to return for the opener. For the Lakers, and particularly for Kobe, defeating a fully assembled Suns team would serve as the epitome of revenge. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Fang Mian did not head home directly. Instead, he made his way to the training facility. As anticipated, he encountered Kobe there. Fang Mian has several inquiries to pose to Kobe, particularly regarding how to effectively defend against Steve Nash. In Fang Mian's view, he will undoubtedly be matched up against Nash, so understanding how to stifle Nash's impact is crucial for him at this moment. After a brief silence, Kobe advises Fang Mian that to overcome the Suns, the paramount objective is to sever Nash's passing lanes. Forcing Nash to isolate himself is the correct strategy to secure victory. By cutting off Nash's connections with his teammates, the Suns will be deprived of their multifaceted offensive capabilities, thereby granting the Lakers a genuine opportunity to win. The Suns' fast-paced offensive tactics hinge on Nash's ability to deliver precise passes in the shortest time possible, enabling him to find open teammates effortlessly. However, once Nash's passing routes are disrupted, compelling him to engage in excessive one-on-one play, the Suns' offensive rhythm will falter. Unlike Kobe, whose isolation play can decisively dismantle an opposing team, Nash's individual efforts lack the same lethal efficiency. This distinction marks the divide between superstars and mere stars. With this understanding, targeted training can be implemented to disrupt Nash's passing. Soon, the day of the season opener arrives. Due to the evening game, the team has conducted minimal training, merely engaging in a brief practice session. At 6 o'clock, Fang Mian and Farmar make their way to the Lakers' home ground, the Staples Center. With 2 hours remaining before the game, fans begin to fill the arena. As one of the league's premier franchises, the Lakers' home games are routinely sold out. It is the first visit for both to the home locker room, and upon opening the door, they are greeted by an array of photographs adorning the walls, including images from the illustrious Shaq Kobe era. The spacious locker room is adorned with plush carpeting, with lockers neatly aligned against the walls. Fang Mian steps inside slowly, absorbing the palpable sense of history. Although the Staples Center has served as the Lakers' home for only 8 years, one can still feel the weight of its storied legacy, a testament to the heritage of a prestigious team. Fang Mian located his locker, nestled tightly beside Farmar's in the corner. The yellow number 9 jersey hung quietly within, awaiting the day it would ascend slowly at the Staples Center, joining the ranks of the legendary Lakers. One by one, players arrived, the last to appear being the coaching staff. At 7 o'clock, with merely an hour until the game commenced, Zen Master's gaze swept across the room before settling on Fang Mian's face. "Fang, you performed admirably in Paris," the Zen Master remarked with a look of approval, nodding gently in Fang Mian's direction. The coaching staff then proceeded to outline the tactical arrangements for the evening. The The starting lineup mirrored that of the previous season, with Fang Mian entering as the sixth man. With 30 minutes remaining before the game, the players exited the locker room, preparing to make their entrance along the player tunnel. A tremendous cheer reverberated through the tunnel, rekindling the excitement within Fang Mian's heart. According to regulations, the visiting Suns players were the first to emerge. As each player approached the water cooler, the arena's DJ introduced them to the fans, his voice resonating like a eulogy at a memorial service. Each Suns player faced a chorus of boos from the home crowd, who harbored intense animosity towards the team that had eliminated the Lakers in the previous season's playoffs. Next to emerge was the Suns' #1 player, Amare Stoudemire. Confronted by a torrent of boos, the little tyrant strode swiftly from the tunnel, raising his fist in defiance and roaring at the home fans. His actions ignited an even greater uproar of disapproval as he walked onto the court, exuding an air of dominance akin to a true conqueror. The boos emanated from a place of fear, an attempt to mask the trepidation lurking within. "Today, I shall etch a profound fear into your hearts with a resounding victory," Stoudemire thought to himself, as his entrance further fueled the home crowd's fury. Next came the Suns' starting shooting guard, Rajabel. The home fans grew increasingly agitated upon seeing him. They vividly remembered how he had manhandled Kobe in the 5th game of the previous season as playoffs. That infamous chokehold had solidified Rajabel's reputation as a tough player and earned him a spot on the 2006 to 2007 All-Defensive First Team. Following Bell were Fang Mian and Boris Diaw, the former renowned for his unorthodox yet lightning-fast shooting style, while the latter was affectionately dubbed Violent Ripping by the Chinese fans, a nickname that sounded quite formidable. The Suns' star player, Steve Nash, made his entrance last, met by a cacophony of boos that nearly threatened to lift the roof off the arena. Calmly, Nash walked out of the tunnel, his face adorned with a warm smile, reminiscent of a ray of sunshine in winter. He waved his arms as he stepped onto the court, surrounded by teammates who cheered loudly for the Suns. Suddenly, the arena lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the Lakers' player tunnel exit. The DJ, alongside the fans, welcomed their heroes with thunderous applause. "Come on, brothers. Let us chant our slogan once more. United we stand, only the Lakers." As the cheers swelled, Brian Cook was the first to enter, followed by Jordan Farmar, Sasha Vujasic, and other substitutes. When it was Fang Mian's turn to take the court, the fans erupted in even more fervent cheers. In their eyes, there were no racial distinctions among the players. Fang Mian was one of their heroes. After the substitutes, the home fans welcomed their starting point guard, Smush Parker, followed by Luke Walton, Kwame Brown, and Lamar Odom. The lights shifted again, revealing a colossal 24 slowly emerging onto the court floor, heralding the imminent arrival of the Lakers' iconic star, Kobe Bryant. As Kobe made his entrance, the pregame festivities reached a crescendo, with countless fans fervently chanting their idol's name. Kobe, smiling and waving his arms, acknowledged the raucous crowd before stepping onto the court. The arena lights brightened once more, and the players began their warm-up routines. The starting lineups for both teams appeared on the enormous LED display above the court. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Smush Parker at point guard, Kobe Bryant at shooting guard, Luke Walton at small forward, Lamar Odom at power forward, and Kwame Brown at center. The Suns starters were Steve Nash at point guard, Rajabel at shooting guard, Fang Mian at small forward, Boris Diaw at power forward, and Amare Stoudemire at center. The head coaches were Phil Jackson, an expert in the triangle offense, and Mike D'Antoni, known for his fast-paced strategy. "Fang, take a good look at how Steve plays. If you aspire to be a point guard, he is an excellent role model," Beck, who had always looked out for Fang Mian, advised him. Fang Mian nodded. He not only needed to learn Nash's playing style, but also how to defend against him. The centers jumped for the ball. Kwame Brown, known for his leaping ability, was outmatched by the even more explosive little tyrant, Amare Stoudemire, suffering his first setback. The Suns' offense began. As soon as Nash crossed half-court, Stoudemire set a screen for him. Their chemistry was impeccable, requiring only a glance to understand each other's intentions. Nash drove toward the basket off the pick, and the Lakers switched defenders, with Kwame Brown immediately closing in on Nash. Facing Brown, Nash flicked his right wrist, lofting the ball high, only for a soaring figure to rise and hammer it through the hoop. With a spectacular alley-oop, the Suns sounded the horn of their offensive onslaught. From the bench, Fang Mian watched in awe. Even against smaller guards, Stoudemire's speed and agility remained unmatched. On that play, Smush Parker had initially been ahead, yet Stoudemire caught up in a single stride before finishing with a thunderous dunk. A big man's height and strength, combined with a guard's speed and fluidity, that was the terror of the little tyrant. Next possession, the Lakers took their turn. Following the pregame strategy, Smush Parker passed to Luke Walton at the right 45-degree angle before sprinting to the right corner for a potential shot. But after making the pass, Parker inexplicably lingered instead of executing the play. Only after Walton shouted a reminder did Parker realize his mistake and attempt to cut toward the corner, but it was too late. The Suns had already read the Lakers' play, and Nash decisively cut off Parker's path, rendering the attempt futile. With the play broken, the Lakers turned to Kobe Bryant, relying on his transcendent individual skill to salvage the possession. This is what a true superstar does, entrusting simple plays to teammates while taking over when the system fails. Only this approach maximizes every player's potential and carries the team further. Fang Mian reflected, thinking of a certain modern star who claimed to have surpassed Jordan as the GOAT. Even with Raja Bell practically clawing at his eyes, Kobe couldn't be stopped. A pull-up jumper after a drive found nothing but net. The next play unfolded before Kwame Brown could even retreat on defense, and Smush Parker was caught flat-footed as Nash blazed past him like a gust of wind. A quick dish inside found Fang Mian, who shook free of Walton and finished with an easy layup. Then, after Lamar Odom's missed shot, Stoudemire secured the rebound and fired an outlet pass to Nash. By the time the Suns' 5 players had all taken their positions, the Lakers' defense was still scrambling. A crisp bounce pass from Nash found Boris Diaw for another effortless layup, just 7 seconds into the possession. This was the Suns' famed 7 seconds or less offense, demanding rapid ball movement and relentless sprinting. No technique is invincible, only speed is unbreakable. With this philosophy, the Suns reached back-to-back Western Conference Finals, and Nash secured back-to-back MVP awards. When the Lakers regained possession, they stubbornly adhered to Phil Jackson's triangle offense, the same system that had delivered 2 three-peats in Chicago. The ball found Walton, and this time Parker didn't hesitate, curling around and toward the corner. Walton handed it back and set a solid screen. The pick slowed Nash just enough for Parker to find himself wide open in the corner. But his shot clanked off the rim, drawing groans from the Lakers bench. Diaw grabbed the rebound and launched another long pass to Nash. While 4 Suns had already raced ahead, 2 Lakers were still trailing behind. Drawing a double team, Nash dished to Stoudemire inside, who finished with yet another emphatic dunk. Watching the Wind Child orchestrate and the Little Tyrant dominate, Fang Mian was reminded of the highlight reels he'd seen back in China. The Suns' relentless assault left the Lakers reeling. By the midway point of the first quarter, Phoenix led 16-8. Of those 16 points, Nash had only taken 1 three-pointer, the rest were all generated for his teammates, with every scoring opportunity tracing back to him. The Suns operated like a high-performance sports car, with Nash as the engine. A single pass from him could create an open shot at any moment. Meanwhile, the Lakers' triangle offense sputtered, forcing them to rely on Kobe's sheer brilliance to keep pace. When the Suns struck again in 7 seconds, stretching the lead to double digits, the Lakers called their first timeout. During the break, Fang Mian noticed something. The Suns starters were already showing signs of fatigue. Coach D'Antoni didn't adjust the strategy, instead urging his players to hydrate and rest. The fatal flaw of this run-and-gun system? It burns players out. If an entire game demanded non-stop sprinting, perhaps no player in the league, aside from Fang Mian himself, could endure it. And that was his greatest advantage. Chapter 56. Run. Run until you drop. The timeout ended, and Fang Mian checked in, replacing Smush Parker. The coaching staff had lost all faith in Parker's decision-making. Although Fang Mian is a newcomer, he possesses both intelligence and boundless stamina, making him perfectly suited to challenge Nash. The Lakers are on the move. Following the prearranged strategy, Fang Mian advanced the ball past half-court and promptly passed it to Odom, positioned on the right side of the free-throw line. Then, he commenced a fervent sprint. Fang Mian maneuvered around Wharton, who was providing cover for him, and made his way directly to the corner, preparing to receive the ball for a shot. Nash squeezed through the screen, relentlessly pursuing Fang Mian from behind. Damn. He's really on my tail. Realizing he couldn't shake off Nash, Fang Mian made a sprint towards the basket. I'll exhaust you to your limits. Fang Mian dashed past the baseline, heading towards the left corner. Fang Mian has completely abandoned the notion of whether he can receive the ball. His sole objective is to sprint relentlessly on the offensive end, intent on exhausting Nash. As for how to score, with Kobe on the court, there is no need for concern. After several consecutive plays, Nash begins to feel the strain. On offense, he relies on rapid movement to tear through the Lakers' defense and deliver the ball to open teammates. On defense, he must continuously chase Fang Mian, which takes a significant toll on his stamina. After a couple of plays, Nash has already given up, turning just in time to see Fang Mian sink a three-pointer. This places Nash in a precarious position defensively. If he pursues, Fang Mian darts around the half-court with wild abandon, rendering his running path unpredictable and making interception impossible. If he opts not to chase, Fang Mian will effortlessly sink another three-pointer. On the sidelines, D'Antoni recognizes the situation. This Asian player isn't merely playing basketball, he's walking a dog. D'Antoni initially considered switching Nash with Rajabel, with the latter tasked to shadow Fang Mian. However, after Kobe's repeated successful one-on-one encounters with Nash, D'Antoni wisely abandoned this foolish strategy. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams withdrew their starters in favor of their bench units. At this juncture, the score stands at 24-20, with the Lakers narrowing the deficit to 4 points. The Suns bench, led by the Brazilian lightning bolt Barbosa, initiated their tactical play. Barbosa's speed, true to his nickname, left the Lakers' backup shooting guard Farmar utterly disoriented. With the 6th man of the year, the Suns regained control of the court. Meanwhile, the Lakers relied on Fang Mian's off-ball movement to relentlessly claw back points. With a shooting prowess of 87 from beyond the arc, Fang Mian's three-point shooting percentage has reached 40, having made 2 out of 5 attempts. Faced with Fang Mian's long-range shooting, the Suns dare not leave him unguarded. Backup point guard Banks trails him closely, while others seek opportunities to surround and intercept. In this scenario, Fang Mian suddenly finds his passing less effective. What once were exquisite assists during the Summer League and preseason have now become erratic, either too high or too low, making it exceedingly difficult for his teammates to catch the ball without risking a turnover. Fang Mian finally realized that it wasn't his passing that was lacking, but rather the increased intensity of the opponent's defense. This is the regular season, not the Summer League or preseason. Although Fang Mian could still utilize his formidable athleticism to find open spaces in defense, such opportunities were diminishing. To make matters worse, his fellow Lakers players were deficient in autonomous offensive capabilities. Once a strategy faltered, they were left to rely solely on their individual strengths to mount an attack. This approach almost invariably ended in failure. D'Antoni astutely recognized this predicament and thus altered his defensive strategy, beginning to relentlessly double-team Fang Mian. Fang Mian allocated all his attribute points to long-range throwing. When besieged, he found himself unable to pass the ball at all. In a mere 3 minutes, Fang Mian had already committed 2 turnovers. As the first quarter concluded, he glanced at his statistics, and the 2 turnovers loomed before him like sharp swords, glaringly piercing his vision. Fang Mian's countenance suddenly darkened. Kobe patted Fang Mian on the shoulder, signaling him not to take it to heart. The coaching staff was also deliberating strategies to address Fang Mian's passing weaknesses. As the second quarter commenced, Fang Mian re-entered the game, this time switching positions to play as a small forward, matched up against the Suns substitute, James Jones. Smash Parker dribbled past half-court, ignoring the wide-open Fang Mian. Parker charged into the paint and executed a sudden jump shot, missing the mark. Although Parker's hostility towards Fang Mian had diminished following the altercation in Paris, the notion of passing to Fang Mian was a distant dream. In the next possession, Barbosa aggressively drove past Farmar for a successful floater. Farmar's expression darkened. Barbosa's repeated scoring over him was far from a pleasant experience. While Farmar struggled defensively, Fang Mian faced his own challenges offensively. The Suns didn't even assign Barbosa to guard him directly, they merely allowed others to assist when James Jones defended him. Damn, just because the tiger doesn't roar, they think I'm a sickly cat. Confronted once more by James Jones, Fang Mian boldly raised his hand, demanding the ball. Even the thick-skinned Parker, after a series of missed shots, felt a twinge of shame for monopolizing the possession. Fang Mian seized the ball and activated his skill, lightning speed, charging towards the basket and swiftly leaving James Jones behind. While Fang Mian may not rival the speed of elite guards, surpassing a substitute small forward was well within his capabilities. Regrettably, lightning speed only enhanced his velocity and did not improve the stability or accuracy of his layup. Observing his teammates lapse, Sun substitute power forward, Kurt Thomas, rushed to provide defensive support. In the air, their bodies made slight contact, yet Fang Mian's motion became distorted, resulting in a missed layup. Insufficient strength led to a lack of stability, which in turn caused the failed attempt. It appeared that he required additional attribute points to bolster his abilities. He hoped this match would yield some generous rewards. Long before Fang Mian set foot on the court, the system had issued a series of tasks, the incessant chimes echoing in his mind for nearly half a minute, nearly driving him to madness. However, with the urgency of the game at hand, Fang Mian had little inclination to review those tasks. He would attend to them during halftime instead. At present, his priority was to halt the team's downward spiral, ensuring that the Suns did not widen the point gap. If the first half devolved into garbage time, the match would effectively be over. Fang Mian glanced at the timer. Nearly 2 minutes had elapsed in the second quarter. The Suns continued to entrust the ball to Barbosa, whose prowess on the court was akin to that of the Brazilian Lightning and the Pampas Eagle, both possessing the caliber of a starter yet relegated to the role of the sixth man for the benefit of the team. Confronted by Farmar's defense, Barbosa brimmed with confidence. Having scored over Farmar several times already, and was intent on employing the same tactic once more. This victory in the season opener shall be claimed on behalf of the Suns. Chapter 57. A new skill. Barbosa, exuding self-assurance, prepared to once again force his way past Farmar. Yet, in the next moment, the defender before him transformed into Fang Mian. It was that Asian lad who, as rumors suggested, had clinched the MVP title in the Summer League and had also dealt a blow to Bowen during the preseason. Barbosa had heard his teammates mention Fang Mian's exploits and held a favorable impression of him. Every player who had suffered at the hands of Bowen would instinctively hold Fang Mian in high regard upon hearing of his feats. What a man! Barbosa silently commended Fang Mian with a thumbs up in his mind. However, in the next instant, that admiration dissipated entirely. Barbosa's speed was clearly beyond what Fang Mian could contend with, allowing him to glide past effortlessly. Yet just as Barbosa prepared to make his layup, an unexpected force surged from the side, sending him tumbling to the ground. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling a foul by Fang Mian. Fang Mian shrugged his shoulders, choosing not to argue, and walked away. Barbosa rose to his feet, glaring at Fang Mian's retreating figure and defiantly gestured with a middle finger. Damn it. I thought he was a hero ridding the world of evildoers, but he's just a dog biting another dog. In Barbosa's mind, he had already equated Fang Mian with Bowen. Barbosa confidently scored 2 consecutive baskets and turned toward the backcourt, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Mian. In the next play, Fang Mian executed an off-ball screen with Bynum before swiftly cutting to the corner, receiving a pass from Farmar and sinking a three-pointer. As it was the Suns' turn, Barbosa looked at Fang Mian with a sinister smile, involuntarily shivering. Could this guy be planning to trip me? With this apprehension, Barbosa hesitated to break through, passing the ball to Banks and retreating to the corner. Without the threat posed by Barbosa, the Lakers' defense began to flow smoothly, capitalizing on the Suns' mistakes to launch a fast break. 3 minutes into the second quarter, both teams had their starters on the court. However, Fang Mian remained on the floor, shifting to the point guard position. With their energy restored, the Suns unleashed their 7-second offense, a relentless assault that left the Lakers' defense in tatters. The Lakers, relying on Kobe's formidable playmaking ability, managed to score repeatedly. Despite the Suns' offensive prowess, their defensive capabilities languished at the bottom of the league. There was no alternative. The fast-paced offense demanded immense stamina to maintain their offensive firepower. They inevitably had to conserve energy on the defensive end. Winning without defense was straightforward. Simply overwhelm the opponent on offense. Defense? It was non-existent. Unless one possessed extraordinary stamina like Fang Mian, enabling them to balance frenetic fast breaks with defensive responsibilities. Fang Mian once again confronted Nash, and this time he activated his eagle eye skill. Immediately, a delightful system prompt resonated in his mind. The skill was successful, granting him the temporary ability of Fast Break Master, legendary level 5 stars for the remainder of the match. The host's passing attributes would increase by 30 points. Furthermore, when there are 15 seconds or more remaining in his team's offensive possession, the shooting accuracy of his teammates receiving a pass from the host would be augmented by 10. Fang Mian listened to the voice in his head, utterly astonished. What does a 10 increase in shooting accuracy signify? Moreover, the system's explanation did not stipulate that our players must be unguarded or facing a defender. Thus, even attempting a shot while closely guarded remains effective. The only challenge lies in ensuring that at least 15 seconds of the offensive clock is available. The offense must be executed within a maximum of 9 seconds. Although this is merely a temporary skill, it has nonetheless elevated the probability of victory in the match. It is the Lakers' turn. Fang Mian received the baseline pass from Kwame Brown and, contrary to his usual demeanor, suddenly accelerated, crossing half-court in just 4 seconds. While Kwame Brown had yet to reach the front court, Fang Mian chose not to pass the ball to Kobe this time, instead opting to direct his teammates' movements. Kobe, for his part, remained noncommittal regarding Fang Mian's actions. For him, as long as victory could be secured, he was willing to sacrifice anything for the team. Observing that his teammates were unable to create an open opportunity, Fang Mian felt a surge of impatience, knowing that if the offensive clock exceeded 9 seconds, his skill would become ineffective. Fang Mian raised his voice to remind his teammates to adhere to his directives for positioning, aiming to make a shot within 9 seconds. However, he overlooked one crucial detail, his own identity. While Kobe might not mind Fang Mian's authoritative approach, the sentiments of others diverged significantly. The affable Kwame Brown, once a first overall pick, had endured years in the league, yet the label of the weakest #1 draft choice still clung to him. Resigned to his fate, he had long since lost the ambition he once possessed. Nonetheless, both Lamar Odom and Luke Walton found themselves harboring a sense of discontent. Odom, the 4th overall selection in 1999, entered the league under the spotlight, hailed as a left-handed magician. Despite his journey through various teams, he was consistently regarded as a key player. While some might critique Odom's self-control, none would ever question his skills. He held himself in high esteem, believing himself to be Kobe's right-hand man upon joining the Lakers. In Kobe's absence, he felt entitled to assume the role of the primary leader. As for Walton, though he too emerged as a second-round pick, he had entered the league in 2003 and had remained with the Lakers, earning his status as a veteran presence. Fang Mian, at the end of this year's second round, holds no qualification to shout boisterously in their presence. Although basketball is a competitive sport that glorifies victory, it inevitably involves certain interpersonal nuances. Particularly, Fang Mian, being of Asian descent, draws scrutiny. On the sidelines, Baker glared at Zen Master, hoping he would call a timeout and substitute that Asian player to allow him a moment of composure. However, Zen Master appeared unfazed, showing no inclination to pause the game. He believed that players should resolve matters on the court themselves. At this juncture, the offensive time had already surpassed 9 seconds, leaving Fang Mian with no choice but to pass the ball to Kobe for resolution. In the face of Raj Abel's defense, Kobe executed a spin move, followed by a fading jump shot, successfully sinking the ball into the hoop. For several consecutive plays, Fang Mian vocally directed his teammates' movements, eager to unleash their skills. He abandoned the tactics laid out by the coaching staff, instead insisting that his teammates engage in relentless running. Odom, overwhelmed, was particularly resistant, inherently lazy. He preferred to remain near the free throw line without much movement. Responding to Fang Mian's loud commands, Odom glared at him, remaining still while shouting back, "Damn it, Asian kid. Pass me the ball. I want to execute the triangle offense. Stop your incessant chatter." Leading the descent, Odom ceased running altogether, while Walton also halted his movements, positioning himself at the 45-degree mark on the right side beyond the three-point line. "Fang, pass the ball to Lamar. We need to run the triangle offense." Despite his dissatisfaction with Fang Mian's directives, Walton's tone remained relatively cordial. Chapter 58, The New Task Chain. At this moment, Fang Mian realized that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. His status was insufficient to command the attention of these unruly players. The Suns' lead continued to expand, and with just 2 minutes remaining before halftime, the gap had widened to 16 points. "Fang, give me the damn ball next time." During one offensive play, Fang Mian passed the ball to Odom, intending to pivot the play around him. Unexpectedly, Kobe suddenly shouted at him. It was clear Kobe was fired up and ready to take matters into his own hands. Fang Mian's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. Although Kobe was willing to do anything for victory, once he deemed his teammates untrustworthy and felt that relying on them would not secure a win, he would resort to playing solo, determined to leverage his formidable individual prowess to lead the team to triumph. In 3 consecutive possessions, Fang Mian passed the ball to Kobe as soon as he crossed half-court, and Kobe, showcasing his fierce ability, managed to score, even achieving a 2-1. However, it was disheartening to see that despite these efforts, the deficit had only diminished by 2 points, from 16 to 14. While Kobe relentlessly attacked, Fang Mian was equally tenacious in defense. Nash focused all his energy on offense, threading precise passes through tight spaces while maintaining a constantly shifting rhythm and executing various mid-range and three-point shots, leaving Fang Mian to endure considerable hardship. Indeed, he was a player of superstar caliber. It was impossible to contain him alone, no matter how exceptional one's stamina might be. Although Fang Mian managed to contain Nash somewhat in the first quarter, it was largely due to Nash's unfamiliarity with Fang's defensive style. Once Nash quickly adjusted, Fang was left utterly outmatched. By halftime, the score stood at 48-66, with the Lakers trailing by 18 points. The Lakers' locker room was steeped in silence, every player sitting motionless in their respective spots. Such a dismal first-half performance in the season opener was beyond anyone's expectations. The Suns' offensive prowess wasn't just a challenge for the players, even the coaching staff found it daunting. Every member of that team possessed reliable shooting skills, And with Nash orchestrating the offense like a well-oiled engine, their collective potential was maximized. More alarmingly, even when his teammates' shooting went cold, Nash could still create opportunities through pick-and-roll plays with Stoudemire or simply take matters into his own hands. "I'll guard Nash in the second half," Kobe declared coldly. All eyes turned to Fang Mian, who had logged nearly 18 minutes in the first half but failed to contain Nash effectively. Nash had already racked up 12 points and 7 assists by halftime. Kobe's lack of faith in Fang's defense was now unmistakable. Fang Mian held no objections, fully aware of his own lackluster performance, and could hardly blame others. However, perhaps the second half would unfold differently. In addition to his temporary skill, Fang Mian had acquired some other abilities. During the first half, he had been so preoccupied on the court that he scarcely had time to attend to the series of tasks issued by the system. Now, he finally had the opportunity to review them thoroughly. The routine tasks for the regular season remained unchanged, consisting primarily of scoring, rebounds, and assists, with rewards that were rather mediocre, merely universal skill fragments. Yet, there were two tasks of a distinctive nature. One was a special task. Special task: restrict Nash. Task details: following a disheartening defeat in the Western Conference Finals last season, Nash welcomed his ideal partner, the formidable Stoudemire, transforming the Suns into a complete powerhouse. This time, they were determined to break through the West and set their sights on the championship. Would the Lakers become the first obstacle to their aspirations? Task requirements: sever the connection between Nash and his teammates, limiting his assists to a mere single-digit figure. Task rewards: attribute points x10, selectable skill fragments x10, universal skill fragments x10. Ah, such bountiful rewards. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. Fang Mian perused the data sheet, noting that Nash's statistics clearly indicated 12 points and 7 assists, yet the system displayed merely 4 assists. A moment's reflection brought clarity to Fang Mian's mind. The 4 assists reported by the system were those Nash had achieved under his own defensive efforts. Although the system did not explicitly state this, it was evidently the case. In addition to this particular task, Fang Mian found himself entangled in another task chain. Task chain: the revival of a great dynasty. Task details: ever since the formidable Shaquille O'Neal migrated eastward to Miami, the Lakers have failed to advance beyond the first round of the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. This is an exceedingly perilous situation for a team of such stature. Task requirements: assist the Lakers in enhancing their regular season performance to secure a position among the top 4 teams in the Western Conference for the playoffs. Task rewards: as this is a task chain, the ultimate rewards will be dispensed based on the degree of task completion. Degree of task completion? Another novel term. Yet it is not difficult to comprehend. Fang Mian continued to read on. Task 1. For the fans. Task details: the regular season has finally commenced, marking the 3rd season for the Lakers under Kobe's leadership. Fans are eagerly yearning for fresh changes, including the prospect of vengeance. Task requirement: defeat the Suns and secure victory in the season opener. Task reward: a random transformation card. Upon seeing the task reward, Fang Mian suddenly recalled he still possessed a bird transformation card that remained unused. Perhaps this match would serve as an opportunity to test the card's power. As the second half began, both teams fielded their key players, while Fang Mian languished on the bench. The Suns continued to employ their fast-paced offensive strategy, should it falter. Nash and Stoudemire would execute a pick-and-roll. Right from the onset of the second half, Kobe took the initiative to guard Nash, leveraging his physical advantage to restrict him. Despite Nash's prowess, his physicality posed a significant weakness, and under Kobe's scrutiny, he found himself increasingly constrained. Consequently, the Suns' offensive momentum ground to a halt. Nevertheless, Nash persistently dashed about on the offensive end, depleting Kobe's stamina. Nash was acutely aware that once Kobe's energy was exhausted, the Lakers would swiftly unravel. Although Nash faced limitations, the formidable force of Stoudemire in the paint remained uncontainable. Kwame Brown proved ineffective, and Lamar Odom also struggled to contain him. In a mere 3 minutes, the Suns had surged to a 20-point lead, while Kobe's stamina plummeted. The Lakers' coaching staff called for a timeout, sending Fang Mian back onto the court to replace Smush Parker. It was imperative. Kobe could not afford to be drained any further, and someone needed to step up to assist him, at least to alleviate the burden on the defensive front. It became evident that Smush Parker was not the solution. Although Fang Mian was unable to contain Nash, he possessed a height advantage and boundless stamina that allowed him to keep pace with Nash. Following a brief pause, the Lakers commenced their offensive possession. Confronted by Rajabel's defense, Kobe executed a challenging fadeaway jumper, narrowing the deficit to within 20 points once more. Chapter 59. The power of new skills. Stoudemire delivered the ball to Nash from the baseline, initiating the Suns' next defensive maneuver. Nash swiftly dribbled forward, this time facing the defense of Fang Mian. Fang Mian meticulously observed Kobe's defensive techniques from the sidelines and contemplated strategies to counter Nash. Ultimately, he reached a decisive conclusion: close, aggressive guarding to thwart Nash's passing, and should he attempt to drive, it would be best to impede him, if unable. The responsibility would fall to the interior defense. Nash, witnessing Fang Mian's octopus-like flailing arms, found himself momentarily speechless. Faced with a point guard of Fang Mian's stature, akin to that of a small forward, he was astounded to realize that every potential passing lane was fraught with the peril of interception. Well then, if passing was not an option, he would resort to driving. With Fang Mian's relentless focus on stifling Nash's passes, his proximity created an opportunity. In a deft maneuver, Nash executed a subtle pivot, leaving Fang Mian behind, followed by a jump shot that swished through the net. "Excellent defense, keep it up," shouted Baker from the sidelines. The objective was clear: sever Nash's connection with his teammates, thereby cooling off the shooting rhythm of the Suns, which offered the Lakers a glimmer of hope for victory. Encouraged, Fang Mian's confidence soared, and he swiftly converted a three-point shot from an assist by Odom. In the subsequent play, as Nash prepared to advance the ball past half-court from the baseline, he was suddenly confronted by the formidable presence of Fang Mian directly in his path. Has this guy lost his mind? Does he intend to shadow me the entire game? Nash thought, his pace faltering slightly. Although Fang Mian's frontcourt entanglements yielded no substantial results, the Suns' tempo had evidently slowed. Deprived of their speed, the Suns resembled a toothless tiger, left only with the ability to intimidate. However, there remained one formidable presence on the court, a beast in the paint. Stoudemire soared high, emphatically slamming the ball over Kwame Brown, his roar upon landing reverberating throughout the arena. Kwame, having been posterized, wore a look of dismay as he passed the ball to Fang Mian and trudged back up the court. A number 1 draft pick, humiliated by a dunk, would leave anyone feeling disheartened. Under normal circumstances, Fang Mian would offer words of consolation, but in the intensity of the game, all minds were fixated on the competition, leaving no room for personal sentiments. Fang Mian, adhering to tactical principles, passed the ball to Odom while continuously moving to seek opportunities for an open shot. Nash was compelled to sprint alongside Fang Mian. At first, it was manageable, but as the rounds progressed, his stamina began to wane. D'Antoni swiftly altered the defensive strategy, assigning Marion, the small forward, to guard Fang Mian, while Nash focused on monitoring Walton. Marion, possessing a height comparable to Fang Mian and long arms, coupled with his somewhat intimidating visage, made things quite challenging for Fang Mian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Walton, facing the significantly shorter Nash, saw his shooting percentage soar, responding to D'Antoni's strategy with a consecutive 5 points. The Lakers were gradually closing the gap in the score. The Suns' defense, already flimsy, began to falter further as they lost the pace necessary to sustain their offense, all of which was attributable to Fang Mian. While Fang Mian's offensive contributions were minimal, occasionally making a three-pointer that might not even find its mark, his defensive role was of paramount importance. By single-handedly pressuring Nash in one-on-one matchups, he compelled the Suns to slow down, thus engaging the Lakers in a battle of half-court play. Within the Lakers, there was indeed a master of the half-court game. In response to Fang Mian's defensive prowess, the Suns adjusted their strategy, allowing Rondo to receive the ball, swiftly crossing half-court before passing it to Nash for organization. However, Fang Mian and Kobe appeared to have coordinated their efforts in advance. Regardless of which Suns player received the inbounds pass, Fang Mian would be there awaiting him. The objective was to decelerate the Suns, granting Lakers players ample time to establish their positions. As for the strategy of using the player inbounding the ball to obstruct Fang Mian, facilitating a rapid transition past half-court, the Suns had indeed attempted that as well. Fang Mian expressed his discontent, declaring that nothing was effective, all strategies were futile. "You have your players, and I have mine. If you rally your team, I can rally mine as well." What began as a singular focus on one player gradually evolved into a collective vigilance. As the game progressed, it became a test of endurance. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers managed to close a 20-point deficit to a mere 8. D'Antoni called for a timeout, gesturing emphatically as Barbosa entered the game with the second unit. Meanwhile, for the Lakers, aside from Fang Mian, who remained on the court, all other positions saw substitutes come in. During the brief intermission of the timeout, Fang Mian pulled Famer aside to share his audacious plan. "My God, that's utterly insane. The coach will surely bench me, Fammer exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Trust me, just give it a try, Fang Mian urged, patting Fammer on the shoulder before dashing back onto the court. After successfully defending against the Sun's offense, a buoyant Fang Mian received a pass from Bynum. Let them witness the prowess of the fast-paced master. In the blink of an eye, Fang Mian and Fammer bolted forward, swiftly crossing the half-court line. While 4 players from both teams remained behind, and only 4 seconds had elapsed on the shot clock, Fang Mian directly passed the ball to Farmar. Upon receiving the ball, Farmar wasted no time and took the shot. As he leapt, he felt an undeniable confidence, convinced that the ball would find its mark. At that moment, Barbosa had just arrived at his defensive position and was unable to intervene in time. Wow, that was brilliant. Beck, who was about to unleash a torrent of complaints at Farmar, found his expression changing as the basketball swished through the net. After the shot, Farmar pumped his fist, his confidence surging back. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, they continued to entrust the ball to Barbosa. Fang Mian quickly positioned himself in front of him. Was this Asian kid not tired at all? Barbosa looked at Fang Mian, who still brimmed with energy, and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Regardless, Barbosa showed no mercy and, leveraging his superior speed, easily bypassed Fang Mian before facing off against Bynum for a strong attempt. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Bynum committed a foul. Infuriated, Bynum relentlessly questioned the referee, nearly receiving a technical foul until Fang Mian intervened just in time. Andrew, calm down, don't be impulsive, Fang Mian urged, discreetly nodding towards Beck, whose face was a stormy shade of gray. Bynum quickly recoiled and proceeded to inbound the ball to Fang Mian. Having tasted success, Farmar began sprinting even before Fang Mian had crossed half-court. He knew that if he could create some space, Fang Mian would promptly deliver the ball to him. As expected, with just a slight edge over Barbosa, the ball was soon in Farmar's hands. Receiving the ball, he shot effortlessly, completing the play in one smooth motion. Chapter 60, a frenzied offense under Fang Mian's orchestration. The Lakers transformed into a mirror image of the Suns, adopting a fast-paced offensive strategy, which led to a remarkable increase in Fang Mian's assists. Not only was Farmar active, but even Vujasic and Cook were constantly on the move, seeking opportunities, while Bynum remained resolutely focused on the low post. At times, when the shot clock approached 9 seconds, Fang Mian would pass the ball to Bynum, watching as he bulldozed his way to the basket. Although Bynum had yet to become the formidable little Shaq, he still managed to bully the Suns' backup center on occasion. Catching the ball, spinning, faking, and executing a soft hook shot, Bynum easily scored. In the next possession, Barbosa executed a swift crossover to shake off Fang Mian, then smoothly transitioned into a shot that found the net. Barbosa felt as though his shooting hand was on fire, with nearly every attempt resulting in success. Unfortunately, despite Fang Mian's robust stamina, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Unlike Nash, Barbosa was merely an attacker, not a playmaker. While one could stifle Nash's passing lanes and force him into one-on-one situations, the same tactic proved ineffective against Barbosa. However, Fang Mian's relentless pursuit did wear down Barbosa, gradually sapping his energy. After all, Barbosa could not maintain such a high shooting percentage indefinitely. As the third quarter came to a close, the Lakers trailed by 4 points. It was evident that Fang Mian's formidable skills had only managed to narrow the gap. The last 3 minutes of the third quarter saw Barbosa channeling the spirit of Jordan, scoring almost at will with jump shots, three-pointers, and layups. Nevertheless, the consequences of his efforts were visible. When Barbosa exited the game, he was panting heavily, nearly unable to walk, and frequently shot venomous glares at Fang Mian, who had just delivered a sharp jab to his back during the final possession. Damn that Asian kid, that was a brutal hit. My back is definitely going to bruise, he muttered while trying to soothe the soreness. Conversely, Fang Mian, although drenched in sweat, remained invigorated and lively, prompting even Zen Master to harbor suspicions. Is this kid on something? Not only Zen Master, but D'Antoni also regarded Fang Mian with a contemplative expression. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams continued with their bench players, although the Suns replaced Barbosa with Raja Bell. From the outset, sparks flew between Fang Mian and Bell. The two engaged in a physical tussle, each trying to annoy the other to the fullest extent. While Bell's defense proved effective, his offensive impact was significantly diminished. Fang Mian could still facilitate scoring for his teammates without shooting, but Bell lacked that ability. After 2 consecutive missed attempts, Bell abandoned his offensive efforts and focused solely on hounding Fang Mian. This shift caused the Suns' offensive momentum to grind to a halt. Despite the Suns' strong starting lineup, their bench relied heavily on Barbosa's performance. Now that Barbosa was off the court, only the defensively solid yet offensively weak Bell remained, leading to a scoring drought for the team. At this critical juncture, Fang Mian assisted Vujasic, who hit a mid-range jumper, tying the score at 87-87. With just over a minute gone in the fourth quarter, if this pace continued, the Lakers might well amass a score exceeding 110 points. Unlike the 130 scores of future games, a tally of over 110 in 2006 was considered exceptionally high. Seeing their 20-point lead evaporate, the Suns reintroduced their starters, prompting the Lakers to do the same. However, Fang Mian remained on the court. During the timeout, Zen Master gathered the players and made a request to adopt a fast-paced offense akin to the Suns. The players were taken aback. The Suns could play fast because they had Nash. Why should the Lakers attempt the same? Kobe was the first to voice his skepticism. Zen Master refrained from elaborate explanations, as he himself was uncertain how to justify it. In just 3 short minutes of the third quarter, he had keenly observed a change in Fang Mian. Initially, he struggled to execute even basic passes, relying solely on running and hitting a few threes or clinging to the opposing team's stars defensively. Yet, as the game progressed, particularly in the latter half of the third quarter, the Lakers' surge of offense was closely tied to Fang Mian, especially in that moment when Farmar sprinted past half-court in 4 seconds to receive the ball and promptly score. A play that had not originally seemed like a wise shot choice, given that Barbosa had just settled into position, unable to contest the attempt. However, Farmar had only just reached the three-point line, leaving him no time to adjust his shooting posture. Moreover, judging by his performance in the NCAA, Farmar was not an impulsive player. The Zen Master noted a detail in the statistics. Within 3 minutes, the shooting percentage after receiving a pass from Fang Mian would significantly increase. Unfortunately, 3 minutes was too brief a span for the Zen Master to observe more than this. Under the Zen Master's directive, the Lakers adopted a fast-paced style of play. In addition to swiftly advancing the ball on offense and utilizing movement to tear apart the opposing defense, Fang Mian was tasked with closely shadowing Nash on defense, ensuring he could not comfortably make his passes. 8 seconds. This was the time the Zen Master mandated for completing an offensive play, even 1 second shorter than Fang Mian's effective skill duration. Furthermore, the Zen Master insisted that the team maintain constant movement while minimizing passing. Within 8 seconds, the ball must be shot upon receipt. The Zen Master was taking a gamble, wagering on Fang Mian's enchanting prowess. In an era that values scientific methodology, such enchantment appeared to be a matter of mysticism. To coaches of a more traditional approach, like Larry Brown or Greg Popovich, such mysticism was often met with skepticism. Fortunately, Fang Mian's coach was the Zen Master, who, while emphasizing science, also had an interest in the mystical. However, the Zen Master established a boundary for the team. If Fang Mian did not showcase his extraordinary abilities within 2 minutes, the team would immediately revert to a more conventional strategy. Unbeknownst to Fang Mian, this was his moment to shine. The Lakers' offense commenced with a baseline throw-in, and everyone surged forward with the fervor of adrenaline, crossing half-court within 4 seconds and tirelessly seeking opportunities. Fang Mian's mind raced with thoughts, meticulously searching for the optimal passing route, unwilling to squander a single second. Kobe pushed past Rajabel, maneuvering around Lamar Odom's screen, receiving Fang Mian's pass and shooting without hesitation. With Kobe's exceptional individual prowess coupled with the potency of Fang Mian's skills, his shots seemed to be unfailingly accurate. For 3 consecutive possessions, the Lakers managed to score. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter with 2 minutes and 26 seconds remaining, the Lakers finally began to take the lead. Chapter 61. The Roar of the Little Tyrant. Thanks to Fang Mian, the Lakers unexpectedly adopted a fast-paced style of play, engaging in a shootout with the Suns. To the astonishment of fans, the Lakers players on the court exhibited no signs of discomfort. Rather, their shooting percentage continued to rise. Compared to the slower-paced half-court battles, it was evident that the fans favored this exhilarating offensive showdown. Although Fang Mian was able to restrict Nash's passing, he could not contain his personal offense. Whether it was driving for a layup or shooting mid-range and three-pointers, Nash's individual prowess kept the Suns closely tied in the score, maintaining their hope for victory. However, fatigue is inevitable, especially after nearly 30 minutes of play, with 20 of those minutes under Fang Mian's relentless defense. Tireless persistence was one of the skills Fang Mian inherited from Bowen. After several exchanges, Nash once again faced Fang Mian, executing a spin move to drive past him while also performing a sudden stop to shake Fang Mian off before rising for a jump shot. The ball had not yet left his hands when Fang Mian lunged at him once more. Confronted by Fang Mian, who stood half a head taller, Nash opted for a fadeaway shot. With a clang, the ball struck the front of the rim, falling short. Nash's stamina had dwindled. He began to feel overwhelmed. Watching the rebounding ball bounce away, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had already scored over 30 points that day, yet it was evidently insufficient to lead his team to victory. An angry voice echoed, seemingly in response to Nash's sigh. The little overlord soared high from beneath the basket, one hand pressing down on Kwame Brown's shoulder to prevent him from jumping, while the other seized the rebound and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. My fate is in my own hands. The little overlord's successful putback dunk was followed by a furious roar directed at the Lakers bench. The game was far from over. The outcome remained uncertain. Filled with determination, the furious little overlord, upon witnessing his older brother and longtime partner Nash's dejections, felt compelled to deliver a powerful retort to rouse him. In the next possession, Walton received a pass from Fang Mian and took a shot, only for the ball to ricochet off the rim. Unfortunately, Fang Mian's skill could only enhance their shooting percentage by 10, but not elevate it to perfection. Amare Stoudemire grabbed the rebound and delivered a long pass to Nash, just as both players reached the front court. As Nash positioned himself, Stoudemire promptly stepped up to set a screen, using his body to block Fang Mian while creating an opportunity for Nash to drive. The Lakers decisively opted for a switch, with Kwame Brown appearing in Nash's driving lane, while Fang Mian found himself up against the even taller Stoudemire. In the next moment, Nash chose to pass, and the ball found its way into Stoudemire's hands. Asian kid, I admire your country's yell, but for you, I have but one phrase: get out of my way. Enraged, Stoudemire pivoted and drove toward the basket, leaping after 3 steps, his form reminiscent of a reborn tyrant. No one could thwart the little overlord's dunk. With a thunderous crash, the ball soared high, landing before the Lakers bench. Accompanying the ball were 2 figures of contrasting skin tones, along with the referee's whistle. The Lakers' number 9 was called for a foul, and the Suns' number 1 was awarded free throws. Damn it, you think you can dunk over me? What a deluded dream. Fang Mian spat a curse, grasping his teammate's outstretched hand to laboriously rise. Stoudemire roared as he approached Fang Mian, resembling an enraged beast continually growling. Fang Mian, unyielding, were a fierce expression. The two clashed, neither willing to back down. As the tension escalated, teammates rushed forward to separate them, while the referee promptly issued a technical foul to Fang Mian, resulting in a free throw. What blatant discrimination! Seizing the moment as the referee turned away, Fang Mian defiantly flashed a middle finger behind his back. Coach Beck protested loudly on the sidelines against the referee's decision, but the referee ignored him, signaling Stoudemire to take his free throw. He made one of 2 shots. The technical foul was to be taken by Nash, who successfully converted the free throw, allowing the Suns to continue their offensive push. Just past the halfway mark, Stoudemire eagerly called for the ball, ready to face Kwame Brown one-on-one. Kwame Brown, having been dunked on several times by Stoudemire that night, felt a flicker of fear upon facing the dominant little overlord again, involuntarily retreating a step. This retreat not only provided Stoudemire with room to drive, but also laid bare Kwame Brown's inner trepidation. Stoudemire let out a roar and surged forward, resembling a fearsome beast baring its teeth at Kwame Brown. The latter retreated repeatedly, too intimidated to even extend his arms against the oncoming Stoudemire. With a resounding crash, Kwame Brown was knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Stoudemire leaped from beneath the basket, his stature resembling that of a prehistoric giant, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. The arena fell silent, captivated by the spectacle of the little overlord's dunk. Hanging from the rim, Stoudemire alongside the fallen Kwame Brown formed a tableau reminiscent of a world-renowned masterpiece. So brutal, Fang Mian observed the scene before him, realizing that Kwame Brown was effectively finished, and there would likely be no further opportunities for him in this game. Indeed, Coach Sin promptly substituted Kwame Brown out for the arrival of young Bynum. Just before stepping onto the court, Beck pulled Bynum aside for a few words, and Bynum nodded while casting a glance at Stoudemire. When it was the Lakers' turn to attack, the team opted for a swift offensive strategy, aiming to shoot within 8 seconds. The ball found its way into Kobe's hands, who concluded the attack with a mid-range shot. Although Fang Mian's skill could enhance shooting accuracy by 10, he understood that passing to Kobe was the more reliable option, even against tight defense. With Kobe's successful shot, the Lakers had taken a 6-point lead over the Suns. In the next possession, Nash's shot missed, and once again, Stoudemire snatched the offensive rebound over Bynum, finishing with a dunk. As Stoudemire taunted Bynum with a show of strength, Bynum's expression turned menacing as he clenched his fists. He witnessed Kwame Brown's exit and was determined not to share the same fate. Entering the league as a high school player himself, He resented Stoudemire's arrogance in his presence. In the next play, Bynum positioned himself low, actively calling for the ball. Fang Mian hesitated for a moment, preparing to pass the ball to Kobe. After all, in the Lakers, Kobe was the leader, and passing the ball to him was surely a sound decision. However, Kobe shook his head, signaling Fang Mian to pass it to the post, allowing Bynum to take charge. With the young player so eager, Kobe did not wish to dampen his spirit. Besides, they were still ahead, allowing for a moment of indulgence. Upon receiving the ball, Bynum opted to back down against Stoudemire. He exerted his strength, only to discover that his opponent stood resolutely, showing no signs of yielding. Adjusting his approach, Bynum abandoned the brute force tactic and instead pivoted to face the basket, driving in for a layup. In the next instant, the ferocious little overlord shattered Stoudemire's hopes, his palm descending from above to swat the ball away with tremendous force, sending a clear message: "You are still too green." Chapter 62. A fatal error. Stoudemire had violently rejected Bynum's layup, and the ball fortuitously landed in Fang Mian's hands. Confronted with Marian's defense, Fang Mian unleashed his lightning speed, executing a swift change of direction to evade Marian. Then, as Dio rushed in to assist, he passed the ball to Odom. Odom effortlessly sank the shot, maintaining their lead at 6 points. In the subsequent possessions, the margin remained a steadfast 6 points. The Lakers struggled to extend their advantage, while the Suns could not alter their disadvantage. Nash and Stoudemire's pick-and-roll remained formidable, bolstered by Dio's orchestrations and Marian's individual prowess, as the Suns launched relentless waves of offense, crashing against the Lakers like an unyielding tide. The Lakers, however, relied on Fang Mian's skills to uphold a commendable shooting percentage, allowing them to compete with the Suns. With 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 107-102, with the Lakers leading by 5 points. Despite the skill enhancements, the overall movement of the Lakers was lacking. Aside from Kobe, no one could effectively shake off their defenders. Under the interference of defenders, the marginal increase in shooting percentage proved virtually inconsequential. Missed shots remained missed shots. The Zen master decisively altered the strategy, prompting the team to revert to the triangle offense, slowly grinding down the Suns with a methodical approach. As the game progressed, it became evident that, aside from Fang Mian and Kobe, the rest of the team was showing signs of fatigue. Fang Mian possesses an innate talent, while Kobe is truly a physical marvel. Although Kobe conserves some energy on the defensive end with Fang Mian's assistance, the exertion he endures on the offensive front is nothing short of astonishing. With each Lakers possession, even when the ball is not in his hands, Kobe relentlessly engages in off-ball movement, striving to shed defenders and create opportunities for open shots or mismatches. In stark contrast to Fang Mian's experience, the Suns employ an aggressive strategy to stifle Kobe, resorting to an array of tactics in their pursuit. Each of Kobe's movements demands immense physical effort, especially when he maneuvers through multiple defenders to execute a layup. What a physical specimen he is! Fang Mian reflects as he observes Kobe's silhouette. They are the only two players on the court who are not bent over, gasping for breath. The advantage of physical prowess is finally manifesting. In the forthcoming possession, Odom receives the ball at the high post, while Fang Mian and Kobe dart around, and Bynum emerges from the paint to set a screen for Kobe. Kobe navigates around Bynum's screen and, upon receiving the ball, immediately drives toward the basket. With the Suns' Dio and Stoudemire pulled away by the Lakers, there is no one to guard the interior. Although Stoudemire is one of the fastest and most agile players in the post, he finds himself at a disadvantage against Kobe, despite his best efforts to keep pace. He can only watch helplessly as Kobe scores. The Lakers extend their lead to 7 points with just 2 minutes and 41 seconds remaining in the game. In the next possession, Nash delivers a bounce pass, assisting Marian for a layup. As the Lakers take their turn on offense, Odom again holds the ball at the high post, while Fang Mian and Kobe search for opportunities. Unfortunately, the Lakers' offense falters, as Bynum fails to fully block his man while setting a screen for Kobe, allowing Rajabel and Stoudemire to converge on Kobe instead. Undeterred by the double team, Kobe skillfully maneuvers and manages to slip the ball into the basket. In crucial moments, his resolve intensifies. In the subsequent possession, Nash responds with a lateral three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 4 points. At such pivotal junctures, it is customary for the star players of each team to take charge, exemplified by Kobe for the Lakers and Nash for the Suns. With 1 minute and 52 seconds remaining, the Lakers lead by 4 points, and both teams are now fiercely competing. Each of Kobe's movements and layups is met with even greater resistance than before, with some actions verging on fouls. In 2006, The NBA had not yet openly collaborated with gambling entities, and referees often refrained from single-handedly influencing the outcome of games, allowing the players to determine the victor. Hence, in the critical moments of the game, referees tend to withhold their whistles on borderline fouls. With 46 seconds remaining, Nash executes a running floater, reducing the deficit to just 1 point. The Lakers opt not to call a timeout, allowing Fang Mian to advance the ball across half-court. The coaching staff's decision not to substitute Fang Mian during this crucial moment underscores their confidence in him. However, they overlook an important detail. Fang Mian is merely a rookie, and this game marks the inaugural regular season match of his career. Unlike summer league or preseason games, regular season performance is vital for securing a playoff berth, and teams must excel in the more grueling postseason to vie for the championship. Every regular season game contributes to building an advantage for the playoffs, and none can be taken lightly, especially the season opener. As the Lakers initiate their offensive play, the atmosphere in the Staples Center turns hushed. Home fans strive to contain their excitement, fearful of disrupting the team's strategy. In this moment of tension, Fang Mian suddenly makes an error. According to the plan, he was supposed to wait for Odom to arrive at the high post before passing him the ball and then making his move. However, in an inexplicable twist, Fang Mian prematurely passes the ball, which lands in Marian's hands instead. Without hesitation, Marian accelerates forward, catching the Lakers off guard. By the time the Lakers realize what has transpired, Marian has crossed half-court and finds himself with an unobstructed path to the basket. He executes a two-handed dunk, propelling the Suns back into the lead and seizing control of the game. With just 27 seconds left, the Lakers are compelled to call a timeout. Having fought back from a 20-point deficit to establish a 7-point lead, they now find themselves trailing once more, leaving every player feeling a sense of frustration. The air is thick with tension as they sit on the bench, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon them. Fang Mian was consumed by self-reproach as he sat on the bench, a towel draped over his bowed head, rendered speechless. Kobe gently patted Fang Mian's shoulder, urging him to regain his spirits. "Fang, do not be disheartened. We still have a chance," Kobe remarked with a hint of levity. "You know, even MJ has his off days. You've had your share of airballs in games, you old man." Suddenly, Fang Mian yanked the towel from his head and looked up at Kobe, responding, "I remember." Laughter erupted among the players, and the atmosphere lightened slightly. "Guys, we still have a chance. There are 32 seconds left, enough time for us to execute an offense," Kobe encouraged his teammates, embodying the spirit of a leader who could not allow his comrades to lose hope. The more critical the moment, the more his presence was essential. "Old man, remember that preseason game?" Chapter 63, a glorious victory after the timeout. Both teams returned to the court. To the surprise of the fans present, the Lakers did not opt to bench Fang Mian. Everyone was aware that his previous blunder was critical and unforgivable, providing the coaching staff with countless reasons to keep him on the sidelines. Yet, Phil Jackson chose to place his faith in Fang Mian. In contrast to victory, failures and setbacks often serve as catalysts for personal growth. The Lakers needed Fang Mian to mature swiftly. They could not rely solely on Kobe for every game. Within this Lakers team, aside from Kobe, the second in command, Lamar Odom, currently appeared to be merely an excellent starter, falling short of all-star caliber. Among the others, aside from Bynum, a lottery pick at the 10th overall selection, the rest were either second-round picks or players who struggled to find a place on other teams. As for Kwame Brown, he would forever be burdened with the label of a bust. Among these players, the coaching staff discerned potential only in Bynum and Fang Mian, albeit with a fundamental distinction between the two. Bynum entered the league at just 18 years and 6 days old, making him the youngest player in NBA history. Like Kobe, he was drafted straight out of high school. During his high school years, Bynum exhibited immense potential, prompting the Lakers to select him with the 10th overall pick. The Lakers have long aimed to cultivate Bynum as Shaquille O'Neal's successor, envisioning a new partnership with Kobe that would once again lead the team to a championship. In contrast, the Lakers management initially regarded Fang Mian merely as a mascot to penetrate the Chinese market, lacking a genuine intent to cultivate his talents. It was only after Fang Mian's commendable performances during the Summer League with the Rockets that the Lakers began to take notice. Following his MVP accolade in the Summer League, his buzzer beater against the Rockets, the altercation with Bowen in the second game, and his three-pointers in the third game, the Lakers' perspective on him began to shift. Fang Mian has truly progressed step by step, having undergone rigorous training throughout the summer, alongside each practice session with Kobe, which has fostered his gradual growth and evoked continuous astonishment. Undoubtedly, the most significant factor has been the support of the system. However, without consistent hard work. One cannot complete the system's tasks or earn its rewards. Thus, this extraordinary inheritor's system would merely serve as a decorative element. Bynum stood at the sideline, ready to inbound the ball, and Fang Mian stepped forward to receive it. The majority of the Suns' attention was focused on Kobe, with a portion also directed towards Odom. It seemed that, apart from Kobe and Odom, no other players posed a threat to the Suns. Walton and Bynum provided Kobe with a double screen, allowing him to successfully receive Fang Mian's pass. Kobe, holding the ball on the right side of the free throw line, attracted the attention of 3 defenders, including Stoudemire. With 18 seconds remaining in the game and 15 seconds left on the shot clock, Kobe faced Rajabel's defense, refraining from launching an immediate attack and instead taking a probing step. Rajabel firmly guarded Kobe's driving path, his eyes fixed intently on him, leaving no detail overlooked. Kobe dribbled back a step, with 12 seconds on the shot clock, while he, Bynum, and Walton positioned themselves on the strong side, while Fang Mian and Bynum occupied the weak side. With 8 seconds remaining, Kobe made his move, executing a sudden stop just as he broke past Rajabel's defense, then swiftly changing direction to drive towards the basket. Although Rajabel was momentarily deceived by Kobe's abrupt stop, he quickly regained his position. Yet, he could not keep pace with Kobe's change of direction, leaving him behind. With no defensive threat, Kobe charged towards the basket and leapt for a layup. Mian and Stoudemire had been closely monitoring Kobe, and seeing Rajabel fall behind, they rushed forward to provide help, effectively sandwiching Kobe between them. Faced with the double team, Kobe displayed no hesitation. In a swift maneuver, he flicked the ball from his left hand, sending it into the air, where it landed in Fang Mian's hands at the left corner. At that moment, Nash, the closest defender to Fang Mian, remained 2 meters away, poised to assist Kobe. Meanwhile, Diaw was fixated on Odom, guarding against his sudden entry into the paint to receive a pass from Kobe. The Suns players were preoccupied with defending Kobe and Odom, overlooking Fang Mian. With 3 seconds left on the shot clock, as the basketball soared past, heading towards the left corner, Nash's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly turned and lunged, yet was unable to intercept Fang Mian's shot. With no hesitation, Fang Mian activated his skill, bullseye, and under its in Fang Mian, with a resounding 3-pointer, restored the advantage once more, compensating for his earlier missteps. He demonstrated his sense of responsibility to the Zen master, showcasing his growth to the coaching staff. As the game drew to a close, culminating in the Suns' failed final attempt, it marked an end to the contest. The score stood at 114-112, with the Lakers narrowly defeating the Suns. In the post-game press conference, a reporter inquired of Kobe why the final shot was entrusted to a rookie. With a smile, Kobe replied that it was because the rookie had asked him a particular question. "Old man, do you remember that preseason game?" Fang Mian referred to that preseason match, specifically the one against the Rockets, in which Kobe ultimately chose to pass the ball to him for the game-winning shot. This match was no different. In the final moments, everyone was acutely aware that the primary choice for the Lakers would undoubtedly be Kobe, followed by Odom, no matter the circumstances. The ball would not be entrusted to Fang Mian. After all, this was a regular season game, and the outcome would impact their record. When a reporter posed this question to D'Antoni, he shook his head in resignation, wearing a wry smile. The Suns had little to say regarding the game itself, yet they had some remarks about Fang Mian. "The Suns merely succumbed to your fortune, D'Antoni. Fang is a remarkably promising player. He caused me considerable discomfort throughout the match, but he still has much to learn and a long journey ahead. Steve Nash, you must relay to that rascal that my back is still bruised. Barbosa, tell Fang that he is quite an admirable fellow, like Yao. He is one of my favorite Chinese players." Amare Stoudemire. Chapter 64. The away journey. After the season opener, Fang Mian returned to his apartment, where Beck called to inform him that the team would cover the fine for his technical foul, alleviating any concerns. Despite being physically exhausted, Fang Mian's mind remained in a state of heightened excitement, rendering him unable to close his eyes even for a moment as he lay in bed. Noticing that the time had surpassed 11 p.m., he decided to access the system to meticulously organize the rewards from the match. After a flurry of notification sounds, Fang Mian finally claimed all his rewards. In the season opener, he achieved 13 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists, a commendable double-double. Through the regular season tasks, he amassed 35 universal skill fragments, while special tasks rewarded him with 10 attribute points, 10 self-selected skill fragments, and 10 universal skill fragments, in addition to a random transformation card related to the task chain. Coupled with previous miscellaneous rewards, his system inventory now contained 15 attribute points, 79 universal skill fragments, 15 self-selected skill fragments, 1 1984 bird transformation card, 3 minutes, and 1 random transformation card. A bountiful harvest. Considering that the Lakers coaching staff preferred him in the point guard position, Fang Mian allocated 10 attribute points to passing, raising that attribute to 65, which was barely acceptable. Next, he allocated 3 attribute points to long-range shooting, improving his shooting from 87 to 90, thereby enhancing his three-point threat. The remaining 2 attribute points were reserved for future contingencies. As for the utilization of the 15 self-selected skill fragments, Fang Mian intended to contemplate their application carefully. The fast break master acquired in the previous match was an organizational skill with an aura effect, benefiting all his teammates. Fang Mian was genuinely eager to acquire such abilities, those with an aura effect that could enhance teammates' performance while adding another tactical dimension to the team's play. Especially now that he found himself frequently positioned as the point guard. Aside from the run-and-gun master, there was another organizational skill with an aura effect, floor general. Currently, only one player in the league possessed this skill, the Nets all-star point guard, Jason Kidd. Recalling how Kobe Bryant later pressured the Lakers management to trade for Kidd at all costs, Fang Mian steeled his resolve and selected this skill. A golden flash later, a new ability appeared in Fang Mian's skill panel, Floor General, Common Tier. 0 stars, host passing attribute increases by 1. Passing success rate increases by 1. Teammates receiving attribute increases by 1. Though the initial stats seemed pitiful, Fang Mian understood this was merely a common tier, 0-star skill. Take it slow, he reminded himself. I still have universal skill fragments for upgrades. In one decisive move, he spent 70 universal skill fragments to elevate Floor General to common tier, for stars. Floor General, common tier, for stars, host passing attribute increases by 5. Passing success rate increases by 5. Teammates receiving attribute increases by 5. After the upgrade, both passing receiving attributes and success rate had improved by 4 points. Though still modest, there was no other choice. His fragments were depleted. Currently, all 4 of Fang Mian's skills are at the ordinary level. The highest among them is lightning speed, rated at 5 stars in the ordinary category. Following that is Master of Control, which stands at 4 stars. The remaining 2 skills, persistent grip and piercing shot, are both at 0 stars in the ordinary category. This indicates that he possesses not a single rare-level skill. Fang Mian is currently in urgent need of a substantial quantity of universal skill fragments. In addition to the fragments, he possesses 2 transformation cards. One is an 84 bird transformation card, while the other is a random transformation card. The bird transformation card requires no further elaboration. But the random transformation card is a novel concept. Utilizing this card is akin to summoning a deity at random. One remains oblivious to which esteemed figure will manifest. The element of uncertainty adds a thrilling dimension to the experience. As he organized these items, the clock edged closer to 2 in the morning. Fang Mian closed his eyes, preparing for a brief slumber. Despite possessing nearly boundless stamina, it does not imply that he is exempt from the need for rest. He, too, requires rejuvenation. The training session was scheduled for 10 in the morning, and by 8 o'clock, Fang Mian had already arrived. Another individual who arrived around the same time was Kobe. Both men had surmised that the other would likely reach the training facility ahead of schedule. As players from the Lakers began to trickle in and prepare for practice, Fang Mian and Kobe had already engaged in 2 hours of training. For these 2 training enthusiasts, practice is as essential as eating and drinking. It is an indispensable part of their lives. Since the team was set to depart for San Francisco in the afternoon, this training session was relatively light, concluding by noon, allowing them to return home to prepare for their 4 p.m. gathering at the airport. Fang, you should be heading back soon. Aren't you going to pack up? Be careful not to miss your flight. Martin, the Lakers trainer, remarked with a look of exasperation at Fang Mian, who was still engrossed in shooting practice. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Why was he still lingering in the training facility? Fang Mian pointed to a backpack at the side of the field. Martin walked over and unzipped it, immediately letting out a wail of despair. Damn it, when did you bring this stuff? The backpack was crammed with clothing and an assortment of essential necessities. Fang Mian chuckled softly, disregarding Martin's expression of discontent, and turned to continue shooting hoops. It was not until half an hour later that he departed in Famarl's car. Observing the freshly showered Fang Mian, Famarl wore a look of helplessness. Fang, you needn't exert yourself so relentlessly, he attempted to counsel, as the previous night's game had just concluded. And today's rigorous training spanned nearly 6 hours, truly a grueling pace of self-discipline. With a flight scheduled for 4:30 in the afternoon, they soared through the skies for an hour and a half, landing in San Francisco by 6. The Lakers were set to face the Warriors the following evening at 9, granting the team a mere 27 hours of recuperation. After a night's rest, the team commenced training at 9 the next morning. This time, Fang Mian did not arrive early but joined his teammates as they made their way to the training facility. The session lasted 3.5 hours, after which the players enjoyed lunch together before retreating to the hotel for a much-needed nap. Yet, while the Lakers rested soundly, a rejuvenated Fang Mian returned to the gym to commence another round of training. Fang Mian was acutely aware that despite the support of the system, he still needed to rely on rigorous training to enhance his abilities. Engaging in physical conditioning, strength training, and shooting practice, he exerted every effort to fortify himself. It was only through relentless training that he could grow stronger and assist his team in achieving victory, ultimately striving for the pinnacle of glory. Fang, it's time. We should be on our way. Fang Mian looked up and noticed that, at some point, Kobe had also arrived at the gym. Judging by the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, it was evident that he had been practicing for an extended period. Let us seize this victory, Fang Mian declared, grasping the hand that Kobe extended towards him, and together they exited the arena. At 7 in the evening, the Lakers finally arrived at the Warriors' home ground, the Oracle Arena. In just 2 hours, they would be stepping onto the court for their first away game of the season. Chapter 65, the Golden State Gang. The visiting locker room at the Oracle Arena was exceedingly rudimentary. Jerseys hung from rough-hewn lockers, and in front of each locker stood a folding chair, which proved quite uncomfortable for some of the taller players. This was a deliberate strategy employed by the home team. The cramped environment, the Spartan facilities, and even the broken air conditioning that had not been repaired in time all contributed to a subtle psychological pressure on the visiting players, thereby enhancing the home team's chances of victory during the game. Fang Mian is rather indifferent to his circumstances. He can easily adapt to his basic needs. After changing into his training attire, the players enter the court to warm up, also familiarizing themselves with the arena. The members of the Golden State Warriors gradually arrive at their home ground for the same purpose. Fang Mian quickly spots their star player, Baron Davis. Both Baron Davis and Lamar Odom were drafted in 1999, with Davis selected 3rd overall and Odom 4th, now in the 8th year of their careers. Their trajectories have diverged significantly. Odom displayed immense potential from his debut with the Clippers, averaging 6 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists in his rookie season. And his 3 triple-doubles in a single season earned him the moniker the left-handed magician. The Clippers envisioned a bright future, assuming Odom would fully realize his potential alongside Elton Brand, whom they acquired 2 years later. However, Odom's lack of discipline ultimately undermined his prospects. After leaving the Clippers, he signed with the Heat and, alongside Dwayne Wade, led the team to the playoffs. A year later, he was traded to the Lakers, becoming Kobe Bryant's sidekick. Thus, Odom's career has been characterized by a promising start followed by a decline. In contrast, Baron Davis, selected 3rd overall, has seen his career become increasingly prosperous. In his inaugural season with the Hornets, he averaged a meager 8 points, but he improved steadily, and after being traded to the Warriors in 2005, he emerged as the leader of the team. As the warm-up concludes, the players return to the locker room to prepare for the game, while fans gradually fill the stands. With half an hour remaining before the game begins, the players of both teams gather in their respective tunnels, ready to take the court. Similar to the season opener, the visiting team takes the stage first, with the home DJ lethargically introducing each visiting player, met with sparse cheers and applause. When it is time for the home team to emerge, the DJ revives himself, passionately shouting each home player's name amidst rousing music, while the lights illuminate every player. The crowd erupts in a deafening cheer. Subsequently, as the lights brighten, the game is about to commence. The Lakers maintain their starting lineup from the previous match, with Fang Mian continuing to enter as the 6th man. For the Warriors, the starting lineup includes point guard Baron Davis, shooting guard Monta Ellis, along with Jason Richardson, Steven Jackson, and Al Harrington. This lineup lacks a traditional center and consists entirely of youthful athletes, emphasizing a style characterized by speed and agility. The game begins with the Lakers in possession, and Kobe Bryant scores the first 2 points for his team. Both teams' primary stars are guards, albeit one excels in both offense and defense while the other is offensively potent but defensively weak. The Warriors' playing style mirrors that of the Suns, featuring an extreme fast-paced offense. Yet even more recklessly, their defense is nearly non-existent. Compared to the Suns in the season opener, the Warriors pose little threat to the Lakers. Halfway through the first quarter, the score stands at 24-20, with the Lakers leading by 4 points, a rather rare scoreline in the NBA at that time. With 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Fang Mian replaces Smush Parker. Despite possessing the skills of a master playmaker, Fang Mian adheres to the coaching staff's directives, advancing the ball past half-court before handing it over to Odom. Fang Mian's height serves as a significant advantage in his role as a point guard. When he darts into open space to receive a pass and shoot, Byron Davis's defense poses no threat whatsoever. Moreover, it is evident that Byron Davis is reluctant to defend. With an impressive shooting ability rated at 90, Fang Mian sank 2 3-pointers in the first quarter, further extending the lead. Although the Warriors employed an aggressive, fast-paced strategy to score consecutively, their virtually non-existent defense allowed the gap to widen. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 40-30, marking a double-digit lead for the teams. In the second quarter, both teams fielded their bench players. The Warriors' lineup appeared weak, lacking a fierce competitor like Barbosa among their substitutes, while the Lakers' bench is also among the lower echelons of the league. Fang Mian's presence provided them the opportunity to assert dominance over the Warriors. By halftime, the margin had increased to 16 points, 66-50, with the Lakers in the lead. In the locker room, Lakers players hummed songs and shared hearty laughter, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Conversely, the Warriors players remained silent, their brows furrowed in tension. As the second half commenced, Fang Mian did not take to the court but sat beside his teammates, observing the game with a relaxed demeanor. If this momentum continued, the night promised to culminate in a resounding victory. However, fate played a trick on the Lakers. At the start of the third quarter, the Warriors unleashed an intensified offensive onslaught, with everyone on the court moving frantically and capable of scoring. In a surprising turn, the Warriors began to dominate the Lakers. The score shifted to 66-54, then 68-56-70, 62-73, 66, and finally 77-73, culminating in Monta Ellis hitting a mid-range jumper to narrow the score to 77-75. Within a mere 8 minutes, the Warriors executed a remarkable 25-11 scoring run, closing the gap to just 2 points. The entire Lakers team appeared bewildered, with players disoriented and unsure of how to defend against the Warriors' onslaught. Aside from Kobe, who struggled to keep the team afloat, the rest of the players gradually lost their fighting spirit. At the end of the third quarter, the score was 82-88, with the Lakers trailing by 6 points. In the previous game, the Lakers faced a 20-point deficit at halftime but ultimately secured a narrow victory over the Suns. Could this game be a reversal of fortunes? By the conclusion of the third quarter, Kobe had amassed 34 points, Odom contributed 18 points, while Fang Mian managed only 8 points. Although possessing the skills of a game manager, his low level prevented him from unleashing his full potential. His relentless pursuit was hindered by his inadequate level, rendering him unable to effectively contain Byron Davis. While both the Warriors and Suns employed a fast-paced strategy, their foundations differed. The Suns, led by Nash, could slice through the opponent's defense with pinpoint passes, delivering the ball to open players for scoring opportunities. The Warriors, in contrast, relied on a chaotic free-for-all approach, where every player could handle the ball and initiate attacks, favoring a wild punches strategy. Furthermore, while the Suns maintained some semblance of defense despite their offensive focus, the Warriors appeared solely preoccupied with scoring, neglecting defensive efforts entirely. The Lakers found themselves in a precarious situation. Less than a minute into the fourth quarter, Kobe executed 2 consecutive isolations, narrowing the score to just 2 points. Observing the dejected state of his teammates, Kobe activated his scoring mode, taking responsibility for each offensive play. Thanks to Kobe's formidable scoring prowess, the Lakers clung to the scoreline, maintaining the deficit at 2 points, thereby preserving the suspense of the match. Chapter 66. The gentleman's sword of war. Kobe's steadfast efforts finally attracted the support of his teammates. First, Odom hit a jumper to equalize the score, and then Fang Mian's three-pointer from the corner signified the commencement of the Lakers' counterattack. Following this resurgence, the Warriors' shooting touch turned frigid, as they failed to score for a full 2 minutes. During this interval, the Lakers unleashed a 10-0 run, reclaiming the lead at 102-94, now ahead by 8 points. The Warriors, having lost their hot streak, crumbled under pressure, and although Byron Davis continued to struggle valiantly, the tide had irrevocably turned. The final score read 116-108. granting the Lakers their second victory of the season. Kobe finished with an impressive 48 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Odom contributed 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. Fang Mian achieved 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Although he did not replicate his previous extraordinary performance, his contributions on the defensive end were commendable. By the time the match concluded, it was already 11 p.m., and following some post-game press conferences and interviews, the players did not arrive at the airport to return to Los Angeles until the early hours of the morning. Tomorrow night, they will face the Seattle Supersonics at home. The plane landed at 2 a.m., at which point the coaching staff announced the dissolution of the team for the night, allowing everyone to return home and rest adequately in preparation for the 10 p.m. game. Fang Mian spent the entire day resting in his apartment, choosing not to venture to the training facility. He was acutely aware that this evening would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The Supersonics had arrived in Los Angeles the previous night, and, after a night of recuperation, the players were now brimming with energy, eagerly anticipating their match against the Lakers. Although the Lakers coaching staff had canceled the day's practice, the exertion from last night's offensive showdown against the Warriors had drained the players' stamina. Consequently, the coaches had only one directive for tonight's game: to strive valiantly and avoid a humiliating defeat. The lengthy season had just commenced, and some games were simply not worth the risk. Injuries could prove detrimental. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the team arrived at the Staples Center, and the players began their warm-up routines. It was Fang Mian's first encounter with the Supersonic star player, Ray Allen, affectionately referred to as the Gentleman's Sword by fans in China. Ray Allen and Kobe Bryant had both entered the league in the same year, belonging to the illustrious '96 Golden Generation, and they played the same position. Among Chinese basketball enthusiasts, the league's 4 premier shooting guards were known as the 4 great shooting guards: East, AI, West, Kobe, South, McGrady, and North Carter. All were elite scorers in the league. However, many had overlooked another contender, one who could rival the 4 great shooting guards: Ray Allen. Each game night, Ray Allen would launch deadly three-pointers, piercing the hearts of his adversaries. Beneath his refined exterior lay an indomitable spirit. As the game commenced, the Supersonics displayed formidable offensive prowess. Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis unleashed a barrage of points, initiating a 12-2 scoring run. Allen converted his first 3 attempts, amassing 7 points, while Lewis contributed 5. The Lakers found themselves utterly disoriented at home, devoid of rhythm. Coach Phil Jackson promptly called a timeout to allow his players to regain their composure. Although they were prepared for defeat, they could not afford to be so thoroughly outmatched from the outset. It was simply unacceptable. Following the timeout, the Lakers gradually regained their footing and launched a counterattack. Kobe scored consecutively through isolation plays, and Lamar Odom netted a basket following a screen from Kwame Brown. Yet, this offensive surge proved ephemeral. The Lakers could only maintain their momentum for half a quarter before collapsing once more, their performance on the court resembling that of somnambulists. A stark contrast to their initial game. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Fang Mian entered the game. The score stood at 12-20, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. Fang Mian first assisted Kobe in scoring, then confidently sank a 3-pointer over Luke Ridnour, gradually narrowing the Lakers' deficit. Subsequently, both teams substituted their bench players and continued to compete fiercely, with the Lakers mounting a comeback. Fang Mian, leveraging his mastery of game control, facilitated 2 consecutive assists to his teammates. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 23-25, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. In the second quarter, both teams remained evenly matched. Under the leadership of Kobe and Fang Mian, the Lakers briefly took the lead. The first half concluded with both teams tied at 46. In the locker room, the Lakers players slumped in their chairs, appearing utterly fatigued. The Zen master refrained from devising a strategy for the second half, having decided to abandon the original plan for this game. Moreover, the next match would be an away game, requiring the team to fly to Seattle to face the Supersonics. If they lost this match, they would simply seek to reclaim victory in the next. As the third quarter commenced, both teams fielded their starters. Kobe re-entered scoring mode, executing a series of successful isolation plays. The Supersonics, led by Ray Allen and Lewis, remained closely competitive. Both teams adhered to their respective game rhythms, with the Lakers predominantly relying on Kobe for scoring, while the Supersonics distributed their shots among several key players, ensuring that each could maintain a certain scoring touch. They patiently awaited the moment when the Lakers might falter. In the latter half of the third quarter, the Supersonics gradually began to pull ahead. By the end of the quarter, the lead had widened to double digits. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the moment the Supersonics had been anticipating finally arrived. Following a missed shot by Kobe, the Lakers suddenly collapsed, their downfall more rapid and complete than in the first quarter. The Lakers' stamina was depleted. The Supersonics seized the momentum, with their dynamic duo scoring 8 consecutive points. Conversely, aside from a jumper by Fang Mian, the rest of the Lakers struggled to score. Despite Fang Mian's extraordinary endurance, he ultimately could not withstand the dual threat posed by the opposing shooters, and even Kobe found himself in dire need of rest. With just 6 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers trailed by 18 points. Observing the exhausted players on the court, the Zen master opted to substitute his starters, conceding defeat. The final score read 88-102, marking the Supersonics' first victory of the season against the Lakers. After the game, the players returned home to rest for the night. The following day, they engaged in only light training before boarding a plane once more, heading to Seattle. Upon arrival in Seattle at 7 p.m., there remained 26 hours until their next game. The frequent traveling since the season's onset had proven taxing for many rookies. Farmar lay sprawled on his bed, enviously gazing at Fang Mian. "Fang, I am truly jealous of you. Have you been using performance enhancers?" He joked with Fang Mian. Fang Mian certainly did not resort to drugs. He possessed more formidable means at his disposal, which must remain undisclosed to FAML. Generally, when a team arrives in an away city, the players often venture out to explore the local culture and customs, and may even pay friendly visits to establishments frequented by women of ill repute. However, on this occasion, the coaching staff strictly forbade the players from leaving. Their movements were to be synchronized with the team's, conserving energy in preparation for the impending match against the Supersonics the following evening. Chapter 67. The Wolf approaches at 7 o'clock the next evening. The Lakers arrived at the home arena of the Supersonics, the Key Arena, warming up while familiarizing themselves with the venue. In their previous encounter, the Lakers had struggled for 3 quarters, only to falter in the final stretch, succumbing to the Supersonics. This time, they had ample rest and were brimming with determination for revenge. Indeed, as the game commenced, Odom executed a resounding dunk over Lewis, signaling their resolve to the visiting fans. Kobe showcased his prowess with consecutive successful one-on-one plays, also assisting Kwame Brown in scoring, allowing the Lakers to establish a 6-point lead by the end of the first quarter. The Supersonics, armed with their dynamic duo, fought valiantly to narrow the gap. However, their overall strength paled in comparison to that of the Lakers. Despite their relentless efforts, the disparity only widened. When Fang Mian entered the game, he swiftly hit a 3-pointer over Ridnour, extending the lead to double digits. Fang Mian occupies the role of the 6th man on the team, consistently logging over 25 minutes of playing time per game, predominantly at the point guard position. The starting point guard for the Supersonics is Luke Ridnour, who averaged a modest 11.5 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists last season, a performance that can only be described as adequate at best. Faced with Fang Mian, who towers over him by a considerable margin, Ridnour struggles defensively, particularly due to Fang Mian's relentless movement, which proves to be a significant challenge. With his extraordinary stamina, Fang Mian continuously sprints on the offensive end, leaving defenders utterly helpless. Now, as long as Fang Mian can create an open shot, he need not rely on his skills. With a shooting proficiency of 90, he can achieve an astonishingly high shooting percentage. The Supersonics have astutely recognized this, and at the onset of the second quarter, in addition to the assigned defenders closely shadowing him, others are poised to provide help defense, ensuring that Fang Mian is denied the luxury of an unchallenged shot. Fang Mian incessantly darted about, weaving around screens, making sharp cuts, all in pursuit of a fleeting opportunity to shoot. Little did he expect that the Lakers bench harbored such a formidable presence. Ray Allen observed Fang Mian's relentless movement on the court, and it was as though he glimpsed his own reflection. The ceaseless running, the sudden stops or reversals, all aimed at evading defenders, followed by swift catches and releases for a shot, momentarily conjured the image of another self within Allen. As the second quarter unfolded, with over 3 minutes elapsed, the Lakers had established a substantial 12-point lead. At this juncture, the Supersonics opted for substitutions, reintroducing their starters. However, with a comfortable advantage in hand, the Zen Master chose to allow his primary players some respite, while Fang Mian led the bench to challenge the Supersonics' key players. As the linchpin of the Lakers, Fang Mian naturally drew Ray Allen's attention. "Kid, let me put your skills to the test." Ray Allen's gaze fixed on Fang Mian, tinged with a hint of provocation. Although known for his offensive prowess and comparatively weaker defense, Allen's defensive capabilities remained well above average within the league. It could be said that he could easily contain Fang Mian. "Old man, you better keep up, or you might trip over yourself." In response to Allen's taunt, Fang Mian stood his ground, unyielding. Ray Allen chuckled, ever eager to impart a lesson to a brash rookie like Fang Mian. Thus commenced the Lakers' offensive play. Fang Mian skillfully maneuvered the ball past the half-court, adhering to the strategy by passing it into the paint. He then abruptly attempted a backdoor cut to evade Ray Allen, who had anticipated Fang Mian's move. As Fang Mian made his initial step, Ray Allen mirrored his actions, maintaining a mere step's distance from him. Through a series of sudden stops, back cuts, and evasive maneuvers around screens, Fang Mian found himself unable to shake off Allen's relentless defense. It seemed as though Ray Allen possessed an uncanny ability to foresee Fang Mian's next move, preemptively obstructing his path. With the shot clock winding down, Fang Mian had yet to receive even a glimmer of an opportunity to catch the ball, ultimately leading to a dismal end as others missed their shots. When it came to the Lakers' defensive possession, Fang Mian proactively sought out Ray Allen. Confronted with Fang Mian's defense, Ray Allen elegantly executed a pivot, penetrating the defense with a deceptive feint that left Fang Mian bewildered, followed by a seamless mid-range jumper that found the net. With consecutive successful offensive plays, Ray Allen scored 4 points right over Fang Mian. In stark contrast, the Lakers' 2 offensive attempts resulted in failure, leaving Fang Mian without a single opportunity to shoot. "Young man, there remains much for you to learn." Ray Allen struck again with a three-pointer, sprinting back to the defensive end. The deficit had narrowed to 8 points. Observing the precarious situation on the court, Zen Master showed no inclination to make substitutions. Although Fang Mian may not be a match for Ray Allen, he at least ensures that the latter pays a price. As an Asian player, Fang Mian is acutely aware of the challenges of establishing oneself in the league. Thus, he dedicates himself to rigorous training off the court to enhance his skills. Once on the court, he actively moves to create opportunities for his teammates, thereby earning their trust and affection. However, the league is not solely comprised of the Lakers. In the face of watchful adversaries, Fang Mian adopts the persona of a tough competitor. From his confrontation with Bowen in the preseason to the flagrant foul against Stoudemire during the season opener, and the incident where Barbosa was left with bruises on his back, all of this signals to opponents that Fang Mian is not one to be trifled with. If Yao Ming earned respect through his skills, Fang Mian intends to establish his presence in the league through formidable defense. Soon, Ray Allen received a greeting from Fang Mian. During a sonic offensive play, Ridnour passed the ball to Allen. With a sudden burst of speed, Allen shook off Fang Mian and went for a one-handed layup. Fang Mian, catching up from behind, collided heavily with him while discreetly delivering an elbow to his side. Allen fell hard, and Fang Mian feigned injury by lying on the floor, hoping to elicit sympathy. Foul on Lakers number 9. After years in the league, Ray Allen, the star of the Sonics, enjoyed certain privileges during calls. As Allen prepared for his free throws, Phil Jackson substituted in the starters, allowing Fang Mian to rest. "Watch how I lock down this guy," Kobe said, patting Fang Mian on the shoulder. Allen made both free throws, narrowing the gap to 2 points. After sufficient rest, the Lakers starters launched another offensive, with Kobe showcasing his unparalleled dominance on both ends of the court, leading to Allen missing all 3 of his subsequent shots. By halftime, the Lakers regained an 8-point lead. In the second half, the Lakers continued their assault, producing a staggering 38-22 scoring spree in a single quarter, effectively turning the game into a rout. The final score was 114-88, as the Lakers savored the taste of revenge against the Sonics. At the post-game press conference, a reporter inquired about Fang Mian's foul on Allen, to which Allen responded with a wry smile, succinctly summarizing, "The Lakers have their own Bruce now." Meanwhile, Kobe and Phil Jackson praised Fang Mian during the conference, affirming that the team traded for him precisely for such contributions. Unbeknownst to Fang Mian, after showering, he boarded the team bus, prepared to return to the hotel for a restful sleep in anticipation of the upcoming game. The Wolf has come. Chapter 68. The Lonely Wolf King. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Fang Mian received a call from Bill Duffy. The first commercial endorsement for Fang Mian has finally arrived. Bill Duffy revealed over the phone that the product he would be endorsing is a sports drink. Although it may not be as renowned as Gatorade, Its sales in California are quite impressive. More importantly, it is said that the company's female owner is an admirer of Fang Mian. Upon hearing this, Fang Mian felt a flush of excitement. The Lakers' next game is the night after tomorrow. Fang, I will pick you up in the evening. Let us go sign the contract. Bill Duffy arranged the schedule over the phone. All right, see you then, Bill. After hanging up, Fang Mian still felt a surge of exhilaration. He had initially thought that he would need to make it to the All-Star game before any endorsements would come his way. To his surprise, the first endorsement arrived so swiftly. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Mian headed to the training facility to commence a day of practice. My God, Fang, you actually have an endorsement. Fammer, upon learning that Fang Mian was about to sign his first endorsement contract, could hardly contain his envy. Many NBA players have endorsements, including several high draft rookies. Yet newcomers like Fammer, who were drafted later in the first round, have yet to secure any endorsement deals. That evening, Fang Mian got into Bill Duffy's car and arrived at the beverage company. The female owner, named Emily, was relatively young, at 38, dressed in formal attire, and waiting for them in her office. As Fang Mian entered the office alongside Bill Duffy, Emily's gaze remained fixated upon him. The signing of the contract proceeded seamlessly, and Emily emerged from the office bearing a bottle of wine, proclaiming a need for celebration. I apologize, Ms. Emily, but I do not partake in alcohol, Fang Mian replied. His cheeks flushed as he declined the wine glass she offered. Oh, I recall now. You have yet to reach the legal drinking age, Emily remarked with a smile, setting down the glass while boldly gazing at Fang Mian, her crimson lips alluring. After scheduling the advertisement shoot, the two took their leave. Fang Mian, drenched in cold sweat, shivered at the memory of Emily's penetrating gaze. It seems Miss Emily has taken a liking to you, Bill Duffy, while driving, quipped with a mischievous grin. Do not jest. Bill, I am merely 19 years old, while her age is double mine. Bill Duffy glanced at Fang Mian, chuckling and shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. At 7 in the evening, the Lakers arrived at the Staples Center. On game days, they consistently arrived 2 hours early to the venue, engaging in warm-ups or pre-game interviews. Following the customary opening ceremony, both teams' main players prepared to take the court. Fang Mian finally beheld Kevin Garnett, the solitary Wolf King. Ever since the Timberwolves stormed into the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago, they have not graced the playoffs in subsequent seasons. The Mercurial Spreewell, discontented with his contract's inability to sustain a family, departed. The exceedingly abstract alien, Castle, also took his leave. Only Kevin Garnett remained steadfast in the frigid expanse of Minnesota. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged, with Fang Mian continuing to enter the fray as the sixth man. The Timberwolves' starting point guard was Mike James, accompanied by this year's 7th overall pick, Randy Foye, small forward Ricky Davis, power forward Kevin Garnett, and center Mark Blunt. Among these players, Fang Mian held particular interest in Ricky Davis and Mike James. Ricky Davis, formerly of the Cavaliers, famously remarked when the Cavaliers selected the young king, LeBron James, I thought LeBron was here to assist me. Meanwhile, Mike James averaged 23 points per game last season with the Raptors, placing him 20th in the league. Yet, astonishingly, the Raptors chose not to renew his contract. Why would such a prolific scorer be cast aside? Fang Mian quickly grasped the situation. The game commenced. With the Lakers in possession of the ball, Smush Parker dribbled past the half-court line, eyeing Mike James, who stood a mere half-meter away. He attempted to penetrate the defense towards the basket. Initially, it was merely a probing move, but to his astonishment, Mike James did not even extend a hand. Watching as Smush Parker surged towards the hoop. Goodness, could you at least make an effort? Fang Mian, observing from the sidelines, was left utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves head coach, Dwayne Casey, wore an expression of dismay. Although Smush Parker failed to convert his layup, he inadvertently assessed Mike James' defensive prowess, which was akin to an open invitation. Fang, when you get on the court, keep an eye on him, Beck urged, gesturing towards Mike James. Aside from Mike James, there was also Randy Foye, this year's 7th overall pick, a complete rookie. This match marked Foye's 3rd regular season game, and he was set to face the league's superstar, Kobe Bryant. Kobe would not show any mercy simply because he was up against a newcomer. On the contrary, he would intensify his assault, the Black Mamba raising his head high, revealing his lethal fangs to the opponent. In 3 consecutive possessions, Kobe scored 7 points over Foye, including a 2-1 per child. He wouldn't actually break down in tears on the court, would he? Fang Mian watched as Foye appeared increasingly bewildered, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Ha, Fang. I bet one day you'll be treated like that too," Farmar remarked gleefully as he witnessed Foy's plight. "Indeed, but I would never allow myself to be humiliated like that. I would retaliate fiercely against my opponent," Fang Mian declared, flexing his arm with a fierce expression. I know. Just like you did against Ray in the last game." When it was the Timberwolves' turn to attack, Mike James brought the ball up court, completely ignoring Garnett's call for the ball, and barreled straight towards the basket. Although Smush Parker lacked skill, his attitude was commendable. Even after being easily bypassed by Mike James, he trailed closely behind, persistently applying pressure. Stubbornly, Mike James continued to disregard his teammates' plea for the ball, driving to the hoop only to miss. "Come on, you're Mike James, not Michael Jordan," Fang Mian mocked mercilessly. Fang Mian has finally discerned the origin of that 23 points. The accumulation of high scores achieved through elevated shots is something any NBA player could accomplish. It is no wonder that the Raptors chose to part ways with him. Aside from the backcourt duo, there is the small forward Ricky from the Timberwolves. I had thought LeBron was here to support me. Davis, too, is a solitary wolf. Once the ball is in his possession, it seldom finds its way back to others. Nevertheless, he is considerably more skilled than Mike James, at least in terms of shooting accuracy. However, while Ricky Davis's defense may not be as abstract as that of Mike James, it leaves much to be desired as well. Fang Mian suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Garnett. With such a group of abstract teammates, even if Jordan were to join, making it to the playoffs would be quite a challenge. Chapter 69, The Pride of the Wolf King. It was not until 3 minutes into the first quarter that the Wolf King finally received the ball. Garnett, holding the ball facing the basket, executed a feint against Odom's defense, followed by a smooth mid-range jumper that effortlessly swished through the net. Damn it, Lamar simply could not contain Kevin. Fammer struck his fist hard in frustration. This was only to be expected. There were few in the league capable of defending against Kevin, much like the scant number who could hold their own against Kobe. Fang Mian watched as Kobe once again scored over Faye. In just half a quarter, he had amassed 9 points over Faye. Tonight, Kobe was ferocious. Fang Mian felt that if Foy announced his retirement right after the game, he wouldn't be surprised at all. "Bro, cheer up. Go at Kobe. Don't be afraid of him. He's a coward," Fang Mian shouted at Foy. "Fang, have you ever fought with Kobe?" Farmar asked curiously. At this point, the first quarter was just halfway through, and the Lakers were already leading by 6 points. The Timberwolves called a timeout. "Hey, old man. You made that kid cry," Fang Mian said to Kobe, pointing at Foy nearby. Kobe glanced dismissively at Foy. "If that kid toughened up a bit, maybe I'd actually think he's decent. Too bad for Kevin." The Timberwolves wasted another year of his career, Baker sighed, feeling sorry for Garnett. After the timeout, Fang Mian was subbed in to guard Mike James. If Smush Parker's defense was a minor nuisance for Mike James, then Fang Mian was a full-blown nightmare. An 80-rated perimeter defense might not do much against Baron Davis or Ray Allen, but it was more than enough to handle Mike James. For 3 consecutive possessions, Mike James failed to gain any advantage over Fang Mian. Instead, Fang Mian drained a 3-pointer on the offensive end. Coach Dwayne Casey finally had enough and benched Mike James, replacing him with Trenton Hassel. "Hey, Mike, you're the real Michael," Fang Mian shouted at Mike James' retreating figure. Hassel wasn't much better than Mike James, but at least he put an effort on defense, willing to extend a hand. "Hey, Trenton, did you ever train for long-distance running?" Fang Mian asked, dribbling past half-court with Hassel guarding him. "No, kid. Why do you ask?" Hassel watched as Fang Mian passed the ball to Odom, confused. "Nothing. I just think you should start training for it. You'll definitely need it later," Fang Mian said before suddenly sprinting to the corner, stopping abruptly, then reversing direction and dashing along the 3-point line to the opposite side. After 2 possessions, Hassel was already panting. Now he understood why Fang Mian had asked about long-distance running. How's this kid so fast? Hassel chased desperately, wishing he had 4 legs. "Trenton, you're too slow." After shaking Hassel off, Fang Mian caught a pass from Walton and sank another 3. Nowadays, as long as he was open, Fang Mian didn't even need to activate his skills to maintain a high shooting percentage. A 90-rated long-range shot wasn't just for show. When the Timberwolves had possession, Hassel passed the ball to Garnett as soon as he crossed half-court, facing Odom's defense. Garnett didn't force a shot, but instead dished it to Ricky Davis, cutting to the basket for an easy layup. Fang Mian vaguely recalls that this season marked Kevin Garnett's final one with the Timberwolves. During the offseason, he was traded to the Celtics, subsequently aiding them in clinching the championship. At that time, There was a rumor that Garnett had first reached out to Kobe Bryant, expressing a desire to join forces. Regrettably, Kobe was engaged in an event in China and missed the call. Had they united in this era, the impact would have been nothing short of astonishing. With 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers are now in possession of the ball. Fang Mian adeptly delivered the ball into the paint, subsequently engaging in a fervent display of movement, pursued desperately by Hassel. After maneuvering around the screens set by Kwame Brown and Walton, Fang Mian successfully evaded Hassel, receiving the ball precisely in his grasp. "My three-point arrow, a flame from the depths of hell," he exclaimed, recalling a melodramatic line from a future basketball forum. However, in the next instant, a palm intruded into Fang Mian's line of sight as a figure leaped from the free throw line, springing towards the basketball he had just released. Goodness, how could he defend at this range? Fang Mian gasped in astonishment, suspended midair as he watched Garnett seize the ball with a commanding grip. Upon landing, Garnett, without a glance back, swiftly dribbled toward the front court, with Fang Mian fervently in pursuit. Although Garnett's speed was not extraordinary, Fang Mian, similarly lacking in rapidity, found no ground gained in his relentless chase. "Wait for me, brother," he cried out in vain. Garnett paid no heed to the frantic Fang Mian, dribbling like a guard as he advanced, culminating the fast break with a thunderous dunk. After landing, he pounded his chest and roared, embodying the essence of a true lone wolf, baring his sharp fangs as he glared menacingly at the Lakers players. Garnett's block left an indelible impression on Fang Mian, compelling him to fervently train his shooting speed thereafter. In the subsequent possession, Kobe, with the ball, executed a rapid drive, successfully drawing Garnett to assist on defense. Once he had attracted Garnett's attention, Kobe passed to Odom, who promptly leaped for a layup. Bang! What seemed to be a guaranteed basket was emphatically swatted away by the returning Garnett. The basketball arced gracefully, landing in the hands of Walton at the right corner. Ricky Davis sprang up, attempting to disrupt Walton's shot. Walton deftly maneuvered past Davis, dribbling inward before confidently releasing his shot. Yet again, it was the Wolf King Garnett, who, after blocking Odom's layup, unleashed his formidable second burst of energy to interfere with Walton's attempt, the ball ricocheting off the front of the rim. Mark Blunt and Kwame Brown battled fiercely beneath the basket, each clutching the other's arms to prevent elevation, while Odom was poised to secure the offensive rebound. Suddenly, Garnett descended from above, snatching the rebound. Within a single possession, Garnett swept from the paint to the perimeter and back again to seize the rebound, a testament to his relentless dedication. As Fang Mian observed the ever-present Kevin Garnett on the defensive end, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Wolf King. Even a man of such ironclad constitution could hardly withstand such relentless toil. After securing a rebound, Garnett passed the ball to Hassel, who swiftly advanced to the front court before returning it to Garnett. The Wolf King, who toiled tirelessly on defense, was equally burdened on the offensive end. At this moment, he deeply longed for the days of 2 years prior, when he was flanked by a madman on one side and an extraterrestrial on the other. Chapter 70. The Thoughts of the Wolf King as the first quarter concluded. The score stood at 28-22, with the Lakers leading by 6 points. After Kobe exited the game, Randy Foye gradually regained his composure, scoring the first 2 points of the second quarter with a running floater for the Timberwolves. Foye had been selected by the Celtics with the 7th pick in this year's draft before being traded to the Trail Blazers, who then exchanged him for Brandon Roy, whom the Timberwolves had also chosen. In retrospect, considering the development of both players, it seemed the Timberwolves had suffered a significant loss. Yet, in the grand scheme of their careers, it appeared the Timberwolves had not fared exceptionally poorly. The primary issue lay in Roy's fragility. The Timberwolves reintroduced Mike James to the court in the second quarter, while Hassel shifted to the small forward position, accompanied by the two stocky big men, Marco Jarek and Craig Smith. The tallest player on the team stood at a mere 2.01 meters, shorter than Fang Mian by 2 centimeters. Was small ball strategy already prevalent in this era? Fang Mian pondered. However, none of these players seemed to possess the caliber of Green, let alone the likes of Curry and Clay. Before long, Fang Mian realized he was overthinking. Once Mike obtained the ball, the presence of his teammates faded from sight. Mr. James remained true to form, solely focused on his own shot. A high release did not equate to high scoring, and Mike James was a quintessential example, having made only 2 of 7 attempts for a total of 4 points. Moreover, he exhibited an unwavering determination, persistently shooting even when the ball refused to find its mark. Fang Mian was quite pleased to let him take the shot, After all, his shooting percentage was rather dismal, and with each additional attempt he made, someone else would have to forego a shot, allowing the Lakers to widen the point gap. Thanks to Mike James's persistent struggles, the Lakers found themselves leading by 26 points at halftime, effectively consigning the match to garbage time. As halftime concluded, Fang Mian strolled into the players' tunnel alongside his teammates when suddenly, a slip of paper was thrust into his hand. "What does it say?" Famar inquired, leaning in with curiosity. The two discreetly stepped aside, and Fang Mian unfolded the note. "Dear, I will be waiting for you at the arena entrance after the game," in that red Porsche. The letters were of vivid crimson, seemingly inscribed with lipstick. "Wow, you've struck gold in the romance department," Famar exclaimed dramatically, drawing the attention of their other teammates. Fang Mian's complexion suddenly flushed crimson as his teammates erupted in raucous teasing. Beck, drawn in by the commotion, learned that Fang Mian had received a note, and instead of joining in the jesting, adopted a serious demeanor. "Fang, I have no idea who sent you that note, but as you know, there are many unscrupulous individuals here. I urge you to exercise caution. I do not wish for you to end up like Sean." The term unscrupulous individuals referred to women who frequent nightclubs to entice players. Their aim is to engage in fleeting romances with stars to earn some extra income. And if they happen to conceive a child with a celebrity, they could secure a substantial amount in child support. Sean Kemp serves as a quintessential example, having fathered 11 children throughout his career, enough to form a basketball team. These offspring led him to financial ruin post-retirement, ultimately resulting in his descent into professional begging. As the second half commenced, the Lakers opted not to field their main players, allowing Fang Mian to lead the bench against the Timberwolves starters. Unbeknownst to the happenings in the Timberwolves locker room, Mike James, in the second half, surprisingly abandoned his usual one-on-one play, frequently passing the ball to Garnett in the paint. "Mike, this is not your style. You should take the initiative," Fang Mian shouted from the sidelines. "Damn it, do you think I want to do this?" Mike James muttered before passing the ball away. Reflecting on the earlier scene in the locker room, he still felt a shiver of trepidation. Trailing by 26 points at halftime, Garnett had unleashed his fury in the locker room. "Mike, why didn't you pass me the ball?" James dared not argue. He glanced at Garnett, who resembled a furious wolf, glaring menacingly at him. "Kevin, with such a significant deficit, everyone bears responsibility. You cannot lay the blame solely on Mike," the well-meaning Blunt interjected. "Shut up and get out of my way." Garnett showed no regard for Blunt's intervention. Blunt's face flushed crimson as he stared daggers at Garnett. Yet he refrained from uttering another word. "Listen up, if you continue to play like cowards in the second half, pack your things and get out. The Timberwolves have no room for spineless individuals." Dwayne Casey observed Garnett's outburst without comment. Within the Timberwolves, the sole objective was to ensure Garnett played with joy. However, it was evident that the Wolf King was far from pleased that evening. In the second half, the Timberwolves employed a singular strategy. The ball was to be delivered to Garnett. The Lakers' interior defense, comprised of Brian Cook and Bynum, stood no chance against the league's elite Garnett, who dominated them ruthlessly. The Timberwolves successfully scored 3 consecutive possessions, with Garnett netting 2 mid-range jumpers and assisting Ricky Davis for a layup. Yet, even with these efforts, the gap between the teams remained unbridged as Fang Mian crushed the Timberwolves' hopes with 2 3-pointers from the perimeter. "Mike, for heaven's sake, can you keep up with that Asian kid? Don't let him find opportunities to shoot," Garnett roared at Mike James, lamenting the squandered chance to close the gap due to James' ineptitude. "Kevin, perhaps you should try racing that kid instead of whining like a coward." Mike James finally snapped back. Garnett glared viciously at him, and James defiantly returned the stare, both players locked in a fierce confrontation on the court. Witnessing the players' discord escalating, Dwayne Casey swiftly called a timeout, substituting Mike James with Troy Hudson. However, even this change did little to hinder Fang Mian's onslaught. Against the weakened Timberwolves, Fang Mian showcased his skills to the fullest, excelling in 3-point shots, mid-range jumpers, and penetrations. By the end of the third quarter, Fang Mian had amassed an impressive tally of 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Meanwhile, the Lakers held a commanding lead of 88-58, ahead by 30 points. Even the formidable Garnett could not steer such a beleaguered Timberwolves team to victory. As the game entered the fourth quarter, both teams fielded purely bench lineups, officially ushering the match into garbage time. Fang Mian was substituted out, and while experience is undeniably vital for the team, the physical well-being of the players takes precedence. Even though Fang Mian possessed extraordinary stamina, prudence was paramount for the team. Garnett, draping a towel over his head, wore an expression of deep frustration. He sensed that this season would yield no progress for the team, and his prime was destined to go to waste. He glanced over at the Lakers bench, where Kobe appeared relaxed, engaging in jovial banter with his teammates. At that moment, Garnett felt an overwhelming envy, admiring how Kobe, at such a young age, had already secured 3 championship rings. Perhaps it was time for a change. Loyalty might only lead to his own detriment. For the first time, Garnett contemplated leaving. Chapter 71. Emily. After triumphing over the Timberwolves at home, the Lakers were set to travel to Portland for a showdown against the Trail Blazers. Once the game concluded, Fang Mian exited the arena and spotted a striking red Porsche parked not far away. Upon seeing the blonde woman disembark from the vehicle, he silently cursed his luck and instinctively considered making a hasty retreat. Indeed, it was Emily. Her voice reached him before she did. "Darling Fang, I've been waiting here for you for quite some time. Aren't you going to invite me for a drink?" Nearby, Farmar noticed Emily's arrival and turned to give Fang Mian a thumbs up, teasingly remarking, "Fang, I didn't realize you had such tastes. She's quite the woman." The implication was clear, poking fun at Fang Mian for being interested in someone so much younger. In an instant, Fang Mian felt overwhelmed, sensing that if he did not clarify the situation, his innocence would be tarnished. "Emily is my boss," he exclaimed. "Good heavens, have you become her kept man?" Farmar's words grew increasingly outrageous. No, it's not what you think." Fang Mian felt that further explanation was futile. Instead, he hastily grabbed Farmar and fled. This woman was utterly terrifying. Fang Mian believed that if he fell into her clutches, he would undoubtedly be utterly consumed. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Fang Mian arrived punctually at the training facility. The team's practice was scheduled for 10, and he had developed the habit of arriving 2 hours early. Fang Mian has always firmly believed that diligent effort yields fruitful rewards, and that every drop of sweat he expends will eventually be compensated in the future. Fang Mian does not possess a personal trainer, and the team's trainer does not commence work until 2 hours prior to practice, leaving him to diligently train alone. Fortunately, he has the relentless Kobe as his training companion. From physical conditioning to strength training, and even to the nuances of shooting technique and posture, Kobe offers his assistance with unwavering patience. As the clock approaches 10, teammates gradually arrive at the training facility, each greeting Fang Mian with an unmistakable grin of barely contained amusement. "Fang, honestly tell me, what time did you keep yourself up until last night?" Odom inquires with a mischievous smile. Lamar, given Fang's stamina, he must have pulled an all-nighter, Bainham chimes in, winking knowingly at Fang Mian. "Damn it, why can't I find such a bargain?" Cook feigns indignation, adding to the light-hearted banter. Fang Mian was undoubtedly aware of the implications of their words. A flush of embarrassment crept across his face as he mentally cursed the ancestors of Famil for good measure. "Oh, no. Please, do not misunderstand," Famil exaggeratedly clarified, his eyes darting toward Fang Mian with a playful wink. Just as the crowd erupted into a cacophony of laughter, Kobe entered the room, freshly donned in his training attire, instantly silencing the commotion. He was, without a doubt, the consummate party pooper, a sentiment shared by nearly everyone present. Yet, there was little to be done. For Kobe, the private lives of others held no intrigue, and he had no desire to hear such discussions during practice. Following the conclusion of the morning training session, Kobe sought out Fang Mian. "Fang, I understand that I should not meddle in your personal affairs, yet I sincerely hope you can channel your energy into the game, at least for the time being, to firmly establish yourself within the league." Kobe spoke with the earnestness of an older brother, gently guiding Fang Mian with his words. Fang Mian, caught in a blend of laughter and tears, was taken aback by the fact that his teammates' remarks had been fully absorbed by Kobe, who would seek him out for a discussion regarding these matters. For a moment, Fang Mian felt a touch of unexpected emotion. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after a period of rest, the Lakers made their way to the airport, preparing to head to Portland, Oregon, where they would face the Trail Blazers the following evening. At the airport, Fang Mian encountered Claire. This blonde young woman was said to be performing exceptionally well, having now been transferred to the Lakers' publicity department, where she began engaging in some external promotional efforts for the team. "Hi, Claire, how have you been?" After a few days apart, Fang Mian took the initiative to greet her. However, to his surprise, Claire, who had been laughing and chatting with her colleagues, immediately turned her head away upon seeing him, treating him as if he were invisible. Fang Mian wore an expression of embarrassment, utterly perplexed by Claire's inexplicable mood. "Oh dear Fang, you already have a partner. Why not leave Claire to us?" Odom remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Lamar, let me reiterate. Emily is simply angry, Fang Mian retorted. Pulling Odom into a tight embrace, his teeth gritted in frustration. I know. She is merely your boss, Odom exclaimed, wriggling free from Fang Mian's grasp, erupting into laughter as he boarded the plane. Alas, the situation only grew more convoluted. With a sigh, Fang Mian gazed at Claire, who had already boarded. At 4 p.m., the Lakers arrived in Portland, taking residence at the Hilton Hotel in the city center. As time was still on their side, the players of the Lakers ventured out to explore, leaving Fang Mian alone in the hotel room. It was not that he lacked the desire to join them. Rather, as an Asian individual, he felt there were inherent risks in such a city. Furthermore, he was constrained by financial limitations. Fang Mian received his first salary a few days ago, yet he refrained from spending a single penny. Instead, he sent the entire amount back home. His parents have sacrificed so much for him, and it is only fitting that he expresses his gratitude in return. Fang Mian recalled the legendary superstar from the future, the Greek boy who had to sprint to the gym because he sent all his money back home. In comparison to his former self, his life had become considerably more affluent. Fang Mian reclined upon his bed, accessing the system. In the previous match, he had scored 22 points, earning a reward of 10 universal skill fragments. Coupled with the 9 fragments he had previously accumulated, he was poised to upgrade a skill once more. However, Fang Mian had no immediate intention of enhancing his abilities. His speed had already reached 5 stars, and advancing further would require rare materials, the specifics of which he remained unaware. He decided to conserve his fragments for the time being. The following day's training was scheduled for 8 in the morning, primarily focused on physical conditioning. Despite possessing boundless stamina, Fang Mian diligently engaged in various exercises, viewing training as a means of maintaining his form. At noon, the team broke for lunch before departing for an away game. Players typically brought an abundance of food with them, and Fang Mian opted for chicken breast and vegetables. Although the hotel provided meals, players preferred to carry their own fare, mindful of health and safety, particularly in light of the infamous food poisoning incident involving the basketball deity, which had occurred less than a decade prior. After lunch, the players indulged in a brief nap before resuming shooting drills and tactical rehearsals. Occasionally, Fang Mian would engage in one-on-one matches with Kobe. Once the day's training concluded, the players would enjoy dinner and then take some time to rest. It was not until 2 hours before the game that they would board the bus to the home arena of the Trailblazers, the Rose Garden. Fang Mian sat on the team bus, en route to the arena, and serendipitously spotted a red Porsche parked at the entrance, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. In Chapter 72, Zach Randolph, the Portland Trail Blazers had last made it to the playoffs during the 2002-2003 season, a time when the roster still included the likes of Rasheed Wallace, the aging Scottie Pippen, and Bonzi Wells, among other formidable players. In 2003, a major overhaul took place in the Blazers' management, leading to significant reforms under the new general manager, who swiftly dispatched troublesome players, revitalizing the team's atmosphere. This year, the Blazers excelled in the first round, acquiring 2 lottery picks, LaMarcus Aldridge at 2nd overall and Brandon Roy at 6th. The star player for the current season remained Zach Randolph. Fang Mian knew that a year later, this troubled player would be traded to New York, then to the Clippers, before finally finding his peak and rebirth with the Grizzlies. At 10 in the evening, the game was about to commence, and the Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged. The Blazers' backcourt was formed by Jarrett Jack and Brandon Roy, with small forward Amy Udoka, power forward Zach Randolph, and center Jamal Magloire. The game began with the Lakers winning possession. Kwame Brown, despite his shortcomings, was a master at jump balls, consistently securing possession. After crossing half-court, Smush Parker handed the ball to Kobe. It was a common consensus among all teams to let their leader take the first shot. The Black Mamba faced off against the future Yellow Mamba. Although Roy had yet to earn the moniker of Yellow Mamba, his playing style was already notably mature. Facing off against the superstar Kobe, he exhibited no signs of intimidation. Kobe, with the ball, drove from beyond the three-point line towards the basket, executing a turnaround fadeaway. Even as Roy nearly placed a hand in Kobe's face, the shot still found its mark. Superstars are indeed a breed apart. Such court sense was something Fang Mian aspired to possess someday. On the sidelines, he fervently waved his towel, cheering loudly. While not on the court, he had no qualms about playing the role of a cheerleader. When it was the Blazers' turn to attack, the ball swiftly found its way to Randolph. The robust figure bore down on Odom's defense, effortlessly sinking a soft hook shot. Unlike the high-flying antics of other players, This hefty powerhouse favored a more grounded style of play. Kobe responded by hitting a mid-range jumper over Roy. Was this veteran taking pleasure in bullying the rookie? Fang Mian recalled how Randy Foy had nearly been brought to tears by Kobe in the previous game. Honestly, you don't look like a rookie at all. Famer would often say as he sat beside Fang Mian during games. So what should I do to appear more like a rookie? Should I whimper to my opponents? Oh, your shot hurt me. Is that it? Fang Mian exaggeratedly feigned distress. Yet, rookies were also hesitant to pull Amare down during a dunk or confront Bruce. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that you and I both hail from UCLA, I would suspect you were some seasoned veteran in disguise. Famer shot a glare at Fang Mian, seemingly trying to discern his true nature. The Blazers executed another offensive play, with Randolph positioning himself beneath the basket, demanding the ball. Zach, stick to the strategy. I need you to set a screen for me. Jarrett Jack had no intention of passing the ball inside, adhering instead to the pregame strategy that required Randolph to set a pick. Get lost. Damn, Jarrett, give me the ball. I'm the team leader. Randolph growled under his breath, akin to a bear on the verge of a roar. Jack glanced at head coach Nate McMillan, who bore a stern expression. At that moment, with McGlore's screen, Roy circled around from the other side. Jack hurriedly threw the ball, as though tossing a hot potato. Kid, I warn you, give me the ball. Randolph continued to threaten Roy. Zach, if you want the ball, play according to the strategy. The seasoned Roy dismissed Randolph's threats, driving towards the basket with McGlore's screen aiding his advance. That damn kid, daring to threaten me right after entering the league. Just you wait. Randolph abruptly abandoned his position beneath the basket, sprinting to block Roy's path at the free throw line. Roy, caught off guard by Randolph's unexpected move for possession, had no choice but to hurriedly shoot, resulting in a missed opportunity. Odom secured the rebound and launched a long pass straight to Kobe. Faced with Roy's defense, Kobe executed several fakes, and when Roy was momentarily out of position, he took his shot, making it count. The score stood at 8-4, with the Lakers in the lead. In the following plays, Randolph continued to disregard team strategy, insisting on one-on-one plays. For him, the best tactic was simply to hand the ball to himself. McMillan shouted from the sidelines, urging Randolph to adhere to the strategy, but the hulking figure paid no heed and ran to the three-point line, demanding Jack pass him the ball. This behavior rendered the Blazers incapable of executing their game plan. Randolph remained detached from the team's structure. However, the Blazers needed Randolph's scoring prowess. Among the 5 players on the court, he was their most reliable source of points. After 2 consecutive failed plays, McMillan gestured for the ball to be given to Randolph, allowing him to find his rhythm before addressing the strategy again. Although Randolph was a problematic player, his talent was undeniable. After scoring 4 consecutive points over Odom, he finally relaxed and was willing to set screens for Jack and Roy. With the Lakers maintaining a 6-point lead, Fang Mian was called to the court to join the starters in an effort to extend their advantage. As Fang Mian dribbled past the half-court line, Odom stepped forward to set a screen, prompting the Trailblazers to switch their defense, with Randolph continuing to guard Fang Mian. Hey Zach, why didn't you take that one-on-one? I believe your inside scoring ability could rank among the top 5 in history, at least capable of dominating Lamar. Fang Mian taunted Randolph, who was facing him. Heh, kid, you do have an eye for talent. In the next play, I'll show you what I can do. Upon hearing Fang Mian's compliment, Randolph eagerly wanted to showcase his one-on-one skills. This brother was indeed easily manipulated. Fang Mian passed the ball to Kobe, who would conclude this offensive play. In the subsequent possession, Randolph, disregarding the strategy, demanded the ball from Roy. Being a rookie, Roy, not wishing to offend Randolph, reluctantly passed the ball to the post, allowing him to take on Odom. With the ball in hand, Randolph utilized his powerful frame to bulldoze through Odom to the basket, effortlessly scoring with a hook shot. How's that, kid? Have you witnessed my prowess? Randolph boasted, brimming with pride. You are indeed impressive, Zach. But I believe you cannot single-handedly dismantle our entire team. Fang Mian replied with a serious expression, aiming to provoke Randolph into continuing his one-on-one attempts. Randolph's mind proved to be rather simplistic, as Fang Mian's straightforward taunt easily baited him. Kid, let me show you how I can dominate you. Randolph growled, feeling slighted, as he turned to Roy for the ball. Zach, you damn fool, have you forgotten the tactics we practiced this afternoon? McMillan finally could no longer contain himself, shouting from the sidelines. Nate, shut up. I can take them down by myself. As Randolph grew impatient with Roy's hesitation to pass the ball, he sprinted to the three-point line to seize it directly. At that moment, aside from Randolph and Roy on the court, Everyone else watched in stunned silence. Fang Mian was taken aback by the significant impact his few words had, further illustrating the peculiarities of Randolph's intellect. Infuriated, Macmillan immediately called for a timeout and replaced Randolph with Aldridge. Despite being the second overall pick this year, Aldridge's standing in the team was overshadowed by the sixth pick. Roy, Fang Mian perceived an opportunity to capitalize on this disparity. LaMarcus, why is Brandon a starter while you remain a mere substitute? Your draft position is evidently superior. I truly feel for you. Fang Mian expressed his indignation, empathizing with Aldridge's predicament. The Asian boy, if you believe I possess the same simplistic mindset as that fellow Zach, you are gravely mistaken. Aldridge shot a cold glance at Fang Mian before turning away towards the basket. Fang Mian raised his hands in exasperation, realizing that not every individual of African descent was devoid of intellect like Randolph. However, it mattered little. The Trailblazers, having lost Randolph, lacked their most reliable scoring asset, and this match seemed destined for a stable outcome. Indeed, it was revealed that the Trailblazers, devoid of Randolph, although lacking in offensive prowess, had witnessed an enhancement in their defensive capabilities. The reasoning was straightforward. While Randolph was formidable in attack, his defensive efforts were utterly negligible. He was akin to Mike James of the Timberwolves, as he could scarcely muster the energy to extend a hand while defending. On the offensive end, he could easily amass 20 points, yet on defense, he could concede 30. During the Lakers' possession, Fang Mian found himself matched up against Jarrett Jack. Ah, young man. I recall you are this year's second-round pick. What abilities do you possess that qualify you for the sixth-man role? Pray, enlighten me. Jarrett Jack spread his arms wide, a look of provocation etched upon his face. Fang Mian raised his hand to signal that he wished to engage in one-on-one play. Since Jarrett Jack insisted on the humiliation, it could only be acquiesced. Originally, Kobe, who had come up to receive the ball, silently stepped aside. Upon witnessing their leader's demeanor, the others had nothing further to articulate. Fang Mian executed 2 consecutive crossovers beyond the three-point line before launching himself towards the basket with astonishing speed. Jarrett Jack initially intended to capitalize on Fang Mian's drive to attempt to steal, believing that Fang Mian's tall stature would result in a high dribbling center of gravity, making him an easy target for interception. However, to his dismay, as Fang Mian surged forward, Jarrett Jack realized his grave error. Fang Mian's center of gravity was remarkably low, and his speed far surpassed that of an average big man. Jarrett Jack positioned himself closely alongside Fang Mian, striving to obstruct his path to the hoop, reasoning that if he could block the route, Fang Mian would be compelled to either force a shot or commit a turnover. In the next moment, Jarrett Jack felt vindicated as Fang Mian decisively gathered the ball, and Jarrett was poised to leap forward to induce a mistake. Unexpectedly, Fang Mian opted not to shoot but instead executed a retreating step, propelling himself back beyond the three-point line. Alarmed, Jarrett Jack recognized the danger. This young man was preparing to launch a three-pointer. He hastily lunged towards Fang Mian, but it was too late. Fang Mian leaped, aimed for the hoop, and activated his skill, 100 steps to penetrate the target. The basketball soared like a missile, effortlessly sinking into the net, granting the Lakers an additional 3 points. Fang Mian, with an expression of serene composure, displayed no signs of excitement. Merely shrugged his shoulders without casting a glance at Jarrett Jack as he turned to sprint back down the court. A stir erupted in the stands as a blonde, voluptuous woman donned in the Lakers' number 9 jersey cheered enthusiastically. The cacophony of the arena drowned out Emily's cheers, but the camera deftly captured her, and moments later, the enormous display screen above the court showcased a close-up of her. Despite being 38, Emily appeared as youthful as a woman in her early 20s, thanks to her meticulous self-care and a life of relative luxury. Hey, Andrew, look quickly. Farmar immediately spotted Emily and urged Bynum to glance up. Wow, what a stunning beauty. Is she one of our fans? Bynum gazed intently at Emily on the screen. More accurately, she's a fan of Fang, Farmar whispered to Bynum, and the two erupted in laughter on the bench. With 9 minutes elapsed in the game, the Trailblazers called for their second timeout, withdrawing their starters in favor of the bench players. Fang, I never anticipated you had such a devoted fan, Bynum exclaimed, gesturing dramatically with an envious expression. What? Fang Mian was entirely unaware of Emily's presence at the game. Although he had noticed a red Porsche at the entrance, he thought little of it. At that moment, the camera returned to Emily, who was met with raucous applause. Though clad in a Lakers jersey, her beauty was appreciated by all. Noticing the large screen displaying her image, Emily exaggeratedly tugged at her jersey, pointing to the name Fang on her chest, exclaiming excitedly. The scene shifted to the sidelines, where Fang Mian was engrossed in tactical discussions with the Zen master, when suddenly, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. "That kid is truly riding a wave of luck," Smash Parker remarked with indignation, acutely aware of the growing threat Fang Mian posed to him. Although Fang Mian was still merely the sixth man on the team, his playing time was increasingly on par with Parker's, and during critical moments, the coaching staff favored keeping Fang Mian on the court. "Fang, make sure to leverage your advantages. Keep running, keep running." Before he took the court, Beck patted Fang Mian's shoulder, encouraging him with fervent enthusiasm. Fang Mian nodded emphatically. At that moment, the camera had shifted its focus to others, and Fang Mian could not see Emily on the screen. However, Famar was determined not to let him miss out. "Fang, your boss has arrived," Famar said with a mischievous grin, even tugging at his jersey to create an exaggerated curve across his chest. Fang Mian's face suddenly flushed crimson, as he finally comprehended the significance of what Bynum had referred to as a fervent fan. On the sidelines, Odom had also witnessed the earlier footage and, upon observing Fang Mian's reddened visage, mischievously beckoned Kwame Brown, saying, "Kwame, I wager that kid is still a novice." Chapter 74. The delight of a 3-game winning streak this season, the Trail Blazers primarily focused on nurturing new talent, free from the pressures of performance. Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge remained on the court under McMillan's guidance. With 3 minutes left in the first quarter, the score stood at 26-18, with the Lakers leading by 8 points. Roy advanced the ball into the front court, encountering fellow rookie Farmar. Although both were first-year players, Roy exhibited a notable maturity and a significantly superior skill set compared to Farmar. After a breakthrough, he skillfully created space for a jump shot, confidently sinking a mid-range jumper over Farmar. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Roy took on the primary responsibility of guarding Farmar, deeming him a greater threat than Fang Mian. One was a first-round draft pick at the 26th position, while the other was a late second-round selection. It was evident which player possessed more prowess. Previously, Roy had dismissed Fang Mian's three-pointer over Jarrett Jack as merely a stroke of luck. The Blazers' backup point guard, Juan Dixon, stood at 191 meters, having entered the league in 2002 with an average of 12.3 points, 2.3 rebounds, and 2 assists last season. "Come on, big guy. I'm not Jarrett. I want to let you score it well over me," he challenged. In the eyes of most players, point guards were naturally suited to those around 1.9 meters tall, while those exceeding 2 meters were relegated to the forward positions. Dixon forcefully slapped the floor and beckoned Fang Mian, indicating his desire for a challenge. Faced with such an opponent with peculiar inclinations, Fang Mian felt compelled to oblige him. With lightning speed, Fang Mian initiated his move, raising his left elbow to shield himself from Dixon as he drove toward the basket. Should Dixon dare to close in, Fang Mian was prepared to retaliate fiercely. True to form, Dixon hesitated to approach, instead shadowing Fang Mian with small, cautious steps, wary of being outmaneuvered by a sudden retreat. Fang Mian charged into the paint, bearing down on the basket while fending off the advancing Trail Blazers backup center, LaFrance. With LaFrance in front and Dixon behind, Fang Mian was acutely aware that he had yet to attain the prowess of Kobe Bryant. It was implausible for him to score amidst the double team. Thus, he opted for a pass. Fang Mian deftly passed the ball to Bynum beneath the basket, who concluded the offensive play with a thunderous dunk. "Hey kid, you haven't defeated me," Dixon taunted as he caught up with Fang Mian, incessantly chattering. "Buddy, this is the NBA, not a street one-on-one. But if you don't mind, I'll obliterate you in the next round." Dixon dribbled at the top of the arc, facing Fang Mian's defense. "Let me show you what true one-on-one looks like." As he spoke, he attempted to drive towards the basket, hoping to shake Fang Mian off with his speed. "You're still too careless," Fang Mian thought. His perimeter defense had reached an impressive 80, enhanced by the tenacious skill he inherited from Bowen, relentless harassment. Dixon felt as if ensnared by an octopus, struggling to breathe. Dixon, tightly shackled by Fang Mian, was not like the stars of the league who could employ various tactics to evade such defense. Now, he couldn't even pass the ball and was left with no choice but to force a shot. The result of his aggression was a turnover. Fang Mian swiftly snatched the ball from Dixon's hands and sprinted towards the front court. Fast break. Dixon cursed under his breath, realizing that Fang Mian had already crossed midcourt with astonishing speed. Launching himself for a third time, he surged towards the basket, finishing the fast break with another explosive dunk. The scene shifted to the large screen, where the ecstatic Emily was once again seen cheering wildly. Clad in a number 9 jersey, she swayed her hips enthusiastically, her chest undulating in rhythm. "I bet that girl is truly a sight. Fang is incredibly lucky," Odom mused, his eyes fixed on Emily without blinking. "Lamar, tone it down. I'll take you to a nightclub tonight for some fun," Kwame Brown chimed in, revealing his playful side off the court. Then it settled. "I want 2 girls tonight," Odom replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement, eager for the night ahead. Most of the African-American players lived this way, aside from basketball. Their lives revolved around indulgence and vice. As the first quarter concluded with a score of 34-24, the Lakers held a 10-point lead. During the break, a fierce argument erupted on the Trailblazers bench. "Nate, I want to play. Do you hear me? I want to get on the court," bellowed the hefty Randolph, his voice echoing. "No chance, Zach. I'll say it once more. No way will you step on the court tonight. You need to reflect on your actions." McMillan replied calmly, his words leaving no room for debate. Even if they lost the game, McMillan had no intention of letting Randolph play. He had high hopes for this year's 2 rookies and didn't want them negatively influenced. He needed to find a moment to discuss with management the possibility of trading away Zach. Ignoring Randolph's outburst, McMillan turned back to instruct the players on strategy. Without Randolph's firepower, the Trailblazers crumbled, trailing by 20 points at halftime. Although Roy would later become an all-star and the second-best shooting guard in the West after Kobe, he was merely a rookie at this time. After winning the game decisively, the Lakers prepared to return to the hotel for the night before heading back to Los Angeles. With no game the following day, the coaching staff imposed few restrictions on the players, simply instructing them to return to the hotel for rest. No matter how late it was, Odom and Kwame Brown cheered, eagerly heading to the nightclub to commence their revelry. Fang Mian returned directly to the hotel, preparing to have a good rest. After bidding farewell to Famel, he made his way to his room, retrieving his room card to unlock the door. For some inexplicable reason, just before opening it, his heart suddenly raced, as if something within the room were awaiting his arrival. "How ridiculous. Surely no one would have entered my room," Fang Mian muttered as he pushed the door open. In the next moment, the lights within the room flickered on, and a sultry figure abruptly appeared before his eyes. Surprise! Fang Mian was taken aback, only to realize that Emily had inexplicably entered his room. At this moment, the Lakers jersey she had previously worn had been replaced with a different athletic outfit. "Emily, how did you end up here?" Faced with the alluring and captivating Emily, Fang Mian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Darling, I came to celebrate with you, to commemorate your 3rd consecutive victory." Emily's exuberance was overwhelming for Fang Mian, and the disparity in their ages was simply too much for him to bear. In the corridor, Fang Mian dialed Bill Duffy's number. "Bill, is there any way I can decline that endorsement deal?" "Why, Fang? This is your first endorsement. You know how crucial a good beginning is." Bill Duffy on the other end of the line was perplexed. Others would be eager to accumulate as many endorsements as possible. Yet here was this young man trying to turn down his only contract. Upon hearing Fang Mian's grievances, Bill Duffy couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Fang, Emily is quite wealthy. Are you seriously not considering it?" Bill teased him over the phone. Even in solitude, Fang Mian felt his face flush with embarrassment. Although he was well aware of American women's forthrightness in matters of love, this was exceedingly bold. He had no doubt that had he not made an excuse to flee the room, he might have been thoroughly overwhelmed by Emily's advances. It wasn't that he lacked interest in the opposite sex. Rather, he found it difficult to entertain thoughts of someone whose age was double his own. He conveyed these sentiments to Bill Duffy over the phone. Bill listened attentively before responding. "All right, I will have a word with her, but the contract has already been signed. We cannot breach it." By the time Fang Mian cautiously returned to his room, Emily had departed, leaving behind only a number 9 jersey on the bed as the sole remnant of her visit. Fang Mian cautiously picked up the jersey, which still emanated a delightful fragrance. He was uncertain about how Bill Duffy had conversed with Emily. All he desired at that moment was a peaceful slumber. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Bill Duffy contacted Fang Mian, reminding him that, as per their contractual agreement, he was to shoot his first advertisement on the afternoon of the match day. The filming location was set in San Marino, an affluent enclave in Los Angeles, often referred to as the Little Beverly Hills. Fang Mian arrived at a luxurious mansion in San Marino. Upon witnessing Emily, clad in revealing attire, emerge from the opulent abode, he felt as though he were caught in a tempest of contrasting sensations. The chill stemmed from the fact that Emily, undeterred by Bill Duffy's calls, had intensified her resolve to assume the role of the leading lady in the advertisement. The heat, however, was ignited by Emily herself. Her audacious outfit, coupled with her nearly flawless physique, stirred a fervor within Fang Mian. The concept for the advertisement was rather crass, featuring the male and female leads plunging into a swimming pool, only to emerge in an embrace, seamlessly transitioning to the logo of the beverage. Fang Mian could never fathom the connection between beverages and swimming pools. Surely, the water in the pool was not replaced with drinks. My dear, you cannot escape from my grasp. Emily winked at Fang Mian, swaying her hips, a flash of whiteness momentarily dazzling his eyes. Perhaps surrendering would be wise. Yet, the thought that Emily was merely a few years younger than his mother instilled a sense of inner resistance within him. Never mind, the contract has already been signed. A moment of endurance is necessary. Fang Mian embraced Emily's voluptuous form, forcing a smile for the camera. Emily continuously twisted her body, nearly pressing herself against him. In her eagerness to prolong their proximity, she deliberately misperformed, resulting in multiple takes. The advertisement shoot dragged on from 1 o'clock until 5, leaving Fang Mian languishing in the pool for a full 4 hours, his expression one of utter desolation. Logically, such a prolonged shoot would have prompted the director to express frustration. However, the fair-skinned director exhibited no signs of impatience, instead accommodating Emily's request for increasingly audacious poses. With the entire filming crew hired at great expense by Emily, the financier reveled in the proceedings, leaving the director with no objections. Only Fang Mian found himself ensnared in this world of suffering. Just as he was on the verge of losing all patience, his phone rang. Fang, where the hell are you? Have you forgotten about tonight's match? If you don't want to play, I wouldn't mind letting you sit on the bench for the entire season. Baker's roar from the other end nearly pierced Fang Mian's eardrums. Goodness, he had forgotten about the match. Glancing at the time, he let out a lament. There were only 2 hours until the game commenced, and it would take at least half an hour to travel from San Marino to Staples. Fang Mian could no longer concern himself with advertisements. He swiftly dashed out of the swimming pool, changed his attire in record time, and seized Emily's arm. Miss Emily, I have only 2 hours left before my competition. I must reach Staples for my event. At that moment, Emily displayed the prowess of a formidable leader. Without uttering a word, she instructed her staff to load some convenient snacks into the vehicle. In just 3 minutes, she had changed her clothes and, together with Fang Mian, sped away in her Porsche from San Marino. Emily drove with astonishing speed towards the Staples Center, while Fang Mian, seated beside her, wore a stoic expression, already envisioning the look on Beck's face upon their encounter. By the time Fang Mian arrived at the Staples Center, 40 minutes had elapsed. He rushed into the changing room, where the coach was strategizing for the match. Ah, welcome to our star. It's quite impressive that you remembered tonight's competition, Beck remarked, his face a mask of displeasure. Immediately slipping into sarcasm, Fang Mian remained silent as he swiftly changed into his jersey, subsequently joining his teammates to proceed toward the players' tunnel in preparation for entry. Fang, you need not change your jersey. You will not be participating in this match. Why? Tonight, we are to face the Pistons. And Kobe cannot contend with both Chauncey and Richard simultaneously. He requires my assistance. There is no why. That damn fellow. You were absent from this afternoon's practice and are unaware of the team's strategy. Damn it. You explicitly told me you would return in just an hour. Baker's roar reverberated throughout the players' tunnel. If you believe your starry aspirations are of greater significance, then feel free to leave. I shall speak with Mickey. Fang Mian dared not argue further and obediently took his seat on the bench. The game was about to commence. With the starting players from both teams already on the court, Kwame Brown and Ben Wallace stood at the center circle, poised for the tip-off. Since losing the finals in the 2003-2004 season, the Lakers had failed to secure a single victory against the Pistons. This match was destined to be a grueling battle. True to expectations from the very beginning, the Pistons employed a double-team strategy against Kobe Bryant on defense. Chauncey Billups and Richard Hamilton took turns relentlessly draining Kobe's stamina. On the offensive end, Hamilton's extraordinary agility and endurance tormented Kobe. Like Fang Mian, Hamilton possessed remarkable stamina, capable of running tirelessly throughout the entire game. In the paint, despite losing Ben Wallace, the Pistons had acquired Chris Webber, whose defensive instincts were unparalleled. Combined with Rasheed Wallace's help defense, the Lakers' interior offense faced significant challenges. For the Lakers, this night would be a nightmare. The Lakers initiated their first possession, with Smush Parker crossing half-court and immediately passing the ball to Kobe. Kobe held the ball at the top of the key, guarded by Hamilton. Though Billups was ostensibly marking Parker, most of his attention remained fixed on Kobe, ready to provide instant help defense should Hamilton falter. If they could contain Kobe, victory was all but assured. Chapter 76. We need Fang Mian facing the Pistons' ironclad defense. Kobe found himself isolated and overwhelmed in the first quarter. Every time he touched the ball, the entire Pistons defense converged on him, from Billups and Hamilton to Prince, Weber, and Rasheed Wallace, each player exhausting every effort to shut him down. Each of Kobe's offensive attempts carried an air of tragic heroism. Defensively, Hamilton's ceaseless movement drained Kobe's energy at an alarming rate. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 22-28, with the Lakers trailing by 6 points. The home crowd soon noticed something peculiar. Their sixth man had remained benched for the entire quarter. What's happening with the Lakers? Why hasn't our tenacious Fang Mian taken the court? The commentators voiced their confusion. After double-checking, they confirmed Fang Mian wasn't listed among the injured. Kobe was already showing signs of exhaustion in the first quarter. He needed help. The team needed help. Under Rasheed's stifling defense, Lamar Odom had already committed 2 turnovers in the opening period. The Lakers' interior was in dire straits. The team needed assistance. They needed Fang Mian. The home crowd erupted in fervent chants, demanding Fang Mian's presence in the second quarter. Fang Mian sat on the bench, yearning to shed his warm-up attire and join the fray, yet the Zen master did not call his name, leaving him to gaze impassively at the unfolding game. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers deployed a purely substitute lineup, and Fang Mian still did not hear his name. The situation on the court worsened rapidly. In a mere 2 minutes, the opponent unleashed an 8-2 offensive surge, leaving the Lakers trailing by 12 points. A timeout was called, and the starters re-entered the game. Upon their return, Kobe Bryant executed a series of drives and shots, scoring 6 points against the Pistons' reserves, momentarily stanching the team's decline. Nevertheless, the Lakers remained 8 points behind the Pistons. Meanwhile, the Pistons starters rested off to the side, engaged in lighthearted banter, as if the contest were all but concluded. They merely awaited the moment when Kobe would exhaust his stamina, allowing the Pistons to sweep the Lakers away effortlessly. Philip Saunders' strategy was singular, to double-team Kobe, ensuring that even if he scored, it would come at a cost. The Lakers posed a threat only through Kobe. Once he faltered, the remainder of the team would be rendered inconsequential. Observing Kobe, who was gasping for breath and leaning on his knees, Saunders displayed a satisfied expression. Kobe was fatigued, on the verge of collapse. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Kobe held the ball at the arc, while Pistons reserves, Lindsey Hunter and Ronald Murray, advanced to apply pressure. Kobe passed to Smush Parker, who, facing an unguarded shot, took aim. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, and Mike Davis secured the rebound. Damn it! Kobe had run out of steam. Such defense should have been a mere trifle for him. For the first time, Kobe turned his head towards the coaching bench, seeking to ascertain when the Zen master would finally permit Fang Mian to enter. Had Fang Mian been on the court, he would have at least converted that open three-pointer. Had Fang Mian been present, he could have distracted Hamilton, allowing Kobe to conserve energy for his offensive efforts. The Zen master remained inscrutable, while assistant coach Baker vociferously urged the players to rally and thwart the Pistons' advances. Why, at this critical juncture, would the Lakers not deploy Fang Mian? The commentators were baffled by the Zen master's intentions, yet they recognized one undeniable truth. The Lakers were in dire need of Fang Mian's presence. Kobe required assistance. The Lakers needed support. We need Fang Mian. We need Fang Mian. We need Fang Mian. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, clamoring for the opportunity to witness Fang Mian take the court. Fang Mian lowered his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at a small patch of floor beneath him. The fervent cheers of the fans reached his ears, yet he appeared to be oblivious to them. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, Kobe executed a challenging mid-range shot, finally equalizing the score. Observing the panting Kobe, Sanders waved his hand, signaling the Pistons' main players to take the court. The Pistons aimed to use this remaining time to decisively dismantle the Lakers, relegating the game to garbage time. Kobe, are your legs giving way? If you can't manage, perhaps you should take a rest, Hamilton remarked as he began his relentless sprint past Kobe. In hot pursuit, Kobe was acutely aware of Hamilton's offensive style. He knew that any moment of relaxation would grant Hamilton an opportunity to shoot. However, even as Kobe kept pace with Hamilton, he could only limit one half of the Pistons' backcourt duo. Faced with the defense of Smush Parker, even the offensively challenged Billups appeared remarkably sharp. In successive plays, Billups scored over Smush Parker. Although Kobe could respond offensively, it was evident to all that he was nearing his limits. Exhausted, even Kobe had to concede defeat. For the second time, he glanced towards the coaching bench, his gaze unmistakably conveying to Phil Jackson that he required Fang Mian's assistance. Meanwhile, the home crowd's cheers grew increasingly fervent, their anger mounting at Phil's stubbornness. Why was he so obstinate? Did he harbor some personal grudge against Fang? As the fans' shouts crescendoed, the commentators began to express their excitement. Damn Phil Jackson, we need Fang Mian. Is that old man jealous of Fang's good looks? Deliberately keeping him off the court? Damn Phil, this is a game, not a battleground for your personal disputes. As the fans saw Phil continue to deny Fang Mian's entry, their agitation intensified, leading to vocal outbursts directed at the coach. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Pistons took their turn. Billups controlled the ball at the top of the arc, while Hamilton initiated his customary long run, with Kobe trailing closely behind. After a series of back-and-forth movements and navigating screens, Hamilton keenly sensed that Kobe was beginning to lag behind. Even the stamina beast, Kobe, was starting to tire. Seizing on Kobe's momentary lapse, Hamilton received a pass from Billups and shot instantaneously, just as a recovering Kobe lunged towards him. Yet, Kobe was a fraction too late. The basketball glided past his fingertips and swished through the net. This seemingly ordinary shot reignited Kobe's fighting spirit and stirred the fury of the fans. The home crowd could not bear to witness their star player left isolated, while the head coach stubbornly kept a sixth man firmly on the bench. Phil is a coward. Phil is a coward. Phil is a coward. The entire arena erupted in unison, directing their disdain at the Zen Master. Fans, regardless of past glories such as the 3 consecutive championships, demanded present victories. The fans' rebellion finally compelled the Lakers coaching staff to take notice. Chapter 77. The second special task. Fang, do you realize your mistake? The calm voice of the Zen Master reached Fang Mian's ears. This statement was nothing short of music to Fang Mian's soul. He quickly lifted his head to meet Phil's gaze, his sincerity palpable. Coach, I understand my error. In that instant, Fang Mian's mind conjured the image of Mitsui kneeling before Coach Anze, the words "I want to play basketball" nearly escaping his lips. With 3 minutes left in the second quarter, the Lakers called a timeout. Fang Mian shed his warm-up suit, revealing the number 9 jersey beneath. The spectators on the sidelines spotted Fang Mian warming up and erupted into cheers. He's back. Their Robin is back. Their Bucky is back. If Kobe is a superhero to Lakers fans, akin to Batman or Captain America, then Fang Mian is Kobe's most capable ally, the Robin to Batman, the Bucky to Captain America. The cameras focused on Fang Mian, and when his distinctly Eastern visage graced the big screen, the entire arena erupted in applause. For the fans, the game was just beginning. At the moment Fang Mian stepped onto the court, a system notification echoed in his mind. Special mission, assistant to the superhero. Mission details. The Lakers superhero Kobe is in a predicament. As one of his most trusted aides, you must assist Kobe in overcoming this challenge and ultimately help the team secure victory. Mission requirement. Win the game against the Pistons. Mission rewards. Attribute points x10. Universal skill fragments x30. The rewards were substantial, yet the task at hand was formidable. Fang, you must help Kobe defend against Richard Hamilton. Fang Mian observed as Hamilton, donned in a mask, attentively listened to Sanders' tactics, his demeanor relaxed, seemingly unfazed by his impending duel with Kobe. As the timeout concluded, Fang Mian replaced Smush Parker. The Lakers commenced their offensive, with Fang Mian dribbling past half-court and passing the ball to Odom in the paint. The Pistons' defensive strategy focused primarily on double-teaming Kobe, showing little regard for the other players. Taking advantage of Billups' preoccupation with Kobe, Fang Mian swiftly maneuvered around Walton's screen, receiving a pass from Odom and launching a shot from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net, narrowing the Lakers' deficit to just 2 points. In the next possession, Hamilton suddenly noticed a change in his defender. The Kobe who had been guarding him had shifted to Billups, leaving him face-to-face with an Eastern young man. Richard, I hear you're quite the long-distance runner. Shall we put that to the test? Fang Mian challenged, a hint of provocation lacing his tone. Hamilton chuckled. Having never encountered anyone eager to race him in long-distance running, this kid was audacious. Hamilton took off, sprinting swiftly toward the right corner, then curved around Weber's screen, dashing toward the left corner. If you wish to race, I shall oblige, Hamilton thought confidently, believing he could easily outpace even Kobe, let alone this Asian player. He rounded Princess' screen, received a pass from Billups, and confidently took the shot, convinced Fang Mian could not keep up. Prepare to regret your arrogance. In the next instant, a large hand unexpectedly appeared in Hamilton's line of sight, startling him and causing him to instinctively glance at its owner. It was Fang Mian. How could this be? That kid was genuinely keeping pace with him. Shocked, Hamilton's shot was affected, clanging off the rim. As Fang Mian landed, he did not look back to see the outcome of the shot. Instead, he sprinted toward the front court, fully confident that Hamilton's attempt would miss. Indeed, Hamilton's mid-range shot failed to find the mark, and Odom secured the rebound. Spotting the streaking Fang Mian, he launched the basketball with force. Fang, catch it. The ball soared like a cannonball toward Fang Mian. No, it was aimed at a point just ahead of him. In full stride, Fang Mian effortlessly caught Odom's pass, stepped over the three-point line, and leaped from just inside the free throw line. In midair, he extended his body, raising the basketball high above. With a resounding slam, Fang Mian concluded the fast break with a thunderous dunk. This electrifying move incited a deafening cheer from the crowd, invigorating the Lakers' spirit. The score was once again tied. Despite the Lakers' buoyant morale, Sanders remained unperturbed. Although the score had equalized, Kobe's stamina was nearing depletion. What could a mere substitute achieve? Billups advanced the ball across half court, lofting it into the paint where Webber awaited. At 33 years old, Webber was inevitably entering a decline in his career, yet he still appeared unstoppable against Kwame Brown. With a swift pivot, he deftly evaded Brown and easily laid the ball into the basket before expressionlessly jogging back on defense. The Lakers resumed their offense, with Fang Mian dribbling past half court and passing to Kobe before darting toward the right corner. As Kobe received the ball, he drew the attention of at least 3 defenders. Before the Pistons could effectively double-team him, Kobe quickly drove toward the basket, needing to attract even more attention to give Fang Mian, lurking in the corner, a chance to shoot. As anticipated, following Kobe's drive, Billups abandoned Fang Mian to assist Hamilton in double-teaming Kobe, while Rasheed Wallace remained poised for support. Such was the intimidating presence of a superstar. Just as the double team began to form, Kobe threaded a pass through the crowd, landing it perfectly in Fang Mian's hands in the corner. Fang Mian received the pass with an expression of serene composure, as if he had anticipated that the ball would find its way into his hands. He then took the shot, executing it without the need for any special skills. The ball swished through the net, granting the Lakers a 1-point lead over the Pistons. After Fang Mian took the court, he swiftly scored 8 points, which included 2 three-pointers and a fast break dunk. These 8 points finally captured the attention of Sanders. In 10 seconds, I need the complete profile of this Asian kid, Carlisle instructed an assistant coach beside him. Upon learning that Fang Mian was selected 30th in the second round by the Pistons and subsequently traded to the Lakers, Sanders couldn't help but pause in astonishment. Being the last pick in the second round is akin to being an undrafted player. The distinction is minimal. Has the caliber of second-round picks reached such heights? As Sanders perused Fang Mian's record, he found it utterly remarkable. An obscure high school graduate, he then attended UCLA, where his freshman year saw limited playtime. With no statistics available, his decision to enter the draft appeared to be a fleeting one. Subsequently, he was chosen 30th in the second round by the Pistons, only to be traded to the Lakers. Chapter 78. Long-distance race. To be honest, Sanders had not paid any attention to this year's draft. The Pistons held no first-round picks, possessing only a late second-round selection. As for who was selected with that late second-round pick and what trades ensued, he had been indifferent. However, this second-round pick had now created some challenges for him and the Pistons, necessitating a reevaluation of the team's defensive strategies. Sanders continued to delve into Fang Mian's background. The Summer League MVP title seemed trivial to Sanders. It was merely an unofficial tournament devoid of star players, rendering the accolade almost worthless. Next was the preseason, where he had a scuffle with Bowen in Paris, resulting in his ejection and a 50,000 fine from the league. This is intriguing, Sanders mused, recognizing that a rookie dared to confront a notorious enforcer of the league. His interest in Fang Mian began to grow, primarily because the Pistons had always prided themselves on their toughness. However, since Ben Wallace's departure, that toughness had seemingly diminished. At that moment, a foul was suddenly called. Lakers number 9 committed a foul, leading to free throws for Pistons number 32. Sanders approached the technical table to review the play, realizing that Hamilton had been slapped in the face by Fang Mian during a shot attempt. Had Hamilton not been wearing a mask, he would have likely sustained significant injury. It appeared Richard had finally met his match. Sanders glanced at the timer, noting that just over a minute remained in the half, with the Pistons leading by 3. Hamilton made both free throws, extending the lead to 5 points. Observing the Lakers players, they seemed remarkably relaxed, as if the 5-point deficit was inconsequential and easily surmountable. Sanders noted a palpable shift in the Lakers' momentum compared to earlier in the game. It seemed necessary to adjust the defensive tactics for the second half. As the half concluded, the score stood at 43-48, with the Lakers trailing by 5. Kobe had amassed 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Fang Mian contributed 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. Fang, well done. Keep this up in the second half. Even if Richard finds his shooting rhythm, make him work for it. The Zen master was pleased with Fang Mian's slap on Hamilton's face. Hey, old man, are you still with us? Fang Mian remarked, observing Kobe panting heavily beside him. His expression relaxed. Get lost, you damn guy. How is your stamina so poor? Even after just half a game, you shouldn't be this winded. Fang. I think I understand why you have such remarkable endurance, Odom chimed in, approaching with a mischievous grin. Fang Mian was taken aback momentarily. Had the secret of his possession of a system been discovered? Of course, his physical condition was excellent, as he had refrained from engaging with enchanting individuals like Emily. Odom let out a peculiar laugh, eliciting uproarious laughter from everyone present. Sensing the relaxed atmosphere in the locker room, the coaching staff breathed a sigh of relief. The second half of the game should not prove too arduous. Having previously overcome a 20-point deficit, they were now only trailing by 5. As the second half commenced, the main players took to the court once more. This time, Coach Zen chose to allow Fang Mian to join the starting lineup alongside other key players, a privilege reserved for the starters. Billups dribbled past the half-court line, with none other than Kobe defending him. After a 15-minute intermission, Kobe had regained some energy, making him more than capable of defending against Billups. As for the indefatigable Hamilton, he was naturally shadowed by the equally tireless Fang Mian. Billups was not particularly known for his offensive prowess, especially when faced with the formidable Kobe, which instilled a certain trepidation within him. He passed the ball into the paint, handing it off to Weber. Confronted by Kwame Brown's defense, Weber cautiously probed, but Brown remained steadfast beneath the basket. At that moment, Hamilton navigated around Prince's screen, making a cutting move towards the basket, while Rasheed Wallace positioned himself near the free throw line to set a double screen for Hamilton. Weber executed a handoff, delivering the ball to Hamilton. With Kwame Brown's attention fixed on Weber, he rushed to counter Hamilton, who was poised for a layup. However, Hamilton suddenly opted to pass the ball back to Weber, allowing him to execute the final offensive play. The synergy between the two was exquisite, deceiving not only Kwame Brown but also Walton, who rushed in to assist. Yet, this play failed to elude Fang Mian. Fang Mian raced alongside Hamilton, and as they approached the basket, he noticed Kwame Brown leaping to block Hamilton's shot. In that fleeting moment, Fang Mian surged forward, positioning himself between Hamilton and Weber. At that instant, Hamilton had already extended his hand, releasing the ball. Oh no. Turning back, Hamilton caught sight of Fang Mian's mischievous grin, a sense of foreboding washing over him. However, the ball had already been passed, leaving no time for retraction. From the perspective of the spectators, it appeared as though Fang Mian was indeed the intended recipient of Hamilton's pass, their synergy deemed nothing short of exquisite. As Fang Mian successfully executed a steal, Kobe had already begun his sprint towards the offensive end. Upon witnessing Fang Mian darting between two defenders, he swiftly pivoted. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Mian delivered a long pass that found its mark at the back of Kobe's heart. Receiving the ball, he accelerated, leaped, and executed a thunderous dunk, narrowing the gap between the two teams to a mere 3 points. What a splendid pass! Kobe and Fang Mian exuberantly celebrated with a chest bump. The Pistons initiated another offensive play, and Fang Mian found himself entangled with Hamilton once more. Following that slap, Hamilton gained a deeper understanding of Fang Mian's capabilities. With seemingly boundless stamina, exceptional movement awareness, and a willingness to take risks in critical moments, Hamilton realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Billups, confronted by Kobe, opted once again to pass the ball, which landed in the hands of the Prince, Tayshaun Prince. Fang Mian has always been perplexed as to why Prince bears the nickname Little Prince. In every conceivable aspect, this individual seems entirely unconnected to such a title. Prince excels in defense yet falters in offense. Upon receiving the ball, he first executes a probing step, then pivots to drive towards the basket. Walton, confronted with Prince's advance, retreats while persistently applying pressure, while Odom positions himself for interior support. Although Prince's offensive skills leave much to be desired, he finds a perfect opportunity against Walton, executing a sudden stop-and-jump shot that ricochets off the rim before finally falling through. As the Lakers transitioned to offense, Fang Mian again relinquishes the ball after crossing half court, preparing to embark on a long run. This time, Hamilton takes on the role of defender, and the two treat the court as a racetrack, engaging in a spirited race. While Hamilton is drawn away by Fang Mian, Kobe faces a double team from Billups and Prince. Saunders remains steadfast in his belief that the only path to victory lies in suffocating Kobe with defensive pressure. Chapter 79, The Might of a Superstar. Faced with the dual defense of Billups and Prince, Kobe opts for a bold approach. He dribbles, spins, and after evading Billups, surges towards the basket, deftly maneuvering away from Rasheed Wallace and Prince's lengthy reach, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Following this score, Kobe releases a triumphant roar towards the heavens, finally exhaling the pent-up frustration that had previously restrained him. In the ensuing possession, Rasheed Wallace attempts to power through the interior but is swiftly thwarted by Odom. The point differential remains a mere 3 points. Kobe regains possession, lowering his center of gravity to feign a drive, prompting Billups to retreat a step in an effort to obstruct his path. This momentary hesitation grants Kobe the space he needs to launch a shot from beyond the arc, smoothly sinking the ball through the net. The score is now tied at 50-50. Chauncey, you alone cannot contain me. I shall overwhelm you. Kobe clenches his fist, tauntingly shaking it at Billups. With Kobe's momentum surging, Saunders hastily calls for a timeout, marking the Pistons' first proactive pause of the entire match. In response to Kobe's fiery performance, the Pistons resort to an audacious triple team. Whenever Kobe secures the ball, Billups and Prince rush to double him, while Webber positions himself near the free throw line, ready to assist. However, this strategy inevitably leaves other players unguarded, a fact that Saunders dismisses. He believes that even if others are in fine form, they cannot extinguish the Pistons. Yet, should Kobe find his rhythm, he possesses the potential to devastate the Pistons with his scoring. Hey, Philip, you truly surprised me with such a grand gift. Confronted by the Pistons' impenetrable defense, Kobe's competitive spirit ignites, and this time, he is resolute in not passing the ball. While Kobe single-handedly takes on nearly half the Pistons team, the rivalry between the two long-distance runners intensifies. Richard, were you drained last night? You seem to be faltering. You Asian kid, it appears your legs are giving out. I could run like this all day. They exchange barbs, treating the court as a track and momentarily forgetting that this is an NBA basketball game. Fang, what on earth are you doing? Do you truly think of yourself as a long-distance runner? From the sidelines, Baker fumes with frustration, observing Kobe being double-teamed while Fang Mian casually banters with Hamilton. Fang Mian swiftly retreated towards the left corner, with Hamilton closely pursuing him. He maneuvered around the screen set by Kwame Brown, receiving a pass from Kobe beneath the basket. With a graceful lift of his arm, he executed the shot. As a shadow darted past Hamilton, Fang Mian raised his hand once more. Swish, another figure soared past. It was Webber. After executing 2 consecutive feints that thoroughly deceived both Hamilton and Webber, Fang Mian finally drove to the basket and scored. My fakes couldn't even fool my own grandmother. Yet you fell for them. You're worse than my grandma. Fang Mian shook his head, his expression one of exasperated disappointment. Fang Mian's performance on the court has completely disrupted the Pistons' defensive strategy. Initially, Sanders believed that simply double-teaming Kobe would suffice. However, the emergence of the formidable Fang Mian has posed a significant challenge. The absence of Ben Wallace has left Sanders reminiscing about the player who has departed. Although the team has gained Chris Webber, providing additional offensive options, the departure of Ben marked the beginning of the Pistons' defensive collapse. Come on, Lamar. Kobe, surrounded by 3 defenders, opted not to force a shot but instead passed the ball into the paint, delivering it to Odom. Rasheed Wallace was unable to return in time. Only Webber remained under the basket, facing the dual threat of Odom and Kwame Brown. After a moment's hesitation, Webber chose to confront the more significant threat posed by Odom. Known as the left-handed magician, Odom's reputation is largely attributed to his exceptional passing skills. At the moment Webber lunged toward him, Odom executed a swift handoff, sending the ball directly into Kwame Brown's hands, who emphatically finished the attack with a thunderous dunk. In that instant, both coaching staffs acutely sensed that the momentum had shifted decisively in favor of the Lakers. On the next possession, the Pistons commenced their offensive play. Billups found himself once more matched against Kobe at the top of the arc, carefully assessing the unfolding dynamics on the court, which appeared rather bleak. Hamilton, the team's primary scorer, was tightly guarded by Fang Mian, unable to find space to receive a pass. Tyshawn, set a screen for Richard. Sanders shouted from the sidelines. Luke, stay glued to him, deny Richard any opportunity to receive the ball, and be ready to switch. Baker similarly urged Walton from the sidelines. Prince exerted every effort to shake off Walton's defense, setting a screen for Hamilton at the right side 45-degree angle. Hamilton swiftly maneuvered around Prince, reaching for the ball. "Luke, switch." Fang Mian shouted at Walton, who immediately abandoned Prince to pursue Hamilton. At that moment, Kobe suddenly shifted one step to the right, positioning himself directly in Billup's passing lane. This maneuver made it exceedingly easy for Kobe to intercept Billup's pass. "Chansey." Sanders abruptly gestured to Billups. Understanding the signal, Billups disregarded the pass to Hamilton and, seizing the opportunity while Kobe's attention was primarily on Hamilton, swiftly drove toward the basket. The realization dawned on the Lakers players. It was a trap. Hamilton was merely a decoy. The true focal point of the offense was Billups. Freed from his defender, Billups adjusted his stance and took the shot. If this basket were to fall, the Pistons' momentum would surge. "You shall not succeed." A figure surged from Billups' side, leaping into action. With a resounding smack, an immense force collided with Billups' right arm, overwhelming him and sending him crashing to the floor. Fang Mian executed a robust foul to thwart Billups' shot. After landing, Fang Mian, still brimming with enthusiasm, bellowed at the crowd, who responded with fervent applause. "This Asian kid is remarkably fierce." Billups grimaced in pain, his right arm bearing the unmistakable imprint of 5 fingers. "Well done, Fang," his teammates exclaimed, coming over to give him high fives. "That's the spirit, Fang. Do not fear fouls, give them a thorough thrashing." On the sidelines, Baker vigorously waved his fists, venting his pent-up frustration. "Rashid, come here." During the free throw interval, Sanders summoned Rashid. Wallace whispered a few words, as Rashid nodded, casting a glance at Fang Mian in the distance. Chapter 80, the technical foul king Billups grimaced through his free throws, and the next possession belonged to the Lakers. The Lakers adhered to their previous strategy, entrusting the ball to Kobe, who would determine whether to go solo or pass. In response to Kobe's threat, the Pistons employed a double-team strategy, with Billups and Prince advancing to apply pressure. Fang Mian sprinted swiftly, maneuvering past Walton's screen to continue his cut towards the basket. At that moment, Odom had already advanced near the free throw line, inadvertently drawing Rasheed Wallace out of the paint. "Lamar, set a screen for me," Fang Mian exclaimed. Finding no opportunity beneath the basket, he seamlessly transitioned towards the free throw line, intending to use Odom's screen to shake off Hamilton while attempting a shot from beyond the arc. For Fang Mian, his confidence in three-point shooting surpassed that of mid-range attempts. Whether intentional or not, as he navigated around Odom's screen, Rasheed Wallace suddenly pivoted, swinging his right arm forcefully and striking Fang Mian on the back. Fang Mian felt as though he had been struck by a colossal whip, an immense force toppling him to the ground, while a searing pain radiated across his back. Although the referee witnessed this scene, no foul was called. The head referee merely turned his head away, feigning ignorance. In a league dominated by African Americans, individuals of Asian descent often endure blatant discrimination. How can you not see that he committed a foul? Fang Mian's teammates helped him to his feet, and he was ready to confront the referee for an explanation. "Fang, do not act impulsively," Walton exclaimed as he firmly pulled Fang Mian aside. The head referee cast a disdainful glance at Fang Mian, sneering, "Asian kid. Do you have a complaint?" At that moment, Fang Mian quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Rasheed Wallace, who appeared utterly indifferent, even whistling casually on the court. "Fang, remain calm and do not fall into their trap." Fang Mian realized that Rasheed Wallace was deliberately trying to provoke him. Had Wharton not firmly restrained him at that moment, he might have already been ejected from the game. What merit did he possess to warrant the Pistons' deliberate targeting? Fang Mian remained unaware that in Sanders' eyes, he had become the second greatest nuisance, second only to Kobe. On the sidelines, Sanders gestured to Rasheed Wallace to continue. "I refuse to believe you can endure this forever, Asian kid." In the previous play, Fang Mian's unexpected mishap had forced Kobe into a hasty shot that resulted in a miss, and now it was the Pistons' turn to attack. Hamilton was still sprinting with fervor, but this time he had a clear objective, charging directly towards the basket where the smirking Rasheed Wallace awaited Fang Mian. Rasheed Wallace set a screen for Hamilton, obstructing Fang Mian while simultaneously delivering an elbow that struck him squarely in the chest. Fang Mian felt as if he had been hit by a train, letting out a cry as he fell backward. The referee could no longer feign ignorance. Seeing Fang Mian clutching his chest in agony, he signaled a defensive foul against Rasheed Wallace. "What the hell? Isn't that a flagrant foul? Shouldn't it warrant a technical foul?" Fang Mian exclaimed in disbelief. The home crowd echoed his sentiments, erupting in a chorus of boos directed at the officiating. "All right, so this is how you want to play it?" Just you wait. Fang Mian seethed, gritting his teeth as he glared at the seemingly unfazed Rasheed Wallace. In the next play, as the Lakers mounted their offense, Fang Mian opted not to pass. Instead, he faced Hamilton's defense head-on, decisively breaking through. With a burst of lightning speed, he easily maneuvered past Hamilton, only to encounter Rasheed Wallace waiting beneath the basket, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Fang Mian, undeterred, charged forward. As he leaped for a layup, he feigned nonchalance while delivering a sharp elbow strike to Rasheed Wallace's throat. Rasheed Wallace let out a piercing scream, clutching his throat in agony as he collapsed to the floor, while Fang Mian stood innocently by. The referee called a malicious foul on the Lakers' number 9, raising his hand to issue Fang Mian a technical foul. Fang Mian, with a playful grin, raised his hand, conveying to the excited Hamilton and Billups surrounding him that he meant no harm. Well done, Fang. Next time, deliver an even fiercer blow to that guy, shouted the fans from the sidelines, cheering for Fang Mian's foul, some even suggesting he had gone too easy on his opponent. This scoundrel undoubtedly acted with intent, Sanders observed with concern as his teammate helped Rasheed Wallace to his feet. Rasheed Wallace still bore an expression of agony the moment Fang Mian's elbow struck his throat. He felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation, a sensation that was truly unbearable. Fang Mian approached Rasheed Wallace, patting him on the shoulder to convey that it was not his intention to provoke. However, the words that escaped his lips sent a chill down Rasheed's spine. Rasheed, can you guess where I'll strike you next? Will it be your eye, or perhaps those 2 prized possessions below? As he beheld Fang Mian's devilish grin, Rasheed Wallace could not suppress a shiver, firmly believing that Fang Mian would follow through on his ominous threat. This scoundrel, no wonder he dared to confront Bruce. It was the first time I had witnessed such an expression on Rasheed's face. I must file a complaint with the league office post-game. That rogue deserves a suspension. Seizing the moment during Rasheed Wallace's technical free throw, Fang Mian strolled to the sidelines to engage in conversation with Saunders. Philip, can you guess who my next foul will be aimed at, Chauncey or Richard? Faced with Fang Mian's blatant intimidation, Saunders felt a wave of dread wash over him. If Fang Mian were to go all out and incapacitate one of the Pistons' backcourt sharpshooters, his own future would be irrevocably jeopardized. Saunders was acutely aware that after last season's defeat to the Miami Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals, the team management had begun to express dissatisfaction with him. Even rumors circulating about the possibility of bringing Larry Brown back to coach. If one of the backcourt duo were to be injured again this season, Saunders dared not contemplate further. He was determined to lead the team to victory this season, and he could not afford to lose any of his starting 5. It's just a regular season game. I can secure a win without resorting to such underhanded tactics. Saunders called a timeout to reconfigure his strategy. Fang Mian, along with his teammates, made his way towards the substitutes bench as the home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had already secured victory in the match. Fang, you performed admirably, but it was not sufficiently discreet. Such actions could easily lead to expulsion. Perhaps next time, you might consider using your knee to strike your opponent's lower body, the coach remarked, patting Fang Mian's shoulder and speaking in an unassuming tone. Fang Mian was somewhat taken aback by the words. In his mind, although the Zen master could not be described as benevolent or gentle, he was certainly not a man to resort to tricks. This stout-browed, wide-eyed elder, it seems he harbors depths unseen. Chapter 81, Suspension. As the break concluded, the players re-emerged onto the court, with the score standing at 67-60, the Lakers leading by 7 points. During the Pistons' offensive play, Fang Mian relentlessly pursued Hamilton, both players resembling tireless superheroes, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Fortunately for the Lakers, this young man was present. Otherwise, Kobe would have been utterly exhausted by halftime. Mickey's trade truly proved to be a stroke of genius. Beck cast a smug glance at the Zen master. As the mole planted by Kupchak within the coaching staff, Beck was constantly scheming to usurp power. The Zen master remained calm, hardly sparing Beck a glance. To him, only Kupchak represented a genuine rival, not the sycophant who merely licked Kupchak's boots. Moreover, Bill, was it not your suggestion to keep Fang off the court? Otherwise, the team would not have fallen behind so drastically in the first quarter. Sapp feigned ignorance. As a trusted confidant of the Zen master, he could not tolerate Beck's blatant challenge to the head coach's authority. Beck snorted derisively, choosing silence. He had no desire to engage in a quarrel with Sapp. Should some media capture the moment, it would solidify the narrative of discord within the Lakers' coaching staff, and Kupchak would undoubtedly tear him apart. Suddenly, the dynamics of the game shifted. It seemed that Kobe, having expended too much energy in the first half, was now struggling. In consecutive possessions, his mid-range shots fell short, clanking off the front of the rim. The Pistons' physical advantage began to manifest itself. Although Hamilton was entangled with Fang Mian, his teammates were thriving. Weber powered through Kwame Brown for 2 consecutive baskets, narrowing the gap to 3 points. The Lakers' coaching staff recognized Kobe's energy crisis and called a timeout to allow him to recuperate. Watching Kobe gasp for breath, the Zen master couldn't help but show a flicker of concern. Kobe's exertion in the first half had been immense. Beck regretted his earlier suggestion. Had Fang Mian been on the court sooner, Kobe would not be so fatigued. Yet, the thought of Fang missing the afternoon practice only intensified Beck's frustration. On the other side, the Pistons bench displayed a contrasting demeanor. "Boys, splendid work. Kobe is out of steam." Richard continued to harass that Asian kid. Chris and Rashid attacked their basket with vigor. "Let's go, boys." Sanders looked at his favored players with unwavering confidence. Once Kobe faltered, the remaining players would pose no threat. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. Before entering, Fang Mian suddenly pulled Kobe aside. "Hey, old man, think of Michael in '97. Kobe instantly recognized the reference. During the '97 finals, Michael Jordan had played through food poisoning, scoring 38 points and hitting a crucial three-pointer with 25 seconds left in the game. "Old man, you are merely fatigued. Michael was battling food poisoning. Get lost. Focus on guarding Richard. I'll handle the rest." Kobe shrugged off Fang Mian's hand, reigniting his competitive spirit. During the Lakers' possession, Fang Mian dribbled past half-court, and Kobe eagerly called for the ball. With the ball in hand, Kobe faced Billup's defense, lowering his center of gravity. Poised to drive to the basket, Billups, having been burned once, dared not retreat. Meanwhile, Prince focused most of his attention on Kobe, ready to double-team. Kobe feigned a step, then suddenly leaped. Billups, startled, anticipated a jump shot and lunged forward. Unexpectedly, Kobe ducked low, attacking the basket, while Prince rushed to provide support. At that moment, Kobe, with speed, reached the hoop, soaring through the air for a breathtaking reverse dunk. The crowd erupted, chanting MVP. Kobe cast a challenging glare at the Pistons bench, whereas scowling Sanders turned his head away. The Lakers' morale surged, their offense flourished, even Kwame Brown managed to dunk over Weber, following an 8-0 scoring run. The point differential widened to 13. Sanders was blindsided by how the game had unfolded. The Pistons' defense had been utterly dismantled. If Ben were here, Sanders would be ashen-faced. In this moment, he longed for Ben Wallace. He had assumed that even without Big Ben, the Pistons' defensive structure would remain elite, especially with Weber's arrival, making them a formidable force on both ends of the court. Yet, he had not expected to witness such a collapse against the Lakers. It was evident that without Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers resembled a tiger without its fangs, relying solely on Kobe. They might not even advance past the second round of the playoffs. Yet this very Lakers team had pushed the championship-contending Pistons to the brink. Sanders understood that a team must possess a superstar capable of breaking the deadlock in tense moments, something the current Pistons lacked. Although 4 of the starting 5 had made all-star appearances, they fell short of the stature of a true superstar. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers led the Pistons by 15 points. The Zen master waved his hand, sending the bench unit onto the court. The Pistons substituted their bench as well. But Hamilton remained on the floor, as Sanders sought to capitalize on the opportunity to close the gap. By the end of the third quarter, the Pistons had failed to catch up. Although Hamilton was an all-star, he was not adept at isolation plays. In those 3 minutes, he managed only 2 mid-range shots from open positions. With a 15-point lead, Kobe did not return until midway through the fourth quarter, at which point the Pistons had narrowed the deficit to 5 points. Upon re-entering, Kobe unleashed a stunning display, scoring 11 points in the fourth quarter, leading his team to triumph over the Pistons and ending their losing streak against them. In this match, Kobe accumulated an impressive stat line of 33 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Fang Mian contributed 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. The game, which began at 7 p.m., concluded well past 10 p.m. After showering, Fang Mian rode back to the apartment in Farmar's car, as post-game interviews were not yet his turn. With a game against the Grizzlies scheduled for the following evening, the team's practice was moved to 10 a.m. Fang Mian arrived at the training facility promptly at 8 o'clock once again. Currently, he could not afford a personal trainer and could only occasionally benefit from the expertise of Kobe's trainer. By 10 in the morning, all the Lakers had gathered, and Baker approached Fang Mian, saying, "Fang, I have 2 pieces of news for you, one bad and one good. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The bad news," The bad news is that you will not be playing in tonight's game. Baker regarded Fang Mian with an impassive expression. Why? I haven't missed any training. Fang Mian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend where he had gone awry. Baker patted Fang Mian on the back, a hint of sympathy in his gaze. The Pistons lodged a complaint about that flagrant foul from last night. The league has assessed an additional level 2 flagrant foul against you, resulting in a 1-game suspension and a fine of 20,000. Chapter 82. Ominous signs of defeat. Good grief. A suspension and a fine. My salary barely covers the penalty. Fang Mian lamented. At this rate, I might have to bring my own money to the games. The team has already taken care of the fine, however. You will not receive your salary for the duration of the suspension. Wait, coach, didn't you mention there was a good piece of news? What is it? Fang Mian asked eagerly. I watched the advertisement you filmed yesterday afternoon, and I must say, your boss has quite an impressive physique. It's no wonder you missed training. As Baker spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had seen the advertisement that morning, where Emily, radiating enthusiasm, was closely pressed against Fang Mian, striking various alluring poses. In stark contrast, Fang Mian appeared visibly tense, his body rigid, resembling someone who had been taken hostage. Fang Mian's face suddenly flushed crimson. At that moment, Odom approached and, upon spotting Fang Mian, immediately whistled. Fang, that advertisement was simply remarkable. Your performance was exceptional, resembling the sculpture to perfection. As Odom spoke, he began to mimic Fang Mian's awkward movements from the footage, eliciting roars of laughter from the crowd. Even the usually stern Kobe couldn't suppress a hint of a smile. Bynum joined in, playfully imitating Emily and continuously rubbing against Odom. With a game scheduled for the evening, the day's training was relatively light. Due to his suspension, Fang Mian was unable to participate in the match, thus missing the opportunity to practice tactics with his teammates. As the clock struck 9, the Lakers prepared to face the visiting Memphis Grizzlies at their home court. Fang Mian finally encountered Paul Gasol, Kobe's finest partner during the Lakers' consecutive championships in the later years. Standing at an impressive 2.13 meters, Gasol exudes an air of gentility. As one of the premier European players, he led the Spanish national team to victory in this year's World Championship, while the American team merely secured a bronze medal. As the game is about to commence, the starting lineups for both teams are prominently displayed on the overhead screen. The Memphis Grizzlies starting lineup features point guard Chucky Atkins, shooting guard Mike Miller, small forward Rudy Gay, power forward Hakeem Warwick, and center Paul Gasol. The Lakers, however, continue with their previously established starting lineup. From the outset, the Lakers find themselves in a predicament. Perhaps the exertions of the previous night have drained their stamina, as Kobe misses his first 3 attempts. Despite the Grizzlies being perceived as an underdog, aided by Gasol's stellar performance, they quickly establish a 6-0 lead. The consequences of the coaching staff's lack of action the night before have extended into this evening's game, and Kobe's energy remains insufficiently restored. The commentators incisively highlight the Lakers' vulnerabilities. Moreover, we have been informed that the Lakers' 6th man, Fang, is unable to participate this evening due to suspension, exacerbating the team's troubles. Fans on the sidelines notice Fang Mian, dressed in a suit, seated on the bench. In this critical match, Lamar must step up, as Kobe requires his assistance. Indeed, Odom's performance in the first quarter proves to be commendable. Following Kobe's missed shots, Odom secures an offensive rebound and successfully challenges Warwick, drawing a foul in the process. The score shifts to 8-3, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. Smush Parker advances past half-court and delivers the ball to Odom. Odom, confronted by Warwick's defense, lowers his center of gravity and executes a decisive drive, finishing with a layup. Thanks to Odom's scoring efforts, the Lakers managed to hold on, concluding the first quarter with a score of 22-25, trailing by 3 points. Odom has accumulated 11 points, accounting for half of the team's total, while Kobe struggles with the shooting, making only 2 of 7 attempts for 4 points. As the first quarter comes to a close, an advertisement featuring Fang Mian, which has recently aired, unexpectedly plays on the screen during the break. "Oh, look at this fellow," the commentator remarks with that stiff expression. And he is paired with the stunning Emily. The commentator continues to jest about Fang, enlivening the atmosphere. "I have always wondered if this guy is still a virgin." Odom, sipping water, exchanges knowing glances with Kwame Brown. "Hey Lamar, how about we ask Kwame tonight?" Brown, with a mischievous grin, leans into Odom's ear and whispers a few words. "Fang, do tell us, are you still a virgin?" Bynum suddenly gazes seriously at Fang Mian. Fang Mian could hardly fathom that these individuals would unexpectedly inquire about such a matter, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The group, observing Fang Mian's hesitance, already understood the situation, erupting into laughter. Fang, let Lamar take you to broaden your horizons tonight. Kwame Brown chuckled heartily, giving Fang Mian's shoulder a hearty pat. Fang Mian wore an expression of embarrassment. Fortunately, at that moment, Kobe came to his rescue. Kwame, how many points did Paul score over you in the first quarter? Kwame Brown immediately fell silent, having seen the statistics that showed Gasol had amassed 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists in the first quarter, all scored while facing him. Once Kobe spoke, no one dared to jest any longer. Although Kobe's performance in the first quarter had been lackluster, he had simultaneously rendered the Grizzlies' second leading scorer, Mike Miller, scoreless in 4 attempts. As the second quarter commenced, both teams deployed their substitutes. With Fang Mian absent due to suspension, the Lakers had no choice but to send in another backup point guard, Shammond Williams. Due to Fang Mian's vivacity, Williams had remained a mere spectator, not having played a single minute in the first 7 games of the season, initially believing he would not see any playing time this season. He was taken by surprise when Fang Mian's sudden ban allowed him to finally step onto the court. "Little Asian guy, look at you now." Williams glanced at Fang Mian, carefully masking the resentment in his eyes. Without Fang Mian, Williams would have been the primary backup to Smush Parker, enjoying at least 10 minutes of playtime each game. However, since Fang Mian's arrival, the team seemed to have forgotten Williams, only retrieving him from obscurity under these exceptional circumstances, giving him a nudge to take the court. Taking a deep breath, Shammond Williams joined his teammates on the court to face the Grizzlies' reserve lineup. Aware that he needed to make a significant impact in the limited time available, he immediately initiated an offensive play upon receiving the ball. Williams stumbled his way to the basket, attempting a forceful layup against the Grizzlies' backup power forward, Stromile Swift. Swift had been selected second overall by the Grizzlies in the 2000 draft, later joining the Rockets after his rookie contract, only to be traded back to the Grizzlies a season later. Though endowed with remarkable physical attributes, his basketball intelligence left much to be desired. In response to Williams' layup, Swift merely leaped lightly, swatting the ball out of the air. Swift's emphatic block sent Williams' shot flying. The Grizzlies quickly launched a counterattack. Their backup point guard, the 33-year-old Damon Stoudemire, skillfully maneuvered past Williams with sheer speed, effortlessly sinking a floating shot. Turning back, Williams again committed a turnover, granting the Grizzlies an opportunity for a fast break, resulting in 4 unanswered points for the Lakers. "Shammond, what the hell are you doing? Do you think this is a pickup game?" barked Coach Baker from the sidelines, casting a furious glance at Fang Mian. "Damn it, Philip. Why did you file a complaint with the league office?" Baker expressed his disdain. After enduring Baker's tirade, Williams had no choice but to comply with the strategy and organize the offense diligently. Yet, even adhering to the game plan, the point deficit continued to widen. When Stoudemire hit another 3-pointer, the gap reached double digits. Unable to sit idly, Kobe rose to enter the game, despite only 2 minutes having passed in the second quarter. The Lakers bench was performing abysmally, and without Fang Mian, there was hardly anyone capable of scoring. The commentators could no longer contain their frustration. "Phil, let me on the court. We're trailing too far behind. Otherwise, it will be difficult to recover in the second half," Kobe implored, watching anxiously as Stoudemire sank yet another mid-range shot. "No. It's not time yet." Phil Jackson refused Kobe's request. "Kobe, they are part of the team too. They need to develop. You can't play every minute of every game." "To hell with development. I know if this continues, we will lose." Kobe was increasingly agitated, wishing he could charge onto the court and give the benchwarmers a good kick. What was Phil waiting for? Shouldn't he put the starters back in at this crucial moment? The Lakers were on the brink of defeat. The commentators echoed the concern. "Phil, isn't it time to bring the starters back? We're falling behind too much." Baker glanced at the scoreboard, worry etched on his face. "Bill, we must prepare for the next game. We can't exhaust Kobe every match. It's a recipe for injury." Stubbornly, Phil held off on substituting Kobe back into the game. With 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he finally sent the starters back onto the court, but the Lakers were trailing by nearly 20 points. Upon entering, Kobe scored consecutively, narrowing the deficit to 15 points. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies starters, aside from Gasol, remained on the bench. The dynamics on the court mirrored those of the previous night. However, this time, there was no Fang Mian to save the day. With the home team facing a significant deficit, fans fervently cheered, many casting hopeful glances at Fang Mian, wishing he would suddenly shed his suit and join the game. Then, calamity struck for the Lakers. Kobe twisted his ankle. In the scramble for a rebound, he collided with Gasol, and during his descent, his right foot turned awkwardly. Though Gasol managed to catch him in time, injury was inevitable. As Kobe limped off the court, the arena fell silent. They had lost. The game was slipping away. The team's 4-game winning streak was about to be extinguished. Even with Odom's stellar performance, amassing 31 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists, the Lakers succumbed to the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies' victory not only halted the Lakers' winning streak, but also ended their own losing streak. As Fang Mian helped Kobe back to the locker room, he caught a glimpse of Kobe's face, which bore a hint of unwillingness as he glanced back at the court. The game concluded, and everyone returned to the locker room, enveloped in a heavy silence. The atmosphere was tense, not merely due to the loss, but primarily because of Kobe's injury. He was the cornerstone of the Lakers, as long as he was present, regardless of the score. There was always hope for a comeback. Now, with Kobe injured, despair loomed over the entire team. The coaching staff would need to recalibrate their strategy. Fortunate that there were 2 days before the next game, allowing ample time for adjustments. Phil led Kobe and Odom to the post-game press conference while Fang Mian waited for Farmar to finish his shower before heading home in his car. Just then, Fang Mian's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Fang Mian answered the call. "Is this Mr. Fang Mian?" A familiar female voice inquired, eliciting a flicker of recognition from him. "Yes, may I ask who this is?" He replied, racking his brain to place the voice. "This is Lin Xiaona. We met in Paris." "Oh, now I remember." Fang Mian finally recalled that during the preseason match in Paris, he had once rescued this young lady. However, at this moment, why would Lin Xiaona be calling him? On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaona appeared to be quite exhilarated. She informed Fang Mian that she had just exited the Staples Center after watching a game, expressing her curiosity about why she hadn't seen him play. This young woman seemed to possess the gift of gab, speaking incessantly until Fang Mian could no longer tolerate it and directly inquired about her purpose for calling. Lin Xiaona finally curtailed her increasingly tangential discourse and conveyed to Fang Mian, "My parents are immensely grateful for your assistance in Paris and would like to invite you to our home tomorrow morning to express their gratitude in person." Fang Mian pondered for a moment before agreeing to Lin Xiaona's request, though he was unaware of her residence. "Please provide me with your address, and I shall pick you up tomorrow," he said. Lin Xiaona's voice was filled with joy over the phone. The two arranged to meet at 8 o'clock the following morning, after which Fang Mian sought out Beck. "What is it? Another advertisement shoot?" Beck inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Mian. Fang Mian felt a twinge of embarrassment. If he were to inform Beck that he was going to meet a girl as parents, would Beck not lose his composure entirely? Fang, in the upcoming match, Kobe would be unable to participate, and the team required his unwavering commitment rather than his absence. Beck was evidently still troubled by the previous incident. It was only after Fang Mian assured him that he would never miss the training the following day that Beck acquiesced to his request. In truth, as long as he could attend the training session, Fang Mian had no need to ask for leave. Yet, he was still intimidated by Emily. Fearing that this time he might also disrupt the training, Fang Mian returned to his apartment just before midnight. Instead of heading directly to bed, he accessed the system to claim the rewards from his previous special mission. With a beep, he received 10 attribute points and 30 universal skill fragments. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated all 12 attribute points to his mid-range shooting ability. With Kobe absent from the next game, he and Odom would become the focal points of the team. To secure victory, he needed to score more. Chapter 84. The Rumored Girlfriend. By 7:30 the following morning, Fang Mian had completed his grooming and was waiting downstairs for Lin Xiaona. Since acquiring a manager, he had entrusted Bill Duffy with the task of finding him a new residence. The apartment he had previously rented during his studies was situated in a less than ideal environment, surrounded by unemployed individuals, which raised significant safety concerns. Bill Duffy promptly located a new abode for Fang Mian. Although it was not in the affluent neighborhoods, the neighbors were at least members of the middle class, alleviating his worries regarding safety. As 8 o'clock approached, a distant roar grew louder, and a red Porsche convertible came to a halt directly in front of Fang Mian. Upon initially catching sight of the Porsche emblem on the front of the car, Fang Mian couldn't help but shudder, mistakenly believing that Emily had arrived. It wasn't until he recognized Lin Xiaona in the vehicle that he regained his composure. Observing the exquisitely dressed Lin Xiaona, Fang Mian found it nearly impossible to reconcile her present appearance with that of their first encounter. He even began to question whether he had mistaken her identity. "Brother Fang Mian, I'm here to pick you up," Lin Xiaona exclaimed, displaying a familiarity that contrasted sharply with her earlier formal address of Mr. Fang Mian over the phone. As Lin Xiaona drove Fang Mian along the tree-lined avenue towards San Marino in her convertible sports car, numerous onlookers took notice of them. Among the crowd, several Lakers fans eagerly pulled out their smartphones to capture the moment. Fang Mian lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. He knew without a doubt that news of him would undoubtedly appear in tomorrow's Los Angeles newspapers. Though whether it would grace the front page or merely occupy a corner remained uncertain. As the sports car wound its way into San Marino, Fang Mian was astonished to discover that Lin Xiana and Emily resided in the same vicinity. After several twists and turns, they arrived at an opulent mansion. Lin Xiana pressed the horn, and the grand entrance gate slowly swung open, allowing the car to glide inside, even though he had previously witnessed Emily's lavish abode. Standing before the Lin family's estate left Fang Mian utterly awestruck. The Lin mansion sprawled across nearly 1,000 square meters, featuring 2 stories with 5 bedrooms. The second floor boasted a private cinema and an expansive study, while the rooftop was adorned with an outdoor swimming pool. Lin Xiana's parents had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance. Showing utmost respect for their daughter's savior, the Lin couple appeared taken aback upon seeing Fang Mian. His flawless visage, coupled with his towering height of 2.03 meters, left even the formidable Lin father momentarily stunned. However, regaining his composure, he hurried forward to grasp Fang Mian's hand. "You must be Xiao Fang. Thank you for rescuing Nana in France," Lin father expressed warmly. His lack of pretentiousness put Fang Mian at ease. He had anticipated that a family of such immense wealth, with assets exceeding 100 million, might regard him with disdain or maintain a certain distance. Lin mother gazed at Fang Mian, momentarily lost in thought. She and Lin father frequently attended various high-profile events and had encountered numerous Hollywood stars, yet they had never encountered someone with such an almost flawless countenance as Fang Mian. "Nana, is this Xiao Fang truly a basketball player?" Seizing the moment while Lin father conversed with Fang Mian, Lin mother pulled Lin Xiana aside to inquire about Fang Mian's true identity. "Indeed, I attended his game last night, but unfortunately he did not play," Lin Xiana replied. "Oh, what a pity," Lin mother remarked, casting another glance at Fang Mian, her expression tinged with regret. Meanwhile, Lin father continued to discuss Fang Mian's background. "Xiao Fang, basketball is ultimately not a stable profession. You really ought to seek a proper job." In the eyes of the older generation, basketball was merely a frivolous endeavor, regarded as a form of entertainment. They could not fathom how much one could earn from excelling in the sport. "Xiao Fang, would you be interested in working at my company?" Lin father proposed, viewing Fang Mian as his daughter's savior, believing it his duty to help him secure a respectable position. Dismissing the idea that basketball could yield substantial income, Fang Mian politely declined Mr. Lin's invitation, expressing that basketball had always been his cherished aspiration, one he would never relinquish. Observing Fang Mian's steadfastness, Mr. Lin refrained from pressuring him further, merely suggesting that if Fang Mian ever desired, he was welcome to join his company, which promised a generous salary. However, after exchanging a few casual remarks, Fang Mian felt increasingly uneasy and struggled to find the right words to excuse himself. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fortunately, Lin Xiana was aware that Fang Mian needed to rush to the training facility by 9 o'clock, and his time was drawing near. She took it upon herself to lead him away. "Miss Lin, what kind of company does your father run?" Fang Mian inquired, seeking to fill the silence as they settled into the car. "Oh, it's a media company," she replied. "Additionally, he holds minor shares in Disney and Warner Brothers. Though they are a small fraction, they suffice to ensure our comfort." Discussing her father's endeavors seemed to unlock a floodgate for Lin Xiana. She spoke with great enthusiasm about his journey from arriving in America alone to building his current success, captivating Fang Mian for a full 15 minutes. She also mentioned her plans to intern at the company next summer, expressing regret that they would not be colleagues. By the time they arrived at the training facility, it was already 9:15. Fang Mian bid farewell to Lin Xiana and hurried inside, acutely aware he was 15 minutes late and hoping to avoid reprimand. "Oh, our boy is back from his date." Upon changing into his training gear, he was greeted by Odom's mischievous grin. "Come clean, Fang. Is that Eastern girl who accompanied you your girlfriend? No wonder you've shown little interest in Emily. Your true girlfriend is right here." As his teammates teased him, they continued with their various drills. Fang Mian ignored his teammates' teasing and approached Beak. His first question was, "How is Kobe's injury?" "It's nothing serious, just a sprain. He'll be back after a couple of days of rest." Fang Minsung exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that if Kobe were to miss more games, the Lakers' season would be perilous. Following the morning training session, the team organized a scrimmage in the afternoon. Due to Kobe's injury, Fang Minsung was assigned to the starting lineup to compete against the team's substitutes. Prior to the match, The coaching staff informed the players that the upcoming game would revolve around Fang Mian and Odom as the focal points. Thus, they aimed to facilitate the ball primarily to the two of them during this scrimmage. Fang Mian assumed Kobe's position, confronted by Farmar's defense. "Hey Fang, let me see what you've got." Farmar forcefully slapped the floor, signaling Fang Mian to come at him. Fang Mian opted not to go for a solo drive, instead calling for a pick and roll. After maneuvering around Kwame Brown's screen, he executed a sudden stop followed by a jump shot, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop with precision. Fang Mian has allocated 12 attribute points to his mid-range shooting, elevating this rating to an impressive 80. What a splendid basket! Fang Mian celebrates with a high five alongside Kwame Brown. Fang Mian's mid-range shooting permeated the entire scrimmage, as he continuously employed various techniques for his jump shots, including sudden stops after breakthroughs and mid-range attempts following screens. After the scrimmage concluded, Fang Mian dedicated some additional time to practice alone, lost in thought until dusk approached, at which point he realized he would have to jog home. He mused that he really ought to obtain a driver's license. As he exited the training facility, his gaze fell upon a striking red Porsche convertible. Chapter 85, the youth's trouble seeing Lin Xiaona greeting him. Fang Mian couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. "Miss Lin, what brings you here?" Although he was aware that Lin Xiaona was waiting for him, he still couldn't resist the urge to inquire. Lin Xiaona was not pleased with Fang Mian's formal address. She desired a more intimate form of recognition. "Brother, I just happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you. You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" "I know a delightful restaurant," she said, her smile radiant. Fang Mian couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This young lady was clearly waiting here on purpose, yet she insisted on claiming she was merely passing by. Now, she had even changed her form of address, directly calling him brother. Fang Mian initially intended to decline, but considering that the other party had been waiting until now, he felt a bit guilty and thus got into the car, heading directly to the restaurant. Lin Xiaona drove straight into Los Angeles' Chinatown, making her way to a Chinese restaurant called E-Garden. While waiting for Lin Xiaona to park, Fang Mian suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. It was Andrea Bargnani. The Raptors were in town to face the Lakers at home the following night, and it seemed that the Raptors had arrived in Los Angeles ahead of time. "Hey, Andrea, what brings you here?" Fang Mian approached the restaurant and greeted Bargnani. The latter, dining alone, looked up in confusion upon hearing his name. "Andrea, it's me. Fang from the Lakers. We played together in the preseason in Italy." Seeing that Bargnani appeared not to recognize him at all, Fang Mian hurriedly reintroduced himself, trying to jog his memory. Bargnani's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled, "I remember now. You're that rookie from China," as both were rookies this year. A natural camaraderie developed between them. Noticing that Bargnani was dining alone, Fang Mian couldn't help but ask, "Andrea, why are you here by yourself? I mean, where are your teammates? Aren't they with you?" Bargnani seemed reluctant to discuss his Raptors teammates and quickly diverted the conversation. It appeared that this European lad was not having a pleasant experience with the Raptors. In this league predominantly composed of black players, not only were Asian players subjected to discrimination, but even white players occasionally faced unkind behavior, particularly for Bargnani, a European white player and this year's #1 draft pick. It was likely that many on the team felt resentment and were eager to teach him a lesson. Workplace bullying is not uncommon anywhere. "Hey, is this your friend?" Lin Xiaona, having parked the car, entered the restaurant and immediately spotted Fang Mian and Bargnani. It was hard not to notice them, as they were the tallest individuals in the entire restaurant. Additionally, not only Lin Xiaona but other diners were also casting glances at Fang Mian and Bargnani. "That guy looks like Fang Mian from the Lakers," someone whispered. "He looks even more handsome in person than on TV." Several female fans began taking photos with their phones. "Is that girl his girlfriend? I recognize that white guy. He seems to be this year's #1 draft pick in the NBA. Are they rivals in love? Are they both pursuing that girl? Don't be ridiculous. Look at how that tall guy is looking at Fang Mian. Clearly, he views him as a rival." "Really? Could it be that Fang Mian is the one? Who knows? But that guy is incredibly handsome. I might just find myself falling for him too." As these rumors spiraled into absurdity, Fang Mian quickly bid farewell to Bargnani and followed Lin Xiaona into a private room. Lin Xiaona, seemingly a frequent visitor to this restaurant, expertly ordered a lavish spread of dishes. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she asked, "I'm sorry, brother, can you eat these things?" Since their parting in Paris, Lin Xiaona had begun to pay attention to the NBA and was aware that players often adhered to specific dietary habits to maintain peak performance. There were many foods they could not consume. Observing the table laden with fried and sawed-ed delicacies, Fang Mian felt his appetite surge after consuming those monotonous nutrient-rich meals daily. He was nearly craving a fast. As they were enjoying their feast, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly, and Bargnani entered, looking despondent. Fang, can you tell me how to integrate into the team and gain my teammates' acceptance? Bargnani poured out his troubles, seemingly having carried this burden for quite some time without anyone to confide in. Why don't you just fight back? After listening to Bargnani's lamentations, Fang Mian straightforwardly offered his advice. If you're being bullied, then retaliate. Target the ringleader and take him down. Of course, Fang Mian meant fighting back on the court. The best way to counter bullying was to respond fiercely in the game. Identify the instigator and bring him down during practice. When Fang Mian first joined the Lakers, he faced harassment from Smush Parker, but he decisively outperformed him on the court, later clashing with Bowen in Paris, which earned him the respect of his teammates. However, this approach seemed unsuitable for Bargnani, as the ringleader of his bullying was none other than the team's star, Chris Bosh. Bosch's primary grievance with Bargnani was that the rookie was too soft. He shied away from rebounding, avoided physical play, and preferred to linger on the perimeter for jump shots. To Bosh, those were activities for the weak. True inside players should battle in the paint. Don't listen to that giraffe's words. Basketball is about scoring. As long as you can put the ball in the hoop, that's what matters. Fang Mian scoffed at Bosch's perspective, knowing that years later, he too would drift further from the paint while playing for another team. Believe in yourself, Andrea. You are the #1 pick. Fang Mian generously offered Bargnani a hearty dose of encouragement. Although Fang Mian feels sympathy for Bargnani's predicament, his thoughts are now occupied by another matter. Could he possibly exploit the discord among the Raptors players to create a bit of trouble for them on the court? Fang Mian returned to his apartment at 8 o'clock in the evening. The meal took over an hour, during which Lin Xiana engaged him in conversation about various NBA matters. Fang Mian could discern that Lin Xiana had taken the initiative to familiarize herself with the NBA and attend matches for his sake. He was aware of her affections for him. However, Fang Mian was reluctant to hold Lin Xiana back, especially after learning of her father's biases against professional athletes. He harbored feelings for Lin Xiana as well, yet the prospect of them being together seemed fraught with challenges. Perhaps it was best to reduce their contact moving forward. As he gazed at the note bearing Lin Xiana's phone number, he contemplated briefly before tearing it into shreds. Chapter 86, the 1st and 60th. The evening of the match arrived swiftly. Fang Mian, as usual, took the car of Fommel to the Staples Center. Fang, when do you plan to buy a car? You have some money now. You can't just keep hitching rides. Fommel's complaint was not without merit. Ever since Fang Mian moved, Fommel had to spend 20 minutes picking him up and another 20 getting to the arena. Over time, Fommel felt as if he was bound to Fang Mian. I have no money. All my funds are sent back home, Fang Mian replied with a sense of righteousness. Come on, Fang, even if your money is sent home. You still have 2 wealthy girlfriends. Fommel thought Fang Mian was utterly unreasonable. So what if his money was sent back? He still had Emily and Lin Xiana around, and he could easily borrow money from them to buy a car. This reflects a certain perspective prevalent among some people, where asking women for money is considered entirely normal. All right, I promise to get my driver's license during the off-season. Goodness, the off-season is not until next summer. Damn it, I want a date too. Fommel felt an overwhelming urge to kick Fang Mian out of the car. The game began at 9 o'clock in the evening. In the locker room, both coaches were intensely strategizing. Fang, with Kobe absent, I need you to play shooting guard. Don't be nervous, just follow the strategy we arranged during the day. The coaching staff had specifically designed strategies for Fang Mian during the day's training. Tonight, he and Odom would be the absolute core. As the clock approached 9, the players took to the court, and the enormous LED screen displayed the starting lineups. For the Lakers, starting point guard Smush Parker, shooting guard Fang Mian, small forward Luke Walton, power forward Lamar Odom, and center Kwame Brown. For the Raptors, starting point guard T.J. Ford, shooting guard Juan Dixon, small forward Anthony Parker, power forward Chris Bosh, and center Andrea Bargnani. The camera lingered on the Lakers bench, where Kobe, dressed in a suit, sat beside the coaching staff with a serious expression. With the referee's whistle, the players jumped for the tip-off, and the game officially commenced. At the same time, Fang Mian received new tasks, and notably, there were 2. Task Chain, the revival of a dynasty. Task Details, since the departure of the Big Shark Shaquille O'Neal to Miami. The Lakers have failed to advance past the first round of the playoffs for 2 consecutive years, a perilous situation for a prestigious team. Task Requirement. helped the Lakers improve their regular season record to secure a playoff berth among the top 4 in the West. Task reward, as this is a task chain. The final reward will be distributed based on completion level. Task 2, for the fans. Task details. After achieving a commendable 6 wins and 2 losses at the start of the season, Kobe suffered an unexpected injury, facing a formidable Raptors team. The Lakers must defend their home court while awaiting Kobe's return. Task requirement, defeat the Raptors. Task reward, 5 attribute points, 20 universal skill fragments, and 1 rare upgrade card. This task is unique to the task chain, with the first segment commencing only during the season opener, and surprisingly, the second segment activated after 7 games. Additionally, a new reward has emerged, the rare upgrade card, which is intended for evolving ordinary skills. Special task, the first and 60. Task details, once again facing the number 1 draft pick, can you, as a late second rounder, still triumph over him? Task requirement, score higher than Bargnani by the end of the game. Task reward, 10 attribute points and 30 universal skill fragments. The cumulative rewards from both tasks amount to a generous total of 15 attribute points and 50 universal skill fragments. It seems winning today is imperative. As the game commenced, the Lakers initiated their offense. Smush Parker brought the ball past half court, and Fang Mian immediately called for the ball. Unexpectedly, Smush Parker ignored Fang Mian and passed it to Odom. Odom, receiving the ball, turned and drove towards the basket, successfully making a layup. Right from the start, Odom displayed remarkable aggression. T.J. Ford pushed the ball forward, also passing to Bosh. The first play is typically handed to the star player. This is an unspoken rule among teams. Bosh, holding the ball face-to-face, drove towards the basket, aiming to retaliate after Odom had just scored against him. The basket went in, tying the score. The Lakers continued their offensive efforts, and this time, Smush Parker finally passed the ball to Fang Mian. Facing the defensive Juan Dixon, Fang Mian drove in while employing crafty maneuvers, making it challenging for Dixon to keep up. How can this Asian kid play so dirty? Juan Dixon thought. Wary of getting elbowed. Taking advantage of Dixon's retreat, Fang Mian executed a quick stop and pop jump shot, sending the ball through the hoop. Turning back, T.J. Ford controlled the ball at the top of the arc, calling for a pick. Given that T.J. Ford posed a greater threat than Juan Dixon, Fang Mian proactively switched to defend against him. Bargnani came up to set a screen for T.J. Ford, momentarily blocking Fang Mian before stepping out to the three-point line. The Lakers opted for a switch, facing someone half a head shorter. Bargnani reached out for the ball from T.J. Ford, confident in his scoring ability. Bargnani felt assured that, due to their height difference, Fang Mian could not disrupt him. Just then, Fang Mian suddenly abandoned his defense against Bargnani, instead choosing to double-team T.J. Ford alongside Kwame. What is he doing? They wondered. He actually turned to help double-team T.J., creating a splendid open shot for Andrea. The commentators began to gasp in astonishment. It's known that Andrea's shooting range extends to the three-point line, as long as T.J. passes the ball. That three-pointer is practically guaranteed. The camera shifted to the Lakers' coaching bench, where the commentators were astonished to find the coaching staff showing no reaction, as if they had anticipated Fang Mian's decision to double-team. Indeed, facing the double-team of Fang Mian and Kwame Brown, T.J. Ford showed no intention of passing, opting instead for a stop and pop that missed the mark, allowing Odom to secure the rebound. Odom launched a long pass, delivering the basketball into Fang Mian's hands, while the Raptors quickly retreated on defense, tightening their formation to prevent Fang Mian from penetrating. Fang Mian desired precisely this outcome, with a swift motion beyond the three-point line. He secured another basket. TJ, why didn't you pass the ball to Andrea? Thundered Raptors head coach Mitchell from the sidelines. TJ Ford cast a disdainful glance at Bargnani, who was racing toward the front court, shrugged, and replied that he hadn't seen him. Mitchell, filled with fury at helplessness, recognized the long-standing discord within the team. But he never anticipated that it would manifest so overtly on the court. Since the preseason, Bargnani had been distanced from the team. The entire Raptors squad, from the star Bosh down to the players on the bench, had been intentionally or unintentionally ostracizing Bargnani. Damn it. I must have a serious conversation with Chris when we get back. This situation cannot persist. Chapter 87, The Dual Position Guard. Bargnani's estrangement from the Raptors system heralded promising news for the Lakers. After Fang Mian elevated his mid-range shooting to an impressive 80, he noticeably experienced a significant increase in his shooting accuracy. As the Toronto Raptors took possession, Bosh executed a mid-range jumper from the right side of the free throw line. momentarily reducing the deficit to 3 points. Smash Parker dribbled past half-court and directly passed the ball to Fang Mian. Although harboring considerable resentment towards Fang Mian, Smash Parker refrained from acting recklessly on the court. He understood that Fang Mian had become the darling of the coaching staff. Any misstep on his part could lead to him being unceremoniously relegated to the bench. At the moment Fang Mian received the pass, he suddenly executed a convincing feint, deceiving Juan Dixon in an instant. At that moment, Dixon's center of gravity shifted. Just as Dixon's balance faltered, Fang Mian had already made his breakthrough, leaving him behind. With yet another exquisite mid-range shot, Fang Mian unleashed his full potential, making 3 attempts and scoring 7 points. He appeared to adapt remarkably well. Having already amassed 7 points within the first quarter, to me, he is undoubtedly this year's Rookie of the Year. The ESPN commentator, transformed into an ardent admirer of Fang Mian, noted the score, 9-4, with the Lakers leading by 5 points. Only 2 minutes had elapsed in the first quarter. TJ Ford called for a pick-and-roll at midcourt, with Bargnani setting the screen. Utilizing his speed, Ford evaded the defensive switch by Kwame Brown, penetrating the paint. However, faced with the oncoming defense of Odom, he opted for a challenging attempt. After clashing with Odom, Ford's shot became distorted, allowing Kwame Brown to secure the rebound. "Damn it. Big man, why don't you go inside and grab the boards?" Ford berated Bargnani after missing the shot. "What did I just witness?" TJ was trash-talking Andrea. "Wait. Aren't they on the same team?" The commentator expressed his confusion regarding Ford's actions. Bargnani remained silent, his head lowered as he trotted back to his own half. Per big man, he has found himself in a team that does not suit him. Fang Mian swiftly advanced with the ball, surveying his teammates at the arc before calling for a pick-and-roll. Kwame Brown quickly moved forward, simultaneously drawing Bargnani out of the paint while staunchly blocking Juan Dixon. Although Kwame Brown may be perceived as a cat off the court, on the court he diligently performs the gritty tasks, embodying the essence of a commendable blue-collar player. Fang Mian had already scored 7 consecutive points, and the Raptors could not afford to overlook the thready post. Anthony Parker abandoned Walton and swiftly turned his attention to Fang Mian, determined to prevent him from taking an easy shot. "Get down here, you Asian kid." Anthony Parker's face twisted with ferocity as he seized Fang Mian's arm, forcefully yanking him down from his jump. Fang Mian fell heavily to the floor, a sharp pain coursing through his back, reminiscent of his previous injury during the playoffs, which seemed to have resurfaced. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling a free throw for Fang Mian. Walton and Odom rushed forward to help him up. "When you fall, do not rise alone, your teammates will lift you." Fang Mian recalled that in a later era, a certain individual who referred to himself as the GOAT once proclaimed such words. Of course, uttering such statements is one matter, but acting upon them is an entirely different affair. After all, this esteemed vice-GOAT has also been known to surpass his fallen comrades. Fang Mian steadily scored 2 goals, accumulating 9 points in a single quarter, while the team led with a score of 11-4, a 7-point advantage. Last season, the Raptors finished with a record of 27 wins and 55 losses, placing them at the bottom of the league. Although they now boast a first-round draft pick this season, it appears that the young player has yet to fully integrate into the team. As the Raptors mounted an attack, TJ Ford called for a pick-and-roll. In the earnest, Bargnani moved forward once more. TJ passed the ball to Andrea. Mitchell shouted from the sidelines. However, TJ Ford seemed oblivious, as he instead fed the ball to Bosch under the basket. Bosch jumped up, but amidst the contact, he misfired. It was astonishing to witness the Raptors' internal strife manifesting on the court. It was hard to believe this was a professional team. The commentators expressed their disbelief in rapid succession. In the next possession, Fang Mian, double-teamed, passed the ball to the open Walton, who attempted a shot but unfortunately missed. A visibly frustrated Mitchell quickly called for a timeout. "Gentlemen, we are a unit. Everyone must contribute to the offense." Mitchell hesitated to speak too sternly, fearing it might incite rebellion among the players and exacerbate the situation. "Andrea, you take a seat. Let Rasul come in." Mitchell decided to make a substitution. Rasul Nestorovic, the 17th pick in the 1998 draft, brought a wealth of experience. And more crucially, he maintained a harmonious rapport with the other Raptors players. This substitution proved effective. The Lakers were hesitant to double-team TJ Ford again, and the score quickly narrowed to 13-10, with the Raptors trailing by only 3 points. At this point, the first quarter was halfway through, and Fang Mian's scoring remained at 9 points. The Zen Master made a substitution decision, out went Smush Parker, and in came Farmar. The on-court synergy between Smush Parker and Fang Mian was noticeably awkward, compounded by a slight history of tension between them. Thus, it was prudent to take him out. Fang Mian skillfully dribbled past the half-court line, seamlessly maneuvering around Odom's screen as he advanced towards the basket. Anthony Parker approached with a sly grin, poised to inflict further hardship upon Fang Mian. Fang Mian refrained from making a move, opting instead to pass the ball to the open Walton. Under the influence of the passive skill court master, Walton responded by sinking a three-pointer in appreciation of Fang Mian's assist. Fang now appeared more akin to a dual-threat guard, capable of both facilitating his teammates' scoring and executing plays himself. Coupled with his boundless stamina, I believe he is the quintessential aide to Kobe. The live commentary exuberantly extolled Fang Mian's performance. As the first quarter concluded, Fang Mian played the full 12 minutes, accumulating statistics of 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, leading the Lakers to a 28-23 advantage. During the intermission, the camera unexpectedly panned to a seat at the sidelines, where the elegantly dressed Lin Shana smiled and waved at the lens. "Ah, I recognize her. She is Fang's girlfriend. I saw her in today's newspaper, entering a restaurant alongside Fang. They truly make a perfect pair." The camera then shifted again to reveal a scowling Emily on the big screen. This moment rendered even the loquacious commentator momentarily speechless. Forcing a swift topic change, let us review the technical statistics of this match. Amid the uproar from the surrounding fans, Fang Mian lifted his gaze to the screen. And upon seeing Lin Shana and Emily, he was struck by a sudden headache. "Fang, both of your girlfriends have come to watch you," Odom teased from the sidelines. "Lamar, they are not my girlfriends." Fang Mian's defense sounded feeble. As the second quarter was about to commence, both teams' bench players were preparing to enter the game. Chapter 88. Infighting. Bargnani was sent onto the court by Mitchell, aiming to have him lead the second unit in closing the gap. "Jose, once you switch defense with Andrea, be sure to pass him the ball for the offensive play," Mitchell reiterated to Calderon before he took the court. Calderon had arrived at the Raptors a year prior to Bargnani and had faced his own share of exclusion during his tenure. Understanding Bargnani's current plight, Mitchell paired Calderon with him, recognizing their shared European background would foster a closer connection. Indeed, upon entering the game, Bargnani exhibited a heightened level of aggression compared to the first quarter, consecutively hitting mid-range shots over Smush Parker, narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Smush Parker failed to convert a driving layup, and Vujasic repeatedly misfired from beyond the arc. Andrea's soft shooting touch reminded me of another European giant, Dirk Nowitzki. Another three-pointer. And the Raptors had reversed the score to 28-30, putting the Lakers at a disadvantage.